Chapter 1: The Reawakening of Martial Veins. In the city of Crescent Moon, within the Yi family estate, a stretcher lay prominently in the center of the hall. Upon it rested a young boy, bloodied and pale, in a state of unconsciousness. I hereby announce that Yi Yunfei, as the heir of the Yi family, has proven himself to be devoid of virtue and capability. He has stirred trouble outside, repeatedly tarnishing our family's reputation. The Elder Council has reached a verdict. 3 days hence, during the clan assembly, should Yi Yunfei fail to secure the first position in the clan competition, he shall be stripped of his title as heir, which will be bestowed upon Yi Lei. Yi Yunfei will then be exiled to Triangle Town, tasked with guarding a minor estate, never to set foot in the Yi family of Crescent Moon City again. An elderly man clad in a purple brocade robe spoke with a frigid demeanor, announcing to the assembly. This elder was Yi Chaoxian, a respected elder of the Yi family. At his proclamation, a multitude of eyes filled with schadenfreude turned toward the boy on the stretcher. Why? It was those Qin family scions who provoked and injured my son. How can my son, a victim of bullying, be accused of causing trouble? A middle-aged man stormed into the hall, his voice brimming with fury. He was Yi Tianpeng, the head of the Yi family. The boy on the stretcher was his son, Yi Yunfei. Upon learning of his son's injuries, he rushed to the hall only to be met with the Elder Council's decision. Yi family head, Yi Yunfei's martial veins are sealed. He cannot cultivate martial arts. How can he lead our Yi family to prosperity in the future? Yi Lei possesses extraordinary talent and is the strongest among our younger generation. It is only fitting for him to assume the title of heir. Yi Yunfei has repeatedly brought disgrace to our family and is no longer worthy of remaining within it, Yi Chaoxian declared coldly. I support the Elder Council's decision. I concur. Many voices echoed within the hall, expressing their agreement. Remember, my son Yi Yunfei, at the tender age of 7, successfully opened his veins by 10, he reached the 3rd level of body refinement at 15, he attained the 8th level, hailed as the most prodigious genius in the history of Crescent Moon City, even garnering the attention of the imperial family. He brought endless glory and benefits to our Yi family, allowing us to rise to one of the 4 great families of Crescent Moon City. It is undeniable that my son played a pivotal role in our family's current standing, yet, just a month ago, when my son's martial veins inexplicably sealed, you all conspired to kick him while he was down, to bully and ostracize him? Suddenly, Yi Tianpeng's laughter rang out, tinged with sorrow. The assembly fell silent, for Yi Tianpeng's words held an undeniable truth. At that moment, no one noticed the subtle movement of the eyelids on the stretcher. Then, I believe I have been reborn. Yi Yunfei abruptly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings with profound astonishment. Yi Yunfei, the youngest celestial emperor in history. He had cultivated martial arts for merely a millennium before ascending to the pinnacle of the cosmic realm, revered as the celestial emperor Yi. He was also the only one capable of facing the divine tribulation. However, during his tribulation, he was ambushed by the other 3 celestial emperors, resulting in not only a failed tribulation but also a near obliteration of his spirit and form. To his astonishment, he found himself reborn in his youth. Tianluo, Jinu, Yuiwe, your treachery during my divine tribulation shall not be forgotten. When I reclaim my position as celestial emperor, I will settle the score. Yi Yunfei's gaze turned frigid, filled with murderous intent. Next, he began to assess his own body. Indeed, I possess the chaotic divine veins. Yi Yunfei silently acknowledged. It turned out that he was born with one of the world's most exceptional martial veins, the chaotic divine veins. The chaotic divine veins are notoriously difficult to awaken. One must cultivate advanced techniques to sense and successfully open the 8 meridians within. Should one attempt to cultivate ordinary techniques, even if they are fortunate enough to momentarily succeed, the mismatch with their divine veins would ultimately lead to a sealing and blockage, resulting in a loss of cultivation. This was the reason why Yi Yunfei's veins had sealed after his initial success. Fortunately, in my previous life, my master endured great hardships to acquire one of the world's highest level techniques, the 9 Yang scripture, enabling me to successfully open my veins. In this rebirth, my rise will still depend on the 9 Yang scripture. Yi Yunfei mused inwardly, then began to circulate the 9 Yang scripture within his body. Boom! Boom! Immediately, 8 faintly discernible meridians began to materialize from the depths of his being, gradually becoming clear and slowly rising. Veins opened successfully. Yi Yunfei inhaled deeply. The manifestation of his 8 meridians signified the opening of his veins. The first step in a martial artist's cultivation journey is to open their veins. As this success unfolded, crack, 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 3 faint sounds emerged from within Yi Yunfei, akin to the cracking of eggshells. Indeed, the Nine Yang scripture is extraordinary. Having just opened my veins, I have already broken through to the 3rd level of body refinement. Yi Yunfei felt immense satisfaction. Humph. Family head, I hope you prioritize the family's interests above all else. The decisions of the Elder Council are final. At that moment, Yi Caoxian's cold snort pierced the air. According to Yi family regulations, the Elder Council holds the highest authority, and their decisions are beyond the family head's interference. You all, very well. Yi Tianpeng's face paled, his eyes filled with anguish, reflecting a sense of despair. A month prior, Yi Yunfei's 8 meridians had vanished without a trace, leaving him devoid of cultivation, rendering it impossible for him to claim the first position in the clan. Competition 3 days hence. Yi Yunfei could feel his father's sorrow, unwillingness, and rage. Father, rest assured, should I choose to remain, these worthless individuals lack the ability to expel me from the Yi family. Yi Yunfei suddenly rose slowly, speaking with a calm demeanor. Instantly, all eyes turned toward him. Fair, you have awakened. Your injuries. Yi Tianpeng exclaimed with joy. I am unscathed. Yi Yunfei smiled at his father. Yi Yunfei, you, a waste without martial veins, dare to call others worthless. My brother is the ideal candidate for the title of heir. I advise you to leave the Yi family at once. A youth with narrow eyes suddenly emerged, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Yunfei. This youth was Yi Chang, the younger brother of Yi Lei. In an instant, whoosh! Yi Yunfei's form flickered, appearing before Yi Chang in an instant, his palm striking outwards. Yi Yunfei's speed was astonishingly swift. Yi Chang had no time to react. Slap! Slap! A series of sharp sounds echoed as Yi Yunfei landed over a dozen resounding slaps across Yi Chang's face. Then, Yi Yunfei returned to his father's side. Given my current spiritual power, executing the Gale Steps is somewhat taxing, Yi Yunfei thought with a wry smile. Nevertheless, the Gale Steps were an exceptionally refined technique, sufficient to deal with Yi Chang. At this moment, Yi Chang's face had swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig's head. In an instant, everyone was left dumbfounded. After all, Yi Chang was a formidable opponent at the 5th level of body refinement. How could he have been struck over a dozen times by Yi Yunfei? Impossible. Roar! You damned Yi Yunfei, you waste, how dare you ambush me when I was caught off guard? Yi Chang clutched his face, seething with rage. Indeed. It was an ambush. The others in the hall breathed a sigh of relief. Their treatment of Yi Yunfei had been unrelenting. If he were to suddenly regain his cultivation, it was the outcome they most dreaded. It seems this waste, despite having lost his spiritual power, still possesses remarkable combat skills. No wonder he was once renowned as a youthful prodigy. Many silently mused. Yi Yunfei, you waste, you dare to strike my son. A middle-aged man, somewhat resembling Yi Tianpeng, stepped forward and roared. Boom! A tremendous wave of spiritual pressure surged toward Yi Yunfei. This man was Yi Zhongyan, Yi Yunfei's second uncle. Years ago, he had clashed with Yi Tianpeng over the position of the family head, leading to a bitter feud and discord among brothers. Yi Zhongyan dared to lay a hand on me. Yi Tianpeng, fiercely protective of his son, stepped forward and unleashed his own formidable spiritual energy in response. Yi Yunfei, how dare you publicly commit violence and assault a peer within the clan? Seize Yi Yunfei and enforce the family law. Yi Chaoxian, having regained his composure, bellowed. Who dares to touch my son? Yi Tianpeng retorted angrily. A father, do not worry. Yi Yunfei stepped forward a few paces. May I ask, am I still the heir of the Yi family? Yi Yunfei fixed his cold gaze upon Yi Chaoxian, questioning him icily. Of course you are. Yi Chaoxian, taken aback momentarily, could only respond. As the heir, when Yi Chang publicly insults me, what punishment does he deserve? I recall the family rules state that any peer who dares to insult the heir must receive a slap. Therefore, what crime have I committed by striking him a few times? You, old dog, not only fail to uphold the dignity of the Yi family heir but also protect Yi Chang. Is that right or wrong? Yi Yunfei's piercing gaze bore into Yi Chaoxian as he questioned him word by word. Yi Chaoxian was rendered speechless by the interrogation, his face trembling with rage. Indeed, the family rules of the Yi clan stipulated that the heir's status must be respected, and fellow clan members were forbidden from disrespecting him. In the hall, others fell silent. Even Yi Zhongyan and Yi Chang had to endure. Fair, well said. As the heir, Yi Chang dares to insult you, he deserves a slap. Yi Tianpeng laughed heartily, feeling somewhat vindicated. Yi Yunfei, do not get too pleased with yourself. If you fail to secure first place in the clan competition 3 days hence, you will cease to be the Yi family heir and will be eternally exiled. Yi Zhongmian's venomous gaze lingered on Yi Yunfei as he sneered, "You will not have the chance to witness that." Yi Yunfei replied indifferently. At that moment, a servant entered the hall, announcing, "Monsieur Xiaodai from the Shi family has arrived." "Shi Xiaodai has come." Instantly, the atmosphere in the hall turned peculiar. Mocking glances were cast towards Yi Yunfei, for Shi Xiaodai was his fiancée. "Father, I have heard that Shi Xiaodai intends to annul the engagement." Yi Chang spoke in a hushed tone to Yi Zhongmian, but his voice was loud enough for everyone present to hear. Thus, laughter mingled with scorn painted the faces of all. Chapter 2, You do not uphold the virtues of a wife. In Round Moon City, there are 4 prominent families: the Yi family, the Qin family, the Shi family, and the Yell family. Shi Xiaodai is the daughter of the Shi family's head. A year prior, the head of the Shi family proactively sought a union with the Yi family, arranging the engagement between Yi Yunfei and Shi Xiaodai. Thus, Shi Xiaodai became Yi Yunfei's fiancé. "Shi Xiaodai, you have finally arrived." Yi Yunfei's gaze turned frosty. According to memories from his past life, Shi Xiaodai had indeed come to annul the engagement. Ever since Yi Yunfei's martial veins had vanished, rendering him unable to cultivate, Shi Xiaodai had secretly become involved with Qinan, the eldest son of the Qin family. The higher-ups of the Shi family preferred for Shi Xiaodai to marry Qinan, thus encouraging her to come and annul the engagement. This scandal spread, turning Yi Yunfei into a laughingstock throughout Round Moon City, further tarnishing his reputation. The elders of the Yi family could no longer tolerate Yi Yunfei. After the clan competition concluded, Yi Yunfei was stripped of his title as heir and exiled to a remote town. Subsequently, the other 3 prominent families of Round Moon City, the Qin family, Shi family, and El family, colluded to suppress the Yi family, ultimately leading to its annihilation. Yi Tianpeng, the head of the Yi family, perished in the struggle. Qinan and Shi Xiaodai personally led a pursuit to hunt down Yi Yunfei, nearly killing him. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the wandering Ji Shangzhenjuan fortuitously intervened, saving Yi Yunfei and taking him away from Tianxian continent. From then on, Yi Yunfei became a disciple of Ji Shangzhenjuan, diligently training to become a legendary emperor. "Fair, you should return to your room and rest." Yi Tianpeng looked at his son, concerned for his well-being. "Father, do not worry, I am fine." Yi Yunfei smiled faintly. "Shi Xiaodai, in my past life, the humiliation you bestowed upon me shall be repaid in full." Yi Yunfei thought coldly. Then, a woman clad in pink, accompanied by several attendants, entered the hall. This woman possessed exquisite features, a quintessentially beautiful face, and a perfectly curvaceous figure. Objectively speaking, she was stunning. It was indeed Shi Xiaodai. Upon entering the hall, Shi Xiaodai immediately spotted Yi Yunfei and could not help but display a look of disdain. Previously, Yi Yunfei had brought her immense prestige, and she had taken pride in him, but now, she merely wished to sever all ties with this waste. She believed her life should never be wasted on a good-for-nothing. The others of the Yi family held a watchful attitude, saying nothing. Everyone understood the purpose of Shi Xiaodai's visit. "Miss Shi, if you have come to see Fair, please leave. He is injured and needs rest." Yi Tianpeng spoke up first. He did not wish for his son to be humiliated publicly. "No. I have some words that must be clarified with Yi Yunfei today." Shi Xiaodai turned her gaze toward Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei, listen well, since ancient times, dragons do not consort with snakes. You are a waste who cannot cultivate, unworthy even to hold my shoes. Henceforth, we are destined to inhabit different worlds." Shi Xiaodai sneered. "Shi Xiaodai, you have gone too far." Yi Tianpeng's hand trembled in anger. However, since Shi Xiaodai was the eldest daughter of the Shi family, he could not confront her without seeming oppressive, so he had to endure. Meanwhile, Yi Chaoxian, Yi Zhongyan, and Yi Chang wore mocking smiles. "Miss Shi speaks most aptly." Yi Chang chimed in with derision. Yi Yunfei, I have come this time. Shi Xiaodai attempted to continue her speech. "Shi Xiaodai, you shameless woman, please be silent. There is no room for your words here." Yi Yunfei interjected suddenly. "Yi Yunfei, you dare to accuse me of being shameless?" Shi Xiaodai was taken aback. "Shi Xiaodai, you are betrothed to me yet have secretly consorted with Qinan, sullying the virtue of a wife. What face do you have to step into the Yi family home and tarnish our name?" Yi Yunfei scoffed. "How does he know?" Shi Xiaodai's first reaction was shock. Indeed, she had secretly become involved with Qinan. Then, "Yi Yunfei, you dare to slander me? I will return and inform my father." "Prepare to face the wrath of the Shi family." Shi Xiaodai fumed. She could never admit it. "Yi Yunfei, without evidence, you had better not casually slander Miss Shi. Should the Shi family pursue the matter, the Yi family will not protect you." Yi Chaoxian coldly warned. Whoosh! Suddenly, Yi Yunfei moved with incredible speed, reaching out to snatch a pendant from around Shi Xiaodai's neck. "Shi Xiaodai, this pendant bears the name Qinan, which serves as evidence of your affair with him. Yi Chaoxian, old dog, open your eyes and take a good look." Yi Yunfei declared. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the pendant in Yi Yunfei's hand. The pendant bore 2 fine characters, Qinan. Unless one looked closely, no one would notice. And Yi Yunfei knew this because it was because, in a previous life, when Shi Shaodai and Qinan pursued Yi Yunfei, they had once brandished this pendant to flaunt before him. Shi Shaodai's expression changed drastically. The people in the hall were taken aback. It was indeed true that Shi Shaodai and Qinan were entangled in a clandestine affair. Shi Shaodai, listen closely. Your conduct is disgraceful, and your illicit relationship with Qinan has severely tarnished the reputation of the Yi family. You, a wanton woman, are unworthy of me, and thus, I shall divorce you. Here is the decree of divorce. As Yi Yunfei spoke, he tore a corner from his garment, bit his finger to draw blood, and swiftly inscribed a line of crimson characters upon the fabric. Due to Shi Shaodai's infidelity and her liaison with another, this decree of divorce is hereby established. Upon completion, Yi Yunfei flicked his wrist, and the torn piece of cloth landed squarely upon Shi Shaodai's face, obscuring her countenance entirely. What? Yi Yunfei has divorced Shi Shaodai. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left in stunned silence. Even Yi Tianping was dumbfounded, unable to fathom that Yi Yunfei would take such drastic action. I cannot believe I have been publicly divorced. In that moment, Shi Shaodai was rendered speechless, struggling to comprehend the situation. She had come to initiate a divorce, only to find herself the recipient of one. To initiate a divorce voluntarily and to be divorced against her will are two starkly different scenarios. One can only imagine that once this incident spread, Shi Shaodai would become the laughingstock of the entire Crescent Moon City. From this moment forth, we are severed. I hope you refrain from disturbing me again. Now, leave the Yi family. In Yi Yunfei's eyes lingered a trace of disdain, and his tone was frigidly indifferent. Yi Yunfei, Shi Shaodai shrieked, her face contorted with immense rage and indescribable humiliation. As the daughter of the Shi family, she had always held herself in high esteem, akin to a bright moon surrounded by stars. She had never endured such indignity. Yi Yunfei, you worthless fool! How dare you humiliate me? I will kill you! With her eyes glinting with venomous fury, Shi Shaodai drew a gleaming sword, aiming it at Yi Yunfei's heart, and thrust it forward with fierce intent. As a cultivator at the 6th level of body refinement, her strike was infused with rage, unleashing a wave of fierce sword energy. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. No one anticipated that Shi Shaodai would dare to commit murder in public. Even Yi Tianping was too late to intervene, his eyes widening in horror. Excellent! Kill this worthless fool! Yi Chang, Yi Zhongyan, and Yi Chaoxian, among others, could hardly contain their glee, each secretly wishing for Yi Yunfei's demise. As Shi Shaodai's sword was about to pierce Yi Yunfei's heart. Whoosh! Yi Yunfei's figure flickered, evading the blade with precision. Then, in a swift motion, he extended his right hand, as quick as lightning, and firmly grasped Shi Shaodai's throat. With a gentle lift, it was as if an eagle had caught a chick, raising Shi Shaodai effortlessly into the air. Chapter 3: The Goddess Gulp. Gulp! The long sword in Shi Shaodai's hand fell limply to the ground as she struggled to breathe, feeling as though her last breath was drawing near. As the Celestial Emperor, Yi Yunfei possessed unparalleled martial experience and combat skills. Furthermore, every martial art he practiced surpassed the highest levels found in the Tianxian continent. Defeating Shi Shaodai was an utterly simple task for him. This scene left everyone nearby in utter shock. How could this be possible? Shi Shaodai was at the 6th level of physical refinement, yet stood before Yi Yunfei without any means of defense. Could it be? At that moment, a singular thought raced through the minds of the onlookers. The strength of someone at the 6th level of physical refinement was far beyond that of Yi Chang, who was merely at the 5th level. A person with blocked meridians could never hope to overcome someone at the 6th level of physical refinement unless Yi Yunfei had restored his meridians. Yi Tianping's hands trembled with excitement. Yi Yunfei, release my young lady! The servants from the Shi family who accompanied Shi Shaodai were horrified and rushed forward to rescue her. If anyone dares to step forward, I shall snap her neck, Yi Yunfei said coldly. The servants, terrified, halted in their tracks. Gulp! At last, Shi Shaodai began to fear, her eyes reflecting a plea for mercy. She felt as though she could no longer breathe, teetering on the edge of death. Trembling all over, her face turned pale. Her limbs weak, an overwhelming sense of impending doom gripped her heart. Yi Yunfei, you must release the young lady of the Shi family. Yi Zhaoxian exclaimed in alarm. Enough! If this continues, someone may lose their life. Yi Tianping also urged. If Shi Shaodai were to perish in the Yi household, the Shi family would undoubtedly declare war on the Yi family. Yi Tianping did not wish to see such a consequence. Very well, Yi Yunfei replied, nodding as he carelessly tossed Shi Shaodai to the ground. She lay there helplessly, gasping for air, unable to utter a single word. "Today, I shall spare your miserable life," Yi Yunfei said, bending slightly and fixing Shi Shaodai with a cold, dangerous gaze, enunciating each word clearly. He had no intention of killing her outright, rather. He wanted her to savor the slow agony of losing everything, a torment he had endured in his past life. In that moment, Shi Shaodai felt as though she were facing a tremendously dangerous beast. The Shi family servants quickly rushed forward to lift Shi Shaodai and hurriedly departed from the Yi residence. Shi Shaodai had arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. The hall fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixed on Yi Yunfei. "Fei your cultivation level?" Yi Tianpeng asked with a trembling voice. "Father, I can practice martial arts once more," Yi Yunfei declared, extending his palm as a surge of spiritual energy radiated from it. At the third level of physical refinement. In the hall, the gazes of the onlookers sharpened. Although they had their suspicions, confirmation from Yi Yunfei left them astonished. "Excellent! Ha ha ha! Just wait and see who would dare to label my son as useless now." Yi Tianpeng trembled with excitement. Laughter erupting from him as uncontainable joy filled his heart. "Damn it!" Yi Zhongyan and others wore looks of extreme displeasure. "Humph!" Suddenly, Yi Zhaoxian scoffed. "There are rumors of certain secret techniques on the continent that can restore the meridians of those who have been rendered useless, provided one pays a significant price." Yi Tianpeng. "Clever tactics. I never expected you to procure such a secret method." Yi Zhaoxian believed that Yi Yunfei's restoration was due to Yi Tianpeng's influence. While such techniques were rare, it was conceivable that Yi Tianpeng, as the head of the Yi family, could acquire them through clandestine means. After a cold smile, Yi Zhaoxian added, "However, even if the meridians are restored, they will never be as strong as before." Yi Yunfei was once at the 8th level of physical refinement. And now he is merely at the 3rd level, clearly indicating that his foundation has suffered damage due to this technique. Indeed. Yi Zhongyan, Yi Chang, and others who opposed Yi Yunfei and his father perked up. "Yi Yunfei, even if you can practice martial arts again, what of it? My brother is already at the 8th level of physical refinement, and he is on the brink of breaking through to the 9th level. You, on the other hand, are at the mere 3rd level and have no idea when you might reach the 9th level. In this lifetime, you will never catch up to my brother. He is the best candidate for the heir of the Yi family." Yi Chang sneered loudly. "What? Young Master Yi Lei is already close to breaking through to the 9th level?" The surrounding Yi family members gasped in astonishment at Yi Chang's words. "Ha ha!" Yi Zhongyan could hardly contain his delight. The earlier feelings of frustration and resentment caused by Yi Yunfei's sudden display of strength had vanished entirely. Indeed. Yi Lei is the best candidate for the heir of the Yi family, Yi Zhaoxian nodded in agreement. "Humph. Yi Tianpeng, your son has caused such a ruckus. The Shi family will undoubtedly be furious, and the consequences will be severe. You shall deal with it." With that, Yi Zhaoxian shot Yi Yunfei a glare before sweeping out of the hall. After all, Yi Tianpeng remained the head of the family, and Yi Yunfei was still the heir. For the moment, Yi Zhaoxian could do nothing to them. Shortly thereafter, Yi Zhongyan and Yi Chang departed, followed by the other members of the Yi family. "Father, I need to go to the Round Moon Academy," Yi Yunfei suddenly said to Yi Tianpeng. Based on the memories of his past life, Yi Yunfei understood the urgency of heading to the Round Moon Academy. Otherwise, his only friend there, Zhou Mu, would be left vulnerable to the machinations of Qin Feng, who would likely ruin him because of Yi Yunfei. In this lifetime, Yi Yunfei vowed that such a thing would never happen again. He swore to protect all those he cared about. "Fei you still intend to go to the Round Moon Academy?" Yi Tianpeng was taken aback. Yi Yunfei had been injured today, carried back on a stretcher by those from the Qin family, and the incident had occurred at the Round Moon Academy. "Father, do not worry. I will handle it myself. From now on, no one shall bully your son," Yi Yunfei smiled confidently at his father. Then, he strode out of the Yi residence, heading toward the Round Moon Academy. Fei has changed, Yi Tianpeng gazed at his son's retreating figure, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. "All right, Fei, your father believes in you," he murmured to himself. Just moments ago, Yi Yunfei's display of strength against Yi Chang and his swift subjugation of Shi Xiaodai had inexplicably eased Yi Tianping's concerns. The Round Moon Academy, located in the eastern part of the Round Moon City, served as a foundational martial arts school. It was said that half of the strong practitioners in Round Moon City had emerged from this academy, making it a revered haven for aspiring martial artists. Even the prominent families of Round Moon City often sent their young members to study there. Before long, Yi Yunfei arrived at the Round Moon Academy. "Look! That useless Yi Yunfei has returned," someone remarked. Strangely, wasn't he injured by Qin Feng and carried back on a stretcher? How does he appear so lively and unharmed now? As Yi Yunfei entered the Round Moon Academy, he immediately attracted attention. "Yi Yunfei, are you alright?" Suddenly, a girl with bright eyes and a radiant smile, akin to a lotus emerging from the water, intercepted Yi Yunfei. This girl, named Su Qingluo, is one of the 4 great beauties of the Round Moon Academy, a figure of exquisite charm. She is the goddess in the hearts of all male students within the academy, with countless admirers fervently pursuing her. Chapter 4, To Die for Your Sake, Qingluo? I am fine now. Thank you for your concern. Yi Yunfei gazed at the girl before him, warmth swelling in his heart. Ever since he had become a cripple, unable to cultivate, all the female students at the Crescent Moon Academy had avoided him as if he were a plague. Only Su Qingluo had shown genuine care and often encouraged him to persevere. In his previous life, Yi Yunfei had regarded Su Qingluo as a dear friend. Until the day when Qinan and Shi Xiaodai hunted him down, and Su Qingluo unexpectedly intervened, taking a sword blow meant for him. It was then that Yi Yunfei realized Su Qingluo harbored feelings for him. "Yi Yunfei, here are the classroom notes I recorded over the past few days. Take them home and study hard," Su Qingluo said, handing him a green crystal stone. This stone, known as a recording crystal, could capture sound. "Thank you, Qingluo," Yi Yunfei replied, meeting her beautiful gaze with heartfelt gratitude. "It's nothing. We are all students together, after all. I have something to attend to. So I must leave," Su Qingluo said, her delicate cheeks flushing a vibrant pink under his intense stare. Flustered, she hastily excused herself. "Is this merely a matter of obligation?" Yi Yunfei pondered. Though he remained uncertain as to why she treated him with such kindness, he felt compelled to acknowledge her feelings. "In this lifetime, I vow to ensure your perpetual safety and happiness." As he watched Su Qingluo's graceful figure retreat, her hurried steps stirring something in his heart, he mused. What kind of fortune has this worthless person encountered that Su Qingluo treats him so well? Around them, a crowd of students had gathered. Their expressions a mix of envy and resentment. "Cripple, hand over the recording crystal." Suddenly, a tall student blocked Yi Yunfei's path and shouted. "Looks like a show is about to unfold. Wu Fan is going to bully Yi Yunfei again." The students preparing to leave halted, curiosity gleaming in their eyes. It was common knowledge that Wu Fan was one of Su Qingluo's admirers, yet she had never deigned to acknowledge him. Yi Yunfei lifted his gaze, his calm demeanor emanating a subtle danger as he stared directly at Wu Fan. Today, this worthless person seemed somewhat different, Wu Fan thought, momentarily taken aback. In the past, after Yi Yunfei had become a cripple, Wu Fan had often bullied him. Each time, he had seen only helplessness and anger in Yi Yunfei's eyes. But in the next moment, a dull thud resonated before him, and a powerful shockwave caused Zhoumu's face to quiver slightly. "I apologize for my tardiness." A voice of regret emerged beside Zhoumu. "Fei Gu." Zhoumu shuddered involuntarily and hastily turned his head, only to find a somewhat slender youth standing beside him. A smile upon his face that inexplicably instilled a sense of calm. Chapter 5, Paying the Price. Yi Yunfei, it's you. Qin Feng exclaimed, retreating several steps in disbelief. A murmur rippled through the crowd of onlookers. What happened? When did that good-for-nothing, Yi Yunfei, arrive? Yi Yunfei's actions had been lightning fast, leaving many struggling to comprehend what they had witnessed. They had only caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure before Qin Feng was sent reeling backward. "Indeed, it is I," Yi Yunfei affirmed. Turning to the bloodied and pale Zhoumu, he said, "Rest assured, Zhoumu. As long as I am here, no one shall harm you." A surge of warmth filled Yi Yunfei's heart as he looked at the stalwart youth. Before Yi Yunfei's fall from grace, he had been surrounded by a throng of followers. Zhou Mu among them. But as misfortune befell Yi Yunfei, his sycophants vanished, eager to distance themselves from his ill luck. Only Zhou Mu remained steadfast, loyally by his side. "Brother Fei, you must leave. Allow me to hold them off," Zhou Mu urged, his face etched with anxiety as he attempted to push Yi Yunfei away. However, Yi Yunfei stood firm, unyielding as a mountain, defying Zhou Mu's efforts. "Have faith in me, Zhou Mu," Yi Yunfei reassured him, a radiant smile gracing his lips. Then, with a slow turn, his smile vanished, replaced by a gaze as frigid as a glacial abyss. "Yi Yunfei, weren't you carried away on a stretcher? How have you recovered so quickly?" Qin Feng sneered. "It seems your worthless hide is quite resilient. And to think you dare provoke me at the Crescent Moon Academy. Very well, I shall beat you down once more. This time, I shall cripple you for good." With a menacing grin, Qin Feng advanced toward Yi Yunfei, cracking his knuckles in anticipation. He had been acting under the orders of Qinan, the young master of the Qin family, repeatedly assaulting Yi Yunfei. "Qin Feng, you shall pay the price for your transgressions," Yi Yunfei declared, his voice a chilling whisper from the depths of hell, his eyes fixed on Qin Feng with icy indifference. "Worthless trash, what can you possibly do?" Qin Feng roared, lunging forward, his fist a blur of motion, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. A faint but menacing tiger's roar emanated from his fist. "It's the Qin family's tiger's roar fist." An onlooker gasped in a hushed tone. If that punch landed, Yi Yunfei would be left crippled, if not dead. Without uttering a word, Yi Yunfei's eyes flashed with ruthless resolve. With lightning speed, he reached out and seized Qin Feng's wrist with flawless precision. Crack! A sharp, sickening sound echoed through the air as Yi Yunfei snapped Qin Feng's arm, bending it into a grotesque angle, revealing the stark white bone and a torrent of spraying blood. "Ah!" Qin Feng howled in agony, his face ashen. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans cascading down his face. "What's happening? How can that good-for-nothing, Yi Yunfei, be so strong?" The onlookers were stunned by what they were witnessing. "Attack him! All of you, attack him together!" The Qin family disciples behind Qin Feng, a mix of shock and fury on their faces, exchanged glances and charged toward Yi Yunfei. Screams of agony pierced the air. To the astonishment of the crowd, the Qin family youths were swiftly defeated in a matter of moments, their hands and feet broken, their blood staining the ground in a horrifying spectacle. Silence descended upon the scene. How can this be? It seems that Good-for-Nothing has regained his cultivation. Everyone was submerged in profound shock. "You dare injure us, you wretch!" Qin Feng roared, struggling to his feet, his voice laced with pain and rage. "Injure you? You dared to harm Zhou Mu. I will cripple you," Yi Yunfei retorted, his eyes blazing with ruthless dominance. With that, Yi Yunfei took a step forward and seized Qin Feng's remaining wrist with lightning speed, twisting it with brutal force. Crack! Qin Feng's other arm was snapped. Ah! Qin Feng's screams intensified. Yi Yunfei then raised his right leg, delivering swift kicks to Qin Feng's knees. Crack! Crack! The sickening sounds of bone shattering filled the air as Qin Feng's kneecaps were destroyed. All four of his limbs were now broken. Poof! Finally, Yi Yunfei kicked Qin Feng in the dantian, the center of his cultivation. Poof! Qin Feng's dantian ruptured like a punctured balloon, his energy dissipating into nothingness. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Qin Feng lost consciousness, his body soaked in blood, rendered unrecognizable. Yi Yunfei then proceeded to shatter the dantians of the remaining Qin family disciples, rendering them permanently crippled. The scene was met with stunned silence. Everyone stared at Yi Yunfei in disbelief, a chill running down their spines, their scalps prickling with fear. He was nothing short of a terrifying demon. The thought echoed in many minds. "Zhou Mu, how badly are you injured?" Yi Yunfei asked, turning to Zhou Mu. "Don't worry, Brother Fei. I'm tough. I can withstand a few more blows." "Brother Fei, have you truly regained your cultivation?" Zhou Mu asked, his voice trembling. "Indeed. From now on, at the Crescent Moon Academy, we shall be the ones bullying others," Yi Yunfei replied with a smile. "That's wonderful!" Zhou Mu exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. Jomu, it would be best if you returned home for a while and avoided the academy as much as possible, Yi Yunfei suggested after a moment's thought. He knew the Qin family would seek revenge. All right, Brother Fei. I shall heed your advice, Jomu nodded in agreement. The Yi family. A secluded courtyard. This small courtyard was Yi Yunfei's residence. Young master, you're back. A girl of about 15 or 16, tall and slender with skin as smooth as jade, greeted Yi Yunfei with delight as he entered the courtyard. The girl was named Xiaoye, Yi Yunfei's personal maid. She had entered the Yi family at the age of 6. Dedicated to serving Yi Yunfei. Since Yi Yunfei's martial vein had disappeared, rendering him a cripple incapable of cultivation. Most of the servants in the Yi family had kept their distance from him, some even mocking him behind his back. However, Xiaoye's feelings for Yi Yunfei had remained unchanged. She continued to care for him with the same attentiveness as before. Xiaoye, do not allow anyone to disturb me, Yi Yunfei instructed her before entering his room. Before my rebirth, when I was undergoing the tribulation to become a god, my physical body was unable to withstand the terrifying heavenly tribulation. I was battered and torn by the 9-colored lightning, nearly disintegrating. That was why I was unable to resist when the 3 celestial emperors launched their surprise attack. My physical body was instantly destroyed. Inside his room, Yi Yunfei sat cross-legged, recalling the scene of his tribulation before his rebirth. The root cause was that in my previous life, I only focused on cultivating spiritual energy while neglecting the tempering of my physical body. Not only me, but perhaps all martial artists in the world make this mistake. Having experienced the tribulation to become a god, I finally understand that true. Flawless cultivation should be the dual cultivation of spirit and flesh. Yi Yunfei murmured to himself. In this life, I shall never repeat the same mistake. In this life, I shall cultivate both spirit and flesh. As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with determination. Although I did not prioritize tempering my physical body in my previous life, I did collect many advanced body tempering techniques out of curiosity. Which one should I cultivate? Yi Yunfei searched his memory for the body tempering techniques he had collected in his previous life. The heavenly demon blood fusion body tempering technique. Suddenly, a look of delight appeared on Yi Yunfei's face. Chapter 6, Celestial Spirit Body. This method of body tempering is a treasured technique inherited from the True Demon clan, known for its rapid advancement and formidable power. More importantly, there are no prerequisites for training, even martial artists of lesser realms can cultivate it. Now, I must prepare for the retaliation from the Qin and Shi families. This quick-to-master body tempering technique is perfectly suited for me. Yes, it is decided. To practice the Celestial Demon Blood Fusion body technique, I require the assistance of spiritual herbs and the collection of a significant amount of the essence of living beings' bloodlines. Acquiring the herbs necessitates a considerable amount of spiritual crystals, which is not a challenge. As for the essence of bloodlines, I cannot resort to killing people, thus, I have only one option, the Beast Forest, located not far from Crescent Moon City. The Beast Forest is teeming with magical beasts, and their bloodline essence is most suitable for cultivating the Celestial Demon Blood Fusion body technique. I have already formulated a specific plan in my mind. Simultaneously, my spiritual energy realm is too low, I must hasten to elevate it. In his room, Yi Yunfei commenced practicing the 9 Suns scripture. Crescent Moon City, Shi family. Within a luxurious and spacious hall, a middle-aged man clad in yellow, his face contorted with fury, smashed a low tea table beside him with a single palm, reducing it to a cloud of dust. This tea table, crafted from renowned black iron wood, was far more resilient than fine iron. Yet it was effortlessly shattered by this man. One can only imagine the terrifying might behind his strike. That waste, Yi Yunfei, actually dared to publicly write a letter of divorce, casting aside my daughter. Absolutely unforgivable. The middle-aged man seethed, his face twisted in rage. He was Shi Tianyuan, the head of the Shi family. Father, that Yi Yunfei has humiliated me in public, causing me to lose face. This grudge must be avenged. Shi Shaodai stood in the hall, sobbing uncontrollably, her beauty marred by tears. Upon returning home, she immediately approached Shi Tianyuan to lament her plight. Humph. That waste shall undoubtedly pay for his insolence. However, my target is not merely Yi Yunfei. My ambition is to obliterate the entire Yi family and seize all their assets. The date for this year's Four Families mining competition has been set for 10 days from now. This is an opportunity. I will pursue Chapter 7, Surrender Alone. Yi Yunfei managed to defeat you all to this extent. Could it be that his martial veins have already been restored? Truly, heaven seems blind. If Yi Yunfei has indeed regained his martial veins, it is possible that his former talents may also return. We must not underestimate him too much. Could he once again become your rival? Qin Xiong furrowed his brow and spoke. Father, there is no need for concern. Now that I have awakened the celestial spirit body, a mere Yi Yunfei holds no weight in my eyes. Round Moon City is but a trifling place. My aspirations extend to the entirety of the great Qin Empire. The four major sects of the empire and the imperial city are the true stages where the prodigies gather. Only those geniuses from the four major sects and the imperial city are worthy competitors for me, Qinin. My current consideration is which sect to join. Once I am affiliated with a sect, I will compete with the most formidable talents of the great Qin Empire, showcasing my prowess. Compared to the true prodigies of the great Qin Empire, does Yi Yunfei even warrant my attention? Qinin stood before Qin Xiong, speaking with utmost arrogance. Truly. You are my Qin Xiong's excellent son. It seems I have underestimated the situation. A mere Yi Yunfei is indeed unworthy to be your rival. Qin Xiong laughed heartily. Rest assured, Master. Once the news of young Master Qin awakening the celestial spirit body spreads, the four major sects of the empire will surely send representatives to recruit him. Thus, it is a foregone conclusion that young Master Qin will join one of the four major sections. An elder from the Qin family stepped forward to ingratiate himself. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiong and his son felt even prouder. Everyone, 10 days from now marks the annual Four Clans mining competition. This time, our Qin family must take advantage of awakening the celestial spirit body to rise strongly and claim victory. The mining rights of this year belong to our Qin family. Qin Xiong declared loudly. Good. In the hall, all the members of the Qin family erupted in cheers. Master, Yi Yunfei has incapacitated so many of our Qin family's youths. This matter cannot rest. We must demand an explanation from the Yi family. Otherwise, it will appear as if our Qin family is easy to bully. Qin Fu spoke up, his heart filled with resentment over his son's misfortunes. You need not worry. I will immediately send someone to the Yi family, insisting they provide us with an explanation. Otherwise, they shall bear the wrath of the Qin family. Moreover, once the Four Clans mining competition concludes and we have secured victory, we will unite with the various powerful factions of Round Moon City to deal with the Yi family. I want to see the Yi family exterminated. Qin Xiong nodded, a cold smile gracing his lips. Reporting to the master, the head of the Shi family, accompanied by his daughter Shi Xiaodai, has come to visit. Suddenly, a servant rushed into the hall, announcing loudly. Reporting to the master, the head of the L family has also arrived. Before the words had barely left his lips, another servant rushed in with the news. These two old fellows are quite well informed, having likely received word of awakening the celestial spirit body. Qin Xiong's face glowed with joy. Reporting to the master, the city lord has personally come to visit. At that moment, yet another servant hurried into the hall, speaking urgently. The city lord of Round Moon City has arrived. Every member of the Qin family felt immense surprise, their faces glowing with pride. In Round Moon City, the city lord's strength is unmatched, surpassing even the four great families. However, the city lord typically maintains a distance from the conflicts of the four families. Who would have thought he would personally come to the Qin family this time? Ha ha! Our Qin family is beginning to rise. Come, enter. Let us go greet our guests. Qin Xiong laughed heartily, filled with elation. Indeed. Qin nodded lightly, subtly displaying an air of indifference amidst the praise. Soon, an astonishing piece of news rapidly spread throughout Round Moon City. The eldest son of the Qin family, Qinin, had awakened the celestial spirit body. Instantly, the entire Round Moon City was set ablaze with excitement. The legendary celestial spirit body has emerged in our Round Moon City. The Qin family has produced a dragon. Qinan's future is limitless, and the Qin family of Round Moon City is poised to rise completely. Every corner of Round Moon City buzzed with fervent discussions about Qinan. The Yi family is in peril. While many marveled at the rise of Qinan and the Qin family, others recalled the long-standing feud between the Qin and Yi families. It is well known that Qin Xiong, the head of the Qin family, is a bitter rival of Yi Tianpeng, the head of the Yi family. Furthermore, the incident in which Yi Yunfei incapacitated several youths from the Qin family at the Round Moon Academy had also spread throughout the city. If the Qin family rises aggressively, the Yi family will undoubtedly face retaliation, leading to a pitiful outcome. Yi family. Within Yi Yunfei's modest courtyard. Inside the room, he sat in quiet meditation. At this moment, Qinan must have awakened the celestial spirit body. Suddenly, Yi Yunfei opened his eyes and gazed in the direction of the Qin family. A cold smile appearing on his face. From his memories of the past life, Yi Yunfei knew that at this moment, Qinan had indeed awakened the celestial spirit body, causing a sensation throughout the great Qin Empire, becoming a highly sought-after young genius. It was precisely for this reason that the Shi family, the L family, and even the city lord of Round Moon City would fully support the Qin family in suppressing the Yi family. The celestial spirit body is indeed rare within the confines of the great Qin Empire, but what does it amount to on the vast continent of Yanhuang? A look of disdain crossed Yi Yunfei's face. In his previous life, as the Heavenly Emperor, he had reached the pinnacle of the world. His vision and experience were, of course, incomparable to those of the people within the great Qin Empire. The celestial spirit body is merely one of the less distinguished types among the various special spirit bodies in the world. Yi Yunfei had even encountered the legendary semi-divine body. Moreover, the chaos divine vein he possessed was more than sufficient to surpass the celestial spirit body by a considerable margin. At the same time, in the Yi family's conference hall, the 7 elders of the Yi family, the head of the family Yi Tianpeng, along with a group of high-ranking family members, were all present. Each wore a grave expression. Everyone, as you are aware, the current situation is dire. Qinan has awakened the celestial spirit body, and various factions in Round Moon City, including the city lord's office, have begun to curry favor with the Qin family. It is said that even the imperial family and the 4 major sects have received news and begun to pay attention to Qinan. Qinan has already risen strongly, and the power of the Qin family will undoubtedly increase as well, the eldest elder of the Yi family stated slowly. Just now, the head of the Qin family sent someone to our Yi family, demanding that we provide an explanation to the Qin family. Otherwise, we must prepare to endure their wrath. If the Qin family decides to act against us, it is likely that most factions in Round Moon City will side with the Qin family. Thus, we must discuss how to respond. The eldest elder continued. Humph. What is there to discuss? The trouble was caused by Yi Yunfei himself. The consequences should naturally fall upon him alone, with no relation to us Yi family members. In my view, we should directly hand over Yi Yunfei to the Qin family for their disposal. Simultaneously, we should prepare a generous gift to congratulate the Qin family. This should help to placate their anger. Yi Zhongnian suggested. I support handing over Yi Yunfei to the Qin family. Yi Chaoxian immediately echoed his sentiment. I too approve. Approval. Immediately, a large number of family members aligned with Yi Zhongnian voiced their agreement. Chapter 8, Collusion. What do you mean by this? Handing Feier over to the Qin family is tantamount to sending him to his death. I refuse to agree. Who dares to hand my son over? Yi Tianpeng exclaimed angrily. Yi Tianpeng, are you so selfish that you would watch our Yi family march towards destruction? Yi Zhongnian retorted. At that moment, a voice drifted into the room. Old dog Yi Zhongnian, rest assured, a mere Qin family cannot extinguish our Yi family. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Yunfei had entered. In the hall, all eyes turned towards Yi Yunfei. Is it truly necessary to be so frightened by a mere heavenly spirit body? Yi Yunfei scoffed. Such ignorance. Yi Yunfei? Do you not realize that a heavenly spirit body is considered a top-tier talent not only in our Full Moon City but throughout the entire Great Qin Empire? It is even rare across the eastern region. Qinan's awakening of the heavenly spirit body has already attracted the attention of the imperial family and the 4 major sections. It is a certainty that Qin will join either the imperial family or one of the 4 sections. At that point, with just a flick of his finger, he can annihilate our Yi family, Yi Chaoxian admonished. Upon hearing Yi Chaoxian's words, all the Yi family members nodded in agreement. Even Yi Tianping had no rebuttal. If Qin were to join the imperial family or one of the 4 sects, it would indeed be effortless for him to destroy the Yi family. You old dog. Truly a frog at the bottom of a well. Just a heavenly spirit body, and you speak of it as if it were divine. In 10 days, during the competition for the mineral mine, I shall personally defeat Qin, bringing him crashing down from his pedestal. Then you will understand that the so-called heavenly spirit body is nothing before me, Yi Yunfei stated, hands clasped behind his back, his tone steady. The moment Yi Yunfei's words fell, everyone in the hall was left utterly dumbfounded, exchanging incredulous glances. Arrogance! Such sheer arrogance! They exclaimed in unison. Go on, Yi Yunfei. You, a mere 3rd-level body refinement practitioner, dare to dream of defeating a heavenly spirit body in 10 days? Let us see if you can survive against my brother in the clan competition 3 days from now. At this moment, Yi Chang suddenly interjected. Whoosh! Yi Yunfei's figure flickered. Astonishingly swift, as he rushed to Yi Chang's side, hand raised. Yi Chang barely had time to react. Slap! 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 A series of resounding slaps echoed through the hall. Then, Yi Yunfei swiftly retreated, standing once more beside Yi Tianping. Yi Chang, have you not learned your lesson from last time? To publicly insult the heir merits a slap. Do you truly believe our Yi family's rules are mere decorations? Yi Yunfei remarked, flicking dust from his clothing nonchalantly. The sudden turn of events was too swift for anyone to intervene. Yi Chang's cheeks were already swollen like a pig's. You little rascal! Yi Zhongnian bellowed, eyes aflame with fury. Old dog Yi Zhongnian, all your machinations are merely aimed at vying for the position of family head, aren't they? Furthermore, you colluded with the Qin families a year ago to conspire against my father. Over the past year, you have secretly collaborated with the Qin families, sabotaging many of our Yi family's enterprises and businesses. Your goal, of course, is to plunge the Yi family into chaos, so that everyone believes my father is unfit to be the family head. Did you think no one would notice? Yi Yunfei spoke with a chilling gaze, each word deliberate. In his previous life, Yi Zhongnian had conspired with the Qin families against Yi Tianping. Eventually, the Yi family was destroyed, and Yi Zhongnian and his sons were slain by the Qin family's experts, a classic case of inviting a wolf into the fold. What? Yi Yunfei's words detonated like a bombshell, causing all present to buzz with disbelief. A year ago, Yi Zhongnian had already secretly allied with the Qin families? And had sabotaged many of the Yi family's businesses? Everyone was utterly shocked, even Yi Tianping appeared momentarily dazed, struggling to accept Yi Yunfei's assertions. Yi Yunfei, you slanderous wretch! Yi Zhongnian's face flushed crimson as he roared in anger. His gaze locked onto Yi Yunfei, filled with murderous intent. However, if one looked closely, they would notice his hands trembling slightly. How could this be? Impossible. How does this waste know all this? In truth, a storm of turmoil brewed within him. Yi Tianping. I pride myself on being devoted to the family. Your son has so defiled me, I must seek justice. Yi Zhongnian glared at Yi Yunfei, his murderous intent palpable. Ha ha! Devoted to the family? Yi Zhongnian, that is a grand joke coming from your lips. If you wish to conceal your deeds, you must first refrain from committing them. The steward you appointed half a year ago, Xiao Wanzu, is he surnamed Xiao or Qin? I believe you know better than anyone. Yi Yunfei sneered. Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic flashed in Yi Zhongnian's eyes. Impossible. How could this be? How does this waste know? His heart was a tempest of shock. At this moment, Yi Tianping observed Yi Zhongnian closely, keenly detecting a hint of alarm in his gaze, causing a chill to run through him. Could it be? Yi Tianping's eyes sharpened, akin to two blades honing in on Yi Zhongnian. Even Yi Chaoxian regarded Yi Zhongnian with a mix of suspicion. Yi Yunfei? You have so defamed me, I will ensure that the elders seek justice for me. Yi Tianping, Yi Yunfei, I hope you both can provide a satisfactory explanation. Furthermore, the troubles caused by Yi Yunfei should not be borne by our entire Yi family. Yi Yunfei, I will certainly expel you from the Yi family." With that, Yi Zhongyan, unable to linger any longer, strode out of the hall, unsure of what else Yi Yunfei might know about him. Once Yi Zhongyan departed, the others followed suit, leaving only Yi Yunfei and his father in the hall. "Fair, did you truly mean that Yi Zhongyan colluded with the Qin and Shi families?" Yi Tianpeng inquired. "It is indeed true," Yi Yunfei affirmed with a nod. "Good. I shall thoroughly investigate this matter," Yi Tianpeng replied, determination in his voice. "Fair. About the clan competition in 3 days." Yi Tianpeng appeared somewhat anxious. "Father, rest assured, I will not let you down in the clan competition," Yi Yunfei reassured him, brimming with confidence. "Fair, do not feel too much pressure. If it comes to worst, we can leave the Yi family together. The world is vast. There will always be a place for us," Yi Tianpeng declared. "Can you not have a bit of faith in your own son?" Yi Yunfei scoffed. Chapter 9, The Turmoil at Lingjin Workshop. "All right. Fair, I have faith in you. As the son of Yi Tianpeng, I shall not be inferior to others." Yi Tianpeng nodded affirmatively. "By the way, father, your cultivation has been stagnated at the Mid-Earth realm for nearly 7 years, hasn't it?" Yi Yunfei suddenly inquired. "Indeed," Yi Tianpeng replied, slightly taken aback. "If you had a third-grade Xian Yuan Dan to assist you, you should be able to break through to the late Earth realm in one go," Yi Yunfei stated confidently. "That is true. However, purchasing a third-grade Xian Yuan Dan requires at least 10,000 spirit crystal stones. Moreover, only the alchemists in the imperial capital possess the ability to concoct such a potion. Thus, it is often a case of supply being scarce despite demand. Even with money, acquiring one proves to be quite challenging." "Enough, Fair. You need not worry about my cultivation, I am well aware of my own limits," Yi Tianpeng said with a wry smile before departing. For he was the head of the clan and had pressing clan matters to attend to. "Oh? A mere third-grade Xin Yuan Dan, of such lowly value, is actually worth 10,000 spirit crystal stones? It appears that spiritual elixirs hold significant value in the Great Qin Empire," Yi Yunfei mused, somewhat surprised. It is worth noting that in his previous life, Yi Yunfei was not only a celestial emperor but also revered as the Danzun. He had concocted numerous imperial elixirs. Within the primordial realm, countless powerful beings had once queued up, humbly beseeching Yi Yunfei for his alchemical assistance. For Yi Yunfei, a third-grade elixir was utterly trivial. Yi Yunfei entered his chamber, tinkering for a moment before leaving the Yi residence. To the west of Round Moon City lies a renowned street lined with spiritual herbs. He made his way directly to the Lingjin Workshop, the largest and most formidable establishment on this street. Lingjin Workshop is the most prominent herbal store in Round Moon City, reputed throughout the Great Qin Empire. The branch in Round Moon City is merely one of its many outlets. Upon entering Lingjin Workshop, he found himself in a spacious hall filled with the fragrant aroma of herbs and elixirs. Numerous patrons were bustling about, engaged in lively transactions. In the hall, near the back door, there stood a counter where a middle-aged man clad in a yellow robe sat, displaying an air of arrogance as he perused a small booklet, seemingly indifferent to the throngs of visitors. "Ah, this must be the alchemist of Lingjin Workshop," Yi Yunfei thought as he approached the alchemist directly. It was not unusual for a powerful herbal shop to have an alchemist stationed at its helm. "Esteemed customer, how may I assist you?" A shop attendant rushed forward, obstructing Yi Yunfei's path. "Step aside," Yi Yunfei replied coolly, his figure shifting like a wisp, effortlessly bypassing the attendant and arriving at the alchemist's counter. "Stop. What do you intend to do? Do not disturb Alchemist Liu," the attendant exclaimed in alarm, hastily pursuing him to block his way. The alchemist, a figure of significant stature within Lingjin Workshop, was merely putting on a facade by sitting in the hall. Typical customers lacked the qualification to engage an alchemist. "What do you want?" The alchemist set down his booklet, scrutinizing Yi Yunfei with a piercing gaze. "Alchemist Liu, I cannot stop this brat," the attendant huffed, catching up and speaking in exasperation. "I wish to sell a recipe. Please offer a price, Yi Yunfei stated plainly, placing a recipe on the counter. With limited spirit crystal stones on him, Yi Yunfei resorted to the idea of selling a recipe. As a revered Dan Zun, the number of recipes stored in his mind far exceeded thousands, each one of immense value. Oh? The alchemist raised an eyebrow, intrigued, as he picked up the recipe to examine it. Nonsense! You little brat, do you think you can simply list a few herbs together and call it a recipe? Do you believe you can deceive us at Lingjin Workshop with such a nonsensical concoction? The alchemist's fury escalated as he slammed the recipe down on the table, scolding harshly. Surely you jest, as an esteemed alchemist, you cannot even comprehend this recipe? How ludicrous! Very well. Yi Yunfei was taken aback. This was among the most basic recipes he possessed. Disappointed, he shook his head and turned to leave. Stop. What do you mean by that? Speak clearly before you leave. The alchemist's expression shifted dramatically as he leapt to his feet. Feeling disheartened, Yi Yunfei chose to ignore him and continued toward the exit of the hall. Isn't that Yi Yunfei from the Yi family? Someone in the vicinity recognized him and called out. So you are Yi Yunfei? Quite the audacity to come to Lingjin Workshop and stir up trouble. Seize him. Send someone to the Yi family to have the head of the family personally come and retrieve him. If the Yi family does not provide a satisfactory explanation, they shall never procure another herb or elixir from us at Lingjin Workshop. Alchemist Lu commanded coldly. The Yi family was doomed. Yi Yunfei had antagonized Lingjin Workshop to the core. It was said that Lingjin Workshop held considerable influence, leading the herbal industry throughout the Great Qin Empire. Once a decree was issued, no herbal shop would dare to sell herbs or elixirs to the Yi family henceforth. The onlookers were already gathered in droves, murmuring with malicious glee. A team responsible for maintaining order within Lingjin Workshop sprang into action upon hearing Alchemist Lu's orders, swiftly surrounding Yi Yunfei to take action against him. At that moment, a voice rang out, "What is happening here?" It was a melodious voice, as sweet as a lark's song. The hall fell into an immediate silence as a young woman appeared. She was strikingly beautiful, appearing to be in her late teens, adorned in pink garments, tall and graceful, exuding an ethereal aura reminiscent of a celestial maiden, truly breathtaking. Master! Alchemist Lu's expression changed dramatically as he immediately bowed in respect. Master? Could it be that this enchanting maiden is the head of Lingjin Workshop? The crowd was astonished, all eyes fixated on the beautiful woman in shock. Typically, the head of a herbal workshop did not make public appearances. In most people's minds, a herbal shopmaster would at least be a shrewd and capable middle-aged individual. Yet none anticipated the head to be a stunning beauty in her late teens. Even Yi Yunfei was somewhat taken aback. Alchemist Lu, what has transpired? The master inquired. Alchemist Lu hurriedly advanced and recounted the events, embellishing the tale to portray Yi Yunfei as a malicious con artist intent on deception. Enough, let him go. Lingjin Workshop has not suffered any loss, there is no need to pursue this matter further. The master waved her hand dismissively. Useless fool. Our esteemed master will spare you this time. But should you err again, fortune shall not favor you so readily. Now, be gone. Master Lu Dan scolded Yi Yunfei. On the first day of each month at noon, a swelling in the sea of energy would cause excruciating pain. On the full moon, an icy chill would grip the center of the chest, followed by an all-encompassing numbness and weakness in the limbs, lasting no less than an hour. Yi Yunfei gazed at the young and beautiful master and suddenly uttered a couple of perplexing statements. Yet, it was these very statements, shrouded in mystery, that left the master utterly astounded, her eyes widening in disbelief as she fixed her gaze upon Yi Yunfei. Her exquisitely beautiful visage was marred by an expression of profound shock. For what Yi Yunfei had articulated was precisely her own physical afflictions, word for word. Who are you? How did you come to know this? The master was completely taken aback, her eyes reflecting a mixture of astonishment and incredulity as she stared blankly at Yi Yunfei. Chapter 10, I can save you. Who I am is of no consequence, how I came to know is equally unimportant. What truly matters is that your condition has begun to deteriorate significantly. It is no longer merely the new and full moons each month, but now, every day at the hour of the rat and the hour of the noon, signs of your affliction are manifesting. I can assure you that if this continues, not only will you lose your cultivation, but your life will also be in jeopardy. However, I possess the means to rescue you. Furthermore, I can facilitate your effortless breakthrough to the late Earth realm. Yi Yunfei suddenly stepped forward, swift as a specter, leaning closer to the master of the establishment, whispering these words into her ear. The proximity enveloped him in an alluring fragrance that tantalizingly filled his nostrils. The master's exquisitely delicate ear, resembling polished jade, stirred within him an impulse to bite. His voice was so soft that only the master could hear. How audacious! To dare tease the master! Someone apprehend Yi Yunfei at once. Lu Dancher, witnessing Yi Yunfei's boldness, was struck with alarm. He was acutely aware of the master's high standing within Lingjin Fong. Should anything untoward happen to her, it was likely that every employee of the Lingjin Fong branch in Yuanyu City, including himself, would meet a dire fate. Instantly, all the guards of Lingjin Fong in the hall surged forward, brimming with rage, preparing to take action. Halt! The master suddenly cried out, her voice sharp and commanding. Can you truly save me? It was evident that she had begun to believe Yi Yunfei's words. How could she not? Her condition had manifested 2 years prior. And throughout this time, she had sought out renowned physicians, yet to no avail. Her plight had only worsened. In despair, she had retreated to this relatively remote city. To her astonishment, a stranger, a youth she had never met, had unraveled her predicament so precisely. Each word Yi Yunfei uttered resonated with uncanny accuracy. Even her parents had not grasped her condition with such clarity. Indeed, it is true. Yet, one must ponder why I would extend such kindness and intervene. Yi Yunfei retreated a step, his hands clasped behind him, his tone betraying a hint of indifference. The master regarded him with a gaze laden with complexity. And after a moment, declared, Very well. I believe you. State your terms, and I shall heed them. Taking a deep breath, her chest heaving with determination, she made her decision. You must not be deceived by Yi Yunfei. Lu Dancher exclaimed, his face paling, urgently attempting to dissuade her. He feared the master had fallen prey to Yi Yunfei's deceitful words. Silence. I am well aware. The master admonished Lu Dancher. Though he was brimming with words of protest, he dared not speak further. He was acutely aware of his lower status in the presence of the master. He was merely a servant. However, I hope you comprehend the consequences of deceiving me, which even the Yi family of Yuanyu City cannot bear. The master's piercing gaze fixed on Yi Yunfei, each word deliberate and weighty. You will undoubtedly be grateful for the prudent decision you are making today. My condition is this: I shall provide a formula for a medicinal pill, and we shall collaborate with Lingjin Fong, splitting the profits equally. Initially, Yi Yunfei had intended merely to sell a formula to the establishment, but given the shift in circumstances, he seized the opportunity to maximize the benefits. Very well, I agree. The master nodded in acquiescence. Her foremost concern was her ailment, as long as there was hope for healing. The nature of her collaboration with Yi Yunfei was of little consequence. Master, you mustn't. Lu Dancher's complexion shifted dramatically, unable to contain his protest once more. A mere scion of a small family in a remote city wishes to collaborate with Lingjin Fong? This is sheer folly. Unbelievably, the master had acquiesced. Lu Qing, be silent. The master glared, her voice sharp. All right, young Master Yi, please follow me to the VIP room for our discussion. She gestured invitingly, her tone considerably softened. Impossible. Have I misheard? The hall's occupants stood in stunned disbelief. The master of Lingjin Fong had agreed to collaborate with Yi Yunfei. You wretched imp! No matter what lies you spun to deceive the young lady, I shall expose you, and your fate will be most dire. Lu Dancher glared at Yi Yunfei. His teeth clenched. Though he had not heard the hushed conversation between Yi Yunfei and the master, he assumed that Yi Yunfei had concocted some deceitful tale to win her trust. Wait a moment. Did you not just assert that I should be captured and presented to the head of the Yi family for a satisfactory explanation? Yi Yunfei's piercing gaze suddenly bore down on Lu Dancher. Indeed, that was my assertion. What do you intend to do? Lu Dancher's expression shifted slightly. Immediately expel this old hound from Yuanyu City. I wish to see him no more. Otherwise, our collaboration is nullified. Yi Yunfei's tone conveyed an unmistakable air of dominance. Yi Yunfei! How dare you insult me? Do not presume that the master's belief in your lies grants you free rein. Lu Dancher bellowed in anger. Young master! You are being excessive, the master interjected, her brow furrowing. Then let us terminate our collaboration, Yi Yunfei declared, turning to leave. Wait! A flicker of hesitation crossed the master's exquisite face before she called out. Master, you cannot possibly trust his words. Lu Dancher trembled, his body quaking with fury. Pack your belongings and depart Yuanyu City at once. I require only Huan Lao, the master said after a moment's contemplation. Master! Lu Dancher stepped back, his eyes reddening with indignation and resentment. He had painstakingly secured the opportunity to follow the enchanting master to Yuanyu City, to serve as a resident alchemist. This captivating master held a position of great esteem within Lingjin Fong. And there was even a chance she could ascend to lead the entire Lingjin Fong throughout the Great Qin Empire. To become her trusted subordinate was a golden opportunity many alchemists in Lingjin Fong could only dream of. Yet now, he was to be cast out from Yuanyu City. It was likely that after this incident, the master would no longer allow him to remain by her side. This was akin to extinguishing his aspirations for advancement within Lingjin Fong. Must I repeat myself? The master cast a dispassionate glance at Lu Dancher. He trembled, his gaze towards Yi Yunfei brimming with malice, resentment, and humiliation. Ultimately, he slumped in defeat and began to gather his belongings, preparing to leave Lingjin Fong. He understood the master's temperament. Once she had spoken, there was no room for negotiation. Now, master, we may discuss the terms of our collaboration, Yi Yunfei nodded, expressing his satisfaction. Very well, young Master Yi, please, the master gestured graciously. She then led Yi Yunfei through the back door of the hall into a room adorned with exquisite elegance. A young attendant entered, serving tea and water. Young Master Yi. My name is Xiao Chuchu, you may call me by my name. The innkeeper invited Yi Yunfei to take a seat and spoke. Her voice reminiscent of the melodious song of a golden oriole, enchanting and delightful, as a unique fragrance, characteristic of youth, pervaded the room. Chapter 11, The Little 6E Dan. I shall still address you as Miss Xiao. Regarding our collaboration, Miss Xiao, please examine the Dan prescription first. Yi Yunfei placed the prescription on the table. Quickly summon Elder Huang, he instructed. Yes, the waiter promptly complied. Moments later, an elderly man with graying hair and a radiant complexion entered. Elder Huang, there is a Dan prescription here that I would like you to appraise, Xiao Chuchu said, showing great respect for the elder. Certainly. Elder Huang picked up the prescription and began to scrutinize it intently. As he perused the document, his expression soon shifted to one of excitement, his eyes sparkling with an intense light, and his hands trembling with fervor. Marvelous, simply marvelous! Elder Huang exclaimed, repeatedly examining the prescription while contemplating its pharmacological properties, overwhelmed with emotion. Oh! Xiao Chuchu noticed his reaction and her demeanor grew serious, finally beginning to take notice. Yi Yunfei merely smiled slightly. It is vital to understand that as a revered Dan master, Yi Yunfei possesses an array of prescriptions, each one astonishing and akin to a rare treasure. One could say, without exaggeration, that even the least valuable prescription he possesses would far surpass all the esteemed collections of Lingzhenfang. Elder Huang, what do you think? Xiao Chuchu inquired. Master, this prescription represents the most exquisite and extraordinary pharmacological combination I have ever encountered in my lifetime. Throughout my years of study, the various spirit herbs contained within this prescription, their roles and interactions, are things I had never dared to imagine, yet they are executed with such brilliance that they are beyond description. Just by examining this prescription, my understanding of pharmacology has significantly advanced. Moreover, this spirit Dan can purify the spiritual energy within a martial artist, solidifying their foundation. Such a Dan with these effects is exceedingly rare in the market. Master, this prescription is a treasure of unparalleled worth. No matter the cost, we must acquire it, Elder Huang declared. So remarkable. Xiao Chuchu finally recognized the value of the prescription. Her initial intent in collaborating with Yi Yunfei was to address her own health issues. As for the prospect of developing a Dan prescription together, she held it in little regard, deeming it improbable that a young master from a minor family could possess anything of considerable value. Yet, she had not anticipated such a high worth in the prescription he provided, which came as a pleasant surprise. She harbored no doubts about Elder Huang's judgment. Elder Huang, a master of pharmacology and a skilled Dan alchemist, was an esteemed figure within Lingzhenfang. Thus, she had specifically summoned him from headquarters to assist her. The little 6E Dan not only purifies the martial artist's internal energy but also eradicates all traces of Dan poison. Regardless of how much Dan poison has accumulated within the body, consuming the little 6E Dan will eliminate it entirely and thoroughly. Yi Yunfei added. Gasp! Elder Huang was astounded. It is well known that every martial artist relies on Dan medicines during their cultivation. In the alchemy community, there exists a widely accepted notion that no matter how skilled the alchemist, the spiritual Dan they produce inevitably carries a degree of Dan poison. If martial artists frequently consume spiritual Dan, they will, to some extent, accumulate this poison within their bodies. Clearing the accumulated Dan poison is a difficult endeavor. However, this little 6E Dan possesses the miraculous ability to completely eliminate Dan poison. Master, this little 6E Dan is truly extraordinary. It is bound to be a bestseller. I have a strong premonition that the little 6E Dan will significantly boost our overall sales at Lingzhenfang this year. Elder Huang exclaimed with excitement. Elder Huang. Are you certain? At this moment, Xiao Chuchu too began to feel exhilarated, her cherry-red lips slightly parted. Master, I am certain, Elder Huang affirmed with a nod. Lingzhenfang spans the entire Deqin Empire, and its annual sales figures are substantial. Achieving significant growth from this base is indeed a challenge. Yet, Elder Huang's tone conveyed such certainty. What an unexpected delight! The surprises this young man has brought her are immense. Xiao Chuchu's beautiful eyes could not help but scrutinize Yi Yunfei, who now appeared more enigmatic in her gaze. Elder Huang. Young Master Yi wishes to collaborate with us to develop this Dan prescription, splitting the profits 50-50. What are your thoughts? Xiao Chuchu asked Elder Huang. This transaction should yield significant profits for Lingzhenfang. Elder Huang responded. Excellent. In that case, young Master Yi, I have no objections. It is a deal. You may come to Lingzhenfang monthly to collect your share of the sales profits. Alternatively, should you prefer, I can arrange for someone to deliver the funds to a location of your choosing each month. Xiao Chuchu decisively stated. Miss Xiao, you are quite straightforward. In that case, please have someone deliver my monthly share of the sales to the Yi residence and hand it directly to my father. However, I would like to request an advance payment. How does that sound? Yi Yunfei proposed. No problem at all. Xiao Chuchu readily agreed. I will advance you 10,000 spirit crystals. What do you think? Thank you. Miss Xiao. Yi Yunfei nodded appreciatively. At that moment, he possessed only a meager handful of spirit crystals, thus, 10,000 spirit crystals represented a significant sum. Following Xiao Chuchu's signal, Elder Huang stepped out for a moment and returned with a ring, which he handed to Yi Yunfei. A spatial ring. Yi Yunfei's eyes brightened. This spatial ring is a personal gift from me to you. It contains 10,000 spirit crystals and a supreme spirit token from Lingzhenfang. With this token, you may purchase any spirit Dan or medicine at our branches and enjoy the best possible treatment. Xiao Chuchu explained. Miss Xiao is very considerate. Yi Yunfei accepted the spatial ring, instantly feeling a surge of goodwill towards Xiao Chuchu. Miss Xiao, I shall take my leave for now, as I need to procure some spirit herbs. Yi Yunfei stated. Wait. Young Master Yi, have you forgotten something? Just as Yi Yunfei was about to leave the VIP room, Xiao Chuchu called him back. 3 Yinling fruits, 1 Tianhe grass, 1 Sanyashan mu, and 10 Digen grass. Have them sent to the Yi residence for me. I will treat you in 10 days. Yi Yunfei knew precisely what Xiao Chuchu referred to, leaving behind a remark before striding out. Tianhe grass, Sanyashan mu. Such rare and obscure spirit herbs, young Master Yi is indeed knowledgeable. Remarkable. This young Master Yi is extraordinary. Elder Huang was astonished by Yi Yunfei's words, unable to contain his admiration. With no outsiders present, Elder Huang's address shifted from Miss Xiao to young lady. Indeed, he seemed to embody an air of mystery. Is he truly just a young master from a minor family? I have my doubts. Xiao Chuchu gazed in the direction Yi Yunfei had departed, momentarily lost in thought. Simultaneously, a flicker of hope began to take root within her heart. May this young master Yi truly be able to heal me. After leaving the VIP room, Yi Yunfei made his way to the main hall, where he procured a substantial quantity of spirit herbs and even purchased a Dan furnace. In the end, he not only spent all 10,000 spirit crystals but also incurred additional debt. Yi Yunfei possessed a supreme spiritual token, which allowed him to accrue a certain sum of credit within the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Upon departing from the pavilion, Yi Yunfei returned directly to the Yi Manor, hastening towards his secluded courtyard and promptly retreating into his chamber. He harbored the hope of igniting the alchemical flames. From within his spatial ring, Yi Yunfei retrieved an alchemical cauldron along with a substantial array of spiritual herbs, meticulously arranging them before taking a deep breath and murmuring to himself. Chapter 12, Alchemy. To embark on the path of alchemy, one must first ignite the Dan fire, a prerequisite for becoming an alchemist. In his previous life, Yi Yunfei was renowned as one of the most esteemed alchemists in the Hongmeng realm, earning the title of Dan Zun. The imperial pills he concocted once incited a frenzy among martial cultivators, resulting in a tumultuous bloodbath with countless casualties. Yet now, Yi Yunfei found himself at the third level of body refinement, and the prospect of igniting the Dan fire seemed daunting. The three-life profound fire technique. Yi Yunfei swiftly recalled the various techniques he had amassed for igniting and nurturing the Dan fire, ultimately deciding to cultivate the three-life profound fire technique. He immediately settled into a meditative position, harmonizing his energy and allowing it to sink into his Dan Tian, gradually guiding the primordial force within his body to flow along a specific meridian pathway. Gather the essence of all beings, merge it with my spirit, ignite my Dan fire. As Yi Yunfei recited the incantation, he directed the primordial energy within him. Simultaneously, the surrounding spiritual aura appeared to be drawn towards him, quickly converging into his body. Half an hour later. Ignite! Yi Yunfei suddenly extended his middle finger and uttered a soft command. In an instant, a translucent, pale red flame flickered to life at the tip of his finger, dancing gracefully like a delicate crimson flower. The three-life profound fire technique truly lived up to its reputation as the pinnacle of ignition techniques, not disappointing him. However, such a feeble flame could only barely suffice for concocting some low-tier spiritual pills. Yi Yunfei shook his head, sighing. If other alchemists were to witness someone igniting the Dan fire in merely half an hour, they would undoubtedly be left in shock. The rarity and preciousness of alchemists in the world stem from the arduous challenge of igniting the Dan fire. It is an endeavor fraught with difficulty that demands innate talent. Countless aspiring alchemists toil in their training, only to find themselves unable to ignite the Dan fire due to insufficient aptitude, forever barred from becoming alchemists. Take the Great Qin Empire as an example. Even if the population does not exceed 100 billion, it still boasts tens of billions. Yet, the number of alchemists remains under 1,000. This exemplifies the daunting challenge of igniting the Dan fire. Once the Dan fire was ignited, Yi Yunfei pointed his middle finger at the alchemical cauldron before him and flicked it gently. Ignite! With a soft command, the pale red flame surged into the cauldron. Boom! A roaring fire erupted within the cauldron. Who would have thought that a mere third-tier Xian Yuan Dan, a lowly spiritual pill, would require the esteemed Dan Zun to personally refine it? Yi Yunfei couldn't help but smile wryly. Yet, with his current cultivation level, it seemed he could only concoct such lowly pills. He sighed. It is worth noting that Yi Yunfei was known as Dan Zun in the Hongmeng realm. In his eyes, a mere third-tier spiritual pill was indeed the lowest of the low. Well then, let us begin. Yi Yunfei muttered to himself, deftly tossing a spiritual herb into the cauldron, which was now ablaze with fire. He skillfully added herbs in a precise order, maintaining perfect control over the flames within the cauldron. After adding the herbs, the subsequent steps involved liquefaction, condensation, and pill formation. Yi Yunfei's movements were remarkably fluid, akin to flowing water. exuding an effortless grace that resembled an art form. After all, in his past life, he had refined many imperial pills, making the concoction of low-tier spiritual pills a trivial task for him. The aroma of the pills intensified within the room. 2 hours later. Pill formation. Yi Yunfei exclaimed softly as he struck the cauldron with his palm. Whoosh! 3 spiritual pills shot forth from the cauldron, landing in Yi Yunfei's palm. These 3 Xian Yuan Dan are of acceptable quality, all of high grade, though they fall short of perfection, Yi Yunfei assessed, speaking to himself. The quality of spiritual pills is categorized into 4 tiers: inferior, medium, superior, and perfect. Yi Yunfei placed one of the Xian Yuan Dan into a small vial and exited the room, instructing Xiaoyu to deliver it to his father immediately. With this Xian Yuan Dan, he believed his father could swiftly break through to the late stage of the Earth realm. Yi Yunfei had unwavering confidence in the pills he refined. However, it took him 2 hours to produce 3 Xian Yuan Dan, revealing the frailty of his current body. It seemed imperative to hasten his efforts to elevate his spiritual power. Yi Yunfei mused. A second-tier true spirit pill would be most suitable for me at this moment. Higher-tier pills would be unmanageable. Returning to the room, Yi Yunfei sat before the cauldron once more, murmuring to himself. He began the process of refining again, this time aiming to produce second-tier true spirit pills. After another 2 hours. Pill formation. Yi Yunfei struck the cauldron with his palm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Pills continued to emerge from the cauldron, landing before Yi Yunfei. This batch of second-tier true spirit pills yielded a total of 10, and Yi Yunfei felt satisfied. All were of superior quality. Yi Yunfei picked up one of the true spirit pills, scrutinizing it. The quantity of spiritual herbs remained ample. He decided to refine 2 more batches. He glanced at the pile of herbs beside him. In Lingzhen Fong, he had procured spiritual herbs worth over 10,000 spirit crystal stones, so he had no shortage. Thus, Yi Yunfei proceeded to refine 2 more batches of true spirit pills, each yielding 10 pills. In total, he had produced 30 true spirit pills. My internal spiritual energy is nearly depleted. Yi Yunfei's complexion turned pale, feeling as though his spiritual energy had been entirely exhausted, prompting a shake of his head in lament. Now, it is time to break through. Yi Yunfei took a true spirit pill and placed it in his mouth, commencing the circulation of the 9 Yang scripture. Immediately, the surrounding spiritual energy began to swirl and rush towards him. Minutes later, Yi Yunfei took another true spirit pill. Following this, he consumed 1 pill every few minutes, until he had ingested 20 in total. Not even an Earth Realm expert would dare to consume true spirit pills in such quantity, for it would lead to immediate self-destruction. Yet, Yi Yunfei appeared as though he were indulging in candy, completely unfazed. This was thanks to the lingering essence of the Heavenly Emperor's soul power, which allowed him to suppress the potency of the 20 true spirit pills, preventing any catastrophic repercussions. At a certain moment, boom, boom, boom. 3 resounding thuds echoed within Yi Yunfei's body as a surge of formidable spiritual energy erupted forth, shaking the furniture in the room. He had reached the 6th level of body refinement. Yi Yunfei opened his eyes, somewhat satisfied with this outcome. A 3-tier breakthrough at once. Such rapid advancement would surely astonish anyone who heard of it. Now, let us test how much soul power I have left. As Yi Yunfei's voice faded, a peculiar wave of energy radiated from his head, causing a palpable heaviness to descend upon the room, as if the air had thickened, creating a sense of oppression. An inexplicable pressure enveloped the entire room. This soul power is pitifully weak, Yi Yunfei remarked with a wry smile. However, it should be feasible to cultivate the soul-devouring needle, Yi Yunfei mused. The soul-devouring needle is a low-tier soul-based martial technique, perfectly suited to Yi Yunfei's current level of soul power. In this world, soul-based martial techniques are exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, as a heavenly emperor, Yi Yunfei has dabbled in various arts and techniques. The soul-devouring needle was an accidental acquisition of his. Subsequently, Yi Yunfei commenced his training in the soul-devouring needle. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed. At last, he succeeded. Within the confines of his chamber, Yi Yunfei opened his eyes. Whoosh! An invisible flying needle surged forth from his brow, swirling and dancing around his head, a manifestation formed from his soul power. The clan meeting of the Yi family is imminent. This time, Yi Zhongyan will undoubtedly resort to every conceivable means to undermine my father in his quest for the position of clan leader. However, he is likely to be sorely disappointed. Yi Yunfei retracted the soul-devouring needle, a cold smile gracing his lips, as he stepped out of the room. Chapter 13, Framing and Conspiracy. Young Master Yi Yunfei. You must save Xiaoyu. She has been taken away by the family's law enforcement hall and is being subjected to brutal interrogation. As Yi Yunfei stepped out of his chamber, a maid rushed into the courtyard, her voice filled with urgency. Hongmei, what has happened? What troubles Xiaoyu? Yi Yunfei's gaze turned icy. Hongmei, one of the rare servants of the Yi family who was close to Xiaoyu, replied. Young Master Yi Chang has lost a true spirit pill, and Chunfang testified that she saw Xiaoyu sneaking out of young Master Yi Chang's room. Consequently, the steward of the law enforcement hall has taken Xiaoyu away for questioning. Young Master Yi Yunfei, please hurry. If you do not intervene, they may beat her to death. Hongmei implored, her voice trembling with anxiety. Who is Chunfang? Yi Yunfei's eyes glinted with coldness. Chunfang is young Master Yi Chang's personal maid. Hongmei answered. Yi Chang. Ha! How audacious! To dare lay a hand on those under my protection is to invite death. In an instant, an aura of chilling wrath emanated from Yi Yunfei, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He was utterly convinced that this was a malicious scheme against Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu had entered the Yi family at the tender age of 6 and had always been by Yi Yunfei's side. After Yi Yunfei became incapacitated, most of the servants in the Yi household shunned him as if he were a plague. Only Xiaoyu remained steadfast, growing even more caring and considerate towards him. Although Xiaoyu was officially his maid, in Yi Yunfei's heart, she had always been regarded as a beloved sister. To harm Xiaoyu was akin to striking at Yi Yunfei's very core. How desperate those in the Yi family have become, no longer treating me as their heir. It is time to perform a surgical strike and eliminate some pests, Yi Yunfei sneered. Hongmei, thank you for delivering this news. Do not concern yourself with what follows. Yi Yunfei returned to his room, retrieved a long sword infused with killing intent, and strode purposefully toward the law enforcement hall. Located on the western side of the family estate. Stop. The law enforcement hall is a sacred ground of the family, no one may enter without permission. At the entrance, 2 guards were taken aback by the sight of Yi Yunfei approaching with a sword, then shouted in unison. Over the years, the law enforcement hall had been firmly controlled by Yi Zhongyan and his sons, rendering the guards dismissive of Yi Yunfei, the so-called heir of the Yi family. Who dares obstruct me shall perish. Yi Yunfei retorted coldly, advancing into the law enforcement hall. Presumptuous. Yi Yunfei, you are too audacious. Clearly showing disdain for the law enforcement hall. One guard, incensed, stepped forward to block Yi Yunfei's path. Swish. A flash of icy sword light swept through the air, severing the guard's head, which flew away amidst a spray of blood. Waste. You. The other guard, pale with terror, stumbled backward, unable to articulate his fear. Thud. Yi Yunfei plunged his sword into the guard's throat. Blood gushing forth as he withdrew the weapon, not once glancing back as he entered the hall. Inside the law enforcement hall, a voice filled with cruelty echoed. You wretched girl. With both witnesses and evidence present, do you dare to deny it? This true spirit pill was discovered on you. A man of medium stature, who bore a chilling grin, held up a true spirit pill in his palm. This man, Yi Fu, was the steward of the law enforcement hall, which was overseen by the family's second elder, Yi Haoyuan. However, in practice, it was Yi Fu who managed the hall directly, with Yi Haoyuan orchestrating from the shadows. Belonging to Yi Zhongyan's faction, a girl of about 15 or 16 knelt, her cheeks swollen and marked with handprints, tears streaming down her face. Revealing her terror, this was Xiaoyu. Steward Yi, I did not steal the true spirit pill, it was not found on me. Xiaoyu pleaded, her voice trembling with fear. Humph, still trying to deny it. Chunfang, tell us what you witnessed, Yi Fu sneered. I went out today to help the young master purchase supplies, and young master Yi Chang was also away. Hence, there was no one guarding the young master's courtyard. Upon my return, I saw Xiao Yu leaving young Master Yi Chang's room in a fluster. Chun Fang, the maid, recounted her days mocking as she looked at Xiao Yu. In the past, when Yi Yunfei was still a genius, Chun Fang felt insignificant before Xiao Yu. Now, however, the tides had turned. Yi Yunfei was a mere shell of his former self, while Yi Chang and Yi Lei had emerged as the leading figures of the younger generation. As Yi Chang's personal maid, Chun Fang's status had naturally risen. You wretched girl, with both evidence and witnesses present, you cannot evade your guilt. According to the family rules, any servant caught stealing is to be punished severely without mercy. You have two paths before you. First, have your hands and feet severed and be expelled from the Yi family. Second, expose your instigator. Speak. Was there someone who instructed you to do this? Yi Fu demanded harshly. No. Steward Yi, I am wronged. Please believe me. Xiao Yu shook her head desperately. Spare me your excuses, wretched girl. Which do you choose? Yi Fu pressed. I choose neither. I want to remain by young Master Yi Yunfei's side and continue serving him. Xiao Yu cried, retreating in terror against the wall. Your attitude leaves me no choice. Given your defiance, I shall take your first option as chosen. Bring her here. Sever her hands and feet, and expel her from the Yi family. Yi Fu ordered with cruelty. Yes. Two house servants approached, grinning maliciously as they wielded sharp blades toward the trembling Xiao Yu. No. Steward Yi, please spare me. Xiao Yu quaked with fear. If you wish for mercy, it is simple, just accuse Yi Yunfei of being your instigator in the theft of the true spirit pill, and I shall spare you. Yi Fu leaned closer, whispering coldly in her ear. It was evident that Yi Fu aimed to force Xiao Yu to implicate Yi Yunfei as the mastermind behind this plot. On the surface, Xiao Yu appeared the victim, but the true target was Yi Yunfei. To accuse the illustrious heir of the Yi family of orchestrating the theft of a spirit pill would be a grave sin that could ruin both Yi Yunfei and his father. At this critical moment when Yi Zhongnian sought to usurp power, he was determined to tarnish Yi Yunfei's reputation by any means necessary. No. I did not steal the true spirit pill, nor was I directed by young Master Yi Yunfei. Xiao Yu pleaded desperately, shaking her head. Smack! Yi Fu struck Xiao Yu across the face. Her frail form was sent sprawling to the ground. Sever her hands and feet and cast her out of the Yi family. Yi Fu commanded. Just then, a figure burst into the law enforcement hall, swiftly lifting Xiao Yu. It was Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei gently lifted Xiao Yu with his left hand while gripping his sword with his right. Blood dripped continuously from the blade. Xiao Yu, I am deeply sorry for my tardiness. He murmured, gazing at her swollen cheeks and the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, his heart aching with compassion. Chapter 14, The Young Master Revenge You Yi Yunfei, you have trespassed into the law enforcement hall, what punishment do you deserve? Yi Fu finally reacted, his voice booming. Young Master, they claim I stole young Master Yi Chang's true spirit pill, but I did not steal it. At this moment, Xiao Yu regained her breath and, upon seeing Yi Yunfei, was overwhelmed with joy and spoke with difficulty. Xiao Yu, I know you did not steal it. Tell me, who inflicted those injuries upon your face? The young master shall seek retribution for you, Yi Yunfei gently inquired. I. Xiao Yu hesitated, her fear evident. Do not be afraid. All will be decided by the young master, Yi Yunfei reassured her. It was Chun Fang, she struck me first, and then there was Steward Yi. Xiao Yu whispered, timidly glancing at Yi Fu and the unyielding Chun Fang standing beside him. Chun Fang snorted, unconcerned, believing that standing next to Yi Fu rendered her quite safe. Moreover, as Yi Chang's personal maid, few dared to touch her within the Yi family. With Yi Chang's backing, she felt invulnerable. Convinced that even Yi Yunfei would not dare confront her. For during this time, the influence of Yi Zhongnian and his sons had risen dramatically within the Yi family. So you are Chun Fang, Yi Yunfei remarked, his gaze eerily calm. And what of it? This little wretch dared to steal young Master Yi Chang's belongings. She deserves to be punished. Chun Fang defiantly raised her chin. What do you intend to do, Yi Yunfei? Yi Fu's face twisted into a grimace of rage. He realized that since entering the law enforcement hall, Yi Yunfei had not even spared him a glance, utterly disregarding him as the hall steward. Xiao Yu. Can you stand on your own? Yi Yunfei softly asked. I can, Xiao Yu affirmed, her injuries primarily on her face. Very well. Stand for a moment, Yi Yunfei instructed. Then, whoosh. Yi Yunfei moved like a ghost, positioning himself before Chunfang. With a swift motion, he slapped her across the face. Smack! The resounding sound echoed. And Chunfang's cheek instantly swelled. You dare to hit me! She exclaimed, her disbelief palpable. But it was far from over. Smack, smack, smack. Yi Yunfei's hand moved like lightning, delivering a series of slaps to Chunfang, more than a dozen in total. Ah! You dare to strike me! Young Master Yi Chang will not let you off, you are doomed! Chunfang howled, tears streaming from her eyes, her once haughty expression grotesquely twisted as she screamed in desperation. Yet Yi Yunfei had no intention of sparing her. I seldom act harshly towards women, but you are an exception, he stated coldly. Smack, smack. His relentless slaps grew more ferocious, landing one after another upon Chunfang's face. All within the law enforcement hall stood dumbfounded. Ah! Young Master Yi Yunfei. Spare me. It was all Yi Chang's idea, it had nothing to do with me. Yi Chang instructed me to frame Xiao Yu. In excruciating pain, Chunfang succumbed to fear. Her composure shattered as she pleaded. It is too late. Whether you conspired or not is no longer relevant. Anyone who dares to bully Yi Yunfei shall face death. Regardless of right or wrong. His voice was chilling and domineering, instilling fear in all who heard it. Spare me! Do not kill me! Chunfang shrieked, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Yi Yunfei. Swish! Yi Yunfei showed no mercy, his sword piercing through Chunfang's brow, blood gushing forth. In that moment, the entire law enforcement hall fell into a deathly silence. All eyes fixated on Chunfang's slowly collapsing corpse, disbelief etched on their faces. No one could fathom that Yi Yunfei would dare to kill in public, and with such decisiveness and ferocity. Yi Yunfei, you seek death. Yi Fu finally snapped back to reality, consumed by rage, his expression a mask of fury as he charged forward. In his fury, Yi Fu unleashed his full power. The strength of his seventh stage of body refinement coalescing in his palm as he struck at Yi Yunfei. Yet, in the next moment, his movement halted mid-air. His hands suspended as his energy dissipated. Young Master Yi Yunfei, let us speak, Yi Fu managed to utter. Panic evident in his eyes as he realized Yi Yunfei's sword was pressed against his throat, the icy blade piercing his skin, crimson droplets trickling down. How could this be? How could I not perceive when he drew his sword? Wasn't he said to have only the strength of the third stage? Wasn't it claimed that his talent was diminished? Yi Fu's heart brimmed with unwillingness as he screamed internally. It was Yi Chang who instructed you to do this, wasn't it? Yi Yunfei asked coldly. Young Master Yi Yunfei. Please lower your sword. Yi Fu's smile was grotesque. Smack, smack. In a flash, Yi Yunfei struck Yi Fu's face repeatedly, each slap heavy and forceful. Do not waste words, whether it is or at ISNT, Yi Yunfei's voice was icy. You. Yi Fu felt a burning sensation across his face. Fury boiling within his gaze. Smack, smack, smack. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Yunfei's hand struck again, delivering over 10 more slaps. Yi Fu's face swelled like a pig, numbness overtaking him, his mouth opening uncontrollably as blood mixed with fallen teeth dripped to the ground. Ah! Get him! Kill him! Yi Fu's emotions spiraled into madness, his voice a hoarse roar. Stop! In the hall, 6 other members of the law enforcement hall responded to Yi Fu's furious command, drawing their weapons and charging at Yi Yunfei. Crack! The flash of a sword illuminated the space as Yi Fu's head fell to the ground. His terrified eyes remaining wide open even in death. He could never have envisioned that Yi Yunfei would dare to kill him. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Yunfei's sword darted like lightning, piercing the hearts of the 6 law enforcement hall members. Then, Yi Yunfei sheathed his sword. Xiao Yu, let us return, he said. Not looking back as he supported Xiao Yu and exited the law enforcement hall. Young master, this is bad, you have killed so many people, what shall we do? Xiao Yu's face turned pale, her frail body trembling slightly. Do not worry, no matter how many I kill, I shall not face consequences, Yi Yunfei reassured her. They bullied you, they deserve to die. Yi Yunfei guided Xiao Yu out of the law enforcement hall. Meanwhile, at the Yi family's martial arts arena, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. The family assembly was an annual event. The assembly primarily consisted of two processes. The first involved the younger generation of the Yi family competing against one another to showcase their prowess. Those who excelled could become core members of the family, receiving focused training and enjoying a substantial increase in cultivation resources for the year ahead. The younger generation represented the family's future, and particularly in a martial arts family. Their strength was paramount to the family's destiny, a matter of utmost importance. The second process involved gathering family members to discuss the family's development strategies. Currently, the first process was underway, with the young disciples eagerly participating in the competitions. In the center of the arena stood a platform where they showcased their skills. To the east of the training ground, a high platform has been erected. Upon this dais sit the esteemed members of the Yi family. At the center is the family head, Yi Tianpeng, flanked by the 7 elders of the clan. Numerous distinguished elder members of the Yi family also occupy the platform. To Yi Tianpeng's left sits Yi Zhongnian, who, with a chilling gaze, occasionally casts furtive glances at Yi Tianpeng, muttering to himself, "This time the position of family head shall undoubtedly belong to me." The entire training ground is teeming with members of the Yi family, some standing, others seated, all observing the contests among the younger generation on the platform. Young Master Yi Chang, along with Yi Fu from the law enforcement hall, has dispatched individuals to apprehend Xiao Yu and bring her to the law enforcement hall for interrogation. It is believed that the insufferable girl will not withstand the torment and will confess that Yi Yunfei sent her to steal the true spirit pill. Soon, Yi Fu will personally escort Xiao Yu to the training ground to reveal the outcome of the interrogation. At that moment, Yi Yunfei will undoubtedly be disgraced. Amidst the crowd, a servant discreetly approached Yi Chang, whispering a report. Chapter 15, A Dual Dragon Well Done. Rest assured, once my father ascends to the position of clan leader, he will bestow ample rewards. Yi Chang displayed a smug smile. Thank you, young Master Yi Chang. The servant beamed with delight. Within the arena, the young disciples of the Yi clan took turns stepping onto the stage to compete. Cheers erupted like thunder around the platform. On the high platform to the east, the clan elders closely observed the matches, occasionally offering their commentary. After approximately 2 hours of competition, a girl in purple emerged as the standout, gradually becoming the focal point of the arena. This young maiden, named Ji Shui, had reached the 7th level of body refinement and was a paragon among her peers. She was straightforward, unconcerned with trifles, and exuded an air of leadership, earning her considerable popularity among the youth. Sister Shui, I concede. A young man, cornered by Yi Shui's sword at the edge of the stage, turned pale as the sharp tip of her blade approached his throat, causing him to cry out in fear. Yi Shui sheathed her sword. The young man, his face flushed, hastily exited the arena. Though he too was at the 7th level of body refinement, he succumbed to Yi Shui's sword in less than 10 moves. Sister Shui is magnificent. Cheers erupted from the crowd surrounding the platform. Several more young disciples subsequently challenged Yi Shui, yet all fell short. Sister Shui is magnificent. In no time, Yi Shui had become the center of attention. Shui's talent is truly remarkable. From now on, her training resources should be substantially increased, Yi Tianpeng remarked from the eastern high platform. The other clan elders nodded in agreement, endorsing his sentiment. The better one has innate talent, the more resources one receives for cultivation, a common practice among martial clans to nurture their young. Who else dares to challenge me? Yi Shui called out, having once again bested a contender, surveying the arena with a loud proclamation. Enough, Sister Shui. Apart from Yi Lei and Yi Tianfeng, no one can match you. Please relinquish the stage to give us a chance to perform. The young generation of the Yi clan had no one left to challenge Yi Shui. Very well. With no challengers in sight, Yi Shui prepared to vacate the stage. Suddenly, Yi Shui, I challenge you. A figure flashed, and a youth with narrow eyes stood upon the platform. It was young Master Yi Chang. He appeared to possess only the 5th level of body refinement. How could he dare challenge Sister Shui, who was at the 7th level? The crowd around the platform erupted into murmurs. Yi Chang is merely at the 5th level, 2 levels beneath Yi Shui. Is this not reckless? An elder in gray frowned. Observing the scene. Let Chang'er give it a try. I have confidence in him, Yi Zhongnian replied, exuding self-assurance. Could it be that Yi Chang possessed some hidden strength? The other clan elders exchanged glances, puzzled by Yi Zhongnian's confidence. Yi Chang, your level is still too low. I am not interested in sparring with you, Yi Shui replied. Shaking her head. Yi Shui, are you afraid? If so, then step down, Yi Chang sneered. What do you mean? Fine, I will spar with you. Yi Shui, incensed by Yi Chang's attitude, accepted the challenge. Yi Shui, you excel with a sword, and coincidentally, I wield one as well. Yi Chang drew a long sword. Swish. As he spoke, Yi Chang's sword trembled, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanated from him. 6th level of body refinement. Yi Chang had broken through. He was no longer at the 5th level but had reached the 6th. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. On the platform, Yi Chang wore a triumphant expression. Ah! So you have broken through, Yi Shui remarked, taken aback. The 6th level is quite impressive. The elders on the eastern platform nodded in approval, acknowledging that a breakthrough among the clan's youth was a positive development. Ha ha! Chang'er has not disappointed me, Yi Zhongnian boomed with laughter, reveling in his pride. On the platform, Yi Shui shook her head. The 6th level is still not enough to match me. With a swift motion, she spun her sword, unleashing a flurry of dazzling sword light, striking towards Yi Chang with astonishing speed. Not necessarily. Yi Chang barked, his sword slicing through the air to intercept hers. The force of his blade formidable. A pale white light emanated from the tip of his sword, causing the temperature of the arena to drop noticeably. What is this? Yi Shui felt an acute sense of danger as her gaze fixated on the white light emanating from Yi Chang's sword. What? This is the nascent form of sword intent. The other clan elders, aside from Yi Zhongnian, were utterly astounded. Incredible. Unbelievable. To begin grasping sword intent at such a young age. Although it was not true sword intent yet, the potential for mastering it in the future seemed inevitable. Ha ha. Splendid. Who would have thought our Yi clan would produce a sword cultivator? The clan elder exclaimed, brimming with excitement. In the martial arts world, sword cultivators possess the most formidable offensive capabilities among peers of the same level. Young Master Yi Chang will undoubtedly become a formidable swordsman in the future. Our Yi clan is truly fortunate. The other elders joined in laughter, sharing in the jubilation. By the way, we must thank that good-for-nothing Yi Yunfei. Yi Zhongnian added with a smirk. 3 days ago, when Chang'er was publicly ambushed by him, he felt such humiliation that he secluded himself for 3 days and nights. Not only did he break through to the 6th level, but he also touched upon the nascent form of sword intent. Yi Zhongnian cast a derisive glance at Yi Tianpeng, his tone laced with mockery. Fair is your nephew, what do you mean by calling him a good-for-nothing? Moreover, Fair's martial veins have recovered. And he is no longer a good-for-nothing. Yi Tianpeng retorted angrily. Humph. A mere 3rd level of body refinement, if that isn't a good-for-nothing, what is? Yi Zhongnian scoffed. This time, during the clan meeting, Yi Zhongnian intended to seize power, unwilling to shy away from a confrontation with Yi Tianpeng. On the platform, after Yi Chang manifested the nascent form of sword intent, he surprisingly reached a stalemate with Yi Shui. Although Yi Chang's spiritual power paled in comparison to Yi Shui's, every move he executed seemed to embody the essence of swordsmanship, showcasing the profundities of swordplay with breathtaking might. Particularly, the pale white light at the tip of his sword instilled a profound sense of danger in Yi Shui, causing her to feel a chill in her heart and hesitate to confront him directly. For a time, the two engaged in an intense duel, neither willing to concede. Young Master Yi Chang is truly extraordinary. The onlookers marveled in awe. I concede. Suddenly, Yi Shui took a few steps back and declared loudly. Oh? The crowd was puzzled. She had not yet been defeated. Yi Chang, though your level is lower than mine, you managed to match me. Moreover, you have grasped the nascent form of sword intent. I cannot compare, Yi Shui admitted, a hint of disappointment in her expression as she gracefully descended from the platform. Young Master Yi Chang is too formidable. Cheers erupted throughout the martial arts arena. Ha ha! Zhongyan, your lineage truly boasts a dual dragon. First, we had Yi Lei, and now we have Yi Chang. You have raised your children well. The clan elder regarded Yi Zhongyan with admiration. Yi Lei and Yi Chang, the two brothers, are both commendable and represent the future hope of our Yi family. In contrast, there are others who fall significantly short. As the heir, one should not bring shame upon the Yi family. Yi Zhaoxian spoke first. What do you mean by that, Yi Zhaoxian? Yi Tianping could not help but erupt in anger. What do I mean? Is it necessary to ask? Yi Zhaoxian retorted. Eldest elder, virtue must align with position. I believe, for the advancement of our Yi family, the position of the head must not be compromised. It is time to seriously consider appointing someone who possesses both virtue and talent. Yi Zhaoxian's words could not have been more explicit, directly challenging Yi Tianping. This matter is not urgent, let us first continue to observe the competition among the younger generation, the eldest elder interjected. The eldest elder holds the greatest power within the Council of Elders, and his stance is of utmost importance. Who dares to challenge Yi Chang? On the stage, Yi Chang, sword in hand, surveyed the crowd with pride and called out loudly. Young Master Yi Chang, even Sister Shui has conceded, no one dares to challenge you now. Around him, voices of flattery and praise echoed continuously. Yi Yunfei, you good for nothing, come out. I demand retribution for the humiliation you inflicted upon me 3 days ago. Suddenly, Yi Chang bellowed. Chapter 16, A Slap into Oblivion Preposterous. Yi Chang, as no one else challenges you, you may step down, Yi Tianping exclaimed. Slamming his hand on the table, his voice laced with reprimand. I challenge Yi Yunfei. According to the regulations, during the clan assembly, the younger generation can challenge each other. It is within my rights. Yi Yunfei, you good for nothing, come out here. Yi Chang retorted, undeterred by Yi Tianping's outburst. Indeed, our Yi family's assembly does have such a provision. Yi Tianping, are you attempting to unilaterally alter the rules? How audacious! Yi Chaoxian sneered. You! Yi Tianping sputtered, rendered momentarily speechless by indignation. The Yi family assembly does indeed have such a provision. The younger members may challenge each other. Yi Yunfei refuses to accept the challenge. Yi Chang, you may step down. Yi Tianping declared, his voice resonating with authority. I want that trash, Yi Yunfei, to say it to my face. Yi Yunfei, you spineless turtle, come out here. Yi Chang bellowed, his voice reverberating throughout the arena. He considered the public humiliation inflicted upon him by Yi Yunfei 3 days prior as an intolerable disgrace. After secluding himself for 3 days and nights, he had broken through in a fit of pique. Moreover, he had even grasped the rudimentary essence of sword intent. Now, he had emerged with newfound strength, seeking to reclaim his honor, to exact vengeance upon Yi Yunfei, and to humiliate him. Within the martial arts arena, the assembled clansmen exchanged knowing glances upon hearing Yi Chang's near-maniacal cries. The rivalry between Yi Tianping and Yi Zhongyan's factions was well known within the Yi family. Yi Chang, if you persist in this disturbance, do not blame me for taking action. Yi Tianping thundered, slamming his hand on the table once more. Yi Tianping, such imposing authority. Could it be that you seek to suppress the talented members of our Yi family? As an elder, I am the first to object. Yi Zhongyan retorted, rising to his feet in opposition. Subsequently, the 2nd, 4th, 5th, and 7th elders arose in unison. Evidently, 5 of the 7 elders sided with Yi Zhongyan. The Grand Elder and the 6th Elder remained uncommitted for the time being. You very well indeed. Yi Tianping seethed, his body trembling with rage. He had not anticipated that Yi Zhongyan had surreptitiously garnered the support of so many elders to oppose him. In an instant, the Yi family's higher echelons on the dais were embroiled in a tense standoff, the atmosphere thick with animosity. Yi Yunfei, you good for nothing, spineless turtle, come out here. Yi Chang continued to roar from the arena, his frenzy unabated. Suddenly, a swift, piercing sound cut through the air as a longsword hurtled from afar, embedding itself into the arena floor with a resounding clang, landing squarely before Yi Chang. There is no need to bark like a rabid dog. I accept your challenge. A youth strolled into the martial arts arena, his pace unhurried. Yi Yunfei has arrived. The entire arena fell into hushed anticipation. All eyes converged upon Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei? You piece of trash, come up here and meet your demise. Yi Chang snarled, his venomous gaze fixed upon Yi Yunfei. Is that all you've got? Yi Yunfei ascended the arena, standing opposite Yi Chang, his tone dismissive. Yunfei, Yi Chang has already advanced to the 6th level of body refinement. Moreover, he has grasped the rudimentary essence of sword intent. You are no match for him. Concede defeat immediately. Yi Tianpeng urged anxiously upon seeing Yi Yunfei enter the arena. Thinking of admitting defeat? Not so fast. Unless you kneel before me and kowtow 100 times. Yi Chang raised the long sword in his hand, pointing it at Yi Yunfei. His face contorted in a display of near-deranged glee. Mere nascent sword intent is hardly worth mentioning. Yi Yunfei remained composed. Yi Yunfei, even now, you dare to feign defiance. Kneel at once if you wish to avoid death. Yi Chang roared, raising the long sword in his hand, his spiritual energy surging, causing a ring of white sword light to emanate from the tip of the blade. Yunfei, be careful! Yi Tianpeng exclaimed in alarm, executing a series of movements as he attempted to rush forward to protect Yi Yunfei. Yi Chang, do not harm Yi Yunfei. A delicate voice echoed from beside the arena as Yi Shui sprang into action, leaping onto the platform. At that moment, Yi Yunfei moved. With a light tap of his foot against the ground, Yi Yunfei's figure darted toward Yi Chang with uncanny speed. Courting death! Yi Chang cried out in mingled surprise and fury, his long sword lashing out like a venomous serpent, aimed at Yi Yunfei. However, Yi Yunfei sidestepped, narrowly evading the thrust of the serpentine blade, positioning himself beside Yi Chang before flicking out a finger. With a resounding clang, the long sword was dislodged from Yi Chang's grasp. Impossible! Yi Chang was dumbfounded to discover that his long sword had been sent flying by a mere flick of Yi Yunfei's finger. With a resounding crack, the sound of the slap reverberated throughout the arena. Yi Chang's body was sent hurtling through the air like a broken kite, before crashing heavily to the ground, where he lay unconscious. The entire arena was enveloped in an eerie silence. Countless pairs of incredulous eyes widened in astonishment. With that rabid dog disposed of, the world is a much quieter place. Yi Yunfei's voice echoed from the arena. Chang'er! Yi Zhongyan roared, rushing to Yi Chang's side and cradling him in his arms. Yi Yunfei, you good-for-nothing, how dare you injure my Chang'er? Yi Zhongyan bellowed, his gaze fixed on Yi Yunfei. If I am a good-for-nothing, then what is Yi Chang? That rabid dog? Less than a good-for-nothing, perhaps. Yi Yunfei retorted, meeting Yi Zhongyan's gaze without fear. Indeed. Yi Yunfei's words stirred something within the hearts of all those present in the arena. Yet, with a single slap, Yi Yunfei rendered him unconscious. If such prowess still qualifies as ineptitude, then what does that make Yi Chang? In fact, compared to Yi Yunfei, who among the younger generation of the Yi family could be considered anything but a failure? In recent days, although the members of the Yi clan have come to realize that Yi Yunfei's martial veins have been restored, allowing him to practice martial arts anew, whispers have circulated in hushed tones, claiming that his talents have been severely diminished. He is no longer the martial prodigy of yore, but rather a mediocre individual destined for obscurity in the realm of martial arts. However, Yi Yunfei has now demonstrated, through undeniable evidence, that he remains the martial genius he once was. Gradually, the gazes of the Yi family members surrounding the arena began to shift. No longer were they filled with disdain, mockery, or contempt. Instead, they brimmed with fear and awe. Haha, well said. Now, who dares to label my son, Yi Tianpeng's child, as a failure? Yi Tianpeng laughed heartily. The surprise his son had brought him was truly monumental. Amidst his laughter, he positioned himself between Yi Yunfei and Yi Zhongyan, intent on preventing Yi Zhongyan from acting out of desperation and attacking Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei, before me, you remain a failure. Suddenly, a cold, indifferent voice resonated through the air. A haughty youth clad in a splendid robe slowly entered the training ground. Yi Lei. The crowd's collective gaze instinctively narrowed. Yi Lei, at the 8th level of body refinement, stands as a prominent figure among the younger generation of the Yi family. Chapter 17, Defeated Leaf Thunder. Yi Lei appeared remarkably cold, stepping up to the arena and standing opposite Yi Yunfei. With a face as exquisite as jade and possessing a certain handsomeness, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Yunfei, his eyes gleaming with an air of disdain and superiority. You dare to harm my brother? That infuriates me. The consequences of my wrath are severe, Yi Lei spoke, his tone dripping with condescension. I notice both of you brothers possess the same trait, particularly adept at pretense. Just moments ago, Yi Chang was likewise putting on a show, and now he lies unconscious. Yi Yunfei shook his head helplessly. Upon hearing this, Yi Lei's expression darkened, and his gaze turned frigid, the murderous intent unmasked. The spectators around the arena held their breath, their eyes fixated on the unfolding confrontation. Yi Lei had spent most of his time in seclusion, and in the past 2 years, the members of the Yi family had seldom witnessed him in action. At this moment, everyone was filled with anticipation, eager to see just how formidable Yi Lei's combat prowess truly was. Yi Yunfei, what if I were to incapacitate you here in this arena? Wouldn't that be amusing? Yi Lei suddenly lowered his voice, speaking in a tone only audible to him and Yi Yunfei. His words were laced with venom. Perhaps it is I who will render you powerless. Yi Yunfei, devoid of expression, replied calmly, is that so? You should first assess the disparity between us. Yi Lei's countenance twisted into a snarl. Boom! A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him. 9th level of body refinement. A chorus of gasps filled the arena. Young Master Yi Lei has broken through to the 9th level of body refinement. This level of mastery was undoubtedly among the elite within the younger generation of the entire Crescent Moon City. The crowd erupted, each member of the clan in utter shock. Ah, well done, Layer. This signifies that the descendants of the Yi family have officially entered the ranks of the strongest among the young in Crescent Moon City. Although Qin of the Qin family had awakened the celestial spirit body, it was likely that his current level was only at the 9th level of body refinement. In comparison, the Yi family's offspring were not far behind. On the high platform to the east, the Grand Elder suddenly stood, his excitement palpable as he laughed heartily. The celestial spirit body promised a path of extraordinary martial prowess in the future, but that was a matter for another day. As it stood, the news of Yi Lei's breakthrough to the 9th level of body refinement, if disseminated, would certainly restore some prestige to the Yi family. The elders who supported Yi Zhongyan voiced their approval, praising him profusely. Ha, Layer has indeed brought honor to our Yi family. The most delighted of all was naturally Yi Zhongyan, who cast a provocative glance at Yi Tianping. On the arena, trash, prepare to die. Yi Lei bellowed. As his voice echoed, his garments billowed without wind, a wild force augmenting his physical form. Boom! With a punch that seemed capable of moving mountains, the air exploded with a thunderous roar, a display of sheer might. Roar, roar, roar! 5 deafening lion roars emanated from his fist, and the onlookers could almost visualize a fierce, domineering lion lunging towards Yi Yunfei. This is our Yi family's lion's roar fist. Young Master Yi Lei has actually cultivated it to the 5 roars level. This marks the pinnacle of the lion's roar fist. The arena resonated once more, stirred by Yi Lei's prowess. Good, good, good. The Grand Elder on the eastern platform exclaimed thrice, his excitement evident. The lion's roar fist was a 3rd-tier martial technique. Each roar represented a level, and 5 roars marked its consummate stage. Previously, only Yi Tianping had achieved such mastery, and now, Yi Lei had joined his ranks. Ha ha ha. Yi Zhongyan, glowing with pride, could not help but laugh towards the heavens. Brother Zhongyan, your guidance has indeed borne fruit. You have made a tremendous contribution to our Yi family. The elders supporting Yi Zhongyan echoed their praises. Fair, be careful. At that moment, Yi Tianping's face turned pale with dread. He understood all too well the overwhelming power of the lion's roar fist. If Yi Yunfei were struck, he would either perish or be left severely injured. Yet, the distance was too great. Yi Tianping realized that rushing to save him would be futile. Yi Lei. If you harm Fair, I will never let you off the hook. Yi Tianping roared in desperation. Head of the family, mind your words and actions. I hope you do not abuse your authority, the Grand Elder remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Yi Tianping. His stance had evidently shifted in favor of Yi Zhongnian. In the arena, a mere third-tier martial technique, even if perfected, what significance does it hold? It's not even worth considering, Yi Yunfei remarked, observing the frenzied reactions of the astonished onlookers. As a celestial emperor, the lowest grade of martial techniques in Yi Yunfei's possession were of royal or sacred tier. To him, a third-tier martial technique was utterly worthless. Whoosh! In the face of Yi Lei's ferocious punch, Yi Yunfei's body suddenly became weightless, gliding effortlessly as if a willow leaf in a tempest, evading Yi Lei's strike. Boom! Yi Lei's fist whizzed past Yi Yunfei, striking the air ahead, which erupted like boiling water, creating a cacophony of sound. Yet, not even the hem of Yi Yunfei's garments was grazed. How is this possible? Yi Yunfei remains unscathed? All the members of the Yi family were left dumbfounded. No wonder you are so arrogant, it seems you have secretly mastered a remarkable evasion technique. Yi Lei's expression darkened considerably. In truth, it is not my evasion that is exceptional, but rather your strikes are woefully inadequate. Yi Yunfei shook his head in response. Trash! Let us see how many of my strikes you can evade. Yi Lei's gaze sharpened. The spiritual energy of the 9th level of body refinement surged from within him, roaring like an erupting volcano. Roar, roar, roar. The lion roars echoed incessantly as Yi Lei unleashed a barrage of punches upon Yi Yunfei. Yet, regardless of the ferocity or intensity of Yi Lei's assaults, none of them even grazed the edge of Yi Yunfei's garments. Yi Lei attempted various other martial techniques. Whether it be punches, palm strikes, blades, swords, or spears, the outcome remained the same. All his attacks were deftly evaded by Yi Yunfei with a mere step. With a lingering trace of the Celestial Emperor's soul power, Yi Yunfei could accurately sense the angle, trajectory, and speed of Yi Lei's every strike. Coupled with the use of the Wind God Steps, a sacred tier movement technique, evading an assault from one at the 9th level of body refinement was child's play. On the arena, Yi Lei continued to unleash his fury, his face flushed with rage, while Yi Yunfei strolled leisurely, his hands behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance. How could this be? The arena fell into a profound silence, the members of the clan frozen in disbelief. The match had reached a point where it bordered on the absurd. Yi Yunfei, constantly evading, what does that even signify? Yi Lei, on the brink of collapse, roared in frustration. Having broken through to the 9th level of body refinement, he had intended to crush everything before him in the clan meeting with thunderous force, thereby establishing his renown. To find himself in such a predicament against Yi Yunfei was infuriating. Who decided that evasion was not permitted in a contest? Moreover, should I strike, I fear you would be unable to withstand even a single blow. Yi Yunfei smiled faintly. Yi Yunfei, what you rely upon is merely a remarkable agility. If you truly possess skill, why not demonstrate it for my observation? Yi Lei roared. As you wish. Yi Yunfei responded with a calm smile. In the next moment, whoosh! Yi Yunfei thrust his sword forward, the blade shimmering with surging spiritual energy. Swish! The long sword in Yi Yunfei's hand advanced straightforwardly towards Yi Lei, appearing deceptively simple. Yet, despite its simplicity, it flowed with an inherent grace, as natural as the antlers of an antelope, leaving no trace behind. Suddenly, centered around the sword in Yi Yunfei's hand, countless minuscule white sword lights erupted, swirling and spinning, forming a series of vortexes of blade light. These white, delicate sword lights converged from all directions towards Yi Lei, leaving him with no means of escape. A faint sizzling sound echoed through the arena as Yi Lei's hair and garments were relentlessly shredded and torn by the invisible sword energy. In mere moments, Yi Lei's hair was reduced to a mere patch, resembling a half-bald individual. The brocade robe he wore was likewise tattered, disintegrating into countless fragments, fluttering about the arena like a swarm of butterflies. Yi Lei was left clad only in a pair of undergarments. Ultimately, the tip of Yi Yunfei's sword rested against Yi Lei's throat. I have stated, you cannot withstand even one of my strikes. Yi Yunfei gazed at Yi Lei, whose face was ashen and motionless, and spoke with indifference. The entire martial arena fell into a silence as profound as a grave. A multitude of astonished eyes, bulging in disbelief, remained fixed upon the stage. The formidable Yi Lei had been vanquished by a single strike. Chapter 18, An excellence that borders on the unbelievable. It is sword intent. Yi Yunfei has actually grasped true sword intent. Within the martial arena, the deathly silence persisted for several breaths before the Grand Elder, on the eastern platform, abruptly rose, bellowing in disbelief. This signifies that our Yi family has produced a true swordsman. The sixth elder echoed, his voice a hushed roar of astonishment. Impossible. To think a seemingly irredeemable wretch could undergo such a transformation in mere days. Yi Zhongyan staggered backward, appearing decades older, unable to reconcile with the reality before him. His two sons were his greatest assets, the foundation upon which he sought the position of family head. Yet now, his eldest, Yi Lei, had been defeated in a single move, and his second son lay unconscious from a mere slap, still yet to awaken. The five elders who supported Yi Zhongyan wore grim expressions, their faces a mask of displeasure. Fair, not only has he mastered an advanced movement technique, but he has also comprehended true sword intent. How could I have been so unaware? Yi Tianpeng was overcome with elation. The surprises his son had unveiled today were immense. Indeed, he found his son's excellence to be almost exaggerated, bordering on the unfamiliar. Throughout the arena, only the family head, Yi Tianpeng, and the seven elders could discern the true nature of Yi Yunfei's sword intent. The remaining members of the Yi family were simply stunned by the fact that the formidable Yi Lei had been defeated in a single exchange. Has everyone noticed that at the instant of Yi Yunfei's sword strike, his spiritual energy manifested at the sixth level of body refinement? Only 3 days prior, his cultivation had barely recovered to the third level. Suddenly, the Grand Elder inhaled deeply, articulating each word with deliberate weight. Indeed. The surrounding crowd gasped in unison, their gazes fixed on Yi Yunfei, brimming with awe. 3 levels of advancement in 3 days. What manner of prodigy was this? Upon the platform, Yi Yunfei, his gaze serene, addressed Yi Lei, "You were so quick to label me a waste. Now, perhaps you comprehend who truly deserves that title." No, this cannot be. This is an illusion, surely an illusion. Yi Lei, unable to accept his defeat, descended into a state of mania, his countenance twisted in a ghastly manner. Such a minor setback, and you are already undone. Your spirit is broken, your future accomplishments in the martial way will be limited. Yi Yunfei remarked with a hint of disdain. From the start, he had never regarded Yi Lei as an equal. Yi Yunfei sheathed his sword and turned to descend from the platform. "Wretch, I'll kill you!" Yi Lei roared with sudden ferocity, his eyes burning with resentment and unbridled killing intent. Roar! 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 5 consecutive lions' roars echoed as Yi Lei, like a maddened beast, lunged toward Yi Yunfei's back. Without turning, as if blessed with eyes in the back of his head, Yi Yunfei reversed his grip on his sword and thrust it backward. Put! The sword's tip pierced Yi Lei's dantian with unerring accuracy, and spiritual energy gushed forth like a breached dam, dissipating into the surrounding ether. Yi Yunfei had sensed Yi Lei's murderous intent. In accordance with his principles, those who harbored such malice would not be spared. No. You have crippled me. Yi Lei lamented in utter despair, collapsing to the ground, his face ashen. Yi Lei had been crippled. The realization left everyone speechless, their minds reeling in a cacophony of shock. Yi Yunfei, you have ruined Lei'er. I will have your life. A frenzied roar erupted as a figure, surging with potent spiritual energy, charged toward Yi Yunfei. Yi Zhongyan, dare you harm my son? Yi Tianpeng, prepared for such an event, swiftly intercepted Yi Zhongyan's path. Boom! The two clashed in a devastating exchange. Bang! Yi Zhongyan was sent hurtling backward, spewing several mouthfuls of blood. Impossible! Yi Tianpeng, you have broken through to the late Earth realm. Yi Zhongyan cried out in bitter resentment as he crashed to the ground. Yi Tianpeng, having consumed the Tier 3 Profound Essence pill concocted by Yi Yunfei, had successfully achieved his breakthrough. What? The family head has reached the late Earth realm? The majority of the Yi family members were both surprised and delighted.
Ha ha! Tianpeng, who would have thought you would reach the late Earth realm?
This signifies a new zenith for our Yi family's strength. The Grand Elder exclaimed with hearty laughter.
The addition of another late Earth realm expert held profound significance for the Yi family. The 5 elders who supported Yi Zhongnian exchanged uneasy glances,
the course of events having deviated from their expectations.
Esteemed elders, Yi Yunfei is of a cruel disposition, crippling my son. To inflict such harm upon our own kin is unforgivable.
I propose he be severely punished, stripped of his cultivation. Yi Zhongnian cried, pointing accusingly at Yi Yunfei. I believe that within the arena, weapons know no restraint. Moreover, it was apparent to all that Yi Lei initiated the deadly intent.
Therefore, Zhongnian,
I implore you to cease your pursuit of this matter, the Grand Elder stated calmly.
Grand Elder, do not forget that Yi Lei was the foremost of our Yi family's younger generation.
He was our family's hope for the future.
Now, he has been ruined by Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei deserves to die.
Yi Zhongnian protested vehemently.
Presently, Yi Yunfei is the foremost of our Yi family's younger generation. Zhongnian,
I urge you to acknowledge this reality, the Grand Elder replied, shaking his head. To jest that Yi Lei was defeated by Yi Yunfei in a single exchange.
The disparity in strength is evident to all.
Such is the ruthless nature of martial families, the strong are revered, while the weak are discarded. The other elders remained silent.
Fully aware of the current situation, Yi Tianpeng and his son were ascendant, while Yi Zhongnian and his sons were in decline. Tianpeng,
you have discharged your duties as family head admirably. You have my support, the Grand Elder said to Yi Tianpeng with a smile.
Tianpeng, you have my approval as well. The 6th elder concurred, also smiling. The remaining 5 elders remained silent.
The Grand Elder commanded the highest prestige within the Yi family, with his endorsement.
Overturning Yi Tianpeng's position was virtually impossible. I object. Our Yi family head must not be Yi Tianpeng.
Suddenly, Yi Zhongnian cried out madly.
Grand Elder,
do not forget that Yi Tianpeng and Qin Xiong have always been bitter rivals. Qinan has awakened a celestial spirit body, and the Qin family is certain to rise.
If Yi Tianpeng leads our Yi family, we will face relentless suppression from Qin Xiong.
The Shi family, the El family, and even the city lord are all currying favor with the Qin family. If the Qin family, the Shi family, the El family,
and the city lord join forces to suppress our Yi family, do you believe we can withstand them?
Yi Zhongnian's words resonated throughout the arena.
Hearing Yi Zhongnian's words, everyone fell silent, acknowledging the truth of his statement. Not only must we prevent Yi Tianpeng from becoming family head,
but we must also expel Yi Tianpeng and his son from the Yi family to sever all ties. Then, we must prepare lavish gifts to appease the Qin family. Only in this way can we hope to avoid Qin Xiong's animosity, Yi Zhongnian said with a sneer, confident that his words had swayed the assembly. The atmosphere was heavy with silence.
A mere celestial spirit body? Is it truly so remarkable? To defeat Qinan would be as easy as turning my hand.
In a hushed atmosphere, Yi Yunfei's voice suddenly resonated, crystal clear in the ears of everyone present.
What? Defeat Qinan? The crowd regarded Yi Yunfei's assertion as utterly insane.
After all, he spoke of the legendary celestial spirit body.
Is it truly so simple as to triumph over it?
Haha, Yi Yunfei, your words are mere bravado.
Do you believe you can vanquish the celestial spirit body? Such delusions!
Yi Zhongnian erupted into laughter. Almost none of the clansmen around him held any belief in this claim.
In 7 days, you shall see, I will defeat Yi Lei with a single strike. Defeating Qinan will also require but one blow. Yi Yunfei's voice, though calm,
was imbued with profound confidence. All the members of the Yi family were momentarily silenced, captivated by Yi Yunfei's unwavering assurance.
Chapter 19, Collecting Debts Together. A report came in. The heads of the Wu, Lu, Liang, Tan, Chen, Zhou, and Yang families, as well as the master of the treasure pavilion and the leader of the Tianlang mercenary corps, all arrived simultaneously.
Suddenly, a servant from the Yi family rushed into the martial arts arena, loudly announcing a series of names.
What could be their purpose?
The senior members of the Yi family were taken aback. This year's clan meeting had not included any outside guests.
Yet now so many smaller families and factions had come uninvited.
The situation felt quite abrupt. In Moonlight City, the most powerful families were the Qin, Yi, Shi, and El families, collectively known as the Four Great Families. However, closely following them were at least dozens of smaller families and factions.
After all, Moonlight City was one of the 36 cities of the Great Qin Empire, and its scale was not insignificant.
These families and factions seemed to have commercial ties with the Yi family. It was highly probable they had heard about the Yi family's clan meeting and came to foster goodwill. Yi Tianping pondered for a moment before speaking.
It must be so. Please invite them in quickly.
The elder nodded in agreement. Although the visiting families and factions were not as strong as the Yi family would not casually offend them. Ah, esteemed master of the Yi family and honored elders, I apologize for the intrusion. Your Yi family is indeed filled with talent, worthy of being one of the four great families of Moonlight City.
You flatter us. Your presence truly brings glory to our Yi residents.
Soon, a large group of representatives from smaller families and factions arrived at the martial arts arena, taking their seats on the elevated platform to the east, engaging in mutual pleasantries.
Ahem. Master Yi, I am here for a matter. 10 days ago,
your Yi family acquired 2,000 beast skins from me, totaling 8,000 spirit crystals, which remains unpaid.
I kindly ask for prompt payment, said a somewhat portly middle-aged man after sipping his tea.
He was the head of the Chen family.
Master Yi,
your family has been renting 15 street-facing shops from our Wu family in the south of the city. I wish to inform you that starting this month, the rent will no longer be paid annually but monthly, and the rent will double, the Wu family head interjected.
Master Yi, a month ago,
you acquired 31st-tier magical beast cores from our Lu family, totaling 6,000 spirit crystals.
Please settle this today, the Lu family head chimed in. Master Yi,
20 days ago, your family borrowed 10 genuine spirit pills from the treasure pavilion, valued at 10,000 spirit crystals.
I ask for payment today,
the master of the treasure pavilion stated. Master Yi, 3 months ago, your family took 100 weapons from our Liang family's armory, valued at 3,000 spirit crystals.
I hope for immediate payment, the Liang family head added.
Subsequently, others also voiced their demands. It was clear that they had all come to collect debts.
This was utterly alarming.
This was clearly a concerted effort targeting the Yi family.
The faces of the Yi family as senior members darkened, their bodies trembling with suppressed rage.
All the factions that had dealings with the Yi family in Moonlight City had come to demand payment. We have agreements in place for all debts incurred in our dealings.
Your sudden demand for immediate repayment is quite perplexing. Speak plainly, has Qin Xiong sent you? Yi Tianpeng roared, his anger palpable.
With a resounding force, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted, causing the entire platform to shake violently.
Late-stage Earth realm.
The representatives from the smaller families and factions turned pale with fear.
The late-stage Earth realm power was among the strongest in all of Moonlight City. Master Yi, some matters need not be elaborated upon. Have compassion for us.
The Qin family is powerful now, allied with the Shi, El families, and even the city lord's office. We small factions fear for our very existence should we anger Qin Xiong, the master of the treasure pavilion spoke cautiously.
Master Yi, esteemed elders of the Yi family, please show us some mercy.
After all, repaying debts is a matter of right and wrong.
Surely, your Yi family does not intend to default? Indeed. If payment is not made, we shall not leave today.
We will take up residence in your Yi family instead, others echoed.
Do you fear Qin Xiong? Yet lack fear for the Yi family? Yi Tianpeng retorted angrily.
Master Yi, I believe it wise for your family to conserve strength to deal with Qin Xiong. The master of the treasure pavilion remarked, a glint of mockery in his eyes.
It was evident he held little faith in the Yi family.
The representatives from the smaller families and factions exhibited the same sentiment. It was understandable, with Qin awakening his celestial spirit, the Qin family's rise was undeniable.
And all factions in Moonlight City recognized that the Yi family was likely to face a catastrophic blow.
The decline of the Yi family seemed inevitable.
How many spirit crystals can our Yi family currently muster? Yi Tianpeng inhaled deeply, turning his gaze to Yi Zhongyan.
In recent years, as Yi Tianpeng lost power,
The family's finances had been managed entirely by Yi Zhongyan.
We can currently gather approximately 30,000 spirit crystals, Yi Zhongyan replied calmly.
What? Yi Tianping's hands trembled slightly upon hearing this.
The debts demanded by the dozen or so smaller families and factions totaled nearly 60,000 spirit crystals, far from sufficient. Esteemed guests, our Yi family can currently produce around 30,000 spirit crystals. I assure you that the remaining debts will be settled within 3 days.
Yi Tianping proclaimed earnestly, clasping his hands together. We have collaborated with you all for many years, surely you can grant us this small concession? Haha, within 3 days? What guarantee do you offer?
Master Yi, do not attempt to deceive me.
Payment must be made today, every single crystal. None would relent. Before arriving,
they had all received orders from Qin Xiong to pressure the Yi family mercilessly.
The Yi family was indeed unable to produce such a sum. What would they do?
Yi Tianping's face flushed with anger, his voice hoarse. The 7 elders of the Yi family also wore expressions of grave concern.
Master Yi,
your family is a prominent family in Moonlight City, possessing at least dozens of street-facing shops, 5 iron mines, and a quarter share in a spirit crystal mine. All of these could be liquidated for spirit crystals to settle our debts. The master of the treasure pavilion stepped forward with a mocking smile.
Absolutely not. Yi Tianping's blood boiled, fury surging within him.
Those street-facing shops, the 5 iron mines, and the quarter share of the spirit crystal mine were the very foundation of the Yi family. This was a blatant attempt to drive the Yi family to ruin.
Master Yi, you have the authority to decide.
However, if we do not receive our debts today, we shall not depart. If your Yi family refuses to repay, I assure you, no one in Moonlight City will dare to conduct business with you again, a family head scoffed.
At that moment, the atmosphere on the platform grew tense.
The representatives from the smaller families and factions exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. One of the 4 prominent families of the Crescent Moon City, the Yi family, has been driven to such a state by their combined efforts. How gratifying it is. The so-called prestigious families are merely this.
You, the lackeys of Qin Xiong, believe that a mere 60,000 spirit crystals can truly threaten our Yi family?
Suddenly, a faint voice emerged, and Yi Yunfei was already upon the high platform.
Unbeknownst to anyone,
instantly, all eyes were drawn to Yi Yunfei.
You must be the infamous wasteful young master, Yi Yunfei.
How ungracious your words are.
A mere 60,000? Such arrogance. Why don't you repay your debts then? No money to return, yet you dare to speak so brazenly. The debt collectors began to clamor. Feier, you? Yi Tianping gazed at Yi Yunfei in astonishment. Father, here are 2 third-grade Xin Yuan pills and 10 second-grade Jinling pills. In total,
their worth undoubtedly exceeds 30,000 spirit crystals. Coupled with our Yi family's 30,000 spirit crystals, the total value surpasses 60,000. Yi Yunfei produced 2 vials from his pocket and placed them upon the table before Yi Tianping.
Is this sufficient? If not, today,
I can provide as many Jinling pills as needed.
The debt owed by the Yi family will be repaid in full.
Yi Yunfei's calm voice resonated across the high platform. Chapter 20, Special Attendants. A mere 60,000 spirit crystals, and yet they come with such arrogance.
Is it worth it? Ha, what a bunch of ignorant lackeys. Yi Yunfei's voice dripped with sarcasm once again. On the high platform, all eyes were fixated on the 2 bottles on the table. Yi Tianping's emotions surged at once.
He rushed forward and opened both bottles.
A rich aroma of spirit elixirs wafted through the air. It couldn't be mistaken.
2 Xian Yuan pills and 10 Jinling pills.
Everyone was utterly astounded.
A mere junior casually produced spirit elixirs worth 30,000 spirit crystals.
Feier.
Where did these elixirs come from?
Yi Tianping was both excited and perplexed as he looked towards Yi Yunfei. Father, let's not concern ourselves with that for now.
First, we need to send those lackeys of Qin Xiong away, Yi Yunfei replied.
These Xian Yuan pills and Jinling pills were concocted by Yi Yunfei himself not long ago. However, he was not inclined to reveal this to anyone just yet.
If they learned that a youth with no prior alchemical experience and merely the strength of the 6th stage of body refinement managed to produce so many 2nd and 3rd grade elixirs on his first attempt, it would surely be shocking.
All right. Yi Tianpeng nodded gravely.
The representatives of the small families wore grim expressions.
The task assigned to them by Qin Xiong was to force the Yi family into bankruptcy.
It appeared that this task would not come to fruition.
Wonderful! The Yi family is saved.
The grand elder of the Yi family looked at the elixirs in Yi Tianping's hands, tears of joy streaming down his face.
Just then, a sudden announcement rang out. Report! The master of Lingjin workshop has arrived.
A Yi family member rushed into the training ground, calling out loudly.
What? Everyone was taken aback.
The master of Lingjin workshop was undoubtedly one of the most enigmatic figures in Crescent Moon City.
It was said that the city lord and the heads of the four great families had sought to meet him on numerous occasions, all to no avail. Yet today, he unexpectedly visited the Yi family.
There was no need to ask, he was surely here to collect debts.
Indeed. Why would the master of Lingjin workshop personally visit a mere Yi family?
It was evident that he was invited by Qin Xiong to exert pressure on the Yi family.
Who would have thought that with the rise of a heavenly spirit body from the Qin family, even the master of Lingjin workshop would be compelled to make an appearance and do Qin Xiong's bidding?
The Qin family had truly risen. The Yi family was doomed.
Before Lingjin workshop, they were weaker than ants.
The representatives of the small families began to murmur among themselves.
Do we have any business dealings with Lingjin workshop? Yi Tianpeng suddenly turned to Yi Zhongyan.
Yes, Yi Zhongyan replied calmly, his expression inscrutable.
Please, Yi Tianpeng took a deep breath and commanded. Moments later,
a tall and stunning young woman, approximately 17 or 18 years old, entered the training ground, accompanied by a rosy-cheeked elder.
Yi Yunfei smiled slightly.
This beautiful young woman was none other than Xiao Chuchu, the master of Lingjin workshop.
The elder following her was Huang Lao.
Xiao Chuchu had met the head of the Yi family before and greeted Yi Tianpeng with a bow.
She is the master of Lingjin workshop? Apart from Yi Yunfei, everyone on the high platform was momentarily bewildered.
No one had anticipated that the master of Lingjin workshop would be such a young girl.
Master Xiao, what brings you here?
Please speak freely, Yi Tianpeng said, his expression slightly troubled.
This master was likely here to collect debts. President of Dibao Pavilion, greetings to Master Xiao.
Head of the Chen family, I pay my respects to Master Xiao.
Head of the Wu family, greetings to Master Xiao. At this moment, the representatives of the small families surged forward, each competing to bow to Xiao Chuchu, their attitudes dripping with flattery. It was no joke. Lingjin workshop was one of the most renowned powers in the Great Qin Empire. It was said that the imperial family and the four major sects treated Lingjin workshop with utmost respect. Encountering the master of Lingjin workshop was akin to a commoner meeting an imperial envoy. Haha, Yi family head, today marks the Yi family gathering.
I have heard of a talented young man named Yi Yunfei from your family, a true dragon among men.
Hence, I have come to witness his brilliance. I assume this is young Master Yi Yunfei?
Xiao Chuchu spoke with a serious and respectful tone, her gaze fixed on Yi Tianpeng. But her beautiful eyes slyly scanned Yi Yunfei.
This girl is quite bold in her flattery, Yi Yunfei couldn't help but chuckle.
He understood that Xiao Chuchu had certainly caught wind of the recent events and had come specifically to show her support.
What? The crowd was taken aback, wondering if they had misheard.
Everyone had assumed that the master of Lingjin workshop came to the Yi family to collect debts and assist Qin Xiong in pressuring them.
Unexpectedly, she claimed to have come to admire Yi Yunfei's talents. Ahem. Master Xiao, you flatter me. Is it truly for this purpose that you have come?
Yi Tianpeng was at a loss for words.
Surely, her words were meant to be taken ironically.
He, indeed, that is my primary purpose for visiting the Yi family.
Oh.
No, there is another purpose as well.
From now on, all spirit medicines and elixirs sold by Lingjin workshop to the Yi family will be offered at a 10% discount. Moreover,
we at Lingjin workshop intend to establish a cooperative relationship with the Yi family. Xiao Chuchu's voice was crisp and melodious, like a songbird in spring.
What? Master Xiao, is what you say true? Yi Tianpeng was both astonished and overjoyed, hardly daring to believe his ears. The 7 elders of the Yi family were equally ecstatic. How could this be? This master did not come to collect debts but rather to offer discounts? Of course it is true, Xiao Chuchu nodded lightly. Ha ha ha. Master Xiao. The Yi family will never forget your kindness. Yi Tianpeng laughed heartily.
The frustrations, anger, and resentment he had felt earlier evaporated in an instant. This was Lingjin Workshop, one of the foremost powers in the Great Qin Empire. To think they would seek to establish a cooperative relationship with the Yi family. Father, we should first send those lackeys of Qin Xiong away, Yi Yunfei suddenly interjected.
Ah, I almost forgot.
Yi Tianpeng smacked his forehead and announced, someone. Go to the cellar and bring all of our Yi family's spirit crystals to settle the debt.
Yi Tianpeng bellowed, I will retrieve them myself.
The Grand Elder stood up and left the high platform. Just moments ago, the Yi family was nearly cornered to the brink of despair, but now, with this sudden turnaround, the Grand Elder was brimming with excitement.
Oh? So these people are Qin Xiong's lackeys, come to collect debts?
Humph, a bunch of despicable scoundrels.
Huang Lao, remember them.
From this moment on, Lingjin Workshop will no longer conduct business with these people.
Furthermore,
any force in Crescent Moon City that dares to associate with these despicable scoundrels will be barred from entering Lingjin Workshop. Xiao Chuchu cast a cold glance at the representatives of the small families, her words sharp and resolute.
Master Xiao, please, no. The representatives of the dozen or so small families and factions were utterly dumbfounded upon hearing Xiao Chuchu's words, their faces paling in terror as they pleaded pitifully.
Given the formidable strength of Lingjin Workshop, subduing these minor clans and forces would be a trivial endeavor, akin to crushing an ant. This foretold a future fraught with hardship for them. Master, I have noted them all, Huang Lao stated expressionlessly from behind Xiao Chuchu.
Xiao Chuchu turned her face away,
disregarding the desperate pleas of the representatives from the small families and factions.
Ultimately, these representatives were dismissed with a stern countenance by Yi Tianpeng.
Chapter 21, Elimination of Internal Traitors. At this moment, on the high platform, only the senior members of the Yi family remained, Yi Yunfei, Xiao Chuchu, and Elder Huang.
Father,
as long as the traitors within our family remain, today's events will surely repeat themselves.
Yi Yunfei suddenly stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Zhongyan. What do you mean? Yi Zhongyan roared in fury, clearly aware that Yi Yunfei was targeting him.
If I recall correctly, the family finances are managed by you, old dog. The debts those people came to collect just now amount to over 60,000 spirit crystals. Yet, our Yi family's total annual income barely exceeds 40,000 spirit crystals.
When did we become so extravagant? This is simply unsustainable. Do we truly require 2,000 beast skins and 31st tier monster cores?
Father, I suggest we thoroughly investigate the family accounts to see if Yi Zhongyan has inflated the figures for personal gain. Perhaps, in his quest for the position of family head, he has even colluded with outsiders, harming our family's interests.
Yi Yunfei spoke with a measured tone. You slander me!
Yi Zhongyan shouted, his anger palpable. Yet a hint of panic flickered across his face.
Did I not mention before that creating chaos within the Yi family would highlight my father's inept management and provide you with the opportunity to seize power amidst the turmoil? This certainly benefits you. The steward you hired last year, Xiao Wanzu, is actually Qin Wanzu, sent here by Qin Xiong to aid you in opposing my father. Yi Yunfei asserted calmly. As soon as Yi Yunfei's words fell, Yi Tianpeng and the 7 elders fixed their gazes on Yi Zhongyan. Is what Feier said true or false? Yi Tianpeng inquired, each word laden with gravity.
Elders, Qin Xiong has promised me that if I become the head of the Yi family, he will spare us from further oppression. At this point, Yi Zhongyan realized he could no longer conceal his actions. Old dog, you have finally admitted to colluding with outsiders. The reason so many came to collect debts today is that you are one of the masterminds. Yi Yunfei scoffed. You did well, Yi Zhongyan. Yi Tianpeng bellowed, trembling with rage. The atmosphere on the high platform became incredibly tense. At this moment, everyone understood that Yi Yunfei's claims were entirely true. How enlightening today has been. Who would have thought there could be such despicable individuals in this world, willing to conspire with external foes for their own gain at the expense of their family? Xiao Chuchu spoke up, her tone dripping with disdain. Yi Zhongyan's face turned crimson, his eyes blazing with fury. However, given Xiao Chuchu's status, He dared not direct his anger at her. "It is all the fault of that little bastard." He cast a venomous glare at Yi Yunfei, redirecting his ire toward him. "Colluding with outsiders to harm the family's interests is punishable by death according to our clan's rules."
Yi Yunfei suddenly shouted, drawing his sword, and advancing toward Yi Zhongnian. "You little brat, do you think I fear you?" Yi Zhongnian roared, his hatred for Yi Yunfei reaching its zenith. With a thunderous clap, he struck toward Yi Yunfei. An illusory palm shadow erupting from his hand. The violent spiritual power surged forth like a tidal wave, exploding the air around them and sending debris flying, creating a terrifying spectacle. "Feier, be careful!" Yi Tianpeng exclaimed in alarm. In that instant, a sudden turn of events unfolded. "Ah!" Yi Zhongnian cried out in agony. Retreating several steps, his face ashen. The pain in his head was unbearable, as if an invisible iron needle was wreaking havoc in his brain. With a swift, ghost-like motion, Yi Yunfei thrust his sword with precision, striking directly into Yi Zhongnian's dantian. Yi Yunfei's speed was astonishing, his swordplay exquisite, perfectly complemented by his sword intent. More importantly, Yi Zhongnian had not anticipated such a decisive and ruthless attack. He truly dared to harm him. It was too late for him to evade. Crack! Yi Yunfei's sword twisted within Yi Zhongnian's dantian, rendering it utterly shattered. The god-eating needle had indeed not disappointed me. Yi Yunfei had recently mastered the god-eating needle technique, and its initial use yielded satisfactory results. One application inflicted excruciating pain on Yi Zhongnian, significantly reducing his combat effectiveness, allowing Yi Yunfei to pierce his dantian with a single strike. "Ah! You little brat, you have ruined me!" Yi Zhongnian howled in despair. Had Yi Zhongnian been rendered incapacitated? The onlookers on the high platform stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. What transpired? The entire martial arts arena was equally astounded by the commotion from the high platform to the east. The traitors within the family had been eliminated. From this moment forth, all high-ranking members of the Yi family must wholeheartedly support my father, uniting to confront external threats and strengthen our family. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. If anyone dissents, step forward now. Yi Yunfei's cold gaze swept over the 7 elders of the Yi family, his sword still dripping with blood. A chilling aura of murderous intent emanated from Yi Yunfei. Not a single elder dared to utter a word. Young Miss, Yi Xiao is decisive in his actions. He is destined to achieve great things. Elder Huan quietly remarked to Xiao Chuchu. Xiao Chuchu nodded, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the sword-wielding Yi Yunfei. Very well. Yi Yunfei surveyed the crowd, satisfied with their silence, and nodded approvingly. Elders, I assure you that as long as I am here, no one shall lay a hand on our Yi family. Moreover, our family's future will not be confined merely to the Crescent Moon City, nor limited to the Great Qin Empire, but will extend into the vast world beyond. Yi Yunfei's powerful declaration resonated across the high platform, leaving every individual in awe. Well said. Yi Yunfei, I support you. The Grand Elder suddenly thundered. Previously, Yi Yunfei had been viewed as a hopeless waste in his eyes. Yet today, all the shocks he had witnessed had profoundly affected him. He felt an instinctive belief that under Yi Yunfei's leadership, the Yi family could truly soar to great heights. I support you. I support you. One after another, the other elders voiced their support. Finally, Yi Yunfei's gaze landed on Yi Chaoxian, his sword raised high. A frigid murderous intent locked onto Yi Chaoxian. This Yi Chaoxian had openly supported Yi Zhongnian and had repeatedly made things difficult for Yi Yunfei and his father. Yi Yunfei's intent to kill had solidified. Yi Yunfei, I was blinded by my folly. I apologize. I swear from now on to support the family head unconditionally. Yi Chaoxian, sensing Yi Yunfei's murderous aura, paled in fear and hastily proclaimed. His power was comparable to that of Yi Zhongnian. If Yi Yunfei could easily incapacitate Yi Zhongnian, killing him would be a mere trifle. Remember your words. Yi Yunfei gazed deeply at Yi Chaoxian and remarked. Now, you may continue. I have no further business here. Yi Yunfei sheathed his long sword and descended from the high platform. With his objective accomplished, he felt no inclination to delve further into the affairs of his family. Young Master Yi, wait for me.
Xiao Chuchu called out, hurrying after Yi Yunfei alongside Elder Huang.
The 7 elders watched Yi Yunfei depart, their gazes lingering until he vanished from sight. Patriarch, what is the nature of the relationship between Yi Yunfei and Master Xiao?
I can't shake the feeling that Master Xiao treats Yi Yunfei rather unusually, almost with exceptional kindness.
Could it be? The Grand Elder inquired,
his tone laced with curiosity as he turned to Yi Tianpeng.
I do not know, Yi Tianpeng replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Ha ha. This is fortuitous.
If Yi Yunfei can forge a bond with Master Xiao, it would be an immense blessing for our Yi family. The Grand Elder exclaimed, bursting into laughter.
Chapter 22, Preparing to venture into the Beast Forest. Miss Xiao, thank you so much.
Stepping down from the high platform, Yi Yunfei turned to gaze at Xiao Chuchu. Following the events of today, his fondness for her had surged dramatically. Young Master Yi, why are you being so polite with me? Xiao Chuchu replied with a bright smile. By the way, Miss Xiao, I wish to purchase an additional portion of the spiritual herbs I procured a few days ago from Lingjin Workshop.
However, I currently lack sufficient spiritual crystals.
Yi Yunfei's voice carried a hint of awkwardness.
Not a problem. I shall send someone to deliver them shortly.
The cost will simply be deducted from the earnings of the Xiaoluidan sales. After all, it won't cost me anything. Xiao Chuchu interjected playfully before bidding farewell and departing the Yi residence with Elder Huang. Her visit today was primarily to support Yi Yunfei, a goal she had successfully achieved. Not long after, Xiao Chuchu indeed sent someone to deliver the spiritual herbs to Yi Yunfei, and the quantity was double that of his previous order. Upon receiving the herbs,
Yi Yunfei immediately retreated to his room to commence alchemy.
Meanwhile, in the Qin residence's grand hall, Qin Xiong fumed, I'm furious. The Yi family has managed to navigate this without a hitch.
Yi Tianpeng emerged unscathed.
His voice echoed throughout the hall. The events at the Yi family had indeed been orchestrated by Qin Xiong, but they had ended in failure. Present in the hall were the senior members of the Qin clan, including Qinan. Who would have thought that useless Yi Yunfei could produce 2 Xian Yuan Dan and 10 Jinling Dan?
Remarked an elder of the Qin family, his expression grim.
It is said that Yi Yunfei not only regained his cultivation but also displayed astonishing strength at the clan meeting, defeating Yi Lei with a single move.
What on earth is happening? Were we not told that Yi Yunfei, despite restoring his martial veins, had suffered severe damage to his talents and become an average talent? Why has he suddenly become so formidable?
Qin Xiong ground his teeth in frustration.
Father, you need not worry. In 7 days, the 4 clans mining competition will take place. And I shall personally eliminate Yi Yunfei.
I will enter seclusion to cultivate during these 7 days, and I will break through to the Earth realm. A mere Yi Yunfei is but an ant to me, Qinan stated calmly, his gaze radiating an air of superiority.
Hiss. You will break through to the Earth realm?
The hall filled with gasps of astonishment.
It is noteworthy that Qinan was not yet 18.
An Earth realm expert at such a young age was unprecedented in the history of Yuan Yu City.
Indeed, he is truly a heavenly spirit body.
The members of the hall regarded Qinan with awe and envy.
Ha, my son is truly remarkable.
Yi Yunfei is currently the strongest among the younger generation of the Yi family, and he will surely participate in the upcoming competition.
You must eliminate him. Additionally,
I want every young participant from the Yi family to perish, not a single one left alive. Qin Xiong laughed maniacally, his expression twisted. Rest assured, father.
In 7 days,
I will unleash a massacre. None of the young members of the Yi family will leave the competition alive, Qinan replied with a calm demeanor, concealing a chilling intent within his words. After finishing, Qinan stepped out of the hall, departing for seclusion. The onlookers watched him with a mixture of reverence and trepidation.
However, when did the Yi family establish a connection with Lingjin Workshop? It is said that the workshop's master, surnamed Xiao,
openly declared a desire to form a partnership with the Yi family. This complicates matters, for if we attempt to act against the Yi family, Lingjin Workshop may intervene,
which would pose significant challenges, one elder of the Qin family expressed, a note of concern evident in his voice.
Humph.
There is no need for concern.
The 4 major sects of the Great Qin Empire have already sent messages. Each sect has promised that if Honor consents, he can join unconditionally.
Furthermore, he will be groomed as a core disciple. On the day of the Four Clans mining competition, representatives from these sects will arrive in Yuanyu City. Moreover,
there is even more thrilling news. General Sima from the imperial family has sent a trusted envoy to our Qin residence, proposing a marriage alliance,
offering his daughter to Qinan. With General Sima backing us, do we need to fear Lingjin workshop? Qin Xiong proclaimed triumphantly. Is that true? That is splendid news. Our Qin family is finally rising.
The hall erupted in excitement among the senior members of the Qin family. In the courtyard of the Yi residence, Yi Yunfei had spent 2 full days and nights locked in his room, passionately refining pills without stepping outside.
I have finally exhausted all the spiritual herbs. His voice, tinged with exhaustion, echoed within the room.
Over these 2 days and nights, Yi Yunfei had successfully concocted 2 batches of 3 Shen Yuan Dan each, totaling 6. And 6 batches of 10 Junling Dan each, totaling 60.
With my current meager strength, alchemy is indeed a laborious endeavor, Yi Yunfei mused, packing away the cauldron and the pills with a wry smile.
Now, it is time to cultivate the heavenly demon blood fusion body technique.
In this lifetime,
I shall never repeat the mistakes of my past.
I must commit to dual cultivation of both spirit and flesh. The refinement of the body must progress alongside the cultivation of spiritual energy. Yi Yunfei resolved. However,
practicing the heavenly demon blood fusion body technique requires a substantial amount of blood essence.
It seems I must journey to the beast forest, for it can provide me with an abundance of blood essence from magical beasts.
After contemplating, Yi Yunfei made his decision.
For Yi Yunfei,
the most significant endeavor of his rebirth was to enhance his strength and strive to reclaim the title of Celestial Emperor.
Yi Yunfei stepped out of his room. Young master, you have finally emerged from seclusion.
Xiaoye, seated on a stone bench in the courtyard, rested her chin on her hands, appearing quite bored.
Upon spotting Yi Yunfei,
her face lit up with joy as she rushed over.
Xiaoye, has the injury on your face healed?
Yi Yunfei inquired, his gaze falling upon her delicate features.
It's nearly healed, Xiaoye replied.
Indeed, my beautiful Xiaoye has returned.
Yi Yunfei smiled.
Young master, you're making fun of me.
Don't stare. Xiaoye's cheeks flushed crimson under his gaze. Ha, a mere glance is harmless. Yi Yunfei laughed heartily, his spirits elevated. By the way, Xiaoye, I will be going out for the next 5 days.
Please keep an eye on the courtyard, Yi Yunfei instructed.
Young master, you're going out? Please be cautious. Xiaoye responded, momentarily taken aback.
Do not worry, Yi Yunfei assured her, departing the courtyard. He headed straight to Yi Tianping's study, delivering all 60 Junling Dan.
Father,
these 60 Junling Dan are worth 60,000 spiritual crystals. This should suffice for the Yi family's expenses for the time being.
I will be going out for the next 5 days. 5 days later, on the day of the Four Clans mining competition, I shall return punctually. After Yi Yunfei spoke,
he did not afford Yi Tianping the opportunity to inquire further and departed immediately.
Fair, take care of everything.
Yi Tianping, holding 6 bottles filled with genuine spirit pills,
was utterly astonished. For a long while, he finally called out this phrase towards Yi Yunfei's retreating figure.
He realized that he was increasingly unable to comprehend his son. Chapter 23, 100 slaps. Having departed the Yi residence, Yi Yunfei, with a sense of longing, directed his steps toward the Crescent Moon Academy.
His thoughts lingering on Zhou Mu and Qing Luo. Zhou Mu held the distinction of being Yi Yunfei's most esteemed brother,
while Su Qing Luo was the girl for whom he held the deepest gratitude. Within the Crescent Moon Academy, along the thoroughfares, students bustled about, creating a vibrant atmosphere.
The academy's approach to student management was notably lenient.
Attendance and the selection of martial instructors were entirely at the students' discretion.
Indeed, some scions of martial families,
after remitting their tuition, seldom graced the academy with their presence, preferring to remain within their familial estates to cultivate their martial prowess. This philosophy of governance was rumored to be linked to the academy's elusive principal, a figure shrouded in mystery, rarely seen in public. Every member of the Yi family,
prostrate yourselves. Kowtow 100 times.
Suddenly, a voice brimming with disdain shattered the ambience.
Intrigued, Yi Yunfei raised his gaze, peering ahead.
A throng of students had congregated, forming an impenetrable barrier.
In the center, a wide expanse lay vacant, where two factions of youths found themselves in opposition. One faction,
Each member bearing the marks of a brutal assault, with swollen noses, bruised faces, and even fractured limbs, presented a pitiable sight.
Shi Shaojie, you go too far. Are you not afraid of incurring the wrath of our Yi family by tormenting us so?
One of the youths, cradling a fractured wrist with exposed bone, voiced his indignation.
The Yi family is on the verge of annihilation, what is there to fear?
A youth clad in yellow, standing tall with an air of arrogance, retorted with a sneer. This youth was Shi Shaojie, the younger brother of Shi Shaodai and the young master of the Shi family in Crescent Moon City. Possessing the strength of the 8th level of body refinement, Shi Shaojie was a leading figure among the younger generation of the Shi family and a prominent figure in Crescent Moon City.
Reputedly,
he ranked among the top 5 of Crescent Moon City's younger generation.
A dozen or so youths with haughty expressions stood beside Shi Shaojie, each exuding a menacing aura.
These youths were all members of the Shi family. Originally, I came here today specifically to find that good-for-nothing Yi Yunfei, who dared to publicly write a letter of severance,
insulting my sister.
He deserves to die.
Since that good-for-nothing Yi Yunfei isn't at the academy today, his sins will have to be borne by you.
Shi Shaojie crossed his arms, declaring coldly. For the past 2 or 3 days, Shi Shaojie had been frequenting the Crescent Moon Academy, purportedly in search of Yi Yunfei. Unable to find him, he vented his frustration on other members of the Yi family. The surrounding students, captivated by the spectacle, engaged in animated discussions.
I don't have that much time to waste on trash like you from the Yi family. I'll count to 3. If you haven't knelt down and kowtowed by then,
I'll break both legs of each of you.
1, 2. Shi Shaojie began his countdown.
The Yi family youths, filled with alarm and indignation, knew that Shi Shaojie had no intention of letting them off.
Don't be afraid, at worst, we'll fight him. One of the Yi family youths suddenly roared, his expression one of tragic determination. Fight? What do you trash have to fight me with?
Shi Shaojie sneered, displaying utter contempt. You Shi family trash. If you kneel down and kowtow 1,000 times each, perhaps I'll consider letting you go. Just then, a calm voice cut through the air as Yi Yunfei, parting the crowd, slowly stepped forward.
Yi Yunfei's here.
I heard he's recovered his cultivation.
Even if he has, so what?
He's only at the 3rd level of body refinement.
He's no match for Shi Shaojie. The onlookers immediately recognized Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei, you good for nothing. Shi Shaojie's gaze narrowed, fixing on Yi Yunfei. Young Master Yunfei. The dozen or so Yi family youths, upon seeing Yi Yunfei, were overjoyed, their hearts instantly at ease. They knew that with Yi Yunfei's arrival, they were safe.
At the clan gathering 2 days prior, they had witnessed firsthand Yi Yunfei's display of power, defeating Yi Lei, who had already reached the 9th level of body refinement,
with a single move. This Shi Shaojie was no match for Yi Yunfei. Very good. Our Yi family's descendants should have such mettle. Yi Yunfei cast an admiring glance at the Yi family youth who had declared his intention to fight Shi Shaojie, inquiring with a smile, "What is your name?"
Replying to young Master Yunfei, "My name is Yi Xiaodong," the Yi family youth hastily replied.
"Very well.
I will suggest to my father that your monthly cultivation resources be appropriately increased. Remember, what martial artists cultivate is not merely martial skill but, more importantly, a heart of unwavering courage that refuses to yield, no matter the trials and tribulations faced. Only in this way can one journey further on the path of martial arts."
Yi Yunfei nodded, speaking with encouraging tones.
A heart of unwavering courage that refuses to yield.
Thank you for your guidance, young Master Yunfei. Yi Xiaodong, upon hearing Yi Yunfei's words, seemed to grasp something, vaguely sensing a deeper meaning.
The prospect of an increase in his monthly cultivation resources filled him with joy. "Yi Yunfei, you good for nothing, come over here and meet your death." Shi Shaojie glared at Yi Yunfei, his eyes blazing with fury, his face contorted. He noticed that since Yi Yunfei's arrival, he hadn't even spared him a glance, which only fueled his rage.
"I'll count to 3.
If that your family trash doesn't kneel down and kowtow 1,000 times, you go over there and slap him 100 times.
Yi Yunfei pointed at Shi Shaojie, instructing Yi Xiaodong. What? Everyone present was stunned by Yi Yunfei's words. Shi Shaojie was at the 8th level of body refinement, while Yi Xiaodong was only at the 2nd level. The disparity between them was vast. For Yi Xiaodong to slap Shi Shaojie 100 times seemed impossible. It was likely that Yi Xiaodong would be instantly killed before even approaching Shi Shaojie. Young Master Yunfei. Yi Xiaodong was taken aback. Very good indeed. I'll stand right here and see what ability this 2nd level body refinement trash has to slap me 100 times. Shi Shaojie, enraged beyond measure, let out a cold laugh. Standing his ground with murderous intent lurking in his eyes. I think this good-for-nothing's brain must be malfunctioning to say such absurd things. Our young Master Shi is among the top 5 experts of the younger generation in Crescent Moon City. Young Master Shi could crush this trash with a single finger. The Shi family youths beside Shi Shaojie erupted in laughter, hurling insults. 1, 2. Yi Yunfei began his countdown, his expression serious. Could it be that he's serious? Everyone was bewildered. 3. Xiaodong, go ahead and slap him 100 times, not one less. Yi Yunfei spoke calmly. He. Shi Shaojie, consumed by rage, sneered. Remaining where he was, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Young Master Yunfei, are you sure you want me to slap him? Yi Xiaodong was flustered. Do you remember what I told you earlier? If you believe in me, then go. Yi Yunfei said, his hands clasped behind his back. All right, I'll go. Yi Xiaodong gritted his teeth, steeling himself, and strode toward Shi Shaojie without hesitation. Die. Shi Shaojie's fury soared. For a 2nd level body refinement trash to dare slap him was an insult he couldn't bear. Rumbling spiritual energy surged forth from his body like a landslide, causing dust and stones to fly in the surrounding area. How terrifying! The onlookers, startled by the commotion, instinctively retreated. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness. As Shi Shaojie cried out in excruciating pain. Clutching his head with trembling hands, his pallid face resembled a sheet of paper. And beads of perspiration the size of soybeans cascaded down his brow. He could barely maintain his footing. Proceed, do not squander time, came Yi Yunfei's calm voice. Shi Shaojie's torment stemmed from Yi Yunfei's invocation of the God-eating needle. Even Yi Zhongyan, who possessed earth-level strength, could not withstand the effects of the God-eating needle, leaving Shi Shaojie utterly powerless. Very well. Yi Xiaodong gritted his teeth, resolutely stepping forward. With a swift motion, he unleashed a flurry of slaps upon Shi Shaojie's face, the resounding echoes of the blows punctuating the tense atmosphere with rhythmic clarity. At that moment, Shi Shaojie felt as though his head might explode from the overwhelming agony. He possessed neither the strength nor the will to resist. The sharp sound of slaps reverberated continuously, enveloping the surroundings in an eerie silence. Chapter 24, Two People from Different Worlds. Young Master Yunfei, I have delivered 100 slaps. Finally, Yi Xiaodong ceased his actions and returned to Yi Yunfei's side. At that moment, Shi Shaojie lay on the ground, his face pale as parchment, gasping for air like a fish that had been exposed to the sun for far too long. We, the Yi family, cannot allow ourselves to be bullied. If we are struck, we must retaliate fiercely. Everyone, attack. Repay them for every blow they dealt to you. Yi Yunfei's gaze swept across the other members of the Yi family. Yes. The Yi family members responded in unison, charging forward to engage in battle. Their confidence in Yi Yunfei was unwavering. Yi Yunfei unleashed the devouring needle, striking each member of the Shi family. Against these martial artists at the body refining stage, the consumption of his soul power was minimal, allowing for repeated use. Given Yi Yunfei's current level of soul power, he could only cast the devouring needle 2 or 3 times against masters of the Earth realm. The soul power required for the devouring needle varied depending on the differing realms of the opponents. The air was soon filled with cries of anguish. The Yi family members, like wolves unleashed, vented their pent-up frustrations on those who had previously wronged them. The Shi family youths were utterly defenseless. Moments later, including Shi Shaojie, no member of the Shi family was left unscathed. Limbs were broken, bodies bore numerous wounds, and they lay on the ground, groaning, unable to even rise. What on earth is happening? Could it be that Yi Yunfei possesses magic? The onlookers, filled with terror, stared at Yi Yunfei,
all presuming that the Shi family's sudden cries of pain and helplessness were undoubtedly the result of Yi Yunfei's actions.
Yet, throughout the entire ordeal, Yi Yunfei had kept his hands behind his back, seemingly not lifting a finger. If this isn't magic, then what is it? Alright, you may return now.
For the time being, avoid the Crescent Moon Academy, Yi Yunfei instructed the Yi family members. He understood that once he left, the Shi and Qin families would undoubtedly seek revenge.
Young Master Yunfei, we understand, they replied, their eyes filled with profound admiration, almost bordering on fanaticism. Did I really slap Shi Shaojie 100 times?
Yi Xiaodong still felt somewhat dazed. Shi Shaojie was among the top 5 young masters of Crescent Moon City.
How could he have struck him 100 times? Indeed. Yi Yunfei smiled.
He then turned to seek out Zhou Mu. At that moment, high above the Crescent Moon Academy, 2 figures stood upon a gently swaying ribbon. One of them was Su Qingluo, her beautiful eyes fixated on Yi Yunfei below.
Miss, is that Yi Yunfei?
Yes. Although he is merely at the 6th level of body refinement, he surprisingly possesses soul power and has cultivated a soul-related martial skill. In such a remote place as Crescent Moon City, he is indeed somewhat remarkable. However, in the eastern region, or even the entire Tianxian continent, he is insignificant. At 16 years of age, remaining at the 6th level of body refinement indicates that his potential and talent will ultimately render him a mere minor character, at best.
A standout in this small city.
Miss, you and he belong to entirely different worlds.
He will never be able to reach the realm in which you exist. Therefore, I advise you to return.
The old matriarch truly misses you, she has commanded that you must come back this time.
An elderly woman stood beside Su Qingluo,
her gaze toward Yi Yunfei filled with disdain.
Enough, Granny Rong.
My affairs are none of your concern, Su Qingluo frowned, displaying her displeasure.
Miss, I must remind you of certain matters.
You are the eldest daughter of the Su family, akin to a phoenix soaring in the skies. Yi Yunfei is too weak and insignificant for our family, akin to a speck of dust beneath our feet. You and he are mismatched. If you entangle yourself too deeply with him, it may lead to his utter demise.
Do you truly believe our Su family would permit you to associate closely with such an insignificant insect? Granny Rong added. What do you mean? Su Qingluo retorted. Granny Rong,
relay this message: if anyone from the Su family dares to harm Yi Yunfei, regardless of who it is, I, Su Qingluo, vow to personally avenge him. And I shall not go back on my word. Su Qingluo resembled an enraged little tiger, her eyes suddenly fierce and formidable.
Sigh. Miss, why must you do this?
Even if our family does not strike at Yi Yunfei, consider how many outstanding young talents in the eastern region admire you, yearning for your attention. If they discover your closeness to Yi Yunfei,
do you think they won't come to Crescent Moon City to trouble him?
Granny Rong shook her head with a bitter smile. Su Qingluo had no retort, she knew Granny Rong spoke the truth. Nevertheless, her gaze remained fixed on Yi Yunfei below, reluctant to part.
Miss, come back with me.
The old matriarch has spoken. If I fail to bring you back this time, she will come to Crescent Moon City herself, Granny Rong insisted.
Very well. I shall return with you. However, I must wait 5 more days. After the 4 clans mining competition in Crescent Moon City concludes, I will accompany you back.
I know he will participate, Su Qingluo said softly, biting her tender red lip. Moments later, Yi Yunfei found Zhou Mu and handed him 200 spirit crystal stones, advising him to return home for a while and not to linger at Crescent Moon Academy. Yi Yunfei feared that the young members of the Qin and Shi families would come seeking trouble with Zhou Mu, as their friendship was well known among the academy's populace. Subsequently, Yi Yunfei and Zhou Mu searched for Su Qingluo within the Crescent Moon Academy but to no avail.
Little did Yi Yunfei know, Su Qingluo was closely watching him from above the clouds.
Eventually, Yi Yunfei departed from the Crescent Moon Academy.
After leaving, he returned to Lingzhenfang to procure a substantial amount of spiritual herbs.
He possessed 3 Xian Yuan pills, valued at 30,000 spirit crystal stones, sufficient for his needs. Young Master Yi, we have successfully refined the Shaoluidan. The trial results exceeded our expectations. We plan to initially market it in the imperial capital and then expand throughout the entire Daxin Empire.
I will personally oversee this project, Huang Lao, who had come out to receive Yi Yunfei, eagerly stated after his shopping was complete. Huang Lao truly excelled in the art of sales. Yi Yunfei nodded in appreciation. Launching in the imperial capital will significantly enhance the Shaoluidan's reputation and value. I am confident that its sales will be exceptionally robust, Huang Lao declared with excitement. Indeed. Yi Yunfei smiled faintly. He possessed unwavering confidence in his elixirs. After departing from Lingjin workshop, Yi Yunfei procured a selection of necessary materials in the city of Yuanmun. Subsequently, he purchased a swift steed and set forth, galloping towards the direction of the celestial beast forest. Upon my return, it shall be the day of reckoning for the Qin. Sure, and L families await it. On horseback, Yi Yunfei glanced back, observing the receding Yuanmun city, and a cold smile crept upon his lips. Chapter 25, Void Mystical Gold. The Beast Forest is not far from Crescent Moon City. After half a day's journey, a majestic mountain range looms on the horizon, stretching across the earth. The Beast Forest has finally arrived. Yi Yunfei gazes at the vast mountains ahead, his eyes glimmering with brilliance. Within the depths of the Beast Forest dwell numerous magical and demonic beasts. It is said that several terrifying beast kings lurk in the innermost sanctum of the forest. Thus, the vast majority of martial artists dare only to operate in the peripheral regions, refraining from venturing into the forest's depths. Ah! A town at the foot of the Beast Mountain? As Yi Yunfei rides forward, he discovers a bustling little town that serves as the gateway to the Beast Forest. The streets are alive with the hustle and bustle of people. Yi Yunfei releases his horse and strides into the town, navigating the narrow pathways. Further ahead lies the dense thicket, rendering horseback riding impractical. On either side of the street, countless stalls are lined up, selling or purchasing various goods related to martial artists. Spirit grass, a herb specifically for replenishing spiritual energy, priced at 10 spirit crystal stones per stalk. The 3 Lives Potency Pill, priced at 100 spirit crystal stones, is an affordable essential for refining and exploring the Beast Forest. The sounds of hawking and haggling fill the air. However, Yi Yunfei is aware that such places are rife with deception. Finding truly valuable items is a challenge. Earth-grade spiritual weapons are priced at 10,000 spirit crystal stones. Suddenly, a vendor's shout captures Yi Yunfei's attention. A sturdy young man kneels before a stall, a large piece of faded fabric laid out before him, on which rests a dark dagger. Ha! This is hilarious. A mere broken dagger dares to claim to be an earth-grade spiritual weapon. Genuine earth-grade weapons are worth at least 100,000 spirit crystal stones, just the price alone reveals the fraud. Yi Yunfei thinks. The young man seems to be attempting to swindle the Na'vi. Although many gather around the stall, none believe the young man's claims, responding with mockery and derision. Merely spectators to the spectacle. Please don't misunderstand. I am not deceiving anyone. I am a hunter from this area. This dagger is a treasured heirloom passed down through generations. If it weren't for my father's severe illness, I would never part with it, the sturdy youth desperately explains. Look, my father is right here. He gestures towards an elderly man lying beside him, pale and seemingly unconscious. The crowd, noticing the display, scoffs at the emotional appeal, recognizing the ruse. No one believes the young man's words. His face flushes with anger, yet he feels powerless. Wait. Something is amiss. Suddenly, Yi Yunfei's expression shifts as he focuses intently on the dark dagger, releasing his soul power to perceive its past. Void Mystical Gold. This dagger is crafted from void mystical gold. It could significantly enhance my current combat prowess. I must acquire it. Yi Yunfei feels a surge of excitement. The rarity of void mystical gold makes it a treasure one can scarcely hope to find. How ridiculous that this young man would sell such a precious item as if it were a mere earth-grade weapon. It is a grievous undervaluation. I will take this dagger, Yi Yunfei declares, stepping forward. My lord, do you believe me? The young man kneeling on the ground is suddenly elated. The surrounding crowd erupts into a cacophony of reactions, some ridicule, others shake their heads in disbelief, while a few well-meaning individuals attempt to dissuade Yi Yunfei. I do not possess 10,000 spirit crystal stones, but I can heal your father, Yi Yunfei states. He perceives that the elderly man beside the young man is indeed ill,
suffering from the burdens of labor and past injuries. His condition is quite severe.
However, as an emperor, Yi Yunfei can easily remedy such ailments. Really? That would be wonderful. My lord, I am forever grateful. The young man, Meng Niu, beams with joy, ready to bow in gratitude. Spare me that. I will treat your father now, Yi Yunfei replies, pulling the young man to his feet. He then approaches the elderly man, his hands moving with precision as he strikes vital points on the old man's body, infusing him with spiritual energy. After a few breaths, the elderly man suddenly awakens and begins to vomit copious amounts of dark blood. All is well, your father is no longer in grave danger. Take him home. And with 2 to 3 months of rest, he will fully recover, Yi Yunfei states, reaching for the dark dagger. Thank you so much, my lord. Meng Niu exclaims, rushing to support the elderly man. Indeed, it is void mystical gold. Third young master, the dagger is priceless. Just as Yi Yunfei grasps the dagger, a voice interrupts. A young man clad in a golden robe, wearing a jade crown and a silk belt, strides forward, flanked by a gaunt elder with a commanding presence. The elder's piercing gaze is fixed on the dagger in Yi Yunfei's hand. Yi Yunfei is taken aback. The elder recognizes void mystical gold, a rarity indeed. I will take that dagger, the young man proclaims, hands clasped behind his back, his expression haughty, not even deigning to look at Yi Yunfei. I apologize. But my lord has healed my father, and this dagger now belongs to him, Meng Niu replies apologetically to the golden-robed youth. I, Xiao Wuhan, have never failed to obtain what I desire, the golden-robed youth smirks, lifting his gaze skyward. Young man, are you deaf? Did you not hear my master's words? Release the dagger immediately and depart. Otherwise, not only will you perish, but your family and friends shall also suffer the consequences. Young Master Wuhan is the third son of the current prime minister. The elder's gaze turns threatening as it locks onto Yi Yunfei. What? The third son of the prime minister. Gasps ripple through the crowd. It is well known that the current prime minister is named Xiao Baisheng. Do not provoke me. Yi Yunfei's expression remains impassive as he turns to leave. Yi Yunfei has ascended to the pinnacle of the world, commanding respect across realms and civilizations. To him, a mere prime minister of a small nation is insignificant. What? This fellow seeks death. The crowd is stunned by Yi Yunfei's audacity to treat the third son of Prime Minister Xiao with such disdain. Xiao Wuhan's expression darkens, filled with fury. You seek your own demise. The elder, enraged, thrusts his hand forward, spiritual energy tearing through the air, forming a sharp claw that hurtles toward Yi Yunfei's back. The elder's strength is formidable, at the late stage of the Earth realm. Whoosh! Yi Yunfei does not turn around, his soul power has already sensed the impending danger. He swiftly unleashes the god-eating needle. Ah! The elder suddenly experiences a searing pain in his head, letting out a pained cry as he stumbles. Yi Yunfei employs the wind-soaring steps, effortlessly dodging the incoming claw. Boom! In the midst of the street, a massive pit had been blasted open. Mud and debris flying in all directions, causing those nearby to instinctively flee. Yi Yunfei walked away without a glance back. Given his current strength, confronting a late-stage Earth realm opponent would pose a considerable challenge. Otherwise, true to his nature, he would have already unleashed a massacre. I must hasten to enhance my power. Otherwise, even encountering a mere ant of the Earth realm will force me to tread cautiously, which is utterly frustrating, Yi Yunfei mused. Feeling a sense of helplessness akin to a dragon trapped in shallow waters or a tiger fallen in the plains being bullied by dogs. The elderly man surprisingly refrained from further aggression, casting a wary glance at Yi Yunfei's retreating figure. Elder Lin, why not eliminate him? Asked Xiao Wuhan. Third young master. This fellow is rather peculiar, we should avoid provoking him for the time being. Soon, Commander Ouyang will arrive with reinforcements, and then we shall take action. The old man whispered to Xiao Wuhan. The void profound gold is an invaluable treasure, we must secure it. Very well. When the time comes, have someone investigate his origins. I intend to eradicate his entire lineage, leaving no trace of his family, friends, or sect. I shall make it known throughout the great Qin Empire that I, Xiao Wuhan, am not to be trifled with, Xiao Wuhan replied nonchalantly. I understand, the old man nodded hastily. Hee, young man, you've landed yourself in grave trouble.
The old man sneered coldly as he gazed at Yi Yunfei's distant silhouette.
Chapter 26, The Void Blade amidst the majestic mountains and dense primordial jungle. Towering trees stood as sentinels of nature.
In a secluded glade within the thicket, Yi Yunfei sat cross-legged. The piercing sunlight filtered through the thick foliage, casting its radiant beams upon him. Before him lay a dark, obsidian dagger. Merely acquiring this dagger forged from the enigmatic void gold had already yielded immense rewards from his expedition to the beast forest. A smile graced Yi Yunfei's lips.
Let me refine it first.
He began to form seals with his hands, conjuring a series of intricate spiritual seals from his essence, which flew forth from his palms and settled upon the dagger.
Ultimately, these seals fused into the weapon.
Refining the void gold posed a formidable challenge. Typically, even the most skilled warriors would find it arduous to assimilate such a blade.
However, it was no match for Yi Yunfei. As more seals integrated, the dagger trembled subtly. A resonant hum echoed from it. After nearly 2 hours, he commanded, "Rise." With a sudden utterance, he pointed, and the dagger quivered violently before soaring towards him, piercing his chest and vanishing.
Then, extending his palm, the dagger emerged from his hand, exuding a chilling aura of lethal intent. With a swift motion, he hurled the dagger, which struck a colossal tree in the distance, cleaving it in two with a resounding crash.
As the tree toppled, the dagger reappeared silently in Yi Yunfei's palm. Ha!
The void gold certainly lives up to its reputation.
From this moment forth, I shall name you the Void Blade. Yi Yunfei laughed heartily.
The void gold could meld into flesh, becoming part of the body, and when summoned by thought, it would materialize. With a mere command, it would vanish. It possessed a unique trait of obscurity, allowing it to conceal its presence in space, arriving without a trace and departing silently, a truly mysterious weapon.
This was precisely why Yi Yunfei esteemed the void gold so highly. Now, to rest a while. Soon, I shall hunt the demonic beasts and gather their blood essence. Yi Yunfei absorbed the dagger into his body and began to meditate, replenishing his spiritual energy. The process of refining the void blade had nearly depleted half of his essence.
After several hours, he stood, fully restored, ready to hunt. The dense jungle was tranquil, occasionally disturbed by small creatures darting through the underbrush or birds fluttering nearby. Yi Yunfei moved with grace, gliding silently over the foliage.
Simultaneously, he expanded his soul force, attuning himself to the surroundings. Typically, a body-refining warrior would be incapable of wielding soul force, as even Earth Realm experts could not possess such an ability. Yet Yi Yunfei was exceptional. As the reincarnation of the Heavenly Emperor, a trace of his former soul force lingered. A second-tier demonic beast, Blood Arrow Boar. Though weak, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance.
As he practiced the celestial demon blood fusion technique, the more blood essence he could gather, the better.
Yi Yunfei's soul force detected a massive, crimson beast several hundred meters away, its skin as hard as rock.
The blood arrow boar was nearly 4 to 5 times the size of an ordinary wild boar, its blood-red body adorned with a pair of menacing tusks resembling twin swords.
Yi Yunfei approached. Roar!
The blood arrow boar, having sensed him, let out a furious roar.
Its bloodthirsty eyes fixed on Yi Yunfei. Its coarse nostrils flaring as they dripped crimson liquid, while its enormous form emanated a faint crimson glow, an ominous prelude to an attack.
In that instant, a dark flash appeared, and a dagger radiating a chilling aura materialized at its throat, slicing deeply.
Roar!
The blood arrow boar emitted a pitiful cry, collapsing onto the ground littered with dead leaves and branches, thrashing violently, shaking the surrounding forest. A few breaths later, silence enveloped the scene. The power of the void blade was impressive, and Yi Yunfei felt a sense of satisfaction. With my demonic power, I shall extract the essence of all beings. He approached the fallen beast, placing a vial on the ground, forming seals with his hands and murmuring incantations. The celestial demon blood fusion technique was a powerful inheritance from the true demon clan, capable of extracting the essence of all life when invoked.
Refine! Yi Yunfei called softly, as several dark seals penetrated the massive body of the blood arrow boar.
Immediately, wisps of crimson mist emanated from its still warm flesh, swirling into the vial.
Moments later,
several droplets of strikingly red blood collected within the container, faintly shimmering with mysterious runes.
These droplets represented the essence of the blood arrow boar. At that moment,
the boar's carcass had transformed into a pile of ash, gradually swept away by the wind.
is this truly all? For such a large beast, only this scant essence? How many more must I slay to gather enough?
Yi Yunfei found himself momentarily dumbfounded.
Well, it is what it is. I must hasten my pace and continue hunting.
With a wry smile, he pressed on.
Yi Yunfei ventured deeper into the forest, engaging any demonic beasts he encountered without hesitation. Second-tier beasts fell before him with ease. Dispatched in an instant.
Third-tier beasts exhibited significant enhancements in strength, speed, and reflexes, often wielding unique talents.
Yet, utilizing his soul force, agility, the void blade, and other techniques. Yi Yunfei dispatched third-tier beasts swiftly, often within mere exchanges. Throughout the day, he operated like a relentless machine, tirelessly hunting demonic beasts. By day's end, he had slain over 500, a mix of second and third tiers, accumulating approximately 10 vials of blood essence. As night fell, he sat upon a flat expanse in the mountains, gazing at the 10 vials of blood essence before him, shaking his head in rueful amusement. It seems the outskirts of the beast forest are predominantly inhabited by first to third tier demonic beasts. The blood essence contained within these lower tier beasts is woefully insufficient. Tomorrow,
I shall venture into the central region of the beast forest. It is said that beasts of 4th to 9th tiers dwell there. And the quantity of blood essence I can collect will surely increase.
Yi Yunfei mused.
If anyone were to learn of a mere 6th-layer body-refining youth daring to traverse the central region of the beast forest alone, they would surely be astounded. Even an Earth-realm expert would tread carefully in that domain, for encountering a 9th-tier beast would send them fleeing for their lives.
Chapter 27, The Six Phantoms of the Gloomy Wind. The following day, Yi Yunfei ventured directly into the central region of the celestial beast forest. A rank 4 fiery wolf. Upon entering the central region of the celestial beast forest, Yi Yunfei's eyes lit up. Ahead, a demonic wolf engulfed in crimson flames materialized. This wolf stood at least 2 meters tall, exuding a terrifying aura. Wherever it roamed, the surrounding flora was pulverized and incinerated to ashes by its fiery breath. The strength of a rank 4 demonic beast roughly equates to the 7th or 8th level of body tempering in humans. However, demonic beasts possess innate, unique abilities,
rendering them far more formidable than human martial artists of the same rank.
For instance, the most potent aspect of this fiery wolf before him is its velocity. Excellent. You'll do. Without hesitation, Yi Yunfei directly confronted it. Roar.
Upon sighting Yi Yunfei, a hint of derision flickered across the ferocious wolf's visage, emitting a low growl.
Then, swoosh.
Its towering form transmuted into a crimson blaze, accelerating to an extreme velocity as it charged towards Yi Yunfei from hundreds of meters away.
Impressive! Yi Yunfei exclaimed. The man and wolf clashed in a fierce battle. After several exchanges, shoo!
A void blade abruptly materialized at the fiery wolf's throat, delivering a swift incision.
Woof!
The fiery wolf collapsed, writhing on the ground before succumbing to its demise.
As expected,
the quantity of blood essence possessed by a rank 4 demonic beast is significantly greater, Yi Yunfei remarked, nodding after collecting the fiery wolf's blood essence.
Onward!
Aware that he had only 4 days remaining, Yi Yunfei knew he must seize every moment to gather sufficient blood essence. For the better part of the day, Yi Yunfei forged ahead relentlessly, slaying hundreds of rank 4 and rank 5 demonic beasts in one fell swoop. A rank 5 demonic beast roughly corresponds to the 9th level of body tempering in human martial artists. Yi Yunfei encountered little difficulty in dispatching them. Yi Yunfei's efficiency in slaying grew exponentially. Moreover, he had gleaned insights from his endeavors. When encountering lumbering beasts with slower reactions, Yi Yunfei simply lay in wait, manipulating the void blade to launch sneak attacks, delivering decisive blows that resulted in instant kills. As he continued his slaughter, the accumulated stench of blood on Yi Yunfei intensified, emanating an aura of palpable dread. This caused lower-ranked demonic beasts to flee in terror upon sighting him, driven by their primal instincts. A rank 6 mighty demon bear. Ventured deeper, Yi Yunfei finally encountered a rank 6 demonic beast, the mighty demon bear. This was a beast renowned for its brute strength and ferocity. Furthermore, its hide was as tough as black iron, granting it extraordinary defensive capabilities. Slay. Without a word, Yi Yunfei charged forward, brandishing his longsword as he engaged in combat.
A rank 6 demonic beast is equivalent to an elementary Earth realm martial artist.
This battle raged for dozens of exchanges. The combat prowess of the mighty demon bear before him surpassed even that of Yi Zhongyan. However, Yi Yunfei, once the celestial emperor, possessed an unparalleled will to fight and combat techniques that were virtually unmatched in the world. Ultimately, Yi Yunfei employed the Void Blade for a stealthy strike, first blinding the mighty demon bear, rendering it sightless. Only then did he succeed in slaying it. Ha ha! The quantity of blood essence possessed by high-ranked demonic beasts is indeed far greater, Yi Yunfei exclaimed, his spirit soaring. The blood essence harvested from this mighty demon bear alone filled an entire vial. Onward! Yi Yunfei's figure darted forward, continuing his pursuit. In the ensuing period, Yi Yunfei successfully hunted down dozens of rank 6 demonic beasts. As Yi Yunfei relentlessly hunted demonic beasts within the celestial beast forest. Round Moon City. The Shi clan. Inside a chamber, Shi Shaojie lay prostrate upon his bed. The Shi clan's patriarch, Shi Tianyuan, and an elderly physician stood before the bed. Several high-ranking figures from the Shi clan trailed behind them. Physician Liu, what is Shaojie's condition? Shi Tianyuan inquired. Esteemed patriarch, the young master's primary affliction stems from damage to his divine soul. Recovery will not be swift, a period of recuperation is required, the physician, approximately 60 years of age, replied. Father, I want Yi Yunfei dead. I want him torn to shreds. Shi Shaojie roared in a low voice, his countenance contorted in fury, his eyes blazing with rage, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. What response have we received from the Gloomy Wind Mercenary Corps? Shi Tianyuan slowly inquired. Patriarch, the Gloomy Wind Mercenary Corps has just transmitted a message via demonic pigeon, confirming that Yi Yunfei, that good-for-nothing, entered the celestial beast forest 1 day prior. It is estimated that he is currently undergoing trials within the forest. The Gloomy Wind Mercenary Corps has dispatched their elite assassins, the 6 phantoms of the Gloomy Wind, to pursue and eliminate Yi Yunfei within the celestial beast forest. Each of the 6 phantoms has reached the intermediate Earth realm and specializes in various concealment, tracking, and assassination techniques. It is believed that Yi Yunfei, no matter how capable, cannot escape death, a high-ranking Shi clan member responded. The 6 phantoms of the Gloomy Wind. Excellent. It seems that Yi Yunfei cannot escape his demise, Shi Tianyuan nodded in satisfaction. However, the Gloomy Wind Mercenary Corps demands that we remit 80% of the payment by today. The remaining 20% is to be paid immediately upon Yi Yunfei's death. Agree to their terms. As long as they can slay that good-for-nothing Yi Yunfei, I will pay any sum. Yi Yunfei not only publicly humiliated my daughter by writing a letter of divorce but also injured my son. I cannot rest until this vile creature is slain. Shi Tianyuan's murderous intent intensified. Father, even the death of that good-for-nothing Yi Yunfei will not quell the hatred in my heart. I want the Yi clan to perish. Shi Shaojie cried out maniacally. Shaojie, rest assured, our Shi clan, Jin clan, and L clan have already reached an agreement. 4 days hence, during the 4 clans mining tournament, we will officially take action against the Yi clan. The specific plan involves our 3 clans' younger generation uniting to slaughter all the young members of the Yi clan during the competition. Once the competition concludes, our 3 clans will jointly dispatch troops to besiege the Yi manor, eradicating every member of the Yi clan, from top to bottom. Subsequently, we will divide the Yi clan's assets among ourselves, Shi Tianyuan said with a cold smile. Excellent. Shi Shaojie revealed a gleeful smile. In addition to our 3 clans, we have also enlisted the aid of the Gloomy Wind Mercenary Corps. Even the City Lord's mansion will cooperate with our operations. The Yi clan is doomed, Shi Tianyuan stated indifferently. Ha ha. Excellent. Yi Yunfei, you fool, do you regret your actions? This is the price you pay for injuring me. Shi Shaojie erupted in maniacal laughter. Oh, right, father, Yi Shui of the Yi clan possesses considerable beauty. Do not kill her, capture her instead. I want to indulge in her charms. A primal desire gleamed in Shi Shaojie's eyes. Very well, Shi Tianyuan nodded.
He rarely refused his son's requests. Chapter 28, The 7 Divine Flowers in the Central Region of the Beast Forest. After vanquishing over 100 6th-tier demon beasts, Yi Yunfei began to encounter 7th-tier demon beasts. The 7th-tier demon beasts are roughly equivalent to mid-level human martial artists. However, they are far more troublesome. Hunting 7th-tier demon beasts is no trivial matter. Yi Yunfei felt the difficulty of battle had escalated significantly. It was almost a sheer struggle for survival. Several times, Yi Yunfei sustained injuries, leaving him drenched in blood and in a dire state. Yet, the essence of bloodline possessed by 7th-tier demon beasts is several times greater than that of 6th-tier ones. With great risk comes great reward. Thus, Yi Yunfei threw caution to the wind, recklessly hunting, even treading on the brink of life and death. Remarkably, he managed to slay dozens of 7th-tier demon beasts in one breath. However, he was also gravely injured, particularly during a fierce battle with a 3-headed 7th-tier demon bat. He narrowly escaped having his heart clawed out. Nonetheless, after dispatching this 7th-tier demon bat, Yi Yunfei collected over a dozen vials of bloodline essence. Moreover, he obtained an inner core. The inner core embodies the essence of a demon beast, and its effectiveness in cultivating the heavenly demon blood fusion body refinement technique surpasses that of bloodline essence. He should have already gathered half of the required bloodline essence. Taking a moment to rest, Yi Yunfei sat cross-legged in a secluded glade. At that moment, deep within the forest, 6 middle-aged men cloaked in pitch-black robes emerged, akin to phantoms. Beyond them lay the central region, primarily inhabited by demon beasts of 4th-tier strength and above, with even 8th-tier and 9th-tier beasts present. That kid is merely at the 6th level of body refinement, how could he possibly dare to enter? One of the men remarked. Yet, he has indeed ventured into the central region. I can sense his aura, another replied. Humph, there's nothing surprising about it. This reckless youth is blissfully unaware of the dangers that lie ahead. He doesn't even know how to write the character for death. Let us go find him. A third man coldly stated. I'm afraid that by the time we locate him, he may have already been devoured by a demon beast, another man scoffed. Regardless, we were paid to fulfill our task. Let us move. The 6 black-robed men, resembling specters, entered the central region of the beast forest in pursuit of Yi Yunfei. Meanwhile, Yi Yunfei was recuperating in a forest clearing. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, shaking the entire forest. A 7th-tier demon beast. Yi Yunfei's spirits lifted, and he swiftly prepared to move towards the source of the roar. In a nearby ravine, 6 young individuals were embroiled in a fierce battle with a 7th-tier demon leopard. A striking young woman, around 17 or 18, faced the beast head-on, absorbing a majority of its attacks. With a heart-shaped face, large eyes, and skin as fair as snow, she was a quintessential beauty. Moreover, she emitted an aura that indicated she was at mid-level strength. Alongside her were 5 other young fighters, launching attacks from the sides. One robust young man wielded a massive hammer and possessed the strength of 9th-level body refinement. A 15-year-old girl in a red top, with arched brows and a playful glint in her eyes, was at 8th-level refinement. A calm young man in black, brandishing a spear, also reached 9th level. A stout, dark-skinned youth wielding dual daggers was at 9th level too. Lastly, a dapper young man in a purple robe exuded a refined demeanor, albeit at the initial level of the Earth realm. The 7th-tier demon leopard, cloaked in a crimson aura of malice, exhibited the aftermath of countless slaughters. Its deep red eyes glimmered with brutal intent. From a towering tree, Yi Yunfei observed the battle. It was evident that this senior sister Wu had only recently broken through to mid-level strength. She was certainly no match for the 7th-tier demon leopard. These young fighters were gravely unaware of the peril they faced by provoking such a formidable beast. Yi Yunfei quickly assessed the situation. Senior Sister Wu had just attained mid-level strength, and her foundation was still unstable. Her power, speed, and combat awareness were far inferior to those of the demon leopard. While 7th-tier demon beasts are theoretically equivalent to mid-level human martial artists, in practice, their combat prowess often far exceeds that of their human counterparts. Indeed, after a fierce exchange, a pain scream erupted from Senior Sister Wu as the demon leopard's tail struck her right arm, sending her sword flying from her grasp. With a powerful leap, the demon leopard pounced towards Senior Sister Wu,
unleashing a torrent of demonic energy akin to a fierce gale.
Quick! Save senior sister Wu.
The other young fighters were alarmed and rushed forward, wielding various weapons to strike at the demon leopard. However, the speed of the demon leopard was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it had leapt above senior sister Wu, enveloping her in a dense haze of demonic energy. Despair washed over senior sister Wu as she realized she was defenseless in close combat without her sword, and that she could be killed in an instant.
Suingji! You coward! You actually fled in the heat of battle.
Suddenly, the girl in red shouted in fury, revealing that the dapper young man in purple had turned to flee. Clearly, he understood that if anything happened to senior sister Wu, the others would stand no chance against the demon leopard, prompting his hasty retreat.
An opportunity had arisen.
Yi Yunfei, concealed behind the towering tree, had been waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The demon leopard had exhausted itself significantly after the skirmish, and it was aware that by eliminating the mid-level human female, the other young fighters would become much easier to deal with. A smug expression crossed the demon leopard's face
as it let its guard down.
In an instant, a dark dagger appeared at the demon leopard's throat, piercing its most vulnerable spot with lightning speed.
In that moment, the demon leopard sensed an impending danger.
Under normal circumstances, it could have evaded the attack.
Unfortunately, it was too late now.
The chilling dagger sank deep into the demon leopard's throat, eliciting a low growl as its massive body crashed to the ground, eyes filled with despair. With a final tilt of its head, it breathed its last.
What just happened?
Senior sister Wu and the others stood in stunned silence, bewildered. Yi Yunfei emerged from behind the tree, approaching the fallen demon leopard and promptly storing its massive corpse within his spatial ring. This spatial ring had been gifted to him by Xiao Chuchu.
Yi Yunfei had no intention of extracting the bloodline essence in front of others.
After securing the demon leopard's remains, Yi Yunfei turned to leave, disregarding the young fighters entirely.
Wait a moment, young sir. Were you the one who killed this demon leopard?
Senior sister Wu, regaining her senses, inquired of Yi Yunfei.
No comment. Farewell, Yi Yunfei replied, eager to extract the bloodline essence from the demon leopard. After all,
his primary motive for slaying the beast was not to save anyone, but to acquire the bloodline essence.
You. Upon witnessing Yi Yunfei's indifferent demeanor,
Wu Shiji could not help but display a hint of anger upon her delicate features. This young man, in such a hurry.
Could it be that you too seek the coveted 7 divine flower?
The curious voice of the girl in the red dress suddenly rang out.
The 7 divine flower. Yi Yunfei's steps abruptly halted, and he immediately came to a standstill.
Indeed, a 7 divine flower has been discovered in the central region of the celestial beast forest. We have also ventured here for that very flower, otherwise, we would not have dared to step into the perilous central area, the girl in the red dress declared.
My friend, I am Tan Meng.
By slaying that demonic leopard, you have essentially saved our lives.
Thank you. A robust young man wielding a massive hammer approached Yi Yunfei, clasping his fists in gratitude. This young man's forthright nature was quite refreshing to behold.
There is no need for such formalities, Yi Yunfei neither affirmed nor denied the statement.
Thank you. Though I cannot fathom how someone at the 6th level of body refinement could possibly have slain that demonic leopard. It is evident that you were the one to act. Wu Shiji's gaze towards Yi Yunfei was fraught with complexity and tinged with suspicion. She found it hard to believe that someone at the 6th level of body refinement could defeat a 7th-tier demonic leopard. Yet, aside from Yi Yunfei, there were no other candidates present. Thus, she could only conclude that it was indeed Yi Yunfei who had taken action, albeit with lingering doubt. Chapter 29, Do not provoke me. When will the 7 divine flowers bloom? Yi Yunfei inquired directly, without any unnecessary pleasantries.
The 7 divine flowers are an exceedingly rare and precious spiritual herb, immensely beneficial to the souls of martial artists. Had it not been for the allure of the 7 divine flowers, Yi Yunfei would have long distanced himself from these young individuals, showing no interest in their company. It is said that today is the day, Sister Wu replied. A large number of martial artists have come, and the competition is bound to be fierce. I shall accompany you to take a look, Yi Yunfei declared. It is rumored that an injured 9th-tier demon beast is guarding the 7 divine flowers, likely seeking to heal itself with that herb. However, even an injured 9th-tier beast possesses formidable power.
Moreover, numerous Earth Realm experts have already arrived. And a fierce battle for the 7 divine flowers is inevitable.
The situation is quite perilous.
Are you certain you wish to go? Sister Wu scrutinized Yi Yunfei closely. Upon hearing about the injured 9th-tier demon beast, Yi Yunfei felt a surge of excitement.
If it were a peak 9th-tier beast,
he would not dare entertain any thoughts of confrontation.
Yet, an injured 9th-tier beast was a different matter altogether. The essence of its bloodline is conservatively estimated to be thousands of times that of a 6th-tier beast. Yi Yunfei believed that if he could acquire the bloodline essence from this 9th-tier beast, it would sufficiently meet his current needs. Furthermore, if he could obtain the 7 divine flowers, he would be able to concoct the true soul-gathering pill, which would enhance his soul power by at least 100-fold. I must acquire the 7 divine flowers. Yi Yunfei resolved inwardly. Regardless, I will go take a look. Very well. Let us set off now, Sister Wu said,
casting a deep glance at Yi Yunfei.
Her previous warnings had been intended to dissuade him, but he displayed no signs of fear. Let us go, Sister Wu gestured, leading the group toward the undulating mountain range ahead. Aside from Sister Wu, who exuded a somewhat aloof demeanor, the others were quite amiable. Particularly, the girl in the red dress, innocent and unguarded, spoke her mind freely, radiating an endearing charm. Soon, Yi Yunfei learned of the backgrounds of these young individuals. They were all disciples of the Trutsang sect.
Sister Wu's name was Wu Wuchan, the girl in red was Deng Xianxian.
The strong young man wielding a large hammer was Tan Meng, the youth in black was Jia Zhao, and the dual-wielding swordsman was Yin Ji.
No wonder these individuals,
so young, possessed abilities far surpassing their peers. They were disciples of the Trutsang sect.
Yi Yunfei's heart stirred as he realized their identities.
The Great Qin Empire is home to 4 major sects: Ziyang sect, Tianyuan sect, Trutsang sect, and Xiaya Pavilion. These sects hold a prestigious status,
independent of the imperial family, and their overall strength often eclipses that of the royal court.
They recruit disciples from across the Great Qin Empire,
admitting only those with exceptional talent.
Wait for me. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. A youth clad in a purple brocade robe rushed forward.
Suingji,
you abandoned us and fled at the sight of Sister Wu in danger.
How can you dare to return? Deng Xianxian exclaimed in anger.
During their previous encounter with a 7th-tier demon leopard, he had cowardly deserted his companions in a moment of crisis.
Sister Xianxian, you misunderstand. I intended to seek assistance from Brother Yang. Suingji's face flushed with embarrassment.
After fleeing, he had stealthily returned to check on his companions, only to find them safe and sound, prompting his current pursuit.
Humph.
A coward, a despicable person. Tan Meng scoffed, with Jia Zhao and Yin Ji exhibiting similar disdain.
Enough. Let us not waste time. The 7 divine flowers will soon bloom, Wu Yuechan interjected, frowning.
Though she disapproved of Suingji's actions, she could not dismiss him as he was still a fellow disciple. Who is this waste? Why is he following us?
At that moment, Suingji noticed Yi Yunfei among the group, speaking with blatant disrespect.
You are the real waste. If not for Yi Yunfei's timely intervention, we would have perished at the hands of that 7th-tier demon leopard, Deng Xianxian retorted with a pout.
What?
This waste killed the 7th-tier demon leopard?
Ha ha ha.
You must be joking. A mere 6th realm cultivator? Impossible.
Suingji laughed derisively, clearly unconvinced.
Those who do not wish to die should refrain from provoking me. Yi Yunfei said coldly, his brow furrowed. And what if I do? You, a worthless being, I could dispatch with a mere finger. How dare you act so arrogantly in my presence? Suingji sneered, his finger pointed at Yi Yunfei. With his strength in the early Earth realm, he dismissed Yi Yunfei entirely. Enough. We must hasten to our destination. The 7 divine flowers are on the verge of blooming. Wu Wuchan commanded. Should you dare disrespect me again, I will ensure your downfall. Suingji's eyes glinted with malice. Stung by his earlier cowardice, he was now filled with resentment, particularly towards Yi Yunfei. Suingji, Yi Yunfei saved us. If you dare disrespect him again, I will not hold back. Tan Meng warned firmly. With a cold snort,
Su Yingji fell silent, aware of Tan Meng's resolute nature. However, his disdain for Yi Yunfei only deepened. As they journeyed onward, they encountered numerous demon beasts,
all of which were 4th, 5th, or 6th tier.
In an attempt to salvage his reputation,
Su Yingji took the initiative to slay several 5th tier beasts and even teamed up with Wu Yuechan to defeat a 6th tier monster. Being in the early Earth realm, he was barely capable of contending with 6th tier beasts, which only inflated his sense of superiority and fueled his contemptuous glances toward Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei, however, paid him no mind. To him, a mere early Earth realm cultivator was not worth a second glance. He regarded him as nothing more than a fool. Gradually, they encountered more and more martial artists, all heading in the same direction, clearly drawn by the allure of the 7 divine flowers. Among them were sect disciples, rogue cultivators, mercenary members, and other noble youths like Yi Yunfei, creating a diverse and complex assembly. After a considerable time, they finally arrived at their destination. Before them lay a vast expanse of grassland, spanning dozens of acres, at the center of which was a deep pond, over an acre in size. The mountain breeze stirred the pond's surface gently. In the midst of the water grew a delicate spiritual herb, swaying gracefully, adorned with a bud on the verge of blooming. A captivating fragrance wafted through the air, intoxicating all who inhaled it. The 7 divine flowers. Yi Yunfei's gaze sharpened, fixated on the enchanting herb, his heart racing with excitement. Chapter 30. The blooming the injured 9th tier beast was likely concealed beneath the waters of the deep pool. Yi Yunfei's gaze swept across the abyss. Beneath the surface, a savage and desolate aura emanated, suggesting the lurking presence of an exceedingly dangerous creature. At that moment, the surrounding grassy expanse was teeming with people, both those at the body refinement stage and those at the earth stage. Their eyes were fixated with fervor upon the 7 divine flower hovering above the water. Yi Yunfei observed closely and noted that several late-stage Earth realm experts were among them. "Look, it's Brother Yang and his companions, they have arrived." Suddenly, Su Yingji exclaimed. Soon after, a tall young man in his early 20s, with a complexion as pale as jade and piercing eyes, strode over confidently, flanked by several disciples from his sect, each exuding an air of arrogance. "Yuechan, you have finally arrived," the young man declared, his gaze ablaze with intensity directed at Wu Yuechan. It was evident to all that he harbored feelings for her. "Brother Yang, please call me junior sister Wu," Wu Yuechan replied, a frown creasing her brow as she displayed a hint of impatience, subtly distancing herself from him. She was utterly weary of Yang's relentless advances. Upon hearing her words, a flicker of anger ignited in Yang's eyes, but he swiftly quelled it. Though filled with rage, he understood that revealing it now would spell the end of any chance he had. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Yi Yunfei. "Who is he?" Yang scrutinized Yi Yunfei, his tone icy. "Brother Yang, this rubbish has an unclear background. He encountered us on the way and has been shamelessly following us ever since. I suspect he harbors ill intentions." Su Yingji interjected, a glimmer of schadenfreude flashing in his eyes, well aware that Yang was not one to be trifled with, especially after his earlier embarrassment with Wu Yuechan. The 6th tier body refinement brat was in peril. "Humph, merely a 6th tier body refinement. Arjun Song sect's disciples hold noble status. We do not associate with just anyone. Boy, confess your origins and intentions for approaching us, or face dire consequences." Yang's piercing gaze bore down on Yi Yunfei, adopting an authoritative tone. "Brother Yang, you misunderstand. Yi Yunfei is our savior." Deng Qianqian exclaimed anxiously. "Junior sister Deng, you are too naive. You have no idea how treacherous the world can be. Do not concern yourself, I will handle this." Yang admonished in a condescending tone. "Rubbish, are you deaf? Yang is questioning you." Su Yingji jeered, threateningly warning Yi Yunfei to tread carefully, lest he provoke Yang's wrath, with dire repercussions. "Step aside, keep your distance." Yi Yunfei replied coolly. "What did you say?" Yang's expression darkened, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. A formidable pressure from the late Earth realm surged toward Yi Yunfei. "Boy, you are doomed for offending Brother Yang," Su Yingji declared gleefully. Yi Yunfei frowned. A confrontation with a late Earth realm expert would indeed be troublesome, yet he was not one to retreat. Moreover,
He was confident that he would not be easily defeated if he unleashed his full capabilities. Enough, Brother Yang, he is with me. Please do not make things difficult for him, Wu Yuechan intervened forcefully. Yi Yunfei, you would do well to keep a low profile. This place is rife with experts. A careless move could lead to offending those you cannot contend with, she cautioned, glancing at him with a frown. Deep down, she harbored doubts about whether Yi Yunfei had truly slain the 7th-tier demon leopard. The notion of a 6th-tier cultivator effortlessly killing such a beast seemed utterly implausible. Yet, since Yi Yunfei had accompanied her, she wished to shield him from trouble. Yi Yunfei's expression hardened. Without further ado, he turned and distanced himself from the disciples of the Jinsong sect. His primary objective had been to pursue the 7 divine flower, and with it now within reach, there was no reason to linger among them any longer. Where are you going? Wu Yuechan's eyes flared with anger. Yi Yunfei, come back. Deng Qianxian urged. Brother Yi, you should stay with us, Tan Meng chimed in. You are seeking death. Yang's murderous intent surged as he prepared to strike, his spiritual power erupting, his clothes billowing without wind. What audacity this boy had to offend a disciple of the Jinsong sect. Surrounding onlookers shook their heads, lamenting the unfolding events. Enough, Yuechan. For your sake, I will let him go this time, Yang conceded, though his gaze remained filled with lethal intent. He vowed to find an opportunity to eliminate this insolent youth. After Yi Yunfei had moved away and found a spot amidst the crowd, he stood still. The grassy area buzzed with noise, all awaiting the blooming of the 7 divine flower. It was evident that once it blossomed, chaos would ensue. Third young master. We have spotted that boy over there. Should we act now? Not yet, the 7 divine flower is about to bloom. We must secure it first. Yi Yunfei overheard 2 voices and turned to look. He retained a fragment of the Heavenly Emperor's soul power, allowing him to perceive even the faintest sounds amid the clamor. He noticed a young man in golden robes conversing with a gaunt elder. Xiao Wohan, son of Prime Minister Xiao. The young man caught Yi Yunfei's gaze and provocatively drew a line across his neck, accompanied by a chilling smile. I care not for the title of Prime Minister's son. Dare to provoke me, and you shall meet your end, Yi Yunfei thought contemptuously. Just then, a sense of impending danger washed over him. He shifted his gaze to several other locations and soon discovered 6 middle-aged men cloaked in black robes, resembling phantoms, glaring at him with evident malice. Who were these 6 individuals? What could provoke such hostility towards me? Yi Yunfei furrowed his brow. Most would not have noticed the ghostly figures hidden among the crowd. But Yi Yunfei was different. His soul power granted him exceptional perceptive abilities. Have we found the boy? Shall we strike now? The 6 shadowy figures murmured among themselves, using a unique method of communication. Let us wait, since we have encountered the 7 divine flower, we must not miss this opportunity. That boy is trapped with no way out, they ultimately agreed. Suddenly, a melodious sound rang out from the center of the grassy area, resonating above the din. As if someone were gently plucking strings. Instantly, the raucous crowd fell silent, all eyes fixated on the 7 divine flower floating above the water's surface. Before our eyes, the flower bud began to stir, gradually unfurling, as the fragrance of the medicinal herbs reached its most potent peak. The 7 divine flowers have blossomed. A cry of exhilaration erupted from the crowd. Chapter 31, seize it quickly, grab the 7 divine flowers. At once, a throng of martial artists surged forward like a tidal wave, their figures darting forth like arrows piercing through the clouds, converging from all directions towards the deep pool. Get out of the way. All of you, clear out. The emaciated elder beside Xiao Wuhan unleashed a fierce energy, manifesting as 2 eagle claws, striking swiftly with blurring afterimages. Puff! Puff! Those who dared to obstruct him were mercilessly dispatched, their hearts and livers torn asunder, blood spraying forth as they fell lifelessly to the ground. Disciples of the Jinsong sect, if you wish to live, step aside. Yang, a senior disciple of the Jinsong sect, moved with incredible speed. As if riding on the winds, charging towards the deep pool with a long sword in hand. Unleashing a barrage of sword energy that swept through the martial artists like a hot knife through butter. Who dares contest me for the 7 divine flowers? You shall die. A youth cloaked in blood-red drapery embraced a phantom of a crimson coffin,
wielding it with ferocity, sweeping away all who dared to stand in his path. The scene was utterly chaotic and blood-soaked. Everyone fought desperately, rushing forward with unrelenting fervor. In an instant, the ground was littered with fallen warriors, the air thick with the stench of blood. Yet, Yi Yunfei did not rush into the fray. It was not so simple to believe that the first one to reach the 7 divine flower would seize it. The 9th-tier demonic beast is about to emerge. Yi Yunfei sneered. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced through the chaos. Senior Sister Wu, save me. Yi Yunfei turned his gaze towards the source, discovering it was Deng Qianqian, who had blocked the path of a ruthless brute. This brute, a mid-stage Earth-realm warrior, wielded a massive blade, aiming to cleave her in two. Deng Qianqian, possessing only the strength of the 8th level of body refinement, stood no chance against him. The domineering blade light fell upon her like autumn winds scattering leaves, poised to slice her in half. Qianqian! Wu Yuechan cried out, desperately trying to rush to her aid. However, the distance was too great, and amidst the tumultuous melee, her efforts were in vain. Tan Meng, Jia Zhao, and Yin Ji were in a similar predicament, striving to reach Deng Qianqian, but it was too late. The senior disciple of Jin Song had already surged ahead. No! I do not wish to die. Deng Qianqian's face blanched in terror, plunging her into despair. At that moment, a sleek black dagger suddenly appeared before the ruthless brute, plunging towards his throat. In the past 2 days, Yi Yunfei had honed his skills with the Void Blade, slaying countless demonic beasts, making his strikes second nature. Crack! The icy dagger severed the brute's throat in an instant, blood gushing forth. Do not worry. You will not perish. A voice resonated beside Deng Qianqian, followed by a strong hand pulling her back, retreating from the heart of the chaos. Yi Yunfei! Deng Qianqian steadied herself, realizing it was Yi Yunfei standing beside her, smiling reassuringly. Upon seeing his smile, she understood she was safe. Good. In the distance, Wu Yuechan, Tan Meng, Jia Zhao, and Yin Ji all exhaled in relief. He had actually slain a mid-stage Earth-realm warrior in an instant. Could it be that he truly was the one who had dispatched the 7th-tier demonic leopard? Wu Yuechan had long harbored doubts regarding this, but in that moment, her suspicions began to waver. I believe it would be best if you refrain from participating in the fray, it is far too dangerous, Yi Yunfei advised Deng Qianqian. Yes. I will heed your words. Deng Qianqian, still shaken, dared not step forward into the melee again. He just held my hand. At that moment, she recalled how Yi Yunfei's strong hand had tightly grasped hers, leaving a lingering warmth. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she stole a glance at him. The 9th-tier demonic beast has emerged. At that instant, Yi Yunfei's gaze sharpened, fixated on the deep pool. Roar! The waters of the pool surged violently as a ferocious beast erupted forth, sending towering waves crashing down as if a torrential rain had descended. As the crowd focused, they beheld a monstrous 9-tiered demonic crocodile, measuring over 10 meters in length. Its head was the size of a water jar, eyes like lanterns. A gaping maw filled with fangs, roaring in fury and snapping its jaws, while its massive tail swept through the air, creating a tempest of chaos. Yet, visible to the naked eye, the crocodile bore a massive, unhealed wound upon its neck, revealing its stark white bones, flesh a bloody mess. Indeed, this was a wounded demonic crocodile. However, even in its injured state, a 9-tiered demonic beast was no trifling matter. It had hoped to use the 7 divine flower to heal its wounds, but with so many human warriors arriving to seize it, it would not relent easily. A frontline Earth Realm master was caught in the crocodile's jaws, a sickening crunch echoing as he was torn in half. Boom! The crocodile's tail lashed out violently, cracking the air and sweeping through the ranks of warriors, reducing several to mere pulp. First, slay this beast, then claim the 7 divine flower. All present halted, encircling the demonic crocodile. In an instant, various sword lights, blade glints, spear shadows, gusts of energy, and swift footfalls converged upon the beast. Especially the late-stage Earth Realm masters. Each unleashed their most lethal techniques. Though it was a 9-tiered beast, it was grievously injured, and the sheer number of human fighters was overwhelming. The crocodile, in pain, roared madly, its primal fury unleashed as it leaped into the air, pouncing on any nearby, its massive jaws and claws wreaking havoc.
In that tumult, humans and beasts clashed fiercely.
Warriors fell one after another, but those in the rear quickly surged to fill the gaps.
The opportunity has arisen. Though the scene was chaotic, Yi Yunfei's soul power perception remained remarkably clear.
Seizing the moment, he activated the gale steps, propelling himself forward.
Yi Yunfei sought a less crowded position,
aiming to sidestep the battle between the warriors and the crocodile, and directly plunge into the deep pool to pluck the 7 divine flower. This was the optimum strategy he devised in light of the current turmoil. Gale steps was a sacred martial art. Once unleashed, it granted Yi Yunfei unparalleled speed,
leaving behind mere afterimages.
In an instant, he maneuvered past the fierce combat between warriors and the crocodile, racing towards the coveted flower.
Stop! How despicable! Attempting to swoop in and take advantage. Unthinkable! Slay that brat!
The other warriors were not oblivious. Amidst their battle with the crocodile, they remained vigilant,
wary of anyone trying to snatch the 7 divine flower.
Indeed, many had harbored similar thoughts to Yi Yunfei's, hoping to stealthily bypass the fray and directly seize the flower. In this moment, some lunged at Yi Yunfei while others rushed towards the 7 divine flower.
Even the demonic crocodile abandoned its fight,
charging towards the center of the pool where the flower lay.
The scene was utter chaos. At that moment, "I'll go all out." Yi Yunfei gritted his teeth and unleashed the god-eating needle.
Although employing the needle against Earth Realm warriors would typically deplete a considerable amount of his soul power,
given the circumstances, he was willing to take the risk.
In a single burst, Yi Yunfei unleashed a flurry of over a dozen god-eating needles. The foremost group of Earth Realm masters all fell victim to his assault. Only those of the Earth Realm possessed the capability to reach the front lines.
Ah!
The formidable experts of the realm, one after another, left me with a splitting headache, rendering my movements momentarily paralyzed.
As I unleashed the god-eating needle,
I simultaneously executed the Void Blade, targeting the wound on the neck of the monstrous crocodile. The essence of the Void Blade lies in its stealth. It manifests without a trace until it appeared above the creature's massive head. Only then did the beast realize its peril, letting out a furious roar and lifting its colossal head to defend itself. In that fleeting moment, all the powerful beings at the forefront were ensnared by my actions. Seizing such a golden opportunity, I would not let it slip away. Whoosh! I surged to the center of the pool ahead of everyone else and swiftly reached out. The 7 divine flowers were now in my grasp. Chapter 32, Successful Cultivation. Having secured the 7 divine flowers, Yi Yunfei wasted no time, swiftly crossing the deep pool and fleeing into the nearby vast mountains. His mastery of the Lingfeng divine steps was remarkable, under Yi Yunfei's full exertion. It seemed as though he was shifting shadows, leaving behind a series of afterimages, reaching remarkable speeds.
What?
All the martial artists stood in stunned disbelief. A large group of Earth Realm experts had battled fiercely for a considerable time, only to be effortlessly outmatched by a mere 6th-level body cultivator who plucked the 7 divine flower with ease.
Roar! The 9th-tier demon crocodile could hardly accept this reality, unleashing its fury upon the nearby human warriors as an outlet for its rage. It opened its gaping maw,
thrashing and biting, its short, thick tail sweeping through the crowd, instantly killing several martial artists.
Damn beast, let us work together to slay it. The demon crocodile finally incited the wrath of all the warriors, who united to attack with relentless determination. Moments later, the creature could no longer withstand the onslaught and was gravely wounded. Roar! Driven by a primal instinct for survival,
it summoned its last reserves of strength to carve a bloody path and escape into the distance. Behind it, a group of warriors pursued desperately.
The demon crocodile, in its panic, careened wildly, soon departing the grassy area and plunging into the dense mountains. Whoosh! Suddenly, a pitch-black dagger appeared above the demon's neck,
plunging deep into its massive wound and twisting violently.
Roar!
The demon crocodile shrieked in agony, thrashing in a futile struggle. Moments later, its movements abruptly ceased,
its head drooping in death.
Yi Yunfei then emerged, promptly stowing the creature's carcass into his spatial ring.
Yi Yunfei had not strayed far.
He had been keenly aware of the demon crocodile's presence and stealthily returned.
a ninth-tier demon beast held immense value for him. Look, that brat has reappeared. The pursuing warriors,
upon spotting Yi Yunfei, were filled with righteous indignation and rushed after him with all their might.
Ha ha ha.
With the 7 divine flower and the 9th-tier demon crocodile in his possession, Yi Yunfei beamed with joy, laughing heartily.
Amidst his laughter, he distanced himself,
quickly vanishing into the vast jungle.
A multitude of enraged warriors continued their furious pursuit. Within the expansive mountains, Yi Yunfei executed his techniques, sprinting at full speed.
In that moment, he had perfected the Lingfang divine steps. The warriors behind him, especially the Earth Realm experts, refused to relent, chasing him with all their might.
However, Yi Yunfei's speed was overwhelming.
They soon realized the distance between them was widening.
After approximately half an hour, he finally evaded all pursuit.
Yi Yunfei breathed a sigh of relief upon noticing that none of his pursuers were in sight.
My head aches. As soon as he relaxed,
a piercing pain shot through his head. In the earlier scuffle for the 7 divine flower, he had unleashed numerous god-eating needles to attack several Earth Realm experts, depleting a significant amount of his soul power. His head throbbed as if it might explode, and he felt a profound sense of exhaustion. I should refrain from such reckless displays of strength in the future, Yi Yunfei mused with a wry smile.
Nevertheless, he was finally ready to commence the cultivation of the heavenly demon blood fusion body refinement technique.
Feeling exhilarated, Yi Yunfei soon discovered a steep cliff with a concealed cave,
shrouded by dense vines.
He slipped into the cave.
First, Yi Yunfei seated himself cross-legged,
resting for about an hour until his soul power had partially recovered and his headache had subsided.
Let us begin. Yi Yunfei retrieved a large iron cauldron along with a substantial quantity of spiritual herbs.
These herbs were plentiful and had been procured from Lingjin workshop prior to his venture into the celestial beast forest. He tossed all the herbs into the cauldron and then produced several hundred fist-sized vials, along with over 100 inner cores, all filled with vibrant red liquid.
These inner cores were entirely from demon beasts.
Each contained the essence of their bloodlines, with Yi Yunfei having hunted over 1,000 demon beasts to gather these vital essences. Next, he extracted the corpse of the demon crocodile.
The inner core of a 9th-tier demon beast was indeed extraordinary. Yi Yunfei uncovered a pulsating inner core brimming with demonic energy from the creature's skull, feeling a surge of delight.
The inner cores of demon beasts could also be utilized for cultivating the heavenly demon blood fusion body refinement technique, yielding even greater results.
Subsequently, Yi Yunfei began to extract the bloodline essence from the demon crocodile. Not only was the quantity ample, but the quality was also exceptional. Finally, he deposited all the bloodline essence and inner cores into the iron cauldron.
True demonic legacy, guide my sacred technique, merge the myriad bloodlines, forge my demonic body.
Seated cross-legged,
Yi Yunfei's hands moved like butterflies through flowers, rapidly forming a series of strange seals, which he continuously infused into the cauldron.
Boom!
The cauldron suddenly ignited in a blazing fire, the flames growing fiercer by the moment.
It is time. Without hesitation, Yi Yunfei stripped off all his clothing and leaped into the cauldron. Ah!
Instantly, he cried out in torment. The heavenly demon blood fusion body refinement technique was a legacy of the true demon clan, originally suited for their robust physiques to endure such intense flames.
Now, Yi Yunfei, in his human form, faced the searing inferno, the agony indescribable.
His body and soul felt as though they were on the brink of annihilation.
Only by enduring suffering can one rise above others, echoed Yi Yunfei's roar from within the cauldron. Thus, the flames within the cauldron blazed for an entire day and night. After a day, the flames finally extinguished.
Inside the cauldron, Yi Yunfei sat cross-legged, seemingly in a deep meditative state, motionless. At a certain moment, his eyes snapped open, a fierce glint flashing within them.
Roar!
Yi Yunfei felt every part of his body, limbs, organs, even veins and skin harden like iron, brimming with boundless strength.
Unable to contain a triumphant roar. Bang!
With a release of power, the iron cauldron, forged from mysterious iron, shattered into countless fragments.
Yi Yunfei rose to his feet.
His muscles radiated a lustrous sheen akin to jade, while an eerie red glow flickered, resembling a ruby. As he clenched his fist, a series of terrifying explosive sounds erupted from his body, akin to a string of firecrackers. The air around him was violently compressed by his overwhelming physical power. Swirling like a tempest. The first layer of the heavenly demon blood fusion body refinement technique has been successfully cultivated. Yi Yunfei expressed satisfaction. Now, the strength of my punch is at least 80,000 Jin. Even late-stage Earth Realm warriors would not dare to confront me head-on. The legacy of the true demon clan is indeed remarkable. No wonder they have carved out a place for themselves among the myriad races in the 3,000 worlds. Yi Yunfei couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, he felt an inexhaustible reservoir of power coursing through him. It seemed that those outside were still searching for his whereabouts, eager to seize the 7 divine flower from him. Perfect. I, too, wish to test my skills against them. A deep-seated murderous intent gleamed in Yi Yunfei's eyes. Having successfully cultivated the first layer of the celestial demon blood fusion body refinement technique, Yi Yunfei now possesses the capability to effortlessly confront martial artists of late Earth Realm strength. Who dares to provoke me shall be dealt with mercilessly. With a fierce aura surrounding him, Yi Yunfei strode out of the cave with determination. Chapter 33, The Initial Display of Power Upon Exiting the Cave. Yi Yunfei strode confidently through the central region of the celestial beast forest. At that moment, a throng of martial artists was still scouring the area in search of his whereabouts. With so many vying for the 7 divine flower, it was astonishing that a mere 6th-level body cultivator managed to seize it. No one was willing to accept this outcome, especially the experts from the Earth Realm, who were seething with rage, vowing to find Yi Yunfei and tear him to shreds to alleviate their resentment. Search. Continue the search. All major routes are now sealed. That brat has no way to escape. Yes, everyone, be patient. I believe we will surely find that boy. Amidst a range of undulating hills, a group of over a dozen martial artists was hunting for Yi Yunfei. Suddenly, a voice tinged with mockery echoed from ahead. Are you looking for me? The group turned towards the sound, spotting a young man standing on a slope, hands clasped behind his back. It's him! They were instantly electrified with excitement. Haha, indeed. Hard work pays off. I've finally found this brat, the 7 divine flower is mine. A burly, middle-aged man with thick brows and large eyes reacted the fastest, launching himself toward Yi Yunfei before the others could gather their wits. Boy, hand over the 7 divine flower. The middle-aged man, a mid-earth realm expert, moved with impressive speed and reached Yi Yunfei in an instant, shouting with fervor. Swish! His right hand transformed into a claw. Muscles and bones swelling as spiritual energy surged like a tide, aiming for Yi Yunfei's chest. Yi Yunfei stood his ground, throwing a punch in response. Resistance is futile. A mere insect like you, I could crush dozens with a single palm. The man sneered, dismissing Yi Yunfei as nothing more than a 6th-level cultivator. However, in the next moment, puff! As his hand grazed Yi Yunfei's fist, it exploded instantaneously. His entire arm shattered. Ah! The middle-aged man screamed in agony. Then, Yi Yunfei's fist continued to advance, crashing into his chest. Bang! The man's body detonated like a fragile bubble, scattering blood and flesh in all directions. How is this possible? At this moment, the other martial artists who had gathered were left dumbfounded by the scene. All of you shall perish! Yi Yunfei roared, shifting his stance and charging at the remaining martial artists. Boom, boom. Yi Yunfei unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each strike ripping through the air like a cannonball. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever Yi Yunfei's fists landed, foes were obliterated in an instant, their bodies bursting apart. Among this group of over a dozen, several were Earth Realm experts. Yet, it was of no consequence, they were effortlessly dispatched by Yi Yunfei. Some attempted to flee, but Yi Yunfei was far quicker, catching up in a single stride and delivering a fatal blow. After just a few breaths, the hillside was littered with dismembered limbs and shattered remains. No one remained alive apart from Yi Yunfei. With a strength of over 70,000 pounds, he could annihilate Earth Realm martial artists with ease. Engaging in combat with his physical prowess was both domineering and decisive, a truly exhilarating experience. In his previous life, He had prioritized the cultivation of spiritual energy while neglecting physical training, a significant regret. Fortunately, this lifetime afforded him the opportunity to make amends. Yi Yunfei felt a profound sense of satisfaction.
Tomorrow marked the beginning of the Four Clans mining competition in Round Moon City. It was time to return. Yi Yunfei gazed toward the direction of Round Moon City and murmured to himself.
Then, he strode purposefully through the undulating hills, making his way out of the celestial beast forest. Along the way, Yi Yunfei encountered several more groups of martial artists, all of whom he easily obliterated,
reducing them to mere remnants.
Those purported experts of the early and mid-earth realm posed little challenge. A single punch was sufficient to dispatch them in an instant.
Come out. I see you.
Pausing beside a dense thicket, Yi Yunfei directed his gaze at several towering trees nearby, speaking coldly.
After a moment of tense silence, 6 ghostly figures emerged, 6 middle-aged men cloaked in dark robes, staring at Yi Yunfei with astonishment.
Boy, you noticed us?
How is that possible? One of the black-clad men questioned,
his tone laced with disbelief. These 6 men were assassins, masters of stealth, tracking, and ambush, living by these skills. They had stealthily lain in wait to strike at Yi Yunfei, only to be preemptively discovered. In truth, Yi Yunfei, possessing soul power, had long been aware of their presence.
Speak. Were you sent by the Qin family or the Shi family to hunt me down? Yi Yunfei inquired nonchalantly, recognizing them as assassins.
Boy, you're quite astute. Very well, there is no need to hide anything from a dead man. Indeed, it was the Shi family of Round Moon City that hired us.
Remember, the ones who seek to kill you are the 6 ghosts of the Yin Wind Mercenary Corps, so you won't die a fool.
One of the men in black robes spoke.
Ah, so it's the Yin Wind Mercenary Corps. Excellent.
I shall make it my mission to eliminate this mercenary group completely. Yi Yunfei replied with a cold smile.
Haha, you?
One of the black-robed men laughed derisively. Suddenly, without warning, a dark dagger appeared poised at his throat, aimed directly for his jugular. This black-clad man, a seasoned assassin accustomed to life-and-death situations, reacted instinctively, spitting out a dart from his mouth.
Clang! The dart clashed against the dagger, deflecting it. Whoosh!
In an instant, Yi Yunfei appeared before him, delivering a devastating punch.
Boom!
Yi Yunfei's fist carried a terrifying force, tearing through the air with unstoppable momentum.
Boy, you seek death.
The assassin was caught off guard by Yi Yunfei's astounding speed, a mix of shock and fury washing over him. Swish! A narrow longsword emerged from his sleeve, infused with his entire spiritual energy,
striking toward Yi Yunfei's fist like a venomous snake. Clang!
The fist collided with the sword, producing a crisp metallic sound.
In that moment, Yi Yunfei's fist glimmered with a blood-red sheen, akin to a ruby, impossibly hard.
Then, with a resounding crack, the longsword shattered into pieces.
How is this possible? The black-clad man was struck with terror.
The sword contained all of his spiritual energy, yet it was obliterated by a single punch from Yi Yunfei.
The strength of his punch was unimaginable.
What astonished him further was that Yi Yunfei's fist did not halt, it continued its relentless assault toward his body.
Boy! I'll fight you to the end.
The assassin realized too late that evasion was futile. In a fit of rage, he too threw a punch at Yi Yunfei.
Puff!
In the next instant, the assassin's body shattered like a bubble, exploding into a spray of blood and gore.
How is this possible?
The remaining 5 black-clad men stared at Yi Yunfei in shock, utterly unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them.
It is your turn now. Yi Yunfei turned around, revealing a radiant smile.
However, this smile sent a chill down the spines of the 5 men clad in black robes.
The shadowy ghost mist. One of the black-robed figures bellowed.
Then, with a series of explosive sounds, dark smoke materialized from nowhere, rapidly expanding.
In an instant,
the forest was enveloped in thick black smoke, accompanied by the eerie sounds of wailing and howling.
Visibility was reduced to nothing. Ha ha boy!
No matter how great your abilities, once ensnared in the shadowy ghost mist, you can only await your demise. A shrill, ghostly laughter echoed.
A mere illusion cannot deceive me. Yi Yunfei replied nonchalantly.
Swoosh! As his words fell, the sound of a dagger slicing through the air was heard.
Ah! One of the black-robed men shrieked. Impossible! Boy! You can actually see me within the shadowy ghost mist. The black-robed man uttered in disbelief. Following this, anguished cries filled the air. How tiresome, playing these childish tricks. Yi Yunfei stepped out of the forest shrouded in the shadowy ghost mist, shaking his head. With his soul power, even with his eyes closed, he could keenly perceive everything around him. He had no reason to fear this mist. With that, Yi Yunfei strode away. The infamous 6 ghosts of the shadowy wind were all slain. Chapter 34, A display of my prowess. Subsequently, Yi Yunfei strode towards the periphery of the celestial beast forest. En route, he encountered numerous martial practitioners, and any who dared obstruct his path were met with fatal consequences. Having once reigned as the celestial emperor, Yi Yunfei possessed a profound understanding of the martial world's ruthless nature. Mercy towards adversaries equated to cruelty towards oneself. Those of a soft-hearted disposition invariably courted their own demise. News of Yi Yunfei's reappearance swiftly disseminated, drawing martial practitioners in droves, enticed by the allure of the 7 gods' flower. Yi Yunfei, is that truly you? A familiar voice pierced the air. 6 youths materialized ahead, one of whom was none other than Deng Xianxian. Oh? Are you also here to vie for the 7 gods' flower? Yi Yunfei inquired with a hint of surprise. Yi Yunfei? You must depart from the celestial beast forest at once. Everyone seeks you, and your situation is fraught with peril, Deng Xianxian exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency. Rest assured. I shall come to no harm. Yi Yunfei's heart warmed, discerning the sincerity in Deng Xianxian's concern. Indeed, brother Yi Yunfei. Numerous Earth Realm experts are in pursuit of you. It would be prudent to make haste and depart. Their numbers are formidable, and you stand little chance against them, Tan Meng added, echoing Deng Xianxian's sentiment. Jia Zhao and Yin Ji nodded in agreement, while Wu Yuechan regarded Yi Yunfei with a complex gaze. Even now, she found the situation somewhat surreal. So many Earth Realm experts vying for the 7 gods' flower, yet it ultimately fell into the hands of a body refinement 6th stage cultivator. Farewell, everyone, Yi Yunfei announced, eager to return to Round Moon City for the 4 clans mining competition. Yi Yunfei, will we ever meet again? Deng Xianxian inquired, her eyes filled with anticipation. If fate wills it, perhaps we shall cross paths once more, Yi Yunfei replied. Might I inquire as to your origins? Deng Xianxian pressed, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him. Round Moon City, Yi family, Yi Yunfei divulged without hesitation. Confident in his imminent rise to prominence, he believed that no force or individual within the great Qin Empire would pose a threat to him. Very well, I must take my leave. Yi Yunfei turned to depart. Humph, you think it will be that easy, boy? A handsome man of slender build, accompanied by several disciples, approached from afar, their auras sharp and their movements swift. It's Senior Brother Yang. Senior Brother Yang has arrived. Yi Yunfei, make haste. Senior Brother Yang is a formidable Earth Realm late-stage expert. Deng Xianxian cried out, her countenance paling with fear. Senior Brother Yang? Yi Yunfei halted, a chilling intent flickering at the corners of his lips. Soon. Senior Brother Yang and his entourage of true Azure sect disciples encircled Yi Yunfei. Ha, trash, thinking you could escape upon Senior Brother Yang's arrival? You deserve nothing less than death. Kneel now and obediently present the 7 gods' flower to Senior Brother Yang. A youth in purple brocade sneered. This youth was none other than Suingji. Senior Brother Yang, I implore you to spare Yi Yunfei. Do not slay him. Deng Xianxian pleaded, standing before Yi Yunfei. Ha ha. Xianxian, have you perhaps taken a liking to this trash? What could you possibly see in him? You are a disciple of the true Azure sect. A celestial paragon within the great Qin Empire, of noble birth. How could you possibly fancy this garbage? Suingji mocked. Xianxian, enough. Stand aside. This trash must die today. Senior Brother Yang declared coldly, his hands clasped behind his back. No, Senior Brother Yang, you must not kill Yi Yunfei. I beg you. Xianxian protested. Hee, Xianxian. Your pleas are futile. This trash is destined to die. Suingji sneered. Trash, What are you waiting for? Kneel, offer the 7 gods flower, and perhaps senior brother Yang,
in his benevolence, will grant you a swift death.
You are doomed.
Yi Yunfei sneered, his gaze upon Suingji akin to that of one regarding a clown.
Insolence!
A mere body refinement's 6th stage cultivator dares to speak such audacious words before me.
Senior brother Yang rebuked. Yi Yunfei, even at a time like this. Why do you persist in being so unsubtle? Wu Yuechan interjected.
Very well, Yi Yunfei, out of consideration for your past rescue of Xianxian, hand over the 7 gods flower. And I shall ensure your survival.
Oh? You also desire to seize my 7 gods flower? Yi Yunfei's gaze met Wu Yuechan's, laced with derision. Yi Yunfei? Why must you be so obstinate?
You must realize that a body refinement's 6th stage cultivator cannot possibly leave the celestial beast forest unscathed with the 7 gods flower in his possession.
Be pragmatic.
Surely you are aware of the adage to possess a treasure is to invite disaster. The 7 gods flower is not an asset to you, but rather a harbinger of death. If your strength were truly formidable, so formidable that you could safely depart from the celestial beast forest with the 7 gods flower,
I would not compel you to relinquish it.
However, you are merely a body refinement's 6th stage cultivator.
Can you accomplish such a feat? I do this for your own good.
Hand over the 7 gods flower, and I shall endeavor to secure some compensation from senior brother Yang.
Do not be so stubborn.
Remember, when traversing the martial world, it is prudent to maintain a low profile when your strength is lacking.
Wu Yuechan exclaimed, stung by Yi Yunfei's mocking gaze. Indeed.
Yi Yunfei, he'd seen your sister Wu's words, Deng Xianxian urged.
Xianxian, do you also believe that I should relinquish the 7 gods flower?
Yi Yunfei inquired, his brow furrowed slightly.
I do not know. I merely wish for your safety. Have I spoken amiss? Deng Xianxian hesitated, sensing Yi Yunfei's displeasure. Rest assured.
I shall come to no harm, Yi Yunfei reassured her.
Pretense. Still feigning composure. It seems that you, trash, will not shed tears until you see your own coffin. Suingji rebuked.
Suddenly, a jet-black dagger materialized before Suingji's head, piercing his throat.
How could this be? Suingji stared at Yi Yunfei with incredulity and regret.
Then, the light in his eyes gradually faded as he collapsed to the ground.
He was merely an Earthrealm early-stage cultivator, and Yi Yunfei could slay him with ease. Now,
I shall demonstrate whether I possess the strength to safely depart from the celestial beast forest with the 7 gods flower, Yi Yunfei declared, his gaze fixed upon Wu Yuechan.
With the utterance concluded, Yi Yunfei circumvented Deng Qianqian and confronted senior brother Yang. Who do you fancy yourself to be, to demand the 7 divine flowers from me? Yi Yunfei scoffed. Boom!
He launched a direct punch.
Insolent fool, you court death.
Senior brother Yang, taken aback, was astounded by Yi Yunfei's swiftness.
Shua!
His longsword ejected autonomously.
Chi.
Invisible, acute energies emanated from the sword, pulverizing the surrounding air and flora.
Sword intent.
Senior brother Yang has indeed grasped true sword intent, exclaimed the disciples of the True Tsang school. Trash, senior brother Yang smirked, seizing his sword and unleashing a torrent of light towards Yi Yunfei.
No! Deng Qianqian cried.
Senior brother Yang, spare him.
Brother Yunfei, flee.
Yet, Yi Yunfei stood firm, his fist hurtling forward.
Boom!
His fist collided with the sword's light.
Pooh!
The formidable light shattered.
And Yi Yunfei's fist, imbued with immense power, engulfed senior brother Yang. Impossible!
Senior brother Yang recoiled in horror.
Che!
A dark dagger materialized behind him, striking his head.
Scum! I'll fight you. Sensing peril, senior brother Yang retaliated with a punch. Bang! His arm disintegrated into a bloody mist. Yi Yunfei's fist then landed on his torso. Bang! Senior brother Yang exploded, his remains scattering. Silence descended. The raw power of physical combat is invigorating. Yi Yunfei mused. Now, do you doubt my ability to safeguard the 7 divine flowers? He inquired of Wu Yuechan.
He then turned to the True Tsang school disciples, do any of you covet the 7 divine flowers? The disciples fled in terror.
Farewell, Yi Yunfei declared.
Departing towards the forest's edge, his thoughts consumed by the 4 clans' mining competition in Round Moon City.
Yi Yunfei! Deng Qianshan called, but he vanished swiftly. I underestimated him. Wu Yuechan realized, acknowledging Yi Yunfei's strength.
Meanwhile, at the Qin residence in Round Moon City, young Master Qinin has emerged from seclusion. The mansion buzzed with excitement as Qinin appeared, exuding an aura of dominance.
Honor, you finally emerged.
Qin Xiong, the family head, greeted him jubilantly.
Congratulations, young Master Qinin. Honor, your strength. Qin Xiong inquired eagerly. Mid-Earth Realm, Qinin replied nonchalantly. The crowd gasped. You've reached the Mid-Earth Realm? Qin Xiong stammered.
Indeed, Father, thanks to the profound origin pill, I achieved this breakthrough, Qinin stated calmly.
Excellent.
Qin Xiong rejoiced, his face flushed with pride.
Anticipating Qinin's future contributions.
Unexpectedly, he has swiftly advanced to the mid-stage of the Earth Realm. Truly, he is worthy of being a celestial spirit body.
Such a pace of cultivation is astonishing. Young Master Qinin is simply extraordinary. With young Master Qinin,
it will be exceedingly difficult for our Qin family not to rise to prominence. The other members of the Qin family were equally astonished, each one exclaiming in disbelief.
Chapter 36, Healing. After a lengthy day, Yi Yunfei returned to the Crescent Moon City. His first destination was Lingjin Workshop, located in the western part of the city.
Having acquired the 7 divine flowers, Yi Yunfei was in urgent need of purchasing a batch of spiritual herbs to concoct the true soul gathering pill. This precious and rare elixir is specifically designed to enhance one's soul power. Consuming the true soul gathering pill would, at the very least,
amplify Yi Yunfei's soul strength by hundreds of times.
Rapidly growing stronger was his greatest desire at present.
Once an emperor of heaven, Yi Yunfei now found his current strength lamentably feeble.
In this lifetime, he aspired to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts once more as swiftly as possible.
Other matters, in Yi Yunfei's eyes, held little significance.
Young Master Yi, the workshop owner has been looking for you. I have visited the Yi residence several times.
As Yi Yunfei arrived at the entrance of Lingjin Workshop, a shopkeeper greeted him with delight.
Please, this way. The shopkeeper respectfully ushered Yi Yunfei into a small reception room at the back of the first floor, then hurried off to summon Xiao Chuchu.
Young Master Yi, you have finally returned. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Chuchu came to see Yi Yunfei. Miss Xiao, you sought me out, I presume, for your ailment?
Rest assured. I have promised to assist you, and I will not go back on my word. However, I can only attend to it after the 4 clans mining competition concludes.
Yi Yunfei stated.
Young Master Yi, I have another patient whom I hope you can assist as well.
I wonder if you would be willing. Xiao Chuchu inquired. Another patient? Yi Yunfei furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed.
Please do not worry, young Master Yi, I will ensure you are compensated handsomely for your efforts.
I am truly at my wit's end.
I have consulted every doctor in Crescent Moon City and the surrounding major cities, yet none could discern his condition.
Hence, I implore you to give it a try. Xiao Chuchu explained. Very well. Yi Yunfei nodded.
He held a favorable impression of Xiao Chuchu. Assisting with a patient was merely a small endeavor, so he did not refuse.
Wonderful. Young Master Yi, please follow me. Xiao Chuchu exclaimed joyfully. She led Yi Yunfei to a room on the 2nd floor of Lingjin Workshop. Inside, there was a bed upon which lay a young man in a yellow robe, seemingly in a deep coma, utterly motionless. An elderly man in a blue robe stood nearby, wearing an expression of deep concern.
Remarkably, this elder possessed the strength of the heavenly realm. Yi Yunfei cast a glance at the elderly figure, in the great Qin Empire. A practitioner of the heavenly realm was already considered a rare expert. Young Master Yi, my brother has been unconscious for several days, and his breath grows weaker by the moment. Despite my consultations with numerous doctors, none have been able to ascertain the cause of his condition, Xiao Chuchu informed Yi Yunfei.
I shall take a look. Yi Yunfei approached the bed. Miss Xiao, who is he? The elderly man moved to block Yi Yunfei's path. Rest assured, Elder Nye. Yi Yunfei is here to examine my brother.
He means no harm, please trust me, Xiao Chuchu quickly reassured. The elderly man regarded Yi Yunfei with a piercing gaze,
seemingly issuing a silent warning before stepping aside. Yi Yunfei offered a faint smile, unfazed. What did a heavenly realm expert matter? Once an emperor of heaven.
He considered such a figure inconsequential. Yi Yunfei was confident that soon, even heavenly realm practitioners would not be worthy of carrying his shoes. He has been poisoned. It is a rather rare toxin known as void centipede venom. This poison is colorless and odorless. Once it infiltrates the body, it stealthily lurks within the meridians,
gradually wreaking havoc on the victim's health.
This young man has been poisoned for at least 7 days.
If the antidote is not administered soon,
he will perish within 3 days, Yi Yunfei asserted as he felt the young man's pulse and examined his eyelids, already aware of the situation.
Is it true? Young Master Yi? Can you indeed provide an antidote? Xiao Chuchu's heart leaped with joy.
It was known that none of the doctors she had summoned over the past few days could identify the young man's ailment.
I can certainly provide the antidote. Yi Yunfei nodded. That is splendid.
I beseech you, young Master Yi, to help my brother,
Xiao Chuchu exclaimed jubilantly.
The elderly man also looked at Yi Yunfei with newfound warmth and appreciation. This is straightforward, I will draft a prescription for you.
Follow it to procure the necessary herbs. After 3 doses, he will recover, Yi Yunfei affirmed.
Xiao Chuchu promptly instructed the shopkeeper to fetch paper and ink.
Yi Yunfei wrote a prescription and handed it to her.
Young man, thank you immensely, the elderly man expressed his gratitude. Miss Xiao, I require a substantial amount of spiritual herbs for my own preparations.
But I currently lack sufficient spiritual crystals. Might I request a line of credit?
Yi Yunfei turned to Xiao Chuchu, inquiring.
Young Master Yi, fret not.
The sales of our Shaolui Dan have expanded throughout the entire Great Qin Empire and even into several neighboring empires. The sales are exceedingly robust. I estimate that our Lingjin workshop will owe you approximately 300,000 spiritual crystals in commissions annually. Therefore, you may purchase spiritual herbs from us on credit up to that amount, Xiao Chuchu responded with a smile.
That is excellent. Yi Yunfei sighed in relief. Subsequently, Xiao Chuchu directed the shopkeeper to assist Yi Yunfei in procuring the herbs.
Yi Yunfei made an extensive purchase, acquiring spiritual herbs valued at over 100,000 spiritual crystals.
The 4 clans mining competition was fast approaching. As he exited Lingjin workshop, Yi Yunfei gazed towards the northern direction of Crescent Moon City.
The venue for the 4 clans mining competition lay just beyond the northern gate of Crescent Moon City in a grand plaza.
At the same time,
within the headquarters of the Wind Mercenary Corps in the Great Qin Empire.
What? The 6 ghosts of Wind are all dead. How can this be possible? A black-clad elder slammed his hand on the table in fury.
Their mission had been to hunt down a mere 6th-tier body refiner in the Beast Heaven Forest, a task devoid of danger. How could they have all perished?
Chief,
we have investigated the Beast Heaven Forest. That young man named Yi Yunfei, after spending a few days there, suddenly exhibited a significant surge in strength. Not only did he slay the 6 ghosts of Wind, but he also killed many others. Additionally, a 7 divine flower appeared in the forest, which was seized by Yi Yunfei, a man in black reported.
7 divine flower. The elder's eyes lit up.
The 6 ghosts of Wind had been his prized disciples trained over many years. It was astonishing that they had fallen to a mere 6th-tier body refiner.
This enmity must be avenged. The Qin, sure.
And families of Crescent Moon City have offered a substantial reward for our Wind Mercenary Corps to assist in besieging the Yi family.
Gather the troops. We shall proceed to Crescent Moon City. The black-clad elder declared with a cold smile.
Chapter 37, A Battle of Words. The annual mining competition of the 4 clans in Crescent Moon City has finally arrived.
The venue for this grand contest is a spacious plaza just outside the northern gate of the city. Early in the morning,
throngs of people made their way towards the northern plaza, nestled against several picturesque peaks.
Soon, the plaza was teeming with martial artists.
The air filled with a cacophony of voices. Even more warriors continued to stream in, not only from Crescent Moon City but also from several nearby great cities. drawn by the allure of this momentous event. In the center of the plaza, a grand arena had already been erected.
To the east,
a row of over a dozen elevated platforms stood, four of which prominently displayed large flags, each emblazoned with a majestic character: Qin, Shi, L, and Yi. Clearly, these platforms served as temporary viewing areas for the four prominent families of Crescent Moon City. The remaining platforms were designated for distinguished guests, while the less illustrious martial artists had to crowd around the arena, seeking their own spots. At this moment, the representatives of the four families had arrived, filling their platforms with eager spectators. Look, there is Qinin, exuding an aura of nobility and exceptional presence, truly deserving of the title of celestial body. The majority of the martial artists' gazes were fixed upon Qinin's platform, clad in a flowing purple robe that seemed to shimmer without a breeze. He radiated an air of unparalleled dignity, reminiscent of a sovereign striding forth. This celestial body is indeed a rare existence within the entire Qin Empire. It is said that the four major sects of the empire have pledged their unconditional acceptance of Qinin, offering him a position as a core disciple for focused cultivation. Within the plaza, a chorus of discussions arose.
"Ah, Brother Qin Xiong, you look radiant. Today shall surely be fruitful for you. Young Master Qinin, you are undoubtedly the star of today's competition."
Shi Tianyuan and El Yunxiao both addressed Qin Xiong, the heads of their respective families, demonstrating a hint of subservience.
Ha ha.
Qin Xiong slightly cupped his fists in return, his triumphant laughter echoing throughout the plaza, a feeling of having reached the pinnacle of life enveloping him.
"The city lord has arrived." A loud voice rang out.
Moments later, a distinguished middle-aged man clad in golden robes, accompanied by a squadron of armored soldiers, entered the plaza. The city lord of Crescent Moon City had made his appearance, clearly signaling his support for the Qin family.
"Rest assured, city lord. We shall certainly invite you to our celebration feast,"
Qin Xiong proclaimed with a beaming smile.
"Who will emerge victorious remains to be seen. Do not rejoice too soon."
On the Yi family platform, Yi Tianping sneered.
"Today's outcome is already predetermined, the Qin family will triumph."
Qin Xiong declared boldly, his eyes fixed provocatively on Yi Tianping. "Today, I shall publicly humiliate you, turning you and your family into a complete joke. Furthermore, my son, Qinin, shall rise to prominence, requiring stepping stones to elevate his status.
All participating members of the Yi family shall be utterly vanquished, not one left standing."
His words reverberated through the plaza,
causing many martial artists to gasp in disbelief. "Qin Xiong, anyone can boast. Until the final moment, the outcome is uncertain." Yi Tianping retorted coldly. "Ha ha. Yi Tianping,
your character remains unchanged.
You won't shed tears until you see the coffin."
Qin Xiong laughed heartily. "Father, why waste your breath on him? He will soon realize the truth," Qinin remarked nonchalantly. "I believe it will be your family who will soon face reality." A soft voice interjected as a young man strolled into the plaza, heading toward the Yi family's platform.
"Isn't that the so-called waste of the Yi family, Yi Yunfei?" someone exclaimed.
"Flyer."
Yi Tianping beamed upon seeing Yi Yunfei. "You are the waste of the Yi family, Yi Yunfei?
Today, I will make you kneel before me,
confessing your worthlessness."
Qin Feng's disdainful gaze swept over Yi Yunfei, clearly unimpressed.
"You? What right do you have to make Yi Yunfei kneel?"
"This is mere folly."
Yi Yunfei smiled faintly.
"Qinin has every right to demand my submission. He has awakened the celestial body, undeniably a prodigy destined for greatness in the Qin Empire.
You, Yi Yunfei, are not even worthy to carry his shoes."
Suddenly, Shi Shaodai from the Shi family's platform stood, glaring at Yi Yunfei with venomous eyes.
"It is you,
the disloyal harlot. You have been dismissed by me. What right do you have to shout in my presence?"
"Leave me be." Yi Yunfei shot back sharply, showing no mercy.
You speak nonsense." Shi Shaodai was so enraged by Yi Yunfei's words that she lost control, screaming in fury. Previously, at the Crescent Moon Academy, Yi Yunfei had publicly written a blood-stained divorce letter, turning her into a laughingstock throughout the city. Now, his reminder sent her into a fit of rage.
"Enough!" she shouted.
Yi Yunfei, not only have you insulted Xiao Dai, but you also dared to injure Xiaojia. You will pay for this. Shi Tianyuan bellowed, his face contorted with anger. If my son cannot defeat me, then if I am a waste, your son is even less than that. Yi Yunfei retorted coldly. Ha, well said. It seems, Shi Tianyuan. Your son is indeed quite the waste. Yi Tianpon laughed heartily, reveling in the moment. You. Shi Tianyuan was left speechless with rage. At that moment, a voice rang out, Elder Wu from the Ziyang sect has arrived. A formidable middle-aged man, enveloped in a terrifying aura of swordlight, entered the plaza, accompanied by several young disciples. Elder Du from the Tianyuan sect has arrived. Another voice called out as a kind-eyed elder with a long beard entered the plaza, flanked by young disciples. Elder Zhuo from the Zhinsang sect has arrived. A third call echoed as a stooped elder with flowing hair made his entrance, accompanied by young disciples. Elder Ding from the Xianyao pavilion has arrived. Yet another voice proclaimed as a middle-aged female Taoist entered, leading young disciples into the plaza. Representatives from the four major sects of the empire had simultaneously arrived. The crowd fell silent, no one daring to utter a word. In the square, all the martial artists gazed at the representatives of the four great sects with a mixture of awe and reverence. The four great sects stand as four formidable forces within the Qin Empire, enjoying an equal status with the imperial royal family. Thus, whenever members of these sects traverse the realm, their presence is akin to that of noble lords on procession, radiating an air of utmost distinction. On this occasion, it is nothing short of extraordinary that all four great sects have dispatched an elder to personally grace the city of Crescent Moon. This marks an unprecedented moment in the city's history. The four elders of the sects, accompanied by their disciples, ascended to the four elevated platforms on the eastern side of the square to take their seats. Chapter 38, The competition begins. The Lord of Crescent Moon City, along with the heads of the four prominent families and numerous high-ranking officials, promptly rose to their feet, respectfully and cautiously greeting the four elders of the four great sections. Are you Qinin? The four elders of the sects disregarded everyone else, their attention instantly fixated on Qinin. In response to the esteemed elders, I am indeed Qinin, he replied, performing a courteous bow while answering with a clear voice, displaying a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant, exuding a certain elegance. Ah, splendid. Indeed, a celestial spirit body. Do well to impress us. The elders scrutinized Qinin from head to toe, each nodding slightly, evidently pleased with their initial impression of him. The reason these four elders had come to witness the competition was to assess Qinin's performance. Otherwise, given their esteemed status, it would be inconceivable for them to attend a mere contest among small families in a city. I shall not disappoint the esteemed elders, Qinin promptly assured them. The four elders nodded slightly and took their seats, ceasing to engage with anyone else in the square. Not even the Lord of Crescent Moon City or the heads of the four families could capture the elders' attention. Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby declare the competition officially commenced. The Lord of Crescent Moon City announced loudly. Each year, the Lord presides over the four families' mining contest, and this year was no exception. Upon hearing this, the crowd stirred with excitement. The competition was finally about to begin. This year's contest, like those of the past, would unfold in two stages. The first was the flag seizing contest, followed by the arena battles. The family that emerged victorious in the flag seizing contest would gain control over the western mining area of Crescent Moon City for a year, while the family that triumphed in the arena battles would control the northern mining area for the same duration. I trust the four families have no objections? The Lord continued. Agreed, the heads of the four families nodded in unison. To the west and north of Crescent Moon City lay two inferior crystal mines. Though deemed inferior, their worth surpassed that of ordinary mysterious iron mines significantly. With a stroke of luck, one could directly extract spiritual crystals. Years ago, when these two crystal mines were first discovered, the four families had clashed numerous times in a fierce struggle for mining rights, resulting in severe casualties and greatly diminishing their vitality. Eventually, the four families convened and agreed to hold an annual competition to determine the mining rights based on the contest's outcome. Thus, the tradition of the Crescent Moon City mining contest was born. Very well, let the participants from the four families take their positions. Prepare swiftly for the first stage. The flag seizing contest. The Lord proclaimed. Father, I wish to participate in the contest, Yi Yunfei stated from the temporary platform of the Yi family.
Have you truly considered this, my son?
You are merely at the 6th level of body refinement, there could be dangers involved.
Furthermore,
the Qin and Shi families will undoubtedly target you, Yi Tianpeng frowned slightly. Father, please trust in my abilities, I shall be fine, Yi Yunfei replied with a smile. Then do take care, Yi Tianpeng nodded, aware of his son's stubborn nature, knowing that once he made a decision, it was difficult to dissuade him.
Moreover, following Yi Yunfei's impressive performance in the last family assembly, he held a degree of confidence in his son.
Now, let me reiterate the rules of the flag seizing contest. As you can see, atop Tianyun Peak stands a platform with a large flag planted in it.
Each family will dispatch 15 disciples to ascend the peak from 4 directions and seize the flag. Whichever family retrieves the flag and brings it back to the square will claim victory. Yi Tianpeng pointed towards the mountain at the rear of the square. We understand.
Family head, the 15 participants from the Yi family nodded in affirmation. In fact, prior to this, Yi Tianpeng had meticulously explained the contest rules to the participants multiple times.
And this was merely a review. Alright, everyone, let us set forth.
This time, our Yi family will ascend from the southern side of Tianyun Peak.
Children, compete with valor and demonstrate the might of our family.
Yi Tianpeng encouraged, and the 7 elders of the Yi family also voiced their support. This was a pre-battle rallying call.
Yes.
The Yi family's participants were all filled with fervor.
Meanwhile,
the heads and senior members of the other 3 families were likewise engaged in their final motivational speeches.
Each disciple prepared for battle, their spirits high and ready to seize the opportunity. Now, go forth. Remember, we ascend from the south.
Once you reach the southern base, await the signal flare.
And upon seeing it, commence your ascent, Yi Tianpeng instructed.
Immediately, the Yi family's participants set off, departing the square towards the southern foot of Tianyun Peak.
Moments later,
the participants from the other 3 families also made their way to their respective positions at the mountain's foot. The Qin family approached from the east, the Shi family from the west, and the Yell family from the north.
Once all 4 families' participants had reached their designated locations, a loud bang.
A signal flare shot into the sky, exploding with a resounding roar that echoed for miles.
Charge! The participants from the 4 families shouted in unison,
sprinting forward with all their might to begin their ascent. Tianyun Peak, graceful and majestic, offered a relatively gentle path, allowing the disciples of the 4 families to ascend with remarkable swiftness.
Whoosh!
Among the Yi family's disciples, a young man named Yi Tianfeng exhibited the fastest speed. At the competition's onset, he surged forward like an arrow, quickly distancing himself from the other participants of the Yi family. Yi Tianfeng, at the 9th level of body refinement, was regarded as a leading figure among the younger generation of the Yi family, alongside Yi Lei. He had not participated in the last family assembly due to his training. Yet he had heard the results and was skeptical. He found it hard to believe that Yi Yunfei could possibly defeat Yi Lei, let alone incapacitate him. He suspected foul play was involved. Indeed, impressive, Yi Yunfei nodded as he observed Yi Tianfeng sprinting ahead. He perceived that Yi Tianfeng's strength appeared superior to that of Yi Lei. Additionally, several other capable disciples of the Yi family, including Yi Shui, followed closely behind Yi Tianfeng.
Trailing behind them were the relatively weaker disciples of the Yi family. Yi Yunfei lagged behind. With such prowess, how could he possibly defeat Yi Lei? This indicated that the results of the last family assembly were indeed questionable. In the younger generation of the Yi family, I am the strongest.
Yi Tianfeng glanced back and noticed Yi Yunfei trailing behind, his heart filled with delight.
Chapter 39, There is another traitor, esteemed members. Your dedication to bringing honor to the Yi family brings me immense joy. However, for this flag-snatching competition, you need not participate. Return to the square and await my arrival with the flag in hand.
As Yi Tianfeng secretly reveled in his thoughts, Yi Yunfei suddenly spoke up.
Through the transmission of spiritual energy, Yi Yunfei's voice resonated clearly in the ears of every Yi family member. What? Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's words,
the 14 other young members of the Yi family were utterly bewildered.
He wants everyone to return? Can he truly retrieve the flag alone? It seemed implausible.
Considering that the other three major families had a combined total of 45 participants, including at least 3 or 4 at the 9th level of body refinement.
Not to mention the celestial spirit body, Jinan. Yi Yunfei, at such a critical moment, dares to create chaos.
Do not presume that just because you are the patriarch's son, we must heed your words.
Enough.
Everyone, ignore him and hasten to seize the flag.
At this moment, Yi Tianfeng was filled with ire.
He had long suspected that during the last clan meeting, Yi Yunfei's victory over Yi Lei was shrouded in some mystery.
Perhaps a scheme or trickery. Now, hearing Yi Yunfei's proclamation only intensified his disdain for him. No wonder he is called a waste.
It seems that the younger generation of the Yi family must rely on me to uphold our dignity.
Yi Tianfeng glared at Yi Yunfei with contempt.
He then drew a deep breath and surged forward like an arrow towards the mountaintop.
However, at that instant, whoosh!
A fleeting shadow zipped past Yi Tianfeng with astonishing speed.
Trust me. You should return, leave it to me. From above the hillside, Yi Yunfei's voice echoed. Yi Tianfeng looked up in shock, realizing that Yi Yunfei had somehow surpassed him and now stood atop the slope. How is this possible?
Only then did Yi Tianfeng comprehend that the fleeting shadow was indeed Yi Yunfei.
Upon reaching the summit,
Yi Yunfei uttered a single phrase before stamping his foot on the ground.
Boom!
Instantly, the earth erupted, creating a massive pit as dust billowed forth. With the force of that stamp, Yi Yunfei shot upwards like a cannonball towards the peak. With a physical strength of 70 to 80,000 pounds,
Yi Yunfei could easily leap hundreds of meters with a single bound. Coupled with the wind spirit step, each stride could cover 200 meters with remarkable ease.
When exerting his full strength, he could leap over 300 meters.
The shadow flickered, and in just a few blinks, Yi Yunfei's figure vanished completely from the hillside.
Yi Yunfei understood that the Qin, Shi, and Lu families had allied against them. If the young members of the Yi family reached the peak, they would undoubtedly be besieged by the other three families. Thus, he chose to let them retreat first.
Is this speed not too exaggerated? The 14 young members of the Yi family, including Yi Tianfeng, were utterly astounded.
They stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they had just witnessed, fixated on the summit. Especially Yi Tianfeng, whose expression flickered between anger and disbelief, his fists clenched tightly in frustration.
It suddenly dawned on him that he might have underestimated Yi Yunfei. What should we do now? Should we listen to young Master Yi Yunfei or not?
Another Yi family member inquired.
Let us continue our ascent.
Although Yi Yunfei is faster than us, Qinan, Lu Mubai, and Shihong may not be slower than him.
Moreover, in terms of strength, Yi Yunfei is far inferior to them.
Therefore, if we wish to seize that flag, it ultimately relies on our efforts.
Everyone, quicken your pace.
As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tianfeng dashed forward with all his might toward the mountaintop. The other young members of the Yi family exchanged glances and promptly followed suit.
At this moment, atop Tianyun Peak,
there lay a platform with a flag planted firmly in the ground. The atmosphere was still, with only the flag gently fluttering in the wind.
Suddenly,
the ground began to tremble.
A figure emerged, racing towards the platform, leaping effortlessly to its surface. Yi Yunfei. Ha, do you think you can compete with my speed? Yi Yunfei smirked nonchalantly.
It is essential to note that the Wind Spirit Step is a sacred grade martial art, whereas the 4 great families of Round Moon City possess only techniques of at most 3rd grade. The disparity between sacred grade and 3rd grade martial arts is as vast as the heavens and the earth, making them utterly incomparable.
With the Wind Spirit Step and his immense physical strength, even late-stage Earth Realm experts cannot match Yi Yunfei's speed. Yi Yunfei extended his spiritual energy,
soon realizing that the contestants from the Qin, Shi, and Lu families were still at the mountainside. Among them, Qinan was the fastest. Soaring towards the summit like a released arrow, his purple garments billowing magnificently in the wind.
Reclaiming his focus, Yi Yunfei reached for the flag. Halt! Suddenly, a booming voice rang out.
4 middle-aged men emerged near the platform, all possessing initial stage Earth Realm strength.
To ensure fairness,
each of the 4 great families had dispatched a master to oversee the competition.
However,
These 4 experts were merely there to document the proceedings and were strictly forbidden from intervening.
Any interference would reignite conflict between the 4 families.
A scenario none wished to witness.
Yi Yunfei, you cannot take the flag. One of the men, hailing from the Qin family, declared. Why not? Yi Yunfei's gaze turned frigid.
The other contestants have yet to arrive. How can you, a mere waste, be the first to arrive?
This raises suspicions. Thus, Yi Yunfei, you cannot take the flag.
You must wait for the other contestants before any decision is made. The middle-aged man from the Qin family sneered. The other 3 remained silent.
Oh? Yi Tianqing. Do you share this opinion? Yi Yunfei gazed at one of the middle-aged men with a hint of mockery.
This man was from the Yi family.
They all think so. And I cannot change that.
Just endure a little longer, Yi Tianqing replied expressionlessly. Heh, so we have a traitor within the Yi family.
Fortunately, you have revealed yourself now. Yi Yunfei scoffed. Yi Yunfei, what do you mean by that? Yi Tianqing fumed.
Esteemed gentlemen, your sole duty is to record the events as they unfold.
And you are strictly forbidden from intervening. Otherwise, you will reignite conflict among the 4 families. Is this truly your desired course of action? Yi Yunfei's voice grew increasingly frigid. Ha, let me be frank with you, waste. The Yi family is on the brink of annihilation. Do you truly believe we still fear igniting conflict among the 4 families?
The middle-aged man from the Qin family erupted into a mocking laughter, his tone laced with derision. Well then, if that is the case, I have no reservations left. You shall all perish. Yi Yunfei's voice suddenly deepened, imbued with a chilling intent to kill. As his words fell, a dagger materialized abruptly at the throat of the middle-aged man from the Qin family. With a swift slash, blood gushed forth. The man's laughter was abruptly silenced, his face contorted in disbelief as his body gradually slumped down.
Chapter 40 The Flag in Hand Whoosh.
At the very moment Yi Yunfei unleashed the void blade, he had already arrived before another middle-aged man.
A single punch was thrown.
And the terrifying physical strength instantaneously drained the space ahead, creating a dreadful vacuum of pressure.
Bang!
The body of the middle-aged man burst like a fragile bubble, scattering flesh and bones across the sky.
Not good.
The remaining 2 middle-aged men were utterly terrified, realizing the dire situation, and desperately retreated.
Whoosh! The void blade reappeared, striking like lightning into the forehead of one of the men. The strength of the early-stage Earth realm was roughly equivalent to a 6th-tier demonic beast. Just days prior, Yi Yunfei had slaughtered at least 200 to 300 6th-tier demonic beasts in the beast forest. Therefore,
eliminating these early-stage Earth realm men was as effortless as slicing through vegetables.
Now, only Yi Tianqing remained. Please spare me, young Master Yi.
Yi Tianqing was so frightened that he dared not resist. The other 3 middle-aged men, whose strength was not inferior to his, had been killed in an instant, leaving him utterly demoralized. At this moment, even he, despite his ignorance, understood that Yi Yunfei's combat prowess far surpassed his own.
Spare you? Luckily, I arrived here first. If it were any other members of the Yi family, would they not have been led to their doom by you, this traitor? Swish!
A pitch-black dagger flashed by, slicing through Yi Tianqing's throat, releasing a fountain of crimson blood.
The fate of a traitor is singular, death, Yi Yunfei remarked coolly.
He then reached out and seized the great flag from the platform.
Bang!
Yi Tianqing's corpse fell to the ground nearby. Yi Yunfei directly concealed the flag within his spatial ring. This spatial ring was a gift from Xiao Chuchu, barely accommodating the large flag.
Qinan, I shall not kill you here. I intend to slay you publicly in the arena. Yi Yunfei's gaze turned cold as he looked towards the eastern peak.
The hope you brought to the Qin family is vast, and today, the disappointment faced by the Qin family will be equally immense.
With that,
Yi Yunfei turned and retraced his steps, rushing southward down the mountain, his movements fluid and swift, vanishing from the summit in mere moments.
Quick, everyone, pick up the pace.
Yi Tianfeng urged from the southern side of Tianyun Peak. The victory of the Yi family in this competition depends on us. Yi Tianfeng moved the fastest, leading the way. Behind him, the members of the Yi family exerted their utmost effort, racing towards the summit, drenched in sweat yet brimming with determination.
Just then. Did I not instruct you to return first?
A voice suddenly echoed from above.
Ha!
The 14 members of the Yi family simultaneously looked up.
Yi Yunfei was descending swiftly, hands behind his back, appearing quite relaxed. I have secured the flag. Let us return to the plaza, Yi Yunfei declared. As he spoke, he retrieved the grand flag from his spatial ring, waved it momentarily, and then stowed it away again. What?
The 14 Yi family members halted, staring at Yi Yunfei,
wide-eyed in disbelief.
Yi Yunfei, is that flag real? Yi Shui asked, her voice tinged with skepticism.
Of course it is real. Did the family head and the 7 elders not describe the flag's appearance to you before we came? Now, enough chatter. Let us head back. Yi Yunfei nodded and began to stride up the mountain. Impossible. How can this be? Yi Yunfei truly brought the flag down. Yi Tianfeng's heart surged with tumultuous waves as he clenched his fists tightly. However, he knew deep down that the flag was indeed genuine. Fantastic. Young Master Yi. You have truly brought the flag down.
This means the Yi family has triumphed in the flag contest. Finally, the Yi family members came to their senses, accepting the reality, and erupted in cheers. Thus, all the Yi family members turned back, following Yi Yunfei down the mountain. Yi Yunfei, with hands behind his back, strode confidently ahead, appearing unhurried while effortlessly covering over 100 meters in a single step. Behind him, the Yi family members sprinted desperately, yet they found themselves increasingly distanced from him, only able to catch a glimpse of his retreating figure.
I refuse to believe this.
Yi Tianfeng exerted every ounce of strength, sprinting at his maximum speed to catch up with Yi Yunfei. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not close the gap.
Meanwhile, Yi Yunfei moved leisurely,
as if taking a casual stroll, while Yi Tianfeng was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, veins bulging. The disparity was stark.
Simultaneously, at the summit of Tianyun Peak. I have finally reached the peak. No need to ask, I am definitely the first to arrive. Shinan, like a shooting star, appeared at the summit,
a smug smile gracing his face.
But the next moment, where is the flag? Why is it missing? Why are all 4 experts overseeing the match dead?
Shinan gazed at the empty platform, bewildered, where only a few bloody corpses lay scattered around.
What on earth is happening? Shinan's astonishment and rage erupted in a furious shout.
Meanwhile, in the grand square, everyone awaited the outcome of the competition with bated breath.
Yi Tianpeng.
Your family is destined to lose this match, Qin Xiong taunted, his gaze fixed on Yi Tianpeng, laughing maniacally.
Humph. Qin Xiong, do not celebrate too soon. Until the final moment, the victor remains uncertain. Yi Tianpeng retorted with a cold snort. Ha ha. Yi Tianpeng. You truly do not know when to weep until you see the coffin.
This time, I shall ensure your family suffers a devastating defeat.
Qin Xiong laughed with abandon.
Family head, I sense that Qin Xiong's words hold a deeper meaning. I am somewhat concerned for the safety of our 15 contestants from the Yi family. The grand elder of the Yi family suddenly remarked, his brow furrowing.
Do not worry.
I have instructed Yi Tiansheng that should any danger befall our contestants, he must ensure their safety at all costs and fire a signal flare to give us time to rescue them.
In any case,
even if it means tearing our relationship with the other 3 families, we must ensure the safety of our outstanding disciples, Yi Tianpeng replied.
That is good to hear. The grand elder nodded. Qin Xiong, why waste your breath on him?
Soon, the Yi family will have much to lament, Shi Tianyuan chimed in with a mocking tone. Qin Xiong, let the facts teach those who refuse to see the truth, Lu Yunxiao, the head of the Lu family, added with a cold smile.
Qin Xiong.
I have high hopes for your Qin family in this match. Tonight's celebration banquet of the Qin family must include my invitation, the Lord of Yuanyu City remarked. It was evident that the Qin, Shi, and El families, along with the Lord's residents, had formed an alliance against the Yi family.
I beg your pardon.
But it seems the Qin family will not have the opportunity to host a celebration banquet this evening.
Instead, it shall be the Yi family that takes the stage. Furthermore, The Yi family shall not extend an invitation to you. Therefore, you should retire early for the night, old man. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the entrance of the square. A youth, hands clasped behind his back and exuding a relaxed demeanor, strolled into the square. It was Fair. On the temporary platform of the Yi family, Yi Tianpeng immediately rose, astonished and elated. Chapter 41, The Victory of the Yi Family. Young Master Yi Yunfei, wait for us. Behind him, the 14 competitors from the Yi family were panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Among them, Yi Tianfeng appeared slightly more composed. Yet, at this moment, the way he looked at Yi Yunfei had changed significantly. The previous disdain was gone. He finally understood that Yi Yunfei was not the useless individual he had imagined. In terms of speed and agility alone, Yi Yunfei surpassed him by leaps and bounds. Impossible. How could you return alive? On the temporary platform of the Qin family, Qin Xiong's expression changed drastically as he rose to his feet. Has something gone awry? Shi Tianyuan and El Yunxiao also shouted in unison. It was known that the three families had secretly allied to eliminate the Yi family's competitors during the flag competition. Prior to the contest, the upper echelons of the three families had repeatedly instructed their participants that once they reached the summit of Tianyun Peak, they were to strike immediately. The orders were clear: eliminate every last one of the Yi family's participants without exception. Moreover, to ensure success, the 4 early-stage Earth Realm experts stationed at the summit to monitor the competition were also prepared to intervene if necessary to assist in the ambush against the Yi family. Under such meticulous arrangements, the 15 competitors from the Yi family were destined to perish. Yet now, all the Yi family's participants had returned, alive and well, without a scratch on them. I see now, you Yi family members are all cowards, fleeing in the face of danger. You never even made it to the peak, abandoning the contest halfway. Yi Tianpeng, so this was your scheme. No wonder you dared to compete. Qin Xiong suddenly seemed to comprehend. His teeth clenched as he spoke through gritted teeth. Indeed. They are all afraid for their lives, abandoning the competition midway. Shi Tianyuan and El Yunxiao also realized the truth. Such a shameful act by the Yi family would likely strip them of their status as one of the 4 great families of Round Moon City in the future. The Lord of Round Moon City displayed an expression of profound disdain, shaking his head with a sigh. My lord, you are mistaken. The Yi family has no future. Qin Xiong spoke with a murderous intent, word by word. The Yi family's participants had indeed retreated halfway, abandoning the competition. Lacking even the courage to compete, the Yi family was utterly shameless. The Yi family's prospects were bleak. In the square, numerous martial artists displayed expressions of derision, whispering among themselves. Even many members of the Yi family felt ashamed, their heads hung low, wishing to find a place to hide. Returning is good. As long as everyone is safe, I shall rest easy. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle, do not take it to heart. Only Yi Tianpeng, upon seeing that all the Yi family participants were unharmed, felt a slight regret but sighed in relief. Although he had steeled himself to lead the team into the competition, he had been worried about the safety of the Yi family's participants. Qin, you old dog, tell me, which of your eyes saw our Yi family members abandon the contest? Now, open your eyes wide and see what this is. Yi Yunfei returned to the Yi family's temporary platform and directly retrieved the large flag from his spatial ring, thrusting it fiercely into the ground before the Yi family's platform. With a rustle, the flag fluttered in the wind, producing a resounding sound. At that moment, the entire square fell into a deathly silence. Everyone fixed their astonished gazes upon the grand flag dancing atop the Yi family's platform, revealing expressions of disbelief. Ha ha! Wonderful! Splendid! Fair, you actually brought the flag back. Yi Tianpeng trembled with excitement, bursting into hearty laughter. In the flag competition, our Yi family has triumphed. Now, who dares to claim we are a cowardly lot? The members of the Yi family erupted in cheers. Useless, how could the flag possibly fall into your hands? This is absolutely impossible. There must have been some foul play. At this moment, the most unwilling to accept the reality was Qin Xiong, whose face twisted with rage as he glared fiercely at Yi Yunfei, roaring in fury. Shi Tianyuan and El Yunxiao also appeared taken aback. Interesting.
Even the elders of the four major sects and their disciples seated on their platforms began to take notice of Yi Yunfei with newfound interest.
Well done, Yi Yunfei.
At this time, no one noticed that above the square, two figures stood amidst the clouds, Su Qingluo and Granny Rong.
They had witnessed Yi Yunfei's actions during the flag competition clearly. Su Qingluo watched with great excitement, her fists clenched tightly as she cheered for Yi Yunfei.
Humph. This young man truly stands out in a small place like Round Moon City. However, at 16 years of age, only at the 6th level of body refinement. Compared to the young prodigies of the eastern regions, he is merely trash.
Granny Rong snorted coldly, seeming increasingly displeased as Yi Yunfei's performance excelled. Ha! This fellow is quite unexpectedly impressive.
In the square, a young woman dressed in pink chuckled softly, her appreciative gaze fixed on Yi Yunfei.
This young woman was Xiao Chuchu. Young Master Yi always brings surprises.
Elder Huang, standing beside Xiao Chuchu, nodded with a smile.
Ha ha! Old dog Qin, are you beginning to lose your composure? I am also a participant. Why is it impossible for the flag to fall into my hands?
At this moment, Yi Yunfei laughed heartily atop the Yi family's platform.
You useless fool! You must have used some underhanded trick to seize the flag. Hand it over at once. This flag only belongs to my Qin family. Qin Xiong was driven to madness, roaring with fury. Enough!
Qin Xiong, the rules of the competition state that whichever family's participant brings back the flag wins. The Yi family has already triumphed in this round.
I hope you do not disrupt the rules of the competition. Yi Tianpeng stepped forward,
positioning himself protectively in front of Yi Yunfei, speaking sternly. Just then, a high-ranking member of the Qin family announced, "Head, young Master Qinan and the others have returned." Indeed, at the entrance of the square, Qinan emerged, his face exceedingly grim. Participants from the Qin, Shi, and El families followed behind, entering the square one after another.
Damn it! Qinan's gaze landed upon the flag planted before the Yi family's platform, and his once handsome face twisted into a grimace. In his mind, that flag was supposed to be brought back by him personally. This honor could only belong to him, Qinan. The flag had indeed been brought back by the Yi family.
The participants from the three families were astonished and furious, returning to their respective family platforms with downcast expressions.
Qinan leaned closer, whispering a few words to Qin Xiong.
Qin Xiong's expression changed dramatically, and he cast a venomous glare at Yi Yunfei. The heads and high-ranking members of the other two families immediately inquired of their participants what had transpired.
Fair, what on earth happened? At this moment,
Yi Tianpeng and the 7 elders of the Yi family could no longer contain their curiosity and cast inquiring glances towards Yi Yunfei.
In a succinct manner, Yi Yunfei elucidated the situation.
The traitor Yi Tianqing had, astonishingly, betrayed the Yi family.
Yi Yunfei? Are you implying that you have slain all 4 formidable guardians of the clan? Yi Tianpeng and the 7 elders were filled with both astonishment and fury. However,
they had faith in Yi Yunfei's capabilities, for he had previously demonstrated his prowess by publicly incapacitating Yi Zhongnian, a mid-stage expert in the realm of Earth,
during the clan assembly.
Meanwhile, atop the Qin family's platform, Qinan's demeanor had shifted. He declared, "Let the Yi family enjoy a temporary victory in the flag-taking competition. In the subsequent round of the contest, the arena battles, I shall personally eliminate every single member of the Yi family I encounter.
Besides,
the Yi family will soon cease to exist.
What does it matter who triumphs or falters?"
At that moment, Qinan's emotions had fully stabilized, restoring his self-assured, condescending expression.
Indeed. After the competition, our 3 great clans will promptly mobilize to annihilate the Yi family. Therefore, let Yi Tianpeng revel in his momentary triumph a little longer.
The muscles in Qin Xiong's face twitched incessantly as his gaze remained fixed on Yi Yunfei and Yi Tianpeng, exuding an aura of imminent danger.
Lord City Master, the second round of the competition commences now.
Qin Xiong addressed the city master. Shi Tianyuan and El Yunsha nodded in agreement, their thoughts aligned with Qin Xiong's. The 3 great clans had long conspired. As soon as the 4 families concluded the mineral acquisition competition, they would swiftly unite to assault the Yi family and eradicate them.
Thus, what significance did it hold to allow the Yi family a fleeting victory? Very well, I hereby announce that the second round of the mineral acquisition competition, the arena battles, shall now commence. the Lord of Round Moon City proclaimed with a resounding voice. Chapter 42, I shall confront him suddenly. On the high platform occupied by the Tianyuan sect, Elder Du stood up and spoke, his voice resonating clearly throughout the crowd, overpowering the cacophony of chatter in the square. I have an announcement to make. We, representing the four great sects, have come to Yuan Moon City primarily to recruit Chenin. However, Yuan Moon City falls within the jurisdiction of our four sects for recruiting disciples. Therefore, aside from Chenin, if any outstanding young individuals display exceptional talent on the arena today, they too may be directly recruited. Elder Du stated matter-of-factly. The elders of the other three sects nodded slightly in agreement. Instantly, the entire square erupted in excitement, with most warriors fervently discussing the opportunity. To become a disciple of the four great sects would be akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, transforming a mountain chicken into a phoenix. I must seize this chance and perform exceptionally well to join the four great sects. The opportunity to change my fate has finally arrived. The young disciples of the four great families were engulfed in overwhelming enthusiasm, their fists clenched tightly, faces flushed with excitement, eager to rush onto the stage and showcase their prowess. Many young individuals who had not intended to participate in the tournament were now stirred to action. Very well. Let the competition begin, Elder Du of the Tianyuan sect waved his hand dismissively. As his words fell, young competitors rushed onto the stage to commence the match. The arena was alive with energy, as each young contestant exerted their utmost effort, striving to display their highest capabilities. Periodically, bursts of cheers and encouragement resonated through the square. For the young disciples of the four great families, the tournament had transcended mere victory. It was now a crucial opportunity to impress the elders of the four great sects and secure a place among them. One by one, young competitors eagerly ascended the stage, determined to make their mark. However, for Yi Yunfei, the spectacle was utterly mundane. With his current strength, he could easily dispatch even late-stage Earth realm experts. The battles amongst these youths in the body refinement realm held no allure for him. His gaze frequently drifted towards Chenin, as he awaited Chinan's move. In recent times, with Chenin awakening his celestial spirit body, the Qin family had grown exceedingly aggressive, allying with the other two great families in the city lord's mansion to exert pressure on the Yi family, even seeking their annihilation. Since all this strife stemmed from Chenin, let it all perish with him. Yi Yunfei's eyes bore a murderous glint as he regarded Chenin trash. At this moment, on the platform of the Qin family, Chenin glanced disdainfully at the arena battles and uttered two words in contempt. Ha ha. Honor, with your talent and strength? All the youth of Yuan Moon City are indeed beneath your notice, Qin Xiong chuckled. On the high platform of the four great sects, a cold snort escaped Elder Ding of the Carefree Pavilion, who shook her head in disappointment. The elders of the Ziyang sect, Jinsan sect, and Tianyuan sect shared similar sentiments, continuously shaking their heads. Clearly, none of the competitors had captured their interest. Given Yi Yunfei's prowess, he should easily be able to join the four great sects of the Daqin Empire, mused Su Qingluo, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Yunfei from the clouds above the square. Aside from Yi Yunfei, she possessed little interest in anyone else. Humph. What are the four great sects? These worthless sects can be eradicated with a mere flick of my hand. Even if he joins these mediocre factions, what of it? Old Madame Rong scoffed. She discerned that Su Qingluo's heart seemed entirely captured by Yi Yunfei, which left her feeling quite displeased. The young lady must have been confined to the small place, Yuan Moon City, for too long, resulting in her narrowed perspective. How could she take a liking to such a worthless boy? Once we return her to the East region, I will create opportunities for her to encounter the true young prodigies of the Hongmeng continent. At that time, I believe she will swiftly forget about this insignificant fellow. Old Madame Rong thought to herself. Meanwhile, the competition continued. I concede. On the stage, a disciple of the Yi family, unable to withstand the pressure, retreated while loudly declaring his defeat. However, surrender was futile. Die. A young man from the Shi family, grinning maliciously, lunged forward with his sword, piercing the heart of the Yi family disciple. The young man fell lifeless to the ground, the first contestant to be killed since the tournament began. Yi Wu has already conceded. Why do you still resort to murder?
Yi Tianping roared in fury, slamming his palm on the table as he yelled at the young man from the Shi family.
He. Yi Tianping, what a display of arrogance. In this arena, swords and blades are merciless, who can guarantee there will be no casualties?
Shi Tianyuan stood up, sneering.
Enough of this bullying. Head of the family, I shall ascend the stage to avenge Yi Wu. The disciples of the Yi family seethed with anger.
And Yi Shui charged towards the arena. The young man from the Shi family was at the 7th level of body refinement, and so was Yi Shui.
Yi Shui. Be cautious. Yi Tianping shouted from behind.
Shi Ping, prepare to meet your demise. Yi Shui leaped onto the stage, drawing her long sword and engaging in a fierce battle with Shi Ping. Their strengths were nearly equal, resulting in a stalemate after dozens of exchanges.
Shi Ping, step aside. Let me take over.
Suddenly, a young man in a blue robe leaped onto the stage, speaking with an air of indifference.
Yes.
Shi Ping immediately retreated, vacating the stage.
Shi Hong. Yi Shui looked at the young man in surprise, recognizing his identity.
Shi Hong possessed the strength of the 9th level of body refinement.
Shi Hong? You are at the 9th level of body refinement, and yet you dare to challenge me? I concede.
Yi Shui, both astonished and enraged, realized she was no match for Shi Hong and prepared to jump off the stage.
Too late. With a cold laugh, Shi Hong drew a long knife.
Moving like a shooting star, unleashing a thunderous and ruthless blade strike towards Yi Shui. Shi Hong's movements were too swift, Yi Shui's face paled in terror. And in a moment of desperation, she could only raise her long sword to defend herself.
Stop! Yi Tianping bellowed, rushing towards the arena. Yi Tianping. Do you intend to disrupt the competition? No one except the younger generation is allowed on the stage. Qin Xiong, Shi Tianyuan, and El Yunxiao simultaneously intervened to block Yi Tianping's path. This is intolerable.
The 7 elders of the Yi family attempted to rush onto the stage to rescue Yi Shui. But the higher-ups of the other 3 families also appeared to obstruct them.
On the arena, the clash continued. Clang!
Yi Shui's long sword was knocked from her grasp.
Put! Shi Hong's knife plunged deep into Yi Shui's right shoulder.
All members of the Yi family shall perish.
Shi Hong sneered, fiercely yanking his knife back, aiming for Yi Shui's head.
Suddenly, a calm voice rang out on the stage, Sister Shui, step down, I shall confront him.
In that moment,
Yi Shui was shocked to see a hand appear, swiftly grasping the knife that was aimed at her.
Yi Yunfei.
Yi Shui turned her head in astonishment,
unable to suppress a cry of surprise.
She discovered that Yi Yunfei was already standing beside her. The hand gripping the long knife was indeed his.
Chapter 43, Another instant kill. Step aside, Yi Shui.
I shall deal with him, Yi Yunfei said with a smile to Yi Shui, who was visibly shaken. Among the younger generation of the Yi family, she was the only one who had never referred to Yi Yunfei as a good-for-nothing. Therefore, he held her in high regard.
All right.
Yi Yunfei, be careful, Yi Shui responded with a firm nod, turning and leaping off the stage.
She knew that Yi Yunfei's strength far surpassed hers. Moreover,
he had once defeated Yi Lei with a single move during the Yi family gathering. Thus, she had confidence in him.
Insolent fool, release your grip. At this moment,
Shi Hong was consumed by furious rage. His saber remained firmly grasped by Yi Yunfei, as if embedded in an impenetrable wall of bronze, unable to move even a fraction.
What enraged him even further was that Yi Yunfei had his other hand casually behind his back.
Furthermore, Yi Yunfei was conversing with Yi Tianfeng,
as if he didn't even merit his attention.
This stark contrast made Shi Hong feel like nothing more than a buffoon. Worthless wretch, I shall end you. In a fit of uncontrollable rage, Shi Hong abruptly released the saber and launched a punch towards Yi Yunfei.
Rumble.
A formidable surge of spiritual energy emanated from his fist, causing a tempestuous gale to sweep across the stage, stirring up dust and pebbles.
Yi Yunfei stood firm, neither dodging nor evading, and met the punch head-on.
It was a purely brute force maneuver.
Fair, be cautious. Yi Tianping exclaimed in alarm. After all,
Yi Yunfei was only at the 6th level of body refinement, while Shi Hong was at the 9th. In such a direct clash,
the one with the lower spiritual energy realm would undoubtedly suffer.
However, Qin Xiong, Shi Tianyuan, and El Yunxiao had intercepted Yi Tianpeng, preventing him from rushing onto the stage to save him. Shi Hong, obliterate that good-for-nothing! Shi Tianyuan roared, yearning for Yi Yunfei's demise. Bang! Their fists collided. Put! Shi Hong's entire arm shattered instantly, sending blood and flesh flying in all directions. Ah! The excruciating pain caused Shi Hong to scream in agony. Whoosh! A flash of swordlight, Yi Yunfei drew his sword and thrust it forward, piercing Shi Hong's throat. Shi Hong's gaze remained fixed on Yi Yunfei, filled with rage, terror, and a hint of bewilderment. Then, bang! Shi Hong's body crashed onto the stage, lifeless. How can this be? At that moment, the entire plaza fell into a deathly silence. A 6th-level body refinement cultivator had slain a 9th-level cultivator with a single move? Insolent wretch, you dare slay Shi Hong! Shi Tianyuan suddenly roared. Shi Hong was the leading figure among the younger generation of the Shi family, and his death represented a significant loss for the family. Qin Xiong and El Yunxiao, along with the city lord of Round Moon City, wore somber expressions. They had conspired to deal with the Yi family and naturally did not wish to witness such a turn of events. On the dueling stage, blades and swords have no eyes. Who can guarantee there will be no casualties? If I remember correctly, Shi Tianyuan, that was precisely what you said earlier. Yi Tianpeng retorted with a cold sneer. Worthless Yi Yunfei, I shall slay you. Shi Tianyuan's figure flashed as he charged towards the stage. Shi Tianyuan, you dare! Yi Tianpeng roared in fury. The spiritual pressure of the late Earth Realm stage emanated from his body, and he unleashed a punch towards Shi Tianyuan. Get out of my way! Shi Tianyuan roared in anger. Boom! The two exchanged a blow. Late Earth Realm stage. Shi Tianyuan was forced to retreat several steps, his face revealing apprehension. Qin Xiong and El Yunxiao also underwent a change in complexion. Yi Tianpeng had only recently broken through to the late Earth Realm stage a few days prior, revealing it only during the Yi family gathering. As such, no outsiders were aware of it. Yi Tianpeng stood in their path, confronting Qin Xiong, Shi Tianyuan, and El Yunxiao. All three were at the mid-Earth Realm stage and dared not advance rashly in the face of Yi Tianpeng. The expressions on their faces were rather unsightly. Originally, the three had secretly plotted to launch an immediate assault on the Yi residence after the Four Clans mining tournament, wiping out the Yi family. However, they had not anticipated that Yi Tianpeng would break through to the late Earth Realm stage. Now, eliminating the Yi family would be significantly more challenging. Who dares to challenge me now? Yi Yunfei declared indifferently from the stage. The younger disciples of the Qin, Shi, and El families exchanged glances, none daring to step forward and challenge Yi Yunfei. One must understand that Shi Hong was at the 9th level of body refinement, ranking among the top 5 in strength among the younger generation of Round Moon City. Yet, he had been slain by Yi Yunfei with a single move. Who would dare to challenge him? Haven't you three families been incessantly calling me a good-for-nothing? Now, this good-for-nothing is standing right here, awaiting your challenge. Come. Step forward and prove that I am a good-for-nothing. Yi Yunfei's gaze slowly swept across the younger disciples of the Qin, Shi, and El families. The younger disciples of the three families averted their gazes, avoiding eye contact with Yi Yunfei. Are the members of your three families all cowards? Yi Yunfei's sarcastic voice echoed once more. On the Qin family's platform, Qin furrowed his brow slightly and took a step forward. Suddenly, worthless wretch! I shall battle you! A resounding voice echoed. A young man in white robes appeared, leaping onto the stage and standing opposite Yi Yunfei. El Mubai, the strongest among the younger generation of the El family. Also, the son of the family head, El Yunxiao. Mubai, be cautious. El Yunxiao's expression changed, and he hastily reminded him. Yi Yunfei, I shall prove that you are a good-for-nothing. El Mubai shouted sharply. Boom! Before El Mubai could finish his sentence, Yi Yunfei had already launched a punch towards him. Yi Yunfei's attack was exceedingly simple, devoid of any technique or embellishment. Approximately 40,000 pounds of raw physical strength were amplified in his fist. The air in front of his fist was instantly evacuated, forming a terrifying vacuum of pressure. A sense of imminent danger surged through El-Mubai's heart. In a fit of rage, El-Mubai produced a silver halberd, slashing it out violently. The silver halberd surged with formidable spiritual energy, imbued with a terrifying killing intent, resembling a bolt of silver lightning.
Clang! Yi Yunfei's fist collided with the silver halberd. Whiz!
The silver halberd was instantly sent flying, shooting off into the distance.
However, Yi Yunfei's fist continued its relentless trajectory, its momentum undeterred.
Worthless wretch! I shall fight you to the death! El-Mubai roared, unleashing all the spiritual energy within his body and thrusting his palms forward.
Bang! Yi Yunfei's fist collided with El-Mubai's palms. Put! Both of El-Mubai's arms shattered instantly. Then, Yi Yunfei's fist landed squarely on El-Mubai's body. Bang!
El-Mubai's body exploded like an overripe watermelon, scattering blood and gore across the stage. If Yi Yunfei were to unleash 70 or 80,000 pounds of raw physical strength, he could instantly kill a cultivator at the late Earth Realm stage. Now, by exerting half of his raw physical strength, 40,000 pounds,
killing a 9th-level body refinement cultivator was, of course, effortless. What? Another instant kill. The entire plaza was in utter shock.
This young man is intriguing. Elder Du of the Heavenly Origin sect nodded lightly. The elders of the other three sects also fixed their gazes on Yi Yunfei, scrutinizing him.
Come on. You members of the three families, step forward and prove that I am a good-for-nothing. Yi Yunfei's voice echoed once more from the stage. At this moment, Yi Yunfei's voice resonated with an air of arrogance, dominance, and audacity. Chapter 44, Qinan takes the stage. You actually killed Mubai and Yi Yunfei. I want you dead.
At this moment, Lu Yunxiao finally came to his senses, resembling a wounded beast as he roared in fury. He could not bear the reality of his son's death. His hatred for Yi Yunfei surged like a torrential flood.
As he stepped onto the arena,
swords and blades were merciless.
What do you intend to do, Lu Yunxiao? Shouted Yi Tianpeng.
The strength exhibited by Yi Yunfei was astonishing.
However, at this moment, Yi Tianpeng could not suppress a bitter smile.
The series of swift kills of Shi Hong and Lu Mubai by Yi Yunfei was profoundly shocking.
Yi Yunfei? You have killed Mubai, you deserve the most severe punishment. All members of the Lu clan, heed the command. With all your might, surround and eliminate Yi Yunfei. Annihilate the Yi family. Lu Yunxiao suddenly bellowed, his murderous intent toward Yi Yunfei reaching an uncontrollable peak.
He only desired revenge for his son.
Yi Yunfei?
You have killed Shi Hong, this is a death sentence. All members of the Shi clan, heed the command.
Surround and eliminate Yi Yunfei. Annihilate the Yi family. Shi Tianyuan also shouted immediately.
Since that is the case, we of the Qin family shall also take action.
Qin Shun sneered. They resolved to strike preemptively and eradicate the Yi family. What do you mean?
On the arena, swords and blades are merciless, deaths and injuries are a matter of fate.
Do you intend to disrupt the rules of the competition? Yi Tianpeng was furious. Ha, what nonsense about competition rules. Yi Tianpeng.
Let me tell you the truth, we decided before the match to join forces to eliminate the Yi family.
Lu Yunxiao laughed maniacally.
With the command of the three clan heads, all members of the Qin, Shi, and Lu families drew their weapons, surrounded by an overwhelming aura of murder,
encircling the Yi family.
The Yi family was doomed. The three major clans indeed planned to unite and exterminate the Yi family.
In the square, the onlooking warriors quickly moved aside, engaging in various discussions. Yi Yunfei is brutal and ruthless, a habitual killer. Yi Tianpeng indulges his son in villainy.
Thus the entire Yi family is complicit, and therefore, they are all guilty.
Seize the members of the Yi family and execute them on the spot. At this moment, the Lord of the Round Moon City also stood up, announcing loudly.
As soon as he finished speaking, even the city lord's mansion took action against the Yi family. It seemed that today the Yi family truly faced the grim fate of extermination.
The surrounding warriors shook their heads in lament. The members of the Yi family prepared to confront the enemy.
Yi Tianpeng knew that a bloody battle was inevitable and shouted loudly.
However, at that moment, A voice called out, "Stop." Then, a figure slowly ascended the arena, standing before Yi Yunfei. It was Qinan. "Yi Yunfei? I am here to prove that you will forever remain a useless being in my presence," Qinan spoke slowly. Upon seeing Qinan take the stage, the onlooking warriors in the square were invigorated. "Excellent! Qinan has finally appeared." The eyes of several elders from the four great sects lit up. Their purpose in attending this match was to witness Qinan's performance, and the escalating chaos had tested their patience. Now, Qinan's appearance was precisely what these elders yearned to see. The members of the three families halted their movements upon witnessing Qinan on the arena. "Anur, do you truly wish to fight him? Why not let it go? After all, this fool is destined to die. It would be an unfair victory." At this moment, Qin Xiong hesitated slightly. Just moments ago, Yi Yunfei had demonstrated formidable power by swiftly killing Shi Hong and Lu Mubai, leaving him with a psychological shadow. He felt uneasy. It should be noted that Qinan was the hope of the Qin family and, more importantly, his own hope. There could be absolutely no mistakes. "No worries. I will personally slay him," Qinan replied calmly. Clad in a purple robe, he moved with an ethereal grace, a long spear bound to his back. In that instant, he exuded an aura akin to the spear itself, straight, polished, sharp, and radiating brilliance. "Yi Yunfei, I acknowledge that your combat prowess exceeds my expectations. You have indeed tempered your physical strength to this extent. However, for a martial artist, the cultivation of spiritual power and the elevation of one's realm is the true path." Chapter 45, Defeating Qinan. Quite impressive, truly worthy of the celestial spirit body. It stands to reason that the Qin family of Crescent Moon City, being a mere minor clan, possesses only inferior martial arts. Despite practicing such subpar techniques, Qinan remarkably managed to break through to the mid-stage of Earth realm at just 17. Once he enters one of our four major sects and cultivates authentic high-grade techniques, his power will surely soar, and his future will be limitless. Elder Ding of the Carefree sect spoke up. The other three elders nodded in agreement. "Haha, Yi Yunfei. You worthless fool, do you finally understand what a true genius is?" Qin Xiong laughed heartily as he saw his son astonish the entire audience. Young Master Qinan, a prodigy of unparalleled talent, is certainly not to be compared with the likes of Yi Yunfei. Shi Tianyuan, Lu Yunxiao, and the city lord all voiced their support. "Qinan, eliminate that fool." Shi Shaodai's sharp voice rang out. "Very well, Yi Yunfei, prepare to meet your demise," Qinan said coldly, as he lightly patted the spear on his back. The spear, seemingly imbued with a spirit of its own, suddenly leapt from his grasp. Qinan swiftly caught it with his right hand, pointing the spear's tip directly at Yi Yunfei. In an instant, Qinan's entire being surged with spiritual energy, swirling around the spear's tip, forming an invisible vortex that spun violently, accompanied by a howling wind. Suddenly, a series of intangible energy waves erupted from the spear's tip, tearing through the air audibly. The tempest raged, scattering dust and stones. The ground of the arena around the spear's tip was marred with deep cracks from the invisible force. Spear intent. Qinan has truly grasped the essence of spear intent. Truly deserving of the celestial spirit body. The elders of the four sects were both astonished and delighted. It is known that spear intent is even rarer than sword intent. Prepare to die. Without warning, Qinan propelled himself toward Yi Yunfei, his feet springing off the ground. In a blur, he thrust the spear forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes, each creating brilliant arcs of light, which then coalesced into a single, formidable beam. With that initial strike, Qinan unleashed a lethal technique, showing no mercy. He aimed to eradicate Yi Yunfei in one swift motion. Hiss! The might of the spear tore through the air with a shriek, a dark streak extending from its tip, twisting relentlessly as it lunged toward Yi Yunfei. It was astoundingly sharp, capable of obliterating all in its path. This spear is formidable. That Yi Yunfei is finished. Elder Ding of the Carefree sect declared confidently. Indeed. This spear returns to its essence, with the intent locking onto Yi Yunfei, he cannot evade it, Elder Wu of the Purple Sun sect lamented. What a pity! Such divine potential, truly a remarkable seed, Elder Du of the Heavenly Origin sect sighed regretfully. In the arena, Yi Yunfei wore a cold smile. He did not flinch or evade, instead, he hurled a punch forward.
70,000 pounds of raw physical strength surged into his fist. Yi Yunfei felt an overwhelming power coursing through every inch of his skin, every bone, every vein.
Boom! Yi Yunfei's fist shattered the air before him. A thunderous sound echoing forth. Clang!
Yi Yunfei's fist collided violently with Qinan's spear, producing a resounding metallic clash.
Bang! The spear splintered, its tip veering off course and shooting away. Crash!
Qinan was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth, eventually crashing against the edge of the arena.
Gravely wounded and gasping for breath. How can this be? In that moment, the entire square fell into a stunned silence. Qinan, blessed with the celestial spirit body and having comprehended spear intent, was defeated in a single move?
As they gazed upon the injured Qinan, disbelief washed over the crowd.
Step by step, amidst the hushed atmosphere, Yi Yunfei approached Qinan. Do you still dare to underestimate physical strength? Yi Yunfei looked down at Qinan, speaking with an air of indifference.
Qinan's face turned ashen, speechless, his gaze toward Yi Yunfei filled with venomous hatred. His pride, arrogance, and honor were utterly shattered in this moment.
Die!
Yi Yunfei raised his fist, aiming a powerful blow at Qinan's head. Yi Yunfei understood the brutality of the martial world. One must eradicate threats at their roots to prevent future calamities.
With Qinan severely injured,
he was in no position to retaliate.
Enough!
Suddenly, a figure appeared on the arena, an older female Taoist. Elder Ding of the Carefree sect.
A master of the heavenly realm. Yi Yunfei's gaze narrowed, halting his motion.
He recognized that, given his current battle prowess, confronting a heavenly realm expert would be rather challenging.
Yi Yunfei, you have already won this battle.
The contest ends here, Elder Ding stated calmly, waving her whisk to lift Qinan. Qinan, take this ice spirit pill. You have committed the grave error of underestimating your opponent. Learn from this experience, Elder Ding instructed, presenting the pill to Qinan. It was evident she held a favorable view of him. Thank you, Elder Ding, Qinan stammered, overwhelmed with gratitude. Do not lose heart, Qinan. Your celestial spirit body has only awakened for less than half a month, you have yet to fully adapt. Under these circumstances, your true potential has not yet been realized. Moreover, while Yi Yunfei's physical strength may allow him to defeat you now, he has already reached the pinnacle of his physical refinement. It will be difficult for him to advance further. You, however, have only just begun, with infinite possibilities for growth ahead. One day, when you look back, you will see that Yi Yunfei is merely an ant in comparison to you, Elder Ding said thoughtfully. Instantly, Qinan's eyes brightened, his posture straightening. The pallor that once enveloped his face was replaced with a newfound, fervent confidence. The earlier arrogance began to resurface. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Ding, Qinan proclaimed with conviction. Swish! 3 more figures appeared on the arena: Elder Wu of the Purple Sun sect, Elder Zhui of the Trutsang sect, and Elder Du of the Heavenly Origin sect. Each elder smiled and nodded at Qinan, while Yi Yunfei was blatantly overlooked. It was as if, in the aftermath of the match, it was Qinan who emerged victorious. Qinan, I trust you are aware of our intentions. The Trutsang sect is willing to welcome you with open arms. Should you join us, you will immediately become a core disciple, receiving focused training. Additionally, you will be granted a 5th grade spirit artifact, a 4th grade technique, and 10 3rd grade spirit pills, Elder Zhuo announced. Qinan, if you join our Purple Sun sect, you will also become a core disciple, receiving specialized training. Moreover, you will receive 3 4th grade spirit artifacts, a 4th grade technique, and 10 3rd grade spirit pills as a reward. Elder Wu followed. Core disciples receive focused training, 3 4th grade spirit artifacts, a 4th grade technique, and a 4th grade spirit pill. Elder Du added 2 5th grade spirit artifacts, a 4th grade technique, and 2 4th grade spirit pills, and the Pavilion Master has promised to take you as a disciple, directly making you a personal student. Elder Ding of the Carefree sect chimed in. Hiss! The words of the 4 elders sent tremors through the hearts of the majority of martial artists present in the square. Chapter 46, Why Should I Save You? 4th grade spirit artifacts, 5th grade spirit artifacts, 4th grade martial arts techniques, 3rd grade spirit pills, 4th grade spirit pills. Each of these treasures is a coveted prize for the warriors in Crescent Moon City. Now, with a mere nod from Chenin, these treasures would belong to him. Even more astonishingly, the master of the blissful pavilion has promised to accept Chenin as a personal disciple. To become a direct disciple of the master of blissful pavilion is to soar to unimaginable heights. From this moment forth, his status would be unparalleled. In the presence of Chenin, the four great families of Crescent Moon City would seem like mere ants. On the arena, the four elders gazed at Chenin, awaiting his decision, while Yi Yunfei found himself utterly disregarded. Elder Ding, I choose to join the blissful pavilion. Chenin took a deep breath, quickly weighing his options in his mind before speaking. After all, the conditions put forth by the blissful pavilion were the most enticing. Ha, splendid. From this moment on, you shall be a core disciple of our blissful pavilion. Elder Ding exclaimed with great joy. The other three elders could only shake their heads in disappointment, lamenting the loss. Ha, Yi Tianpeng, do you see this? Even if your worthless son achieved a temporary victory, what does it matter? The elders of the four major sects still favor my inner. Thus, a genius is always a genius, while a waste remains a waste. Qin Xiang laughed triumphantly at the events unfolding in the arena. Brother Qin, you speak wisely, a waste is forever a waste, do not harbor delusions of a comeback. Shi Tianyuan added with a tone of mockery. Yunxiao, the lord of Crescent Moon City, also breathed a sigh of relief. With Chenin joining the blissful pavilion and becoming a personal disciple of the master, his status was beyond imagination. Yi Yunfei and the Yi family would never have a chance to rise again. This affirmed that their choice to support the Qin family was entirely correct. Yi Tianpeng's brows furrowed deeply. Indeed, Chenin had soared to new heights, and it would only spell greater oppression for the Yi family in the future. On the arena, Chenin looked down at Yi Yunfei, coldly declaring, I told you, before me, you shall always be a waste. From this day forth, you shall forever look up to me. I will crush you as one would a mere ant, do you understand? With your strength? I could obliterate you with a single strike now, and I could do so again in the future. What qualifications do you possess to prance around before me? Yi Yunfei scoffed dismissively. Presumptuous. Chenin is now the master's personal disciple, an identity of unparalleled prestige. How dare you, an insignificant insect, defile such honor? Apologize at once, or face death. Elder Ding's piercing gaze fixated on Yi Yunfei, her aura brimming with lethal intent. As her words fell, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth from her, cascading toward Yi Yunfei like a torrent. To her, eliminating a scion of a small family was as trivial as squashing an ant. Yi Yunfei, did you hear that? Kneel and apologize to me immediately. Chenin relished in his triumph. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. He had truly risen to prominence. The crowd in the square directed their attention to Yi Yunfei, subtly shaking their heads. Was being a personal disciple of the blissful pavilion truly so remarkable? Even if the master himself were present, they would not merit a kneel. Let alone Chenin. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Yunfei slowly spoke, What? As soon as Yi Yunfei's words left his lips, the entire square fell into stunned silence. How could he dare utter such words before Elder Ding? That was tantamount to signing his own death warrant. How dare you, insect? To insult the dignity of the blissful pavilion is a capital offense. Elder Ding's fury erupted instantly. A mere boy from a small family dared to disrespect the lofty blissful pavilion, an affront to celestial authority. In her mind, she had already sentenced Yi Yunfei to death. Boom! She swung her whisk, unleashing a terrifying force akin to a raging river, hurtling toward Yi Yunfei. The atmosphere was charged with dread. Those warriors closest to the arena felt the overwhelming energy and scrambled to escape in terror. Fair, apologize now. Yi Tianpeng exclaimed, panic-stricken. Yi Yunfei, your doom is imminent. Alas! I shall not have the chance to slay you myself. Chinan's gaze remained cold, as if he were staring at a corpse. Boom! The whisk bore down upon Yi Yunfei with the weight of a mountain. In that critical moment, Yi Yunfei sprang back, using the ground to propel himself, retreating over 200 meters in an instant. If he exerted his full strength, he could leap 300 meters with ease. Boom! Elder Ding's whisk struck the arena floor, creating a massive crater. You evaded it! Someone gasped in disbelief.
Yi Yunfei, how dare you dodge? Very well. You have successfully enraged me. Now, not only shall you perish, but your entire family will be exterminated. Elder Ding's voice dripped with deadly malice. Old nun. It seems you are the one destined to die. You, a woman, foolishly practicing a domineering pure yang technique, and doing so incorrectly, have caused your internal fire to surge and your spiritual energy to falter. To suppress this internal heat, you have resorted to consuming the ghostly snow pill for an extended period. It is ironic that instead of alleviating your condition, it has introduced a cold energy into your body. Thus, the imbalance of yin and yang leads to nightly fluctuations in your health. I reckon you have not enjoyed a single good night's sleep in years, have you? Furthermore, your temper has grown increasingly volatile, Yi Yunfei remarked, casting a mocking glance at Elder Ding. In an instant, Elder Ding stood dumbfounded, completely taken aback. The truths Yi Yunfei spoke were unmistakably accurate. Yet, these symptoms were her deepest secret, known only to herself. Who are you? How did you come to know this? Elder Ding's gaze bore into Yi Yunfei, filled with suspicion. I am Yi Yunfei. As for how I know, does it truly matter? What matters is that the symptoms of your internal fluctuations have worsened over the past 6 months. I presume you have sought treatment everywhere. Yet no one in the entire Qin Empire can remedy your affliction. Let me calculate. You might have a year and a half left to live. After that, your life will extinguish, Yi Yunfei said, blinking innocently. Coincidentally, I know who can save you. Who? Who can save me? Speak. Elder Ding trembled, her voice rising in fervor, utterly consumed by excitement. The weight of the blissful pavilion's authority, the desire to eliminate Yi Yunfei and his family, had evaporated from her mind. What could possibly surpass the importance of her own life? It is I. I can save you. But why should I? Yi Yunfei pointed at himself, his face awash with derision. Chapter 47. Qin knelt down. What must I do for you to save me? Elder Ding's expression was rather grim. She held a prestigious position as an elder of the free and unfettered pavilion, and this young man dared to speak to her in such a manner. Yet, at this moment, she realized that she completely believed Yi Yunfei's words. She even felt that this young man might truly be able to save her. First, make him kneel and apologize to me, Yi Yunfei pointed at Qin. Absolutely not. Qin exploded in anger. Yi Yunfei, I advise you to know your limits. Do you really believe I wouldn't dare to kill you? Elder Ding's murderous intent surged as she locked onto Yi Yunfei, nearly unable to contain her desire to strike. You may attempt it, but if you kill me, you must also be prepared to accompany me in death, Yi Yunfei replied with a faint smile. This old nun has shown you kindness by admitting you into the free and unfettered pavilion. Now, she is in grave danger. If you kneel and apologize, there is a chance she can be saved. Do you have the heart to watch her perish in a year and a half? What a wolfish ambition! The free and unfettered pavilion has recruited such a heartless person as you. I truly wonder if it is a blessing or a curse, Yi Yunfei said, glancing at Qin and shaking his head. Yi Yunfei, you speak nonsense. Qin's fury surged. My patience is limited. I will count to 10. If you do not comply, do not expect my assistance in saving you. 1, 2, 3. Yi Yunfei began to count calmly. Elder Ding's breathing grew increasingly rapid as she listened to Yi Yunfei's countdown. Qin, kneel and apologize to Yi Yunfei. When Yi Yunfei reached 9, she finally made her decision, shouting. After all, nothing was more important than one's own life. Elder Ding. Qin's face changed dramatically as he looked at her unwillingly. For my sake, you must endure this humiliation today. Kneel and apologize to Yi Yunfei. Elder Ding inhaled deeply, her resolve unwavering. The atmosphere in the arena became tense and stiff. All eyes were fixed on Qin, while the other 3 elders merely watched the spectacle. As Qin was already a disciple of the free and unfettered pavilion, they felt no obligation to speak on his behalf. At last, Qin approached Yi Yunfei, knelt down with a thud, and bowed his head 3 times. Yi Yunfei, I am sorry, he gritted out, his tone laced with deep resentment. The entire square fell into a deep silence. Everyone gazed at Yi Yunfei in astonishment.
Many martial artists began to secretly admire him.
Realizing that Qinan was the direct disciple of the pavilion master, and Yi Yunfei had somehow forced him to kneel. Yi Yunfei, are you satisfied now?
You had better resolve my physical issues next, otherwise, you know the consequences. Elder Ding's sharp gaze bore into Yi Yunfei as she spoke each word deliberately.
Oh? Are you threatening me?
For this threat, you must pay 150,000 spirit crystals before I will act to save you, Yi Yunfei replied.
Yi Yunfei? Do not overreach.
Elder Ding barked, her murderous intent nearly spilling over. Now, circulate the spiritual energy within your body along the Ren meridian for 3 cycles. Then reverse along the Dai meridian for another 3 cycles, finally reaching the Yongquan acupoint in your feet.
Yi Yunfei's sudden instructions took Elder Ding aback. Yet she found herself following his directives.
After completing the circulation, her face transformed into one of sheer joy as an incomparably refreshing and comfortable sensation enveloped her. She felt as though she had been rejuvenated 100-fold, even noticing improvements in her fluctuating health.
At that moment, she believed. All right, 150,000 spirit crystals. I agree.
Elder Ding gritted her teeth. No, now it is 200,000 spirit crystals.
Not a single one less, Yi Yunfei stated coolly. You. Elder Ding nearly exploded with rage. In an instant, 5,000 more spirit crystals were added to the tally. This is highway robbery. Her breaths came in quick bursts, akin to a bellows. Fine, 200,000 spirit crystals, I consent. Ultimately, Elder Ding, gritting her teeth, nodded in agreement. She understood that her life was in another's hands, leaving her with little room for negotiation. Although she could barely manage to gather 200,000 spirit crystals as an elder of the free and unfettered pavilion, it was still a significant sacrifice. However, I only have 100,000 spirit crystals on me now, Elder Ding admitted. Very well, I will give you half a month. Within this time, gather the funds, and I shall assist you in resolving your issue. Yi Yunfei appeared quite generous. Qinan, let us leave. Elder Ding could not bear to linger any longer. Yi Yunfei, you will soon realize that your physical strength means nothing before me, Qinan, it is merely a joke. I, Qinan, will always be someone you must look up to. At this moment, Qinan regained his haughty demeanor, gazing disdainfully at Yi Yunfei as a smirk crept onto his lips. Then he turned, preparing to follow Elder Ding away. Wait. Do you truly believe that the celestial spirit body is so remarkable? Do you think my abilities in spiritual cultivation are inferior to yours? Very well. Allow me to broaden your horizons. Just as Elder Ding and Qinan were about to exit the arena, Yi Yunfei spoke up. Elder Ding and Qinan halted in their tracks, turning to face him. The other 3 elders from different sects also regarded Yi Yunfei with puzzled expressions. Miss Xiao. Yi Yunfei's gaze searched the crowd. Xiao Chuchu promptly stepped forward with Elder Huang, making her way onto the stage. Xiao Chuchu, it is you. Elder Ding's expression shifted. The other 3 elders' surprise mirrored hers. All 4 elders were aware of Xiao Chuchu's significant status within the Spirit Treasure Workshop, which far surpassed their own. Miss Xiao. Please lend me your spirit crystals, any elixirs or herbs that can enhance spiritual energy, the more, the better. Rest assured, I will repay you double, Yi Yunfei requested earnestly. Of course. Do I fear that you, young Master Yi, will not repay me? Xiao Chuchu laughed lightly. With a flick of her spatial ring, a cascade of spirit crystals tumbled onto the stage, forming a small mountain, accompanied by a scattering of precious herbs and elixirs. Miss Xiao, please guard me, Yi Yunfei asked, placing his trust in her. Rest assured, young Master Yi. While I am here, no one shall dare to harm you, Xiao Chuchu nodded, though curiosity sparked within her about Yi Yunfei's intentions. Very well. I am eager to see what insights you, a mere waste, can offer me. Qinan scoffed derisively at Yi Yunfei, convinced that his only talent lay in physical prowess, believing he could never surpass him in spiritual cultivation. Chapter 48, Recruiting Yi Yunfei. What does Yi Yunfei intend to do? In the square, the other martial artists gazed at Yi Yunfei with a mixture of curiosity and anticipation, eager to discern his intentions. Humph. This useless fool, trying to be mysterious, has he frightened anyone?
Qin Xiong scoffed, his disdain evident. The recent sight of Qin kneeling before Yi Yunfei had filled him with rage. On the arena, Yi Yunfei sat cross-legged, surrounded by piles of spirit crystals, spiritual herbs, and elixirs. Taking a deep breath, he circulated the Nine Yang scripture, which immediately generated a tremendous suction within his meridians. The chaotic divine veins, in tandem with the Nine Yang scripture, were no trifling matter. The spiritual energy contained within the surrounding spirit crystals, herbs, and elixirs flowed ceaselessly towards Yi Yunfei,
converging into his body.
Streams of spiritual energy surged into Yi Yunfei's form like a torrent, almost visible to the naked eye.
How is this possible?
A mere sixth level of body refinement can absorb spiritual energy in such quantities.
The four elders were momentarily stunned. Typically, even a mid-level Earth realm expert would hesitate to absorb spiritual energy at such a rapid pace, as it could easily lead to catastrophic failure. However, Yi Yunfei,
being the remnant of the Heavenly Emperor with an incredibly resilient physique, had no such concerns.
My heavens! Is there truly someone capable of such cultivation?
The martial artists in the square were utterly astonished.
Moments later, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from within Yi Yunfei.
He had broken through to the seventh level of body refinement. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Before the murmurs could settle, another wave of potent spiritual energy burst forth. He had ascended to the eighth level.
The audience was struck with awe. Impossible! 2 levels at once! Someone exclaimed, unable to contain their astonishment. Yet again, the ground trembled as Yi Yunfei's spiritual energy surged forth.
He had reached the 9th level. The collective gasp of disbelief was palpable.
This was madness, 3 breakthroughs in succession. The onlookers were beside themselves with excitement. In that moment, another eruption of spiritual energy emerged from Yi Yunfei. Ah! This is insane! He has become an Earth realm expert.
The martial artists erupted into cheers, caught in a whirlwind of disbelief.
The 4 elders from the major sects stood dumbfounded.
They had encountered many young prodigies,
but witnessing someone break through 4 realms in one go was unprecedented. Old Huang, am I seeing things?
Xiao Chuchu gasped, her mouth agape.
Do you now believe that I am inferior to you in terms of spiritual cultivation?
Yi Yunfei stood up after achieving the initial stage of the Earth realm. Casting a calm gaze toward Qin and possessing the chaotic divine veins and practicing the unparalleled Nine Yang scripture,
Yi Yunfei found breaking through realms significantly easier than other martial artists.
His recent endeavors in the celestial beast forest had already amassed ample energy,
making his ascension feel almost inevitable. How can this be? You must be cheating. Qin stumbled back, shaking his head vigorously.
He had previously demonstrated mid-earth realm prowess,
and yet Yi Yunfei's recent feats dwarfed his own.
From this moment forward, do not flaunt your meager pride in my presence.
Today, I can defeat you with a single strike, and I will do so again in the future. Qin, you will forever be my defeated foe. Yi Yunfei's words were resolute.
Let us depart. Qin and Elder Ding cast a lingering glance at Yi Yunfei, sweeping his wand to take Qin away in swift motion.
Fearing that Yi Yunfei might unleash further astonishing feats that would devastate Qin's spirit. Following suit, the members of the Qin, Shi, and El families began to withdraw.
The competition had reached an inconsequential climax. From a results perspective, the Yi family had emerged victorious in both contests, yet the 3 families would never concede.
Thus, the 4 clans mining competition concluded.
Yi Yunfei, I had not anticipated your exceptional talent in spiritual cultivation, I nearly overlooked it. I now formally invite you to join our Tianyuan sect.
The terms I offer are identical to those I presented to Qin. Elder Du of Tianyuan sect spoke. His gaze fixed on Yi Yunfei with fervent admiration.
Yi Yunfei, I too extend a formal invitation for you to join our Ziyang sect,
with the same conditions as those offered to Qin. Elder Wu of Ziyang sect chimed in.
Our Jinsong sect also wishes to welcome you. Elder Jui of Jinsong sect added. The 3 elders' eyes were locked onto Yi Yunfei, eagerly awaiting his decision.
Yi Yunfei's remarkable display of talent in spiritual cultivation had finally garnered their serious attention. If they could not recruit Chinan, then securing Yi Yunfei seemed a worthy alternative. Oh? You all wish to recruit me into your sects? Yi Yunfei smiled lightly, scanning the three elders. Indeed. Yi Yunfei seized this opportunity. It is akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, propelling you to great heights, Elder Wu said, his brow furrowed. Yi Yunfei's demeanor, however, seemed indifferent, which irked the elders. Typically, young individuals would be ecstatic at such an opportunity. Yi Yunfei, please consider this seriously, it is indeed a remarkable chance for you. Elder Zhua urged, a hint of impatience in his voice. I must apologize, but I must decline your kind offers. I do not see joining your sects as a leap to greatness. On the contrary, aligning with your factions holds no significance for me and would merely squander my time. Yi Yunfei smiled faintly, his expression one of disdain. What he spoke was the truth. Having once been the Heavenly Emperor, Yi Yunfei possessed an extensive repository of advanced techniques and insights in martial arts, far surpassing others. Additionally, he was adept at alchemy, forging, and formations. What, then? Could joining a minor sect of a small empire offer him? What? The spectators surrounding the square were left in utter disbelief, unable to fathom what they had just heard. Yi Yunfei astonishingly declined the solicitations from the elders of the three major sects. This is truly remarkable, considering the four prominent sects of the Great Qin Empire. Countless young aspirants across the empire yearn to join these esteemed sects, yet find their paths barred. Yet, when a golden opportunity presents itself before Yi Yunfei, he chooses to rebuff it. In an instant, the square buzzed with fervent discussions. You. Humph. Individuals as ignorant and arrogant as you are destined to achieve nothing significant in the future. Our Ziyang sect has no need for you. Elder Wu of the Ziyang sect flicked his sleeve and turned away. In truth, rapid breakthroughs in cultivation do not equate to superior talent. Your method of training, Yi Yunfei, will likely lead to an unstable foundation in the future. Such individuals are not of great interest to our Jinsong sect either. Elder Zhu of the Jinsong sect uttered a parting remark before gracefully departing the square with a few agile leaps. And what of you, Elder Du? Yi Yunfei's gaze shifted towards Elder Du of the Tian Yuan sect. Yi Yunfei, what would it take for you to join our Tian Yuan sect? Name your price. Elder Du inquired. I have already stated that joining the four major sects holds no significance for me, Yi Yunfei replied, shaking his head. In 3 months, the Tianing Small World will open. Our Tian Yuan sect has a total of 5 slots available. If you agree to join us, I can reserve one for you. What do you think? Elder Du clenched his teeth as he spoke. He firmly believed that Yi Yunfei was extraordinary. The remarkable feats displayed by Yi Yunfei intrigued him. He even harbored a feeling that Yi Yunfei's talent might surpass that of Chinan, if not equal. This conviction was the very reason he was willing to invest significantly in recruiting Yi Yunfei. The Tianing Small World. Yi Yunfei's heart stirred at the mention. Chapter 49, The Refinement of the True Soul-Gathering Pill. In this world, numerous ancient ruins and miniature realms abound, serving as excellent locales for warriors to embark on adventures, endure trials, and seek opportunities. The Tianying miniature realm, of which Yi Yunfei had heard tales throughout his life and even ventured into, was a remnant of the Tianying clan. This clan was once a formidable race in antiquity, dominating the myriad worlds. However, for reasons unknown, they mysteriously faced extinction. Within the Tianying miniature realm, there indeed lay some remarkable treasures worthy of exploration, Yi Yunfei mused. Very well. Elder Du, seeing your sincerity, I shall agree to join the Tian Yuan sect. He declared to Elder Du, ha, splendid. From this moment forth, you are a formal disciple of our Tian Yuan sect. Elder Du exclaimed, his spirits lifted. However, Elder Du, I have some matters to attend to in Crescent Moon City. I cannot return to the Tian Yuan sect immediately. How about this? I will report to the sect in 10 days, Yi Yunfei proposed. That is perfectly fine, Elder Du replied, his satisfaction with Yi Yunfei growing. Here is my token. Our sect's headquarters is located in the Tianyuan mountain range. It is easily found. After 10 days, you may present my token to report to the headquarters. Additionally, should you encounter any peril, brandishing my token and uttering my name should prove effective. In the Dechin Empire, few dare to disregard my status. Elder Du produced a silver token and handed it to Yi Yunfei. I understand, Elder Du, Yi Yunfei said. Accepting the token with newfound admiration for Elder Du, who began to express concern for his safety. Very well. There are numerous matters awaiting my attention in the sect. I shall take my leave now, Elder Du stated, turning to exit the arena. Wait a moment, Elder Du, in your future practices. Refrain from consuming Chenyan pills and Tian Kue 3-star spirit grass. Though they may accelerate the flow of spiritual energy within you, their potency is excessive and may ultimately harm your meridians if overused, yielding more harm than good. I recommend you consider the bailing pill, it may yield unexpected benefits. Yi Yunfei advised. Elder Du paused, his gaze fixed upon Yi Yunfei, astonishment etched on his face. Over the past 2 years, he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation and had indeed resorted to Shenyang pills and Tian Kue 3-star spirit grass to aid his breakthroughs. This had been his closely guarded secret, never spoken of to others. Yet Yi Yunfei had unveiled it effortlessly. Yi Yunfei, by recruiting you into our Tianyuan sect, it feels as though I have stumbled upon a tremendous treasure, Elder Du said, inhaling deeply to suppress his excitement. Thank you, Yi Yunfei. I shall endeavor to try the bailing pill. With that, he turned and departed the plaza. The elders of the 4 major sects followed suit, leaving behind the disciples who had long since accompanied their respective elders. The onlookers in the plaza also began to disperse, leaving only a sparse crowd. Fair. The surprise you bestowed upon me today is truly monumental, Yi Tianping exclaimed as he approached Yi Yunfei, flanked by members of the Yi family. Young Master Yunfei, you have actually joined the Tianyuan sect. Henceforth, our Yi family shall no longer fear being bullied by others. The Yi family members expressed their exhilaration, understanding that Yi Yunfei's affiliation with the Tianyuan sect would elevate their family's status. Rest assured, from now on, it is only we who shall bully others. No one dares to bully the Yi family, Yi Yunfei proclaimed. Young Master Yunfei, invincible and mighty. The Yi family members chorused in unison. Yi Tianpeng gazed at his son, tears of pride glistening in his eyes. The son long deemed a waste had finally risen to prominence. Young Master Yunfei, you have truly opened my eyes today, Xiao Chuchu remarked as she approached with Elder Huang. Miss Xiao, I am grateful for your earlier generosity in lending me so many spiritual crystals, herbs, and elixirs. Rest assured, I shall repay you shortly, Yi Yunfei replied. Why be so polite? Besides, does young Master Yi truly lack such trifles? Xiao Chuchu teased, her enchanting eyes sparkling. Patriarch. While our Yi family has triumphed in both the flag seizing competition and the arena battle, the Qin family, Shi family, and Lu family will undoubtedly refuse to acknowledge it. The eldest elder of the Yi family remarked to Yi Tianpeng. No matter. Their acknowledgement is of little consequence. Soon, Crescent Moon City will no longer host 4 major families, only the Yi family shall remain, Yi Yunfei retorted with a cold smile. Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Yi Tianpeng and the senior members of the Yi family exchanged astonished glances. Only the Yi family in Crescent Moon City? Perhaps he could truly accomplish this. Xiao Chuchu regarded Yi Yunfei with admiration. Subsequently, Yi Tianpeng led the Yi family members back to Yi Manor, while Xiao Chuchu and Elder Huang returned to Lingjin Workshop. The competition for mineral resources among the 4 families officially concluded. That day, the entire Yi Manor was abuzz with celebration. Yi Tianpeng commanded a grand feast, and all the members of the Yi family reveled as if it were a festival. However, Yi Yunfei was an exception. Upon returning to the Yi Manor, he immediately retreated to his chamber. Inside the room, he commenced the refinement of the true soul-gathering pill. Excitement surged within him as he retrieved the alchemical cauldron. 7 divine flowers, and a large assortment of herbs purchased from Lingjin Workshop not long ago. Ignite! Yi Yunfei extended his right hand, a delicate red flame igniting atop his middle finger. As he uttered a soft incantation, the flame surged into the cauldron. Boom! A roaring inferno blazed within the cauldron. Taking a deep breath, Yi Yunfei began to add the herbs. Time flowed steadily. Before long, a day had elapsed. Within the room, Yi Yunfei's alchemical process reached its final stage, condensation. Inside the cauldron, a pale white elixir was gradually taking shape.
At a certain moment, Yi Yunfei suddenly pointed his hand. The lid of the cauldron flew open, and the pale white elixir burst forth, hovering before Yi Yunfei, spinning slowly in an ethereal manner. The true soul-gathering pill had finally been refined. Yi Yunfei gazed at the elixir before him, his heart racing with excitement.
Now, to consume the elixir,
he murmured to himself.
With that, he opened his mouth. Whoosh! The white elixir soared into Yi Yunfei's mouth. Boom!
A tremendous surge of medicinal power radiated through Yi Yunfei's mind.
He realized that his soul power was ascending rapidly.
Meanwhile, in Crescent Moon City, at the Qin Manor,
chaos reigned. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Qin Xiong bellowed, his voice echoing through the hall.
Shi Tianyuan, Lu Yunxiao, and the city lord of Crescent Moon were present,
all wearing expressions of deep discontent. Chapter 50, the leader of the Shadow Wind Mercenary Corps. Who would have thought that due to the incompetence of Yi Yunfei, the Yi family would emerge victorious in 2 competitions. This honor rightfully belonged to our Qin family.
Qin Xiang's roar reverberated throughout the grand hall, echoing with a thunderous resonance. Yi Yunfei, once considered a useless individual unable to cultivate, unexpectedly stumbled upon good fortune. Not only can he now cultivate, but he has also displayed astonishing talent.
Truly, the heavens are blind.
Shi Tianyuan ground his teeth in frustration. That useless Yi Yunfei killed Mu Bai. This enmity is irreconcilable, and I will surely take my revenge.
El Yunxiao's tone was laced with murderous intent, eager to eliminate Yi Yunfei at once to avenge his son. However,
with Yi Yunfei having joined the Tianyuan sect and now being a formal disciple, it won't be so easy to act against him. If we provoke the ire of the Tianyuan sect, it could spell trouble.
Shi Tianyuan furrowed his brow. What is to fear from a disciple of the Tianyuan sect?
Do not forget that Inner is a direct disciple of the Xiaoyao Pavilion, with a status far superior to that of Yi Yunfei,
Qin Xiong asserted. Before departing, Inner instructed us to deal with the Yi family without restraint. Should we attract the attention of the Tianyuan sect, he will personally intervene. Even if Yi Yunfei has joined the Tianyuan sect, he remains just an ordinary disciple. Can his significance possibly surpass that of the pavilion master? Qin Xiong scoffed.
Ha ha. If that's the case, then we have no reservations about dealing with the Yi family.
Shi Tianyuan and El Yunxiao burst into laughter. Report to the family head.
Just now, a message arrived from the Shadow Wind Mercenary Corps.
Their leader has personally come to the outskirts of Crescent Moon City. Due to his special status,
it is inappropriate for him to meet with us at the Qin residence.
He requests the family head to meet him. Suddenly,
a member of the Qin family rushed into the hall, speaking hurriedly.
The leader of the Shadow Wind Mercenary Corps. In the hall, Qin Xiong, Shi Tianyuan,
and El Yunxiao were filled with excitement, rising simultaneously.
I previously sent a letter to the Shadow Wind Mercenary Corps,
offering a substantial sum for their assistance in dealing with the Yi family.
Who would have thought their leader would come in person? With the help of the Shadow Wind Mercenary Corps, the Yi family will surely be annihilated. Let us go meet the leader,
Qin Xiong exclaimed with fervor.
Thus, Qin Xiong,
Shi Tianyuan, and El Yunxiao secretly departed the Qin residence, heading toward the outskirts of Crescent Moon City.
Meanwhile, within Lingjin workshop, in a room on the 2nd floor. Third Prince, you have finally awakened.
In the room, Xiao Chuchu, Elder Huang, and a mysterious elder in a green robe were present.
The young man in a yellow robe,
whom Yi Yunfei had previously diagnosed, slowly opened his eyes.
Third Prince, how do you feel?
The elder in the green robe, upon seeing the young man awake, rushed forward to support him. I sense my strength gradually returning. Aside from a temporary weakness, it appears there are no significant issues,
the third prince replied. Excellent. Third Prince, you are finally all right,
the elder in the green robe exclaimed with joy.
Third Prince, you have been unconscious for 7 days, but fortunately, Master Yi Yunfei intervened, and you are now well, Xiao Chuchu added.
Master Yi Yunfei is truly remarkable. He not only diagnosed the third prince's poisoning at a glance, but also miraculously cured him.
Elder Huang sighed. Oh, I was poisoned? Who is Master Yi Yunfei, and did he save me?
The third prince, upon hearing Elder Huang's words, was taken aback and inquired. Third prince, this is how it transpired. The elder in the green robe recounted how Yi Yunfei had come to diagnose and prescribe medicine.
So that's how it is.
I must express my gratitude to Master Yi Yunfei in person.
The third prince nodded, speaking earnestly.
At the same time, outside Crescent Moon City, on a certain flat ground, several steeds were gathered, and upon one of the magnificent horses sat a young man clad in a golden robe, adorned with a jade crown.
Third young master. We have gathered all the information.
That brat is the son of the head of the Yi family in Crescent Moon City, an old man with a gaunt figure reported.
Humph.
A mere waste from a small family in a backwater town dares to oppose me.
Such audacity is tantamount to seeking death.
The Yi family has no reason to exist any longer. The young man with the jade crown spoke with an air of boundless menace.
Understood, third young master.
I will now fire the signal flare to assemble the troops and surround the Yi family in Crescent Moon City. The gaunt old man responded.
Very well.
The young man with the jade crown replied. At the same time, on a road not far from Crescent Moon City, several swift horses were galloping toward the city. Among the riders were several young men and women.
Sister Wu, up ahead is Crescent Moon City. Yi Yunfei mentioned he hails from the Yi family there. Let us go directly to find him.
A girl in a red dress exclaimed excitedly from one of the horses. This girl in red is Deng Shanshan.
In truth,
our encounter with Yi Yunfei was merely serendipitous. It may not be appropriate for us to suddenly show up at his home.
We do not even know if he would welcome us. Wu Wuchan frowned. Ha, Sister Wu, rest assured. Brother Yi Yunfei is an open-hearted person. He would be delighted to see us arrive unexpectedly. Tan Mang laughed heartily from another horse. Indeed. Brother Tan, you know Yi Yunfei well. Deng Chanshan said joyfully. Could it be that this girl has developed feelings for Yi Yunfei?
Wu Yuechan glanced at the excited Deng Chanshan, feeling a bit overwhelmed.
All right, ahead lies Crescent Moon City. Let us proceed. I hope we are not met with a cold reception. Wu Yuechan's feelings were somewhat complex.
In her heart, Yi Yunfei remained an enigmatic riddle. The astonishing feats he displayed in the Beast Spirit Forest left her perplexed and, to some extent, incredulous. Chapter 51, The Surge of Soul Power. In the Leaf Mansion of Crescent Moon City, Yi Yunfei sat cross-legged in his chamber, motionless.
At a certain moment,
a powerful surge of soul energy erupted from his head. This soul energy radiated outward from Yi Yunfei, swiftly permeating the room and enveloping the entire Leaf Mansion.
Instantly,
everything within the mansion became perceptible to Yi Yunfei, clearer than if he had seen it with his own eyes. The soul energy continued to expand, reaching beyond the confines of the Leaf Mansion, ultimately encompassing the surrounding areas.
Within the room, a faint white halo emerged behind Yi Yunfei's head, a most extraordinary phenomenon. This halo was a manifestation of the overflowing soul power.
Having refined the true soul-gathering pill, Yi Yunfei's perceptive range had now extended to approximately 1,000 meters. A satisfied expression graced his features, for previously, his perceptive distance was merely a few dozen meters, and now it had increased to over 1,000.
Suddenly,
Yi Yunfei's demeanor shifted. He sensed that they were being watched. A cold look crossed his face as he detected several shadowy figures lurking nearby, observing the activities of the Leaf Mansion. They were members of the Shadow Wind mercenary group. To his astonishment, they had ventured into Crescent Moon City.
Yi Yunfei smirked.
Recognizing the similar aura of these figures to that of the Shadow Wind 6 ghosts he had encountered days prior in the Beast Heaven Forest. The arrival of the Shadow Wind mercenary group in Crescent Moon City likely indicated that the other three families had hired them to deal with the Leaf family.
Regardless, those who dare to threaten the Leaf family shall face merciless retribution. A fierce killing intent gleamed in Yi Yunfei's eyes.
He then unleashed the god-devouring needle. A series of agonized screams erupted from the shadowy figures concealed near the Leaf Mansion, followed by their heads drooping as they lost consciousness. Though these mercenaries did not perish, they would awaken as fools, their souls severely damaged.
With the explosive increase in his soul power, the might of Yi Yunfei's god-devouring needle had also significantly amplified.
Now that the Shadow Wind mercenary group had arrived, the three prominent families could strike against the Leaf family at any moment. I must inform father and ensure the Leaf family is prepared, Yi Yunfei contemplated. Thus, he employed a secret technique to transmit his consciousness over distance,
relaying this information to Yi Tianpeng. At that moment, Yi Tianpeng was in the Leaf family's council hall,
conferring with 7 elders regarding the current situation when he received Yi Yunfei's message, leaving him momentarily stunned.
Fair, is that you speaking to me? How did you manage this? Yi Tianpeng was utterly astonished.
It was known that this was the legendary long-distance transmission ability,
said to be mastered only by those of the sacred realm.
Yi Yunfei did not explain further but urged Yi Tianpeng to remain vigilant regarding the movements of the 3 prominent families in the Shadow Wind mercenary group.
My son,
you are becoming increasingly inscrutable, Yi Tianpeng mused with a wry smile. In his chamber, Yi Yunfei immersed himself in the fervent practice of alchemy. With the elevation of his spiritual power, he found himself mastering the art of pill creation with greater ease.
A day later, Yi Yunfei emerged from his room. Xiao Ye,
take these spiritual pills to the 7 elders and urge them to break through their realms swiftly. He handed her 7 jade vials, each containing several spiritual pills. The 7 elders of the Leaf family were currently at the mid-stage of the Earth realm and had been stuck at this level for a considerable time. Yi Yunfei was confident that with these pills, they would all quickly advance. Once they broke through, the overall strength of the Leaf family would see a substantial increase. In addition to these 7 vials, Yi Yunfei had also concocted a larger batch of spiritual pills.
Once a pill sovereign, despite only possessing Earth realm strength now,
he found the crafting of low-level spiritual pills to be as easy as turning his palm, and he worked at an astonishing speed.
With my current strength,
dealing with martial artists of the Earth realm poses no challenge. However, encountering those of the Heaven realm would be a different matter. Therefore, I must cultivate several defensive martial techniques.
Returning to his chamber, Yi Yunfei began to contemplate. After a brief moment, he declared, very well.
I shall practice the explosive spirit fist, the primal blood disintegration technique, and the 10,000 changes mystical sword.
He promptly selected 3 martial techniques from his memory.
Although these techniques appeared rudimentary through Yi Yunfei's discerning eyes, he realized that given his current meager strength, he had no choice but to practice these low-tier techniques.
All right.
Let the training commence, Yi Yunfei muttered to himself. Just then, a voice called from outside, young Master Yunfei, there is a young lady named Su Qingluo seeking you.
Yi Yunfei paused, taken aback.
He quickly made his way to the entrance of the Leaf Mansion. There stood Su Qingluo, clad in white, her beauty unparalleled, exuding an air of grace. An elderly woman, around 50 years of age, accompanied her, casting a disdainful and slightly contemptuous glance at Yi Yunfei.
Do you require something from me?
Yi Yunfei approached and smiled at the girl with bright eyes and a radiant smile.
Yunfei, I am about to leave Crescent Moon City. Su Qingluo's enchanting gaze lingered on Yi Yunfei, tinged with reluctance. Oh? Qingluo, where are you headed?
Yi Yunfei asked, momentarily stunned. In his past life, having endured the vicissitudes of the world and ascended to the position of emperor, his heart had long been tempered to tranquility. Yet, faced with the genuine and pure emotions of a girl like Su Qingluo, he still felt deeply moved and cherished the moment. How dare you speak to her so casually?
What gives you the right to address her as Qingluo?
The elderly woman beside Su Qingluo interjected sharply, her countenance darkening. At the same time, an overwhelming pressure surged forth,
bearing down on Yi Yunfei.
In that instant, he felt as if a great mountain were crashing down upon him, forcing him to stagger back several steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth.
Madame Rome, cease this at once. If you dare to lay a hand on Yi Yunfei again,
I swear I will never return with you.
I will even persuade my father to eliminate you.
Su Qingluo exclaimed, her voice filled with alarm as she rushed to support Yi Yunfei, glaring fiercely at the elderly woman. It was evident that she was genuinely enraged.
Yunfei, what is wrong?
It is all my fault, Su Qingluo said apologetically, concern etched across her face.
Old hag, mark my words.
One day, I, Yi Yunfei, will personally slay you. Yi Yunfei wiped the blood from his lips, fixing a chilling gaze upon the elderly woman as he spoke each word with conviction.
Chapter 52, Our Vow Ha. A jest. You think you can kill me, little whelp? Perhaps in your next life.
Granny Roan cackled, her laughter as grating as a night owl's screech.
However,
she refrained from further assaulting Yi Yunfei, discerning the genuine ire of Su Qingluo.
She was acutely aware of Su Qingluo's lofty status. Should she truly incur Su Qingluo's wrath, the subsequent retribution would be unbearable.
Humph, daring to speak so boldly with mere profound liquid realm strength.
Your cultivation of the glacial art has stagnated at the 5th level for over a decade, has it not? Furthermore, your netherworld glacial claws have yet to attain even minor mastery. With your aptitude, you have truly disgraced this potent claw technique. It seems your cultivation journey has reached its terminus, with little prospect of further advancement. Yi Yunfei scrutinized Granny Roan, a sardonic smile playing on his lips.
In his previous life, Yi Yunfei had traversed a path from weakness to strength, battling and striving across countless realms. His experience and knowledge were unparalleled. He could discern the essence of most cultivation techniques and martial skills at a glance. Moreover, as a former celestial emperor, his comprehension and insight into the world's techniques were unmatched.
Boy, who are you? How did you know?
Granny Roan nearly leaped in astonishment.
Her gaze fixed on Yi Yunfei as if encountering a specter. Is my knowledge relevant to you?
Remember my words.
Yi Yunfei dismissed Granny Roan with a glance.
Then turned his gaze towards Su Qingluo.
Qingluo, I am unharmed. Will you return to Crescent Moon City after your departure? I long to return. But I know not if I can. Su Qingluo hesitated, yearning to return to Crescent Moon City and be with Yi Yunfei. However,
she knew that upon her return, the Su family would impose numerous restrictions, compelling her to cultivate. Her freedom would be curtailed.
Ha! Upon her return to the clan, young mistress will ascend to a height that you could never fathom in your entire life. Boy, you are but a minor figure in a third-rate city.
An ant that our Su family could crush with ease. Young mistress will no longer associate with commoners from the mundane world.
Granny Roan sneered. However,
Su Qingluo and Yi Yunfei ignored her, treating her as mere air.
Yunfei, if I cannot return to Crescent Moon City to find you, will you? Will you come to find me? Su Qingluo's beautiful eyes, filled with expectation, gazed at Yi Yunfei.
Qingluo, if you desire me to find you, I shall.
Believe me,
there is no place in this world that I, Yi Yunfei, cannot reach.
Yi Yunfei smiled at Su Qingluo. Humph. Such arrogance. A truly ignorant fellow. Granny Roan scoffed, deeming Yi Yunfei's words utterly preposterous.
Very well, Yi Yunfei, I believe you.
I shall await your arrival. However,
promise me that you will cultivate to at least the profound liquid realm before seeking me out.
Otherwise, you will be in grave danger. If you agree, let us entwine our fingers, and you must not break your vow. Su Qingluo extended a slender, jade-like finger towards Yi Yunfei. Very well.
Yi Yunfei chuckled at the childish gesture, but nonetheless extended his own finger, intertwining it with Su Qingluo's. Her finger was soft and smooth, a comforting sensation for Yi Yunfei.
Granny Roan's countenance shifted upon witnessing their intimate gesture.
However, she ultimately restrained herself, casting a deep glance at Yi Yunfei.
Yunfei, this jade slip is my token. You may use it to find me.
Remember, I am in the Su family of the Central Province.
Su Qingluo produced a verdant jade slip and handed it to Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei accepted it, carefully concealing it within his robes. Very well, I must depart. Remember our vow.
Su Qingluo smiled radiantly at Yi Yunfei, her peerless beauty causing him to momentarily lose himself.
Wait. Qingluo, I wish to know. Why have you always been so kind to me?
Yi Yunfei voiced the question that had long lingered in his mind.
Su Qingluo paused. I shall reveal the answer when you come to find me. Suddenly, Su Qingluo offered a playful smile. Very well. Yi Yunfei conceded. All right, young mistress, let us depart.
Granny Roan waved her sleeve, releasing a surge of potent energy, lifting Su Qingluo, and together they soared into the sky, vanishing beyond the horizon in an instant.
Rest assured.
Qingluo, one day, I shall come for you. Yi Yunfei murmured, gazing in the direction of Su Qingluo's departure. He then returned to his chamber. Old hag, you wait. One day, I shall settle the score with you. Yi Yunfei recalled the earlier moment when Granny Rong had injured him, and he gnashed his teeth in anger. Yi Yunfei retrieved several spiritual pills specifically for healing, consuming them. He then circulated the 9 SUNS scripture, and his injuries swiftly healed.
Not long ago,
Yi Yunfei had acquired spiritual herbs worth over 100,000 spirit crystals from the Spirit Treasures Pavilion on credit. In addition to refining the true soul-gathering spirit pill, he had also refined a large batch of spiritual pills for various purposes. The spiritual pills personally refined by Yi Yunfei were exceptionally effective. As long as the injuries were not too severe, they were practically panaceas. Very well. Now, I shall commence cultivating the Spirit Force Explosion Fist, the Origin Blood Disintegration Art, and the 1000 Transformations Illusory Mystic Sword, these 3 martial skills. Once I have mastered these 3 martial skills, even if the 3 great families have not yet made a move against the Yi family, I shall take the initiative to eradicate them and the Shadow Wind Mercenary Corps. Yi Yunfei declared with a cold smile within his chamber. Then, Yi Yunfei entered a state of cultivation. With Yi Yunfei's martial experience and comprehension, mastering any martial skill in the world was effortless and unhindered. Time slowly elapsed. While Yi Yunfei was cultivating within his chamber, Yi Tianping received a report and hastily arrived at the main hall. Patriarch, disaster has struck. Today, over a dozen of our Yi family members who were out and about were assassinated on the streets. Their corpses have been transported to the council chamber. He saw over a dozen corpses piled together in the hall, the acrid stench of blood causing a chill. And the blood had stained a large section of the ground red. All of these corpses were members of the Yi family. It seems they have finally made their move. Yi Tianping gazed at the dozen corpses, his eyes filled with boundless fury. Patriarch, war bad news. Another 10 members of the Yi family have been ambushed and killed on the streets. A panicked cry echoed from outside the hall. Then, another 10 corpses of Yi family members were carried into the hall. At a glance, the Yi family's council chamber was filled with corpses, a ghastly sight. Issue my order. From this moment forth, all members of the Yi family are forbidden from venturing outside. Shut all entrances and exits of the Yi manor. Gazing at the 20-odd corpses, Yi Tianping trembled with rage and spoke in a grave voice. Chapter 53, The Siege of the Yi Residence with Yi Tianping's command. All entrances to the Yi residence were immediately sealed. Master, although we have closed the doors of the Yi residence, our family still possesses numerous properties outside. And many clan members are managing those enterprises. I fear. A plump, elderly steward, around 50 years of age, spoke to Yi Tianping. Upon hearing the steward's words, Yi Tianping could not help but furrow his brow. Indeed, the Yi family was one of the 4 prominent families in the Round Moon City, possessing vast wealth and numerous enterprises both within the city and in the surrounding towns. Those properties were managed by members of the Yi clan. And now they could very well become targets of attack. Immediately send carrier pigeons to inform all members of the Yi family to temporarily close all our enterprises. Those who can return to the Yi residence should do so as quickly as possible. If they cannot return, they must find a place to hide. We must do everything possible to minimize casualties. Also, send out scouts to closely monitor the movements of the Qin, Shi, and Lu families, as well as the city lordess mansion, Yi Tianping commanded. Understood, master. I will attend to it immediately, the steward replied before leaving the hall. Yi Tianping murmured to himself, revealing a look of concern. It seemed that Qin Xion was preparing to strike against their family. The Qin, Shi, and Lu families had formed an alliance, leaving the Yi family feeling somewhat vulnerable. We shall face whatever comes our way, Yi Tianping sighed. Half an hour later, the steward rushed back in a state of panic. Master, urgent news. Our properties are under attack. Vast amounts of wealth are being seized, houses are being burned, and many clan members have been slaughtered. Such audacity. Relay my orders immediately, gather our forces. I shall seek justice from Qin Xiong and fight to the death. Yi Tianping exploded in fury, pounding the table. Not good, master. The Qin, Shi, and Lu families, along with the city lordess mansion,
have dispatched large forces towards the Yi residence. It appears they intend to besiege us. A servant of the Yi family reported anxiously. Qin Xiong, you have gone too far. Then let us fight to the death. Yi Tianping roared, his anger reaching its zenith. At this moment, it was noon. The entire round moon city was sweltering under the blazing sun. Yet, amidst this heat, a multitude of troops closed in from all directions, surrounding the Yi residence. Wave after wave of fully armed soldiers quickly encircled the estate, leaving no avenue of escape. Unbelievable news. The Qin, Shi, Lu families and the city lord's mansion have united to besiege the Yi residence. The startling news spread like wildfire throughout Round Moon City, drawing countless martial artists from all corners to witness the unfolding spectacle. Before the Yi residence, Qin Xiong, Shi Tianyuan, Lu Yunxiao, and the city lord stood together, each wearing a cold smile as they gazed at the entrance of the Yi residence. They were surrounded by experts from the three families and the city lord's mansion, all of whom were formidable practitioners of the Earth realm. A cursory glance revealed dozens of such skilled individuals. Under such circumstances, it seemed inevitable that the Yi family would meet its end today. Soon, only the three families would remain in Round Moon City, while the Yi family would become a thing of the past. In the distance, murmurs of discussion echoed. At that moment, the Yi residence had become the focal point of attention in Round Moon City. Inside the Yi residence, the clan members quickly gathered, weapons gleaming in their hands. Each face bore expressions of fear mingled with determination. Even the maids, pale and trembling, clutched their swords, despite their lack of combat experience. Everyone, today marks a decisive moment for the survival of our Yi family. For the sake of our clan, for our honor. I implore you all to fight bravely against our enemies and never retreat. We, the Yi family, are not cowards. Yi Tianping's gaze swept over his kin as he spoke fervently. We understand. We will fight bravely and never retreat. The Yi family members raised their weapons in unison, their voices ringing out in solidarity. They all recognized the inevitability of the impending battle, knowing that pleading for mercy would be futile, as Qin Xiong had vowed to annihilate the Yi family. Given the circumstances, even those wishing to withdraw had no opportunity to do so. They could only face the fight head-on. All right, we shall go out to confront them, Yi Tianping declared with a wave of his hand. This battle was unavoidable. Rather than retreating, it was better to fight with all they had, reflecting Yi Tianping's character. Moreover, his strength in the late Earth realm gave him a sense of confidence. At that moment, at the entrance of the Yi residence, there came a series of loud knocks. Yi Tianping, why do you not open the door? Is this how you welcome your guests? Qin Xiong laughed heartily. He refrained from launching an immediate assault on the Yi residence, instead relishing the opportunity to humiliate Yi Tianping before delivering the final blow, thereby venting his deep-seated hatred for both Yi Tianping and his son. Yi Tianping, it seems you truly wish to be a turtle hiding in its shell. You dare not even open the door, haha. Qin Xiong mocked, increasing the intensity of his knocks. Just then, with a resounding crash, the massive iron gates of the Yi residence slowly creaked open. The members of the Yi family emerged. A hushed gasp escaped the lips of onlookers. Yi Tianping strode forward, leading a group of Yi family members. Qin Xiong, why have you brought such a multitude to besiege my Yi residence? What is your intention? Yi Tianping demanded, his eyes blazing with fury. Haha, Yi Tianping, you feign ignorance. I have brought these forces to obliterate your Yi family. I shall kill you, and that useless Yi Yunfei cannot escape death either. Qin Xiong cackled. Qin Xiong, 15 years ago, during the Four Families mining competition, I severely injured you, and you begged for mercy like a dog. I spared your life then. But who knew your heart would remain so narrow, still holding a grudge to this day? Had I known, I should have ended your life on the arena. Yi Tianping glared at Qin Xiong, stating resolutely. What? So there is such a history between Yi Tianping and Qin Xiong. No wonder they are bitter rivals. It is only now that I understand the origin of their feud. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock, especially the younger generation, who were hearing of this past for the first time. Yi Tianping, no matter what, you are doomed today. No amount of clever words can save your family.
Qin Xiong trembled with rage, pointing at Yi Tianping with murderous intent. The revelation of that past humiliation was the greatest disgrace of his life. And now it was laid bare before the public.
Qin Xiong, do you think I fear you? If war is what you seek, then I, Yi Tianping, shall oblige. The outcome remains uncertain.
Yi Tianping stood his ground, stepping forward, the pressure of his late Earth Realm spirit energy emanating as his battle intent surged.
Haha, Yi Tianping. You truly do not shed tears until you see the coffin. Do you believe that after your breakthrough to the late Earth Realm, I am powerless against you? You are mistaken.
Qin Xiong suddenly burst into laughter. As his words echoed, a tremendous surge of spiritual power erupted from within him.
Late Earth Realm. Yi Tianping. I never imagined you had also ascended.
His gaze involuntarily narrowed.
Haha, indeed.
It is thanks to Elder Ding from the Carefree Pavilion who bestowed upon me a Xian Yuan pill.
My lord. There is no need for you to conceal your prowess any longer.
Qin Xiong declared with great pride, then turned his gaze towards the Lord of Crescent Moon City.
Boom.
A similarly formidable wave of spiritual energy emanated from the Lord's body.
Late Earth Realm. Yi Tianping was taken aback.
The Lord of Crescent Moon City had always remained aloof from the conflicts of the four great families, appearing incredibly low-profile and enigmatic.
Little did he know.
He too was a master of the Late Earth Realm. Although Yi Tianping was a Late Earth Realm expert himself, he found himself outmatched by both Qin Xiong and the City Lord, each formidable in their own right. Comparatively, Yi Tianping stood no chance. The Yi family truly faced annihilation.
Around them, the onlookers shook their heads in quiet lamentation. Yi Tianping's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that his adversaries would possess two Late Earth Realm masters. Chapter 54, Commander, Act Now.
Suddenly, a thunderous shout erupted from Qin Xiong. Commence the assault.
Annihilate the Yi family. Simultaneously, Shi Tianyuan, El Yunxiao and the City Lord roared in unison.
Instantly, the forces of the three prominent families in the City Lord's residence unsheathed their weapons, emanating a palpable aura of murderous intent as they charged towards the Yi family.
City Lord, let us join forces to slay Yi Tianping. Qin Xiong proclaimed. Advancing toward Yi Tianping. Agreed.
The City Lord of Yuanyu City stepped forward, unleashing a tremendous pressure of spiritual energy that resonated thunderously.
The Yi family's members, resolute in their determination to protect their kin, began their counterattack. We shall defend the Yi family at all costs. Yi Tianping bellowed.
The warriors he commanded were all fierce and capable individuals. Upon receiving their patriarch's command, they gripped their weapons tightly, prepared for a bloody confrontation.
A grand battle was poised to commence.
At this crucial moment, a booming voice resonated from within the Yi residence. How dare you insult our Yi family? 7 formidable figures surged forth from the entrance of the estate. Indeed, they were the 7 elders of the Yi family. For the past few days, they had been in seclusion,
honing their skills.
Yi Tianping had dispatched numerous envoys to summon them, but they had consistently replied that they were in critical stages of their meditation and could not be disturbed. Thus, Yi Tianping had resolved to confront the enemy with his clan alone. However, unexpectedly, the 7 elders appeared together.
Boom! The elders emanated an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy, their presence resonating with thunderous intensity. Impossible! Someone gasped in astonishment.
The 7 elders of the Yi family had all broken through to the late stage of the Earth realm. Today, any who dare offend the Yi family shall face dire consequences,
the eldest elder declared with an imposing demeanor. The 7 elders aligned themselves beside Yi Tianping.
Elders? Yi Tianping's heart swelled with a mix of surprise and joy, his eyes filled with curiosity as he regarded the elders. Their simultaneous breakthroughs surely held a significant reason.
Ha ha!
The reason we were able to break through is that young Master Yi Yunfei bestowed upon each of us a vial of spiritual elixirs, each containing 3 Xian Yuan pills and several gathering spirit pills. If we couldn't break through with such gifts, we might as well find a rock to end our lives.
The eldest elder laughed heartily. Patriarch, I confess, I was wrong to oppose you and young Master Yi Yunfei.
I had no idea he was so magnanimous. forgiving my past grievances and gifting us elixirs that allowed us to advance. I, Yi Chaoxian, vow to wholeheartedly assist you and revitalize the Yi family from this day forth. The third elder expressed his gratitude earnestly. Third elder, we are family, there is no need for such formalities, Yi Tianping replied with a smile. My son has indeed brought me countless surprises during this time. What a remarkable son I have. Yi Tianping mused inwardly, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. With 8 individuals now at the late stage of the Earth realm, the sheer strength of the Yi family was formidable.
It seemed that Qin Sheng's ambition to obliterate the Yi clan would be a daunting task.
The Yi family had indeed become the most powerful clan in Yuanyu City. From a distance, the onlookers were awestruck by the sight of the 8 late-stage Earth realm masters, murmuring amongst themselves. Although the 3 prominent families and the city lord's forces were numerous, everyone understood that the outcome would ultimately hinge on the strength of both sides' higher echelons.
Now, Qin Sheng,
bring forth your challenge,
Yi Tianping declared coldly, turning to face his opponent. Damn it! How could this happen? The expressions of Qin Sheng, Shi Tianyuan, El Yunxiao,
and the city lord shifted dramatically. With the Yi family now possessing 8 late-stage Earth realm experts, their side was left with only 2 Qin Sheng and the city lord. The balance of power had shifted drastically.
How now, Qin Sheng? Weren't you just proclaiming your intent to annihilate the Yi family? Yi Tianping shouted defiantly. Come forth, Shi Tianyuan,
El Yunxiao, and the city lord, and prepare to meet your demise. The eldest elder bellowed. In the midst of this escalating tension, a cold, mocking voice broke through.
What a lively gathering we have here.
The crowd parted to reveal a cloaked elder accompanied by 9 middle-aged men in dark attire. I never anticipated that such a small city, a mere family, could produce 8 late-stage Earth realm masters, the elder sneered as he approached the Yi residence's entrance.
To be brief, I have 2 matters to address today. First, to settle accounts with a certain Yi Yunfei, and second, to eradicate the Yi family.
His icy gaze swept over Yi Tianping and the 7 elders.
Could it be, are you the members of the Yin Feng mercenary corps?
Yi Tianping's expression turned grave as he recognized the elder and his entourage. Yi Yunfei had warned him of the potential threat posed by the Yin Feng mercenary corps in Yuanyu City. To his dismay, the warning had proven true.
What?
The gathered martial artists gasped, their faces paling in terror as they instinctively recoiled. They regarded the cloaked elder and his 9 companions as if they were 10 terrifying demons. The Yin Feng mercenary corps was one of the most notorious mercenary groups within the Qin Empire, infamous for their ruthless deeds. Murder, theft, and assassination were their specialties. It was said that every member of the Yin Feng mercenary corps had blood on their hands, having taken countless lives.
Ha, Yi Tianping, are you afraid now?
I'll be frank, this man is the leader of the Yin Feng mercenary corps.
The esteemed commander has come personally to Yuanyu City today with the intention of obliterating your Yi family.
You should consider yourself fortunate. Qin Sheng laughed mockingly.
What? The commander?
The faces of Yi Tianping and the 7 elders paled further.
Oh, Yi Tianping.
I almost forgot to mention that the esteemed commander's realm is the early stage of the Heaven realm, Qin Sheng added with a smirk.
What? A Heaven realm expert?
The declaration struck the ears of everyone like a thunderclap, resonating in their minds and filling them with despair. The weight of utter hopelessness descended upon Yi Tianping and the 7 elders, their bodies swayed as darkness encroached upon their vision. The thought of a Heaven realm master seeking to annihilate the Yi family seemed insurmountable. Commander, our Yi family bears no grudge against you or the Yin Feng mercenary corps. If it is Qin Sheng who has hired you, we are willing to offer double the payment to spare our family.
What say you? Yi Tianping inhaled deeply,
mustering his courage as he addressed the cloaked elder.
He, you plead for mercy?
The elder's expression was cold and indifferent, but in an instant, his smile vanished. With a sudden movement, he vanished from sight, and a resounding crash echoed through the air.
Yi Tianping was sent hurtling backward,
accompanied by a frantic expulsion of blood in a shoulder that appeared ghastly, a mangled mess of flesh and bone. This spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from all onlookers.
Was this truly the might of a celestial realm master? Utterly terrifying.
Patriarch! A member of the Yi family cried out, rushing forward to support Yi Tianping, who was now grievously wounded, his vitality waning. We'll fight him to the death. The 7 elders of the Yi family exchanged glances, roaring as they charged forth in unison.
"Oomph, overestimating your capabilities."
The black-robed elder merely scoffed.
Then, with a swift turn of his body, he uttered, "Shadow Wind Palm." The words escaped the black-robed elder's throat with chilling finality, his intent to kill palpable. Rumble. In an instant, a clearly defined
jet-black palm imprint formed from spiritual energy erupted from his palm, akin to an inky cloud.
Whoosh. A tempestuous gale arose, the roaring deafening. As if a cataclysmic storm had been unleashed.
The ebony palm imprint tore through the air, advancing with a piercing shriek of friction.
Subsequently, thud, thud, thud.
The 7 elders of the Yi family were all sent flying backward, their cries of agony mingling with the splattering of blood.
A single palm,
incapacitating 7 experts of the late terrestrial realm.
The Yi family was utterly doomed.
All those present could only gape, their hearts gripped by terror.
"Begin," the black-robed elder sneered.
"Slaughter all within the Yi estate, leaving not a single soul alive."
"Commence."
The 9 black-clad men behind him surged forward simultaneously, poised to execute the grim order. "From this moment forth, you shall not lay a finger on the Yi estate," a calm voice suddenly declared. Then, a youth emerged from within the Yi residence.
"Yi Yunfei has appeared," someone immediately shouted. Chapter 55, Slaying Enemies. Are you Yi Yunfei? As Yi Yunfei made his entrance,
the sharp gaze of the old man in the black robe fixated on him.
"Father, esteemed elders, please consume these healing elixirs first."
Yi Yunfei produced 8 elixirs and handed them to Yi Tianpeng and the 7 elders.
"What?"
"Those are 4th-grade healing elixirs." The old man in the black robe inadvertently caught sight of the 8 elixirs Yi Yunfei had produced, and his eyes could not be torn away from them. He began to tremble with excitement. In the Great Qin Empire, only the 4 major sects and the imperial family could possibly possess 4th-grade elixirs. This young man had brought forth 8. Wealth, riches. This lad is akin to a treasure, possessing not only 7 divine flowers but also 8 4th-grade elixirs.
Coming to Crescent Moon City this time was indeed fortuitous.
Instantly, the old man's eyes gleamed with greed.
"Yi Yunfei, these elixirs seem quite precious." Yi Tianpeng hesitated as he took the elixir handed to him by Yi Yunfei.
Although he could not identify it as a 4th-grade elixir,
his instincts told him it was extraordinary. "Young Master Yunfei." The 7 elders were also hesitant. Not long ago,
Yi Yunfei had gifted each of them a vial of elixirs, enabling their successful breakthroughs, and now he was offering each a healing elixir.
Why did it seem as if these elixirs were without cost? "Father, esteemed elders, please take them quickly. Healing is of utmost importance," Yi Yunfei urged as he distributed the elixirs.
To Yi Yunfei, 4th-grade elixirs were trivial. With his growing strength, he could now effortlessly concoct 4th-grade elixirs. He even believed that with time, he could refine 5th-grade elixirs. The title of Dan Zun was no mere jest. It signified that his alchemical prowess once reached the pinnacle of the world.
"Silence. Do not consume those 8 elixirs. Yi Yunfei. Hand over those 8 elixirs to me and surrender the 7 divine flowers on you. Perhaps I might consider sparing your Yi family. Otherwise, at my command, your clan shall be annihilated."
Seeing Yi Tianpeng and the 7 elders raise the elixirs, preparing to consume them, the old man in the black robe grew frantic and shouted. The members of the Yi family had formed a protective barrier around the injured Yi Tianpeng and the 7 elders. Even if he wanted to rush in and seize the elixirs, he would likely be too late.
"Old fool, who do you think you are? Just because you command, do you think I must comply?
That would be quite disgraceful."
Yi Yunfei slowly turned, his indifferent gaze fixed on the old man in the black robe. "Ha ha. Yi Yunfei, you worthless wretch, do you even know who stands before you? This is the leader of the Yinfeng mercenary corps. You think you can save face in front of the leader? How laughable." Qin Xiong guffawed. "Seize those 8 elixirs. Even if they consume them, we must cut them open and retrieve them."
The old man in the black robe had completely lost his patience and issued the command. Swish, swish, swish.
Instantly,
9 middle-aged men in black surged forward from behind the old man, their spiritual energies erupting. They were all late-stage Earth realm experts.
The might of the Yin Feng mercenary corps was truly terrifying. A shiver ran through the hearts of all present. Those who dare to offend the Yi family shall perish. Yi Yunfei roared, charging forward. Yi Yunfei first unleashed the god-devouring needle. Ah!
The 9 advancing middle-aged men in black suddenly staggered, howling in anguish.
Swaying as if intoxicated. With the surge of his soul power, Yi Yunfei's god-devouring needle now inflicted severe damage upon late-stage Earth Realm warriors. Whoosh! Yi Yunfei drew his long sword and struck forward. In an instant, swish, swish, swish.
The sword energy surged like 100 or 1,000 blades,
transforming into ethereal sword lights that dazzled the eyes. The onlookers could only perceive a blinding array of sword radiance, unable to discern the trajectory of Yi Yunfei's strikes. Thud! Thud, thud.
9 crisp sounds echoed simultaneously. Then, the myriad sword lights faded. Yi Yunfei stood there, sword in hand, blood dripping from the tip. This set of 1,000 changes in mystical swordplay was indeed a powerful technique for his current strength.
Yi Yunfei wore a satisfied expression.
In these past 2 days, along with refining elixirs, Yi Yunfei had also practiced 3 martial techniques, with the 1,000 changes in mystical swordplay being one of them.
Gurgle.
The 9 middle-aged men in black clutched their throats, blood gushing forth, their terrified gazes fixed on Yi Yunfei, wanting to speak but unable to utter a sound.
Their throats had all been slashed by Yi Yunfei's strike. Then, bang, bang, bang.
The bodies of the 9 middle-aged men collapsed to the ground, lifeless. With a single strike, 9 late-stage Earth Realm experts were slain.
At that moment, the venue fell into a profound silence. Everyone felt an immense, indescribable shock.
Eyes were glued to Yi Yunfei, no one daring to utter a sound. The atmosphere had turned eerily tense.
One must understand that late-stage Earth Realm experts were the strongest beings in Crescent Moon City. Yet now, before Yi Yunfei, they appeared as feeble as ants. Why do I feel that Yi Yunfei is even more monstrous than Qinin, who possesses the celestial spirit body? Finally, today, let none of those who dare to invade the Yi family escape. Yi Yunfei raised his bloodied sword, pointing it forward with fierce determination. A chorus of agreement echoed from Yi Tianpeng and the 7 elders, each nodding solemnly.
Moments ago, despair had enveloped the Yi family, with many believing their demise was imminent. Yet now, ignited by Yi Yunfei's unwavering spirit, hope surged within every member of the clan.
Each individual brimmed with fierce resolve. To battle! Yi Yunfei shouted, brandishing his sword high. To battle!
Echoed the voices of the Yi family, as they lifted their weapons with resolute gazes, rallying behind Yi Yunfei in a unified roar. The fierce battle spirit soared toward the heavens. Chapter 56, The fierce battle before the gates of the Yi residence. The long-anticipated battle erupted.
The forces of the Yi family, led by Yi Tianpeng and 7 esteemed elders, surged forth. Kill! Annihilate every last one of the Yi family! Qin Xiong roared. The 3 major clans, the city lord's mansion,
and the members of the Yin Wind mercenary corps charged forward simultaneously, clashing violently. In comparison, the Yi family was outnumbered.
However,
with 8 formidable late-stage Earth Realm experts spearheading the charge, their momentum was formidable.
Qin Xiong, meet your end.
Yi Tianping's gaze locked onto his arch-nemesis as he strode forward. Master, I shall assist you in slaying Qin Xiong.
The 2nd elder followed closely, joining forces with Yi Tianpeng to confront Qin Xiong.
The city lord was targeted by the 1st and 3rd elders, while the other 4 elders led the Yi clan members to engage the enemy.
In an instant,
the air was filled with the sounds of roaring spiritual energy, clashing weapons, battle cries, and anguished screams.
Old fool, perish!
Yi Yunfei, employing the wind spirit steps,
darted towards the figure in the black robe. Very well, I shall first eliminate you, insolent brat, and then extinguish the Yi family. The black-robed elder scoffed. A terrifying wave of spiritual pressure surged forth from him like a raging tide.
A massive handprint, composed of condensed spiritual energy and spanning nearly half an acre,
hurtled toward Yi Yunfei.
As it approached, a ghastly face emerged from the center of the handprint, emitting an eerie laugh that unsettled the mind.
Ha ha ha, Yi Yunfei. Behold the might of my Yin Wind evil ghost palm.
To die beneath this palm is a privilege.
The black-robed elder cackled. Merely a trifling skill.
Yi Yunfei retorted coldly. His right fist clenched tightly as he unleashed a powerful strike. With a force exceeding 70 to 80,000 pounds, the air before his fist was abruptly evacuated, creating a momentary vacuum. The speed of his punch was astonishing. Bang! The fist collided with the handprint, producing a deafening roar. The handprint shattered upon impact, sending Yi Yunfei staggering back several steps, his arm aching from the force. A draw. It seems my physical strength can barely contend with a practitioner at the early stage of the celestial realm. Yi Yunfei gained a clearer understanding of his physical prowess. Your physical strength is surprisingly formidable. The black-robed elder was taken aback. Enough idle chatter, perish. Yi Yunfei charged with his sword in hand. You think I'm afraid of you, brat? The black-robed elder's black curved dagger slipped from his sleeve, gleaming with a chilling light as it sliced towards Yi Yunfei's throat at an unconventional angle. Swish, swish. Yi Yunfei's sword struck out, unleashing a dazzling array of swordlights, filling the air with a tempest of blades aimed at the black-robed elder. The Thousand Changes mystical sword technique, once unleashed, could conjure an endless array of swordlights, making it nearly impossible for the enemy to discern reality from illusion. Clang, clang, clang. In a heartbeat, the two combatants clashed countless times, the crisp sounds of metal striking metal echoing like a series of firecrackers. Yi Yunfei observed that the black-robed elder's swordsmanship was surprisingly adept, able to withstand his rapid onslaught. How is this possible? The black-robed elder was astonished and furious. He realized that Yi Yunfei's combat prowess was on par with his own, despite being merely a mid-stage Earth Realm practitioner. This scene left the onlookers in utter shock. Look! Yi Yunfei is actually matching blows with the leader of the Wind Mercenary Corps. My heavens, is he defying the heavens? The murmurs of astonishment spread like wildfire among the crowd. My son is so formidable. He can contend with a celestial realm expert. Even Yi Tianpeng found it hard to believe. Heaven bless, the Yi family has produced such a prodigy. It seems we shall not only avoid annihilation but rise to prominence. The 7 elders of the Yi family were overwhelmed with emotion. Yi Yunfei, invincible. The other members of the Yi family erupted in cheers. In this moment, the morale of the Yi family soared. Kill. Inspired by Yi Yunfei, the Yi family members charged forward, fearless in the face of death. Old fool, perish. As the battle cries of the Yi family echoed, Yi Yunfei stepped forward, his sword striking once more. You think you can kill me, brat? The black-robed elder roared in fury, meeting Yi Yunfei's attack with his blade. Clang, clang, clang. Both sides exchanged blows at breakneck speed, trading dozens of strikes in mere moments. Celestial realm experts are not all that. Yi Yunfei laughed heartily. In the midst of his laughter, Yi Yunfei unleashed the devouring god needle. Whoosh! One needle pierced into the black-robed elder's sea of consciousness. Ah! The black-robed elder cried out in shock, his head throbbing painfully as he staggered back several steps. This is a secret technique of the soul. How is this possible? The black-robed elder's expression turned to one of horror. It was known that even he had yet to master such a secret technique. A mid-stage Earth Realm practitioner could wield a soul technique. This was nothing short of astonishing. Die! Yi Yunfei seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful punch. Boom! The overwhelming force of his physical power sent the black-robed elder reeling, seeking death. The black-robed elder, filled with rage and fear, retaliated with a palm strike once again. The Wind Evil Ghost Palm. Boom! Their fists collided, sending the black-robed elder stumbling back. Whoosh! Another devouring god needle pierced into the elder's mind, intensifying his agony. Perish! Yi Yunfei's fist struck again. He unleashed a series of punches accompanied by the devouring god needle, each blow forcing the black-robed elder to retreat further. Yi Yunfei pressed forward relentlessly, gaining the upper hand. The black-robed elder was pushed back, losing his advantage. His eyes widened in fury as he roared in frustration. However, the potency of the devouring god needle caused his head to throb mercilessly, distracting him considerably. Roar! The black-robed elder, resembling a madman, howled at the sky, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Old fool, meet your demise.
Yi Yunfei bellowed, unleashing his 15th punch.
The black-robed elder was sent flying, crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater upon impact.
Brat, if I do not kill you today, I, Xiao Xian, shall not be human.
The black-robed elder, now bloodied and furious, rose to his feet, his visage twisted in rage. As the name Xiao Xian fell from his lips, he suddenly produced a black spiritual pill and swallowed it whole. In the next moment, a series of thunderous roars emanated from within him as his aura surged.
Mid-stage celestial realm. Late-stage celestial realm.
Soon, Xiao Xian's released energy fluctuations reached the late-stage celestial realm level. Chapter 57, The Demise of Xiao Xian. The atmosphere was suffused with an overwhelming energy emanating from Xiao Xian, rendering those surrounding him pallid with fear, compelling them to retreat. Within a 10-meter radius, one could visibly witness an abundance of rich spiritual energy surging like a torrent, boiling and roaring.
Within 100 meters,
sand and stones were swept away, while the winds howled ferociously.
Yi Yunfei, let us see how you can contend with me now. Xiao Xian raised his head,
his eyes betraying a frenzied murderous intent as he let out a chilling laugh. His voice had grown hoarse, taking on an eerie quality. With his words,
a colossal palm print, roughly the size of an acre, thundered towards Yi Yunfei.
It was still the malevolent ghost palm, yet its force had increased manifold compared to before.
Yi Yunfei met it with a punch. Bang!
The tremendous power of the palm sent Yi Yunfei flying several dozen meters, crashing to the ground.
Fair! Young master! Yi Tianpong and the 7 elders of the Yi family were taken aback. Ha ha! How does it feel, boy?
You've indeed proven to be a rare young genius to push me to this extent.
However, pride often precedes a fall.
The world is not lacking in talent. What it lacks are those who can truly mature. And you, Yi Yunfei, shall never have the chance to grow.
Today, you will perish. And the Yi family will be annihilated.
Xiao Xian laughed maniacally, his voice echoing for miles.
Yi Yunfei's fate seemed sealed.
Those around him silently acknowledged this grim reality.
Haha, Yi Yunfei, do you now comprehend the might of our commander?
Qin Xiong, Shi Tianyuan, Lu Yunxiao, and several others laughed heartily.
Just moments ago, Yi Yunfei had fought fiercely against Xiao Xian, causing them great apprehension. For if Yi Yunfei were to emerge victorious,
it would spell disaster for the 3 prominent families and the Lord's mansion.
Now, witnessing Xiao Xian's ascendancy, they felt a wave of relief. But suddenly,
Yi Yunfei rose from the ground, blood staining the corner of his mouth, yet his face bore a cold smirk, tinged with disdain.
He quickly recognized that the black spiritual pill Xiao Xian had consumed was known as the Berserk Pill, designed to temporarily enhance one's combat prowess by tapping into hidden potential.
Even if you have taken the Berserk Pill, I can still kill you.
Yi Yunfei bellowed. In the next moment, a crimson,
eerie gas erupted from every pore of his body.
This was Yi Yunfei's essence blood, extracted through a special method.
Instantly, his vitality surged alarmingly. And a dense fog of blood and malevolence enveloped the space within a dozen meters, filling the air with a nauseating scent of blood,
accompanied by an overwhelming aura of menace.
This was one of the 3 martial techniques Yi Yunfei had recently practiced, the essence blood disintegration technique. A terrifying forbidden art. It was imparted to him by an elder from the Blood Clan, a formidable race. After a fierce conflict with the elder, which nearly claimed the elder's life, Yi Yunfei spared him only after he compensated with a trove of treasures, including this technique. Now, let us see whether your Berserk Pill is superior or my secret method.
Yi Yunfei addressed Xiao Xian with a sinister smile.
Swathed in a layer of blood-red mist, he exuded an aura of dread.
Die!
Xiao Xian launched himself into the air like a great bird, his right palm thrusting forward menacingly. A chilling wind swept through the area, and a black flame manifested from his hand, its ominous heat threatening to incinerate all in its path.
This was the Yin fire.
As the black flames advanced,
even the air itself ignited. Boom!
Yi Yunfei retaliated with a powerful punch, producing a blood-red fist imprint that expanded into a raging crimson whirlwind.
Bang, bang, bang.
The air before him exploded under the force of the fist imprint.
Then, their strikes collided. For approximately a second, they held their ground. Suddenly, Xiao Xian's black robes disintegrated. scattering into the air, his expression morphing into one of abject horror as his bones shattered like firecrackers. He collapsed, lifeless, a mere heap of flesh and bones. Yi Yunfei's punch had obliterated Qiu Xian's skeletal structure and meridians. An expert of the heavenly realm was thus felled by Yi Yunfei's singular blow. The Essence Blood disintegration technique, a legacy of the Blood Clan, possessed a fearsome reputation across the myriad worlds. How could it possibly be compared to a mere berserk pill? With Qiu Xian's demise, the mercenaries of the Yin Wind Brigade were struck with terror, fleeing in all directions as if they wished they had been born with more legs. We must withdraw. Qin Xiong, Shi Tianyuan, Lu Yunxiao, and the Lord, all horrified, shouted in unison as they turned to flee. Even Qiu Xian's death rendered them no match for Yi Yunfei. Kill! Yi Yunfei activated his movement technique, darting like a meteor towards Qin Xiong. Within mere steps, he caught up to him, shrouded in a blood-red mist, his sword flashing like lightning as he struck. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless brilliant sword beams shot upwards, aiming to slay Qin Xiong. Yi Yunfei, spare me! Qin Xiong, sensing the imminent onslaught, was filled with dread. Yet, it was Qin Xiong who had been the architect of the Yi family's oppression. In the next instant, the blinding sword beams enveloped him. Ah! Qin Xiong screamed in agony. When the brilliance faded, he was left punctured with bleeding holes, his tendons and meridians severed, rendered utterly incapacitated. Qin Xiong, merely a late-stage Earth Realm cultivator, stood no chance against Yi Yunfei's onslaught. No, no. His complexion turned ashen, despair flooding his features as his ambitions crumbled to dust. Father, my life is in your hands, Yi Yunfei proclaimed before pivoting to pursue Shi Tianyuan. Kill! Join young Master Yi in vanquishing our foes. The members of the Yi family erupted in unison, their pent-up frustrations from facing oppression in Moonlit City unleashed at last. Kill! Each member felt a sense of liberation as they relentlessly pursued the fleeing adversaries. By this time, the three families, the Lord's mansion, and the Yin Wind Brigade were all paralyzed with fear, unwilling to confront Yi Yunfei. In the ensuing melee, the Yi family achieved resounding victory. Shi Tianyuan, you old cur! Where do you think you're running? Yi Yunfei pursued with relentless vigor, his bloodlust palpable as he closed in on the Shi family. Yi Yunfei, you vile wretch! May you meet a fitting end! Shi Tianyuan, leading his kin, desperately fled towards the Shi estate, his furious shouts echoing in the air. Ah! His head suddenly throbbed with excruciating pain, and he let out a wretched scream. His body swayed unsteadily, as though he were intoxicated. He had fallen victim to Yi Yunfei's god-devouring needle. Whoosh! Yi Yunfei's speed was astonishing, and he swiftly caught up with Shi Tianyuan. Old fool, meet your demise. In the blink of an eye, Yi Yunfei unleashed a strike. Swish! The dazzling swordlight surged forth, its trajectory as elusive as a deer's antlers. Thud! The swordlight cleanly sliced along Shi Tianyuan's neck. His head was immediately propelled upward, drenched in blood. Ah! Yi Yunfei, you dare to kill my father. May you suffer a terrible fate. Shi Xiaodai happened to turn her head and witness this scene, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. If today were the day the Yi family fell, you would treat us in the same manner. Yi Yunfei replied coldly. As soon as his words fell, his sword struck again, instantly claiming the lives of over a dozen members of the Shi family. Flesh and blood flew, and crimson light surged into the sky. Young Master Yunfei, spare us! The Shi family lacked the courage to resist Yi Yunfei, and in an instant, a multitude knelt, prostrating themselves on the ground, trembling in fear. However, Yi Yunfei showed no mercy, his sword mercilessly cleaved through the air. One bloody head after another was sent flying. Once again. Let me reiterate, had the Yi family been defeated today, they would certainly have met with a ruthless slaughter. Thus, Yi Yunfei would show no leniency. Chapter 58, a renewed turmoil. Both Shi Xiaojie and Shi Xiaodai met their demise at the hands of Yi Yunfei's sword. Why? Why did it come to this? In her final moments, Shi Xiaodai was overwhelmed by a profound sense of regret. Once, she was to be Yi Yunfei's fiancée Yi. And his rise today should have heralded boundless glory and pride for her. Yet, now, all that awaited her was death. No! This was the last word spoken by Shi Shaodai before her head was sent soaring with the dazzling flash of the sword. Eli Yunxiao, prepare to meet your end. At this moment, the three elders of the Yi family, the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and the Third Elder, caught up with Eli Yunxiao and engaged him in a fierce battle. Eli Yunxiao, merely at the mid-stage of the Earth realm, stood no chance against them. After just a few exchanges, he began to plead for mercy. With a swift thrust, the Grand Elder's sword pierced Eli Yunxiao's heart, and blood gushed forth. The three great families were finished. From this day forth, only one family would remain in the Round Moon City, the Yi family. In the distance, the crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. Qin Xiong had been rendered a cripple, while Shi Tianyuan and Eli Yunxiao lay slain. The heads of the three great families had all met their fate. Soon, before the gates of the Yi residence, the remnants of the three families, along with the City Lord's faction and the Yinfeng mercenary group, were either dead or fleeing. Only the forces of the Yi family remained. We have triumphed. All members of the Yi family raised their weapons in jubilation, their cheers resonating through the heavens. Fei Er. During this time, you have truly astonished me. Yi Tianpeng approached, trembling with excitement as he grasped Yi Yunfei's shoulders, nearly at a loss for words. Young Master Yi Yunfei, it is primarily due to your efforts that our family has survived this calamity. The seven elders gathered around, each filled with fervor. The other members of the Yi clan gazed at Yi Yunfei with awe and fervent admiration. After this battle, Yi Yunfei's status within the Yi family had reached its zenith. At this juncture, he dissipated the blood dissolution technique, and the crimson mist enveloping his body dissipated entirely. However, Yi Yunfei suddenly felt dizzy. A wave of intense emptiness and weakness washing over him. With a clatter, his sword fell to the ground, and he stumbled slightly. Fei Er, are you all right? Yi Tianpeng exclaimed, supporting his son. I'm fine. I just executed a forbidden technique, which leaves me in a temporary state of emptiness afterward. It is a natural phenomenon. No need to worry, Yi Yunfei reassured him. He then produced several healing elixirs, swallowing them swiftly. That's good to hear, Yi Tianpeng replied, visibly relieved. He could discern that Yi Yunfei had indeed employed a mysterious technique, resulting in a rapid enhancement of his power. Fei Er, you should rest for a bit, Yi Tianpeng suggested. All right, Yi Yunfei nodded, preparing to turn back to the Yi residence. Just then, a mocking voice rang out, hee hee, this is truly entertaining. Kid, I didn't expect you to practice such magic, even killing a master of the heavenly realm. At the end of the street, a large contingent approached the gates of the Yi residence. Leading them was a figure clad in a golden robe, adorned with a jade crown and a silk sash. Exuding an air of arrogance as he regarded Yi Yunfei with disdain. Yi Yunfei's expression tightened as he recognized the individual, Xiao Wuhan, the third son of the current Prime Minister Xiao. The Yi family of Round Moon City has acted with audacity, daring to kill members of the City Lord's faction. The City Lord's forces fall under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Royal Family. The actions of the Yi family are a provocation to the Imperial authority, an act of treason. Xiao Wuhan declared imperiously. All commanders, heed my orders, immediately eradicate the Yi family. With a wave of his hand, he commanded coldly from atop his steed. Yes. His soldiers roared in unison, their voices thundering. Subsequently, well-trained troops, brimming with menace, surged toward the Yi family. These soldiers, clad in resplendent armor, bore fierce and steady gazes, each exuding a palpable killing intent. Clearly, they were seasoned warriors, having faced the horrors of battle. Incomparable to the forces of the three great families or the City Lord's faction. Cavalry, archers, infantry, wave after wave of soldiers surged forth, their numbers beyond reckoning. Kid, did you truly believe you were worthy of the Shukong Shinkin and the 7 divine flowers? Only the third young master is fit to possess such treasures. You, a mere child of a small family, dare to seize what rightfully belongs to my family as third young master? You are utterly ignorant of your own insignificance. A gaunt elder beside Xiao Wuhan cast a condescending gaze upon Yi Yunfei. At this moment, the Yi residence was besieged, with no escape in sight. Ah, Yi Yunfei, how dare you offend the third young master? You are courting your own demise. Now, all members of the Yi family, lay down your weapons and do not resist. At this juncture, the City Lord appeared, laughing triumphantly.
He had earlier fled with the city lord's forces but returned upon encountering Xiao Wuhan. What? The third young master of Prime Minister Xiao was here. Yi Yunfei had been utterly reckless to provoke the third young master. This time, the Yi family was truly finished. The crowd watching erupted in exclamations of awe, their gazes fixed upon Xiao Wuhan atop his majestic steed, filled with profound respect. It must be noted that Prime Minister Xiao holds substantial power within the imperial royal family, second only to the emperor himself. To oppose Prime Minister Xiao was tantamount to defying the imperial authority. A mere Yi family could never hope to withstand the might of the imperial court. At this moment, the members of the Yi family were pallid, sinking back into despair. The third young master of Prime Minister Xiao had personally come to annihilate them. The Yi family braced themselves for battle. Yi Yunfei raised his sword, speaking slowly. At this moment, my face bears a hint of anxiety. I never anticipated that Xiao Wuhan would pursue us all the way to Round Moon City, gathering such a formidable army. No matter who seeks to annihilate us. It is no simple task, Yi Yunfei declared, his sword pointed at Xiao Wuhan, enunciating each word with conviction. Humph. Yi Yunfei, you have already exhausted your strength. What means do you have left to resist? Scoffed the gaunt elder beside Xiao Wuhan. Xiao Wuhan, should you dare to act against my Yi family today, I, Yi Yunfei, vow to kill you. Yi Yunfei's eyes blazed with ferocity as he locked his gaze on his Xiao Wuhan. With that proclamation, a chilling aura of murderous intent erupted. The bystanders were taken aback, feeling as though they had been thrust into a hellscape of slaughter. The overwhelming bloodlust seeped into the very souls of those present. Some of the feebler-minded individuals nearly knelt, ready to worship Yi Yunfei. Indeed, this was the manifestation of a trace of the Heavenly Emperor's soul power, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The steed ridden by Xiao Wuhan neighed in terror, desperately retreating to distance itself from Yi Yunfei. Attack! Xiao Wuhan was utterly intimidated by Yi Yunfei's imposing aura, leaving him trembling with fear. After a considerable moment, he finally regained his composure, overwhelmed by a sense of shame that morphed into anger, and let out a thunderous roar. Instantly, weapons clashed and war horses neighed. Another grand battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 59, His Highness the Third Prince. As the atmosphere thickened with anticipation, a great battle seemed imminent. Suddenly, a resounding command pierced through the tension. Everyone, cease at once. A group of individuals charged forth from the far end of the street. Leading the charge were Xiao Chuchu, an elder in yellow, a youth in yellow robes, and an elderly man in a blue gown. Though their numbers were few, each member exhibited formidable strength, with 4 experts in the heavenly realm among them, including the elder in yellow and the elderly man in blue. Master Yi Yunfei is my benefactor. Whoever dares to harm him shall be my enemy, proclaimed the youth in yellow, his voice echoing with authority. Who is this audacious individual? The third son of the current prime minister dares to boast so brazenly? Many onlookers silently pondered. Is it him? What is his background? Yi Yunfei felt a flicker of confusion. Not long ago, he had treated this youth in yellow at Lingzhenfang, and he recognized him at once. Lord Kongrun of Moonlit City pays his respects to His Highness the Third Prince. Just as the crowd speculated about the identity of the youth in yellow, Kongrun, the Lord of Moonlit City, was already terrified, scrambling forward and kneeling before the youth in yellow. I have met His Highness. Even Xiao Wuhan and the emaciated elder beside him had no choice but to stiffly clasp their fists and bow in respect. Commander He Chong pays his respects to His Highness the Third Prince. A commander clad in silver armor stepped forward and also bowed before the youth in yellow. The Third Prince? Is he truly the son of the current emperor? Instantly, the crowd was left in shock, utterly astounded. The prince himself has come to Moonlit City? Some timid individuals were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly, nearly collapsing to the ground. Kongrun, how dare you? A mere lord of a city dares to offend my benefactor. The third prince sneered. Your Highness, I had no idea that Master Yi Yunfei was your Highness's benefactor. Had I known, I would never have dared to offend him. Kongrun's face turned pale with fear as he repeatedly bowed his head. Curse it! How could this be? Yi Yunfei is actually the benefactor of the third prince? At this moment, Xiao Wuhan's expression was equally grim. Though he was the son of the prime minister, the youth in yellow before him was none other than the current third prince, whose status in the imperial family surpassed his own.
Commander He.
You are the commander of the northwestern frontier.
Why are you not stationed in the military camp, guarding the borders? Instead, you have brought the Imperial Army to Moonlit City. Quite a display of power. You are neglecting your duties. If I were to inform my father, how do you think he would handle this matter?
The third prince's gaze fell upon the silver-armored commander, his tone indifferent. Your Highness, this matter is entirely Commander He Chang's fault. I implore your Highness to be magnanimous and spare him this once. Commander He's face turned ashen. He had no grievances with the Yi family. It was Xiao Wuhan who had sent someone to the military camp, urging him to come to Moonlit City.
Being the son of the current prime minister,
Xiao Wuhan held significant power, and He Chong wanted to ingratiate himself with him, so he readily complied. He never expected to encounter the third prince,
whose status was far superior. He Chong, heed my command.
The third prince suddenly produced a golden insignia, raising it high as he proclaimed loudly. The insignia bore the image of a fierce dragon, exuding an imperial majesty.
I am at your service.
He Chong gasped, quickly kneeling on one knee before the third prince,
responding loudly.
This insignia granted the third prince the authority to mobilize troops in any military district of the empire.
Return to your camp immediately, without delay. As for your dereliction of duty, we shall address that later. The third prince commanded. I obey.
He Chong dared not show any defiance, replying loudly.
Withdraw.
He Chong rose and waved his hand, issuing the order. Instantly, the soldiers surrounding the Yi residence began to retreat in an orderly manner, like a receding tide,
swiftly distancing themselves from the Yi residence.
Young Master Xiao, I must take my leave. He Chong hurriedly saluted Xiao Wuhan, leading his troops away from Moonlit City in disgrace.
The Yi family had turned danger into safety.
Yi Yunfei had unexpectedly formed a connection with the third prince, who referred to him as his benefactor.
This was simply astounding. With the third prince's backing, it would be difficult for the Yi family not to rise to prominence. Today, the fate of the Yi family had been a tumultuous journey.
Truly a tale of twists and turns. In the distance, the onlookers erupted in astonishment.
Ah, young Master Yi Yunfei, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance last time.
Had it not been for you, I would likely still be bedridden from the poison. The third prince strode toward Yi Yunfei with gratitude in his eyes.
Xiao Chu Chu.
The elder in yellow, and the elderly man in blue closely followed the third prince. Your Highness is too kind, it was but a simple act, Yi Yunfei replied,
clasping his fists in return.
The Yi family pays their respects to His Highness.
Upon seeing the third prince approaching,
Yi Tianpeng quickly led the entire Yi household to kneel in respectful greeting. The third prince's status was far too exalted. The Yi family appeared as insignificant as ants before him.
Uncle Yi, do not. Please rise. The third prince urged, lifting Yi Tianpeng. Young Master Yunfei is my savior.
Your actions would shorten my lifespan.
Just call me Zhu Tianzhang.
The third prince chuckled as he helped Yi Tianpeng to his feet.
However,
Yi Tianpeng dared not utter the third prince's name, for that would be a grave offense against the emperor.
Young Master Yunfei, will you not invite me and the third prince inside for a chat?
Suddenly, Xiao Chuchu smiled gently, addressing Yi Yunfei.
Please, do come in. Yi Yunfei gestured invitingly, leading the way.
After all, the third prince had rendered significant assistance to the Yi family.
Yi Yunfei had always been clear about gratitude and grievances. Moreover, the third prince's demeanor towards Yi Tianpeng garnered Yi Yunfei's favorable impression.
Before entering the gates of the Yi residence, Yi Yunfei turned back to cast a deep, menacing glance at Xiao Wuhan, his heart filled with unrestrained killing intent.
This enmity was firmly etched in his mind. Regardless of his status as the prime minister's son, Yi Yunfei silently vowed to eliminate Xiao Wuhan.
However, given his current frail state, he could not act just yet. Thus, he temporarily spared Xiao Wuhan.
Third prince, Wei.
At this moment, Xiao Wuhan was completely ignored, left to the side as no one paid him any mind.
The emaciated elder quietly inquired. Let us depart.
Xiao Wuhan turned his horse around and spurred it away, the emaciated elder and his followers closely trailing behind him. Third prince, who would have thought that Yi Yunfei, that boy, would form ties with the third prince?
It will be difficult for us to act against him now.
The emaciated elder remarked once they had distanced themselves from the Yi residence.
I have heard that within this year, the emperor will formally confer the title of crown prince. Several princes are vying fiercely for it.
I do not believe the third prince will have the time or energy to constantly protect that boy Yi Yunfei. I suspect that once the third prince leaves Moonlit City,
he will forget about Yi Yunfei entirely.
A mere scion of a small family in a minor city cannot possibly be of interest to the third prince. At that time, we shall seek another opportunity to deal with Yi Yunfei and eradicate the Yi family.
I want the world to know that those who dare to offend me, Xiao Wuhan, will inevitably meet with dire consequences.
Xiao Wuhan gritted his teeth and spoke coldly. The third young master speaks with reason.
The emaciated old man nodded in agreement repeatedly.
Chapter 60, the fourth-rank alchemist in the Grand Hall of the Yi residence, Yi Yunfei, the third prince, Xiao Chuchu, Elder Huang, and the elderly man in the green robe who had been accompanying the third prince were all present.
Outside the hall, a dozen attendants brought by the third prince stood guard. As for Yi Tianpeng,
he had long departed with 7 elders and members of the Yi family to eradicate the remaining clansmen of the 3 prominent families in the Round Moon City.
In a fierce battle, the 3 families suffered devastating losses.
The heads of the families, along with most of their formidable members, were nearly all eradicated. What remained were merely the weak.
With Yi Tianpeng and the 7 elders,
a total of 8 advanced Earth Realm experts were more than sufficient to subdue the entirety of Round Moon City. Thus, Yi Yunfei chose to remain in the hall of the Yi residence, engaging in conversation with the third prince and Xiao Chuchu. Meanwhile, the city lord of Round Moon City, Kongren, was still kneeling at the entrance of the Yi residence along with a contingent from the city lord's office, compelled by the third prince's orders.
Kongren yearned to escape but dared not move.
He understood that with a mere command from the third prince, he would find no sanctuary within the Great Qin Empire and could even face the annihilation of his entire clan.
On this day,
Round Moon City was engulfed in a tempest of blood and slaughter. The 3 prominent families were utterly extinguished, leaving the Yi family as the sole survivor.
In the hall,
the third prince addressed Yi Yunfei. Young Master Yunfei, I wish to inquire about the poison known as the void centipede venom.
Are you seeking to trace the one who poisoned you?
Yi Yunfei replied with a faint smile.
Indeed, the third prince nodded.
This poison had nearly claimed his life, and he was determined to uncover the truth.
Concerning the void centipede venom, I can share 2 crucial points. First,
the individual capable of concocting this poison must be at least a 4th-rank alchemist. Second, this toxin is colorless, odorless, and tasteless. It is typically administered in multiple doses, leaving the victim unaware until it is too late, rendering them beyond help. Thus, the perpetrator must be someone close to you, someone who frequently has access to your food.
Yi Yunfei explained slowly. Is that so?
The third prince's expression shifted as he absorbed Yi Yunfei's words, his countenance marked by a storm of emotions, as if realization had dawned upon him. Upon my return, I shall conduct a thorough investigation of everyone in my vicinity to identify the one who poisoned me, he commanded the elderly man in the green robe beside him.
Understood, the elder replied respectfully. Yi Yunfei, considering what you have stated,
the third prince's condition appears to be beyond remedy.
How then did you so effortlessly cure him? Xiao Chuchu interjected suddenly. I am different.
There exists no poison in this world that I cannot resolve, Yi Yunfei replied with a calm smile, exuding a profound confidence.
It was no jest, Yi Yunfei.
Once a revered alchemist sovereign, possessed a deep understanding of the myriad pharmacological properties within the world, unmatched by any other. Although the void centipede venom was exceedingly rare and lethal within the Great Qin Empire, it was trivial in comparison to Yi Yunfei's expertise.
Upon hearing his confident proclamation,
those around him involuntarily shuddered, casting astonished glances toward Yi Yunfei.
Master Yi, if the third prince has been cured, what of my ailment? Do not forget.
You promised to heal me within 10 days, Xiao Chuchu pressed closer to Yi Yunfei with a smile, her youthful fragrance wafting through the air.
Rest assured, Miss Xiao.
I shall fulfill my promise, Yi Yunfei assured as he inquired about the spiritual herbs he had requested. Here, I have gathered all the necessary herbs, 3 in spirit fruits. 1 heavenly river herb, 1 3 demon divine wood, and 10 earthroot grasses, Xiao Chuchu declared, retrieving them from a spatial ring on her hand. Despite being precious and rare, the Lingjin workshop specialized in spiritual herbs and elixirs, allowing her to gather everything within 10 days.
Excellent.
Miss Xiao, please wait half an hour.
I shall concoct the antidote for you, Yi Yunfei replied as he accepted the herbs.
He then departed the hall, seeking a quiet chamber nearby to commence his alchemical work. Approximately half an hour later, Yi Yunfei returned to the hall. Here, Miss Xiao, upon consuming this elixir, your body will be entirely restored, he said,
handing her a pale red spiritual pill. Will this truly cure my ailment?
Xiao Chuchu asked, her hands trembling with excitement as she received the pill. It was crucial to note that 2 years prior, she had been afflicted by a mysterious illness that had tormented her body and mind, driving her to retreat to the secluded Round Moon City out of despair. Indeed, Yi Yunfei responded with a gentle smile, empathizing with her emotions.
Thank you, Yi Yunfei.
Xiao Chuchu beamed, her beauty radiating warmth.
This is a 4th-rank spiritual pill. Young Master Yunfei, did you truly concoct this? Elder Huang exclaimed.
Fixating on the pale red spiritual pill in Xiao Chuchu's hand, his expression one of disbelief.
A 4th-rank spiritual pill. The third prince, Xiao Chuchu,
and the others present were equally astonished. They simultaneously recalled that Yi Yunfei had taken the herbs from Xiao Chuchu and left the hall for half an hour,
only to return with this 4th-rank spiritual pill. This indicated that Yi Yunfei had indeed created it. Do not tell me you are a 4th-rank alchemist? Elder Huang asked with a wry smile, gazing at Yi Yunfei. Indeed, this 4th-rank spiritual pill is of my own making, Yi Yunfei confirmed with a nod.
A collective gasp echoed throughout the hall. A mere 16 or 17-year-old 4th-rank alchemist was utterly astonishing. It was said that within the Great Qin Empire, there were only 3 4th-rank alchemists, all of whom were over 60 years old. The sudden emergence of a 4th-rank alchemist under 20 was nothing short of shocking. Enough with the pleasantries, consume the spiritual pill now, Yi Yunfei urged Xiao Chuchu, reaffirming his promise to heal her.
Very well. Without hesitation, Xiao Chuchu placed the pale red spiritual pill into her mouth. Boom!
A surge of medicinal power spread throughout her body. Moments later, she exclaimed,
My body feels perfectly well. Yi Yunfei, thank you.
A radiant joy illuminated her exquisite face as she felt an unprecedented lightness, as though an invisible shackle had been shattered. As her voice faded, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from within her. I have broken through to the advanced earth realm. Xiao Chuchu marveled at the torrent of spiritual energy coursing through her, her delight reaching its zenith.
Chapter 61, The Yi Family's Sudden Wealth. Yi Yunfei, thank you.
Xiao Chuchu gazed at Yi Yunfei with eyes full of boundless gratitude. The mysterious ailment that had plagued her for the past 2 years had finally been cured,
and her cultivation level had even ascended. This remarkable transformation was a gift from Yi Yunfei. No need for thanks.
The issues with your health stemmed from being injured by someone who practiced a sinister cold technique 2 years ago. The poison infiltrated your meridians, causing the consequences.
Yi Yunfei explained. Indeed.
That wretched woman will pay, I will seek revenge.
Xiao Chuchu gritted her teeth.
Brother Yi, I would like to invite you to participate in the alchemy competition held in the imperial capital a month from now, the third prince suddenly said to Yi Yunfei.
Oh? Yi Yunfei was taken aback.
To be frank, a month from now, the imperial capital will host an alchemy competition organized by our imperial family.
The purpose is to select a formidable alchemist to aid my grandmother's recovery.
Currently, all 5 princes are recruiting alchemists, as this is a competition among us princes. Whoever secures an alchemist who can win the competition and heal my grandmother will undoubtedly gain her favor and that of my father, thus being named the crown prince and becoming the rightful heir to the throne.
Brother Yi, you must assist me. The third prince looked at Yi Yunfei with hopeful eyes.
I see, Yi Yunfei responded, albeit somewhat disinterested in the internal strife of the imperial family. He fell silent for a moment. I swear, if I ascend to the throne in the future, I will elevate the Yi family to become the foremost family in the empire.
I will not go back on my word, the third prince declared.
Yi Yunfei, please help the third prince. We have a cooperative relationship, Xiao Chuchu added.
Very well. Yi Yunfei finally nodded.
He recognized that he would one day leave the great Qin Empire, and securing more alliances for the Yi family before his departure would be beneficial.
Excellent. Here is 500,000 spirit crystal stones as your reward.
Please accept it. The third prince joyfully presented a spatial ring to Yi Yunfei.
Yi Yunfei, you have healed my body and restored my technique. This 500,000 spirit crystal stones is your payment. Additionally,
I will ensure the sales commission for the Shaoli Yi Dan is delivered to Yi Manor regularly. Xiao Chuchu also handed Yi Yunfei a spatial ring.
All right.
Yi Yunfei accepted the rings without hesitation, understanding that the future development of the Yi family would require substantial resources.
Well then, Brother Yi. I am preparing to return to the imperial capital. I will await your arrival there in a month. You can come directly to my residence.
The third prince said as he stood up.
Understood, Yi Yunfei replied calmly.
The third prince then departed with his entourage.
Yi Yunfei, my illness is cured.
I too am preparing to leave Crescent Moon City.
However, we will certainly meet again, Xiao Chuchu said to Yi Yunfei. All right, Yi Yunfei nodded. Subsequently, Xiao Chuchu, accompanied by Elder Huan, left Yi Manor as well. Not long after, Yi Tianpeng and 7 elders returned with the Yi family's entourage. The Qin, Shi, and El families had been utterly annihilated, becoming mere history.
All the wealth and assets of these 3 families had been seized by the Yi family. The Yi family was now the sole prominent family in Crescent Moon City. Father, here is 1 million spirit crystal stones to serve as capital for the Yi family's development.
Yi Yunfei handed the 2 spatial rings from the third prince and Xiao Chuchu to Yi Tianpeng. Yi Tianpeng and the 7 elders were rendered speechless in shock.
Their efforts to raid the 3 families had yielded far less than 1 million spirit crystal stones.
Our Yi family has truly become overnight millionaires. Yi Tianpeng and the elders were filled with exhilaration. Next, Yi Yunfei returned to the small courtyard where he usually resided. After the fierce battle,
he had employed the original blood disintegration technique, and even now, his body had not fully recovered. Thus, he needed to enter seclusion for a period to recuperate.
Young Master Yunfei, you were incredibly valiant today. You are truly my idol. Little Yu exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Yi Yunfei return, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Oh. So I was not your idol before?
Yi Yunfei chuckled, having always regarded Little Yu as a younger sister and often teasing her.
Previously, yes, but now even more so. Little Yu replied. Alright, Little Yu, I will write a prescription. Please go to Lingjin workshop and purchase a batch of spirit herbs for me.
I need to enter seclusion for a few days, Yi Yunfei instructed her.
After handing the prescription to Little Yu,
she set off to procure the herbs while Yi Yunfei entered his room to begin his seclusion. The consumption of the original blood disintegration technique had indeed taken a toll.
Yi Yunfei swallowed several healing spirit pills and began to cultivate the 9 Yang scriptures for recovery. A day later,
Yi Yunfei found that his body had fully returned to its peak condition. At that moment, Little Yu had returned with a substantial number of spirit herbs, filling several spatial rings to the brim. In his room, Yi Yunfei began an intense session of alchemy. It was not until 3 days later that Yi Yunfei concluded his alchemical endeavors.
Young master, you have finally emerged from seclusion.
Little Yu greeted him with joy as soon as he stepped out of his room. Little Yu, take this body refinement pill and swallow it.
Yi Yunfei handed her a spirit pill. This pill is for me? Little Yu blinked in surprise.
If the young master instructs you to take it, then do so.
Yi Yunfei said. Very well.
Little Yu hesitated for a moment but ultimately followed his command and swallowed the spirit pill.
Boom! Almost immediately,
a series of clear rumbling sounds emanated from within Little Yu's body.
Yi Yunfei recognized that the body refinement pill was taking effect.
Its purpose was to comprehensively transform the body, making it more suited for martial cultivation.
Little Yu, here is another vial of body refinement pills. Take 1 each time you cultivate.
I will also teach you a method called the Proud Cold Divine Art.
You must diligently practice it morning and evening.
Once the 8 meridians within you manifest, you will officially embark on the path of cultivation, Yi Yunfei said, handing her another vial of spirit pills.
Young master, You are going to teach me to cultivate?
Little Yu gazed at Yi Yunfei with wide, round eyes, a bit dazed.
Indeed. Do you not wish to cultivate? Yi Yunfei smiled. Young master, thank you. I wish to cultivate. Little Yu exclaimed,
tears streaming down her face as she expressed her overwhelming gratitude.
I will do anything to repay your immense kindness. Once she stepped onto the path of cultivation, it would signify a monumental change in her identity and status. She would no longer be a lowly mortal. Chapter 62, A Few Friends. Xiaoya, you have come again. Always crying, be careful that the young master may no longer favor you. Yi Yunfei pressed a bottle of elixir into Xiaoya's hands, steadying her delicate shoulders to prevent her from kneeling.
The young master does not like Xiaoya to weep, henceforth, Xiaoya shall not cry. Xiaoya forcibly stifled her tears.
That's better. This is my good Xiaoya, Yi Yunfei remarked with a smile, gently teasing her nose. Alright, Xiaoya, from now on, focus solely on your cultivation.
You need not concern yourself with anything else.
I understand.
Young master, rest assured, I shall not disappoint you.
Xiaoya nodded earnestly. With that, Yi Yunfei departed from the small courtyard.
Leaving the Yi residence, Yi Yunfei headed towards the Moonlit Academy.
In just a few days, he would leave Moonlit City to report to the headquarters of the Tianyuan sect.
Yi Yunfei was aware that this journey would likely lead him to wander the outside world for a considerable time, with little chance of returning to Moonlit City.
Therefore, before his departure, he wished to visit Zhou Mu.
In his previous life, Yi Yunfei had cultivated for a millennium, ultimately ascending to the throne of the Heavenly Emperor.
Yet,
the heights of power were lonely indeed. In retrospect, family, partners, mentors, and friends had all faded into the annals of time. This profound solitude had become a burden on his heart. Thus, in this rebirth, Yi Yunfei vowed to cherish each and every person he held dear.
Look! Young Master Yunfei has arrived. As he walked through the bustling streets of Moonlit City, reverent glances were cast his way. Yi Yunfei's triumph at the four-clan mining competition,
where he defeated Qinan and vanquished the leader of the Yinwen mercenary corps, had been embellished into tales that spread throughout the city.
Each individual gazing upon Yi Yunfei regarded him as a deity. Greetings, young Master Yunfei.
Martial artists bowed respectfully to him as he strolled, his hands clasped behind his back, acknowledging them with a slight nod.
In the world of martial arts, strength commanded respect.
Having once ascended to the position of Heavenly Emperor,
countless clan leaders and sect masters paid homage to him. Such scenes were no longer novel to Yi Yunfei. Soon, he entered the Moonlit Academy, a basic institution suitable for fledgling martial artists embarking on their cultivation journey.
Inside, all the students were at the body refinement stage.
Look! It's Yi Yunfei.
As he stepped into the academy, a commotion ensued. Students flocked from all directions, eager to catch a glimpse of him, nearly blocking the pathways within the academy.
Previously,
Yi Yunfei had been notorious as a waste, but now, the gazes directed at him were filled with awe, admiration, envy, and longing.
After a moment, Yi Yunfei found Zhou Mu. To his amusement, Zhou Mu was surrounded by several younger followers. What are you doing, Zhou Mu? Yi Yunfei inquired. Brother Fei. I wish it were not so.
Yet, they insist on being my little brothers, crying and pleading. When I refuse, they cling to me, threatening to hang themselves in despair.
I am utterly helpless.
They claim to want to be my little brothers, but truly, they wish to be yours, Zhou Mu replied with a wry smile.
Very well. Yi Yunfei chuckled, shaking his head.
However, remember, as a martial artist, one's own strength is paramount.
You must strive to cultivate diligently and grow stronger.
Yi Yunfei pulled Zhou Mu aside, presenting him with a spatial ring containing several jade slips of techniques and some spirit stones.
Zhou Mu, take these spirit stones, elixirs, and martial arts techniques.
If you ever find yourself lacking in resources for cultivation, feel free to visit the Yi residence. I shall inform my father accordingly. I hope that when I return to Moonlit City, you will surprise me.
Brother Fei, you are too kind. I do not know how to repay you. Zhou Mu exclaimed,
tears of gratitude in his eyes.
Enough of this tearful display. You sound like a weeping woman. Yi Yunfei playfully kicked Zhou Mu away. Brother Fei, are you saying you will leave Moonlit City? Zhou Mu asked sheepishly.
Indeed, Moonlit City is too small, akin to a mere pond.
You are a true dragon.
And a pond cannot contain a true dragon, Zhou Mu nodded in agreement.
You possess a surprising talent for words, Yi Yunfei remarked with a smile. After offering Zhou Mu further encouragement to cultivate diligently, Yi Yunfei exited the Moonlit Academy. Upon returning to the Yi family estate, Yi Tianpeng and the 7 elders were gathered in the conference hall.
The changes within the Yi family had been substantial over the past few days. They were discussing various matters concerning the clan.
Yi Yunfei briefed Yi Tianpeng on Xiaoye and Zhou Mu.
Rest assured, Fei. Xiaoye will no longer be a mere servant of the Yi family but rather a direct descendant of our clan.
As for Zhou Mu, since he is your friend,
he is also a friend of the Yi family, and I shall look after him, Yi Tianpeng assured. Young Master Yunfei, you need not worry. We will attend to your requests diligently, the 7 elders echoed with smiles. In truth, Yi Yunfei had subtly become the core of the entire Yi family. The progress the family had achieved was largely due to his efforts. Father, here are several hundred bottles of elixirs, each enhancing spiritual energy, aiding breakthroughs and healing, all meticulously labeled with their uses. Please accept them as resources for the development of our Yi family. Yi Yunfei presented the bottles before Yi Tianpeng, a testament to his relentless 3-day alchemical endeavors. In addition, I have 10 jade slips of techniques, encompassing both martial arts and skills. Please safeguard them. The senior members of the Yi family may cultivate these techniques, and selected talented youngsters should also be encouraged to practice them. Yi Yunfei handed over the jade slips. As the Heavenly Emperor, Yi Yunfei possessed an extensive collection of techniques, all of which were of high caliber.
Understood, Yi Tianpeng replied,
carefully storing the elixirs in jade slips without further inquiry. The revelations from his son had been overwhelmingly astonishing. He realized that his son had reached a level of brilliance beyond his comprehension, choosing not to question further. Also, Father, do not let any of the factions that once allied with the Qin family escape unscathed. I have 10 bottles of poison pills. Every high-ranking member from those factions must consume one. Each year, they must return to the Yi family to collect the antidote and vow unwavering loyalty to us. Should any faction's leaders refuse to ingest the poison, they shall be eradicated without mercy. Yi Yunfei produced the 10 bottles of poison pills, handing them to Yi Tianpeng. Gasping, Yi Tianpeng and the 7 elders were left speechless, profoundly shaken by Yi Yunfei's audacious measures. It is noteworthy that recently, Qin awakened the celestial body, leading to the formidable rise of the Qin family. Within the city of Round Moon, nearly all factions, great and small, have pledged their allegiance to the Qin family. Yi Yunfei's actions indicate an intent to ensnare all forces within Round Moon City. From this moment forth, the Yi family shall ascend to the position of the unrivaled sovereign of Round Moon City. Very well, Fei, I comprehend, Yi Tianpeng affirmed, accepting 10 vials of toxic elixirs with a firm nod. Being an ambitious individual himself, he naturally endorsed Yi Yunfei's resolution. By the way, Fei, there is something I nearly overlooked mentioning. In the Qin family's celestial prison, we discovered several young individuals. They claim to be your friends, specifically come to Round Moon City in search of you. However, while asking for directions, they encountered Qin Xiong. Upon learning they were your acquaintances, Qin Xiong apprehended them all and imprisoned them in the celestial prison. Fei, do you wish to meet them? Yi Tianpeng inquired. Oh, my friends? Yi Yunfei was momentarily taken aback. Could it be them? As he pondered, images of a few individuals surfaced in his mind, prompting an involuntary smile of amusement. Very well. Bring them to see me, Yi Yunfei nodded. Chapter 63, Arrival at the Tianyuan Sect. Soon, several young men and women were brought before Yi Yunfei. As he had surmised, they were Wu Yuechan, Deng Xianxian, Tan Meng, Jia Zhao, and Yin Ji. At last, I have the pleasure of meeting you, Deng Xianxian exclaimed, her face lighting up upon seeing Yi Yunfei. Brother Yi, you have become quite a notable figure in Yuanyu City. It is indeed a challenge to see you. Tan Meng stepped forward, warmly greeting Yi Yunfei.
Wu Yuechan, Jia Zhao, and Yin Ji also nodded in acknowledgement. After being rescued by Yi Tianpeng, they had been residing in the Yi family estate, but due to Yi Yunfei's recent seclusion, they had only now come to see him. Have you all come to Yuanyu City specifically to find me? Yi Yunfei inquired with a smile. The group exchanged shy glances, their cheeks flushing.
They had indeed come to Yuanyu City to seek him out, but unexpectedly encountered Qin Xiong and were captured, imprisoned in the Qin family's dungeon. This rather embarrassing experience left them feeling quite humiliated. Ha, it seems you have suffered because of my troubles. However, the Qin family has been eradicated. And Qin Xiong has met his end. Your grievances have been avenged, Yi Yunfei remarked, feeling neither disdain nor particularly strong affection for these disciples of the Jinsong sect. Nevertheless, they had come specifically to find him, prompting Yi Yunfei to patiently engage with them. Humph, that old Qin Xiong met his demise too soon, otherwise I would have exacted my revenge, Tan Meng said through gritted teeth. Yi Yunfei, you have reached the initial stage of the Earth Realm, Haven Tu? Wu Yuechan suddenly asked. Indeed, Yi Yunfei confirmed with a nod. A prodigy. The group was astounded. The last time they had encountered Yi Yunfei in the celestial beast forest, he had only been at the 6th level of body refinement. To think that he had broken through to the initial stage of the Earth Realm in such a short span. I have heard that you have been recruited by Elder Du of the Tianyuan sect and have become one of its disciples. Our opportunities to meet will certainly increase. Deng Xianxian said joyfully. During their stay at the Yi residence over the past few days, they had learned of Yi Yunfei's remarkable feats. Brother Yunfei. When I first encountered you, I knew you were no ordinary individual, and indeed you have proven me right, Tan Meng remarked. Thank you for your kind words, Brother Tan. Yi Yunfei replied with a smile. Yi Yunfei then spent the better part of the day in the company of these 5 disciples from the Jinsong sect. Eventually, they bid him farewell. As a gesture of goodwill, Yi Yunfei gifted each of them a 4th-grade spirit pill as compensation for their time spent in the Qin family's dungeon. The group was utterly astonished to receive such a generous gift. It was well known that even the elders of the Jinsong sect could not easily procure 4th-grade spirit pills. Yet, Yi Yunfei had produced 5 of them in an instant. Calculating my time, it is indeed time for me to leave Yuanyu City and report to the Tianyuan sect. Yi Yunfei mused to himself after the Jinsong disciples departed. He had arranged to report to the Tianyuan sect headquarters 10 days hence. The headquarters was located in the Tianyuan mountain range. The journey from Yuanyu City to the Tianyuan mountain range would require several days of travel. And Yi Yunfei knew he must set out soon. Father, I am preparing to leave, Yi Yunfei informed Yi Tianpeng. Very well. Fair, take care of yourself, Yi Tianpeng replied. His voice slightly choked. Having raised his son alone after the untimely death of his wife, he felt a deep sense of reluctance at the idea of his son departing on such a long journey. Do not worry, father, I will take good care of myself. Yi Yunfei assured him with a solemn nod. Before leaving Yuanyu City, Yi Yunfei visited Lingzhenfang to procure a substantial supply of spirit herbs. Xiao Chuchu and Old Huang had already departed 3 days prior. But Xiao Chuchu had arranged for all members of the Yi family to receive a discount of 20 and the option to purchase on credit. After half a day, outside Yuanyu City, on the main road, Yi Yunfei rode alone, distancing himself from the city. Once he left Yuanyu City, he galloped swiftly towards the Tianyuan mountain range, inevitably traveling under the stars and through the night. In the past, when Yi Yunfei was the heavenly emperor, he could traverse the distance of an entire empire with but a thought. Now, with only the strength of the Earth realm, he had no choice but to travel in the conventional manner. 3 days later, Yi Yunfei finally arrived at the Tianyuan mountain range, the location of the Tianyuan sect headquarters. As he gazed out, he beheld a magnificent mountain range shrouded in thick mist, stretching endlessly. The terrain undulated, ancient trees dotted the landscape, massive boulders lay scattered. And the air was fragrant with spirit herbs. Celestial cranes and other ethereal creatures soared through the skies, while auspicious beasts roamed the mountains. Everything exuded an aura of vitality, resembling a pristine land untouched by the mundane world. To his surprise, he discovered a small ley line here, indeed an auspicious location for establishing a sect. The Tianyuan sect. One of the 4 major sects of the Qin Empire, truly demonstrated its heritage and foundation. Yi Yunfei surveyed the Tianyuan mountain range before him, nodding in appreciation. With his discerning eye, he immediately recognized that beneath the Tianyuan sect headquarters lay a small ley line, which contributed to the rich spiritual energy of the area,
making it ideal for cultivation. If I could harness this ley line, my strength would surely increase tremendously. However, since the Tianyuan sect has yet to provoke me,
I shall refrain from such actions that undermine their foundation, Yi Yunfei chuckled to himself. As he entered the Tianyuan mountain range, Yi Yunfei arrived at a natural mountain gate. The gate exuded an imposing presence, shrouded in a mist of auspicious energy. Before the gate stood a stone tablet towering 10 zhang, inscribed with 3 majestic and archaic characters, Tianyuan sect. At this moment, several disciples were guarding the mountain gate, engaged in casual conversation. Elder Su had instructed them to prevent a young man named Yi Yunfei from entering the Tianyuan sect. Yet, several days had passed, and they had yet to see him.
Who cares if he comes or not?
It would be best if he doesn't show up at all. It is said that Elder Du personally recruited this Yi Yunfei. Upon entering our Tianyuan sect, he would directly become a core disciple. Moreover, in 3 months, when the Tianying small world opens, he intends to claim one of the 5 coveted spots, one disciple remarked. Now, the entire Tianyuan sect was abuzz with discussion regarding this matter, particularly among the core disciples. Indignation ran high, and no one was willing to accept this.
Even some elders opposed the situation.
Of course, no one is willing to concede. Just think about it, our Tianyuan sect has over 10,000 disciples, yet there are only 5 spots in the Tianying small world.
How precious they are. Now, a mere newcomer,
who hasn't even crossed the threshold of our mountain gate, suddenly seeks to claim one of those spots. The disciples at the mountain gate were in a heated discussion.
Look!
A stranger is approaching the mountain gate from a distance. One of the disciples exclaimed suddenly. Chapter 64, forcefully breaking into the mountain gate. Yi Yunfei approached the mountain gate of the Tianyuan sect, retrieving the silver token given to him by Elder Du.
I have come to report, Yi Yunfei announced. What is your name?
A gatekeeper disciple inquired sternly. Yi Yunfei, he replied, his brow furrowing slightly.
Logically, the disciples guarding the mountain gate should recognize Elder Du's token.
Yet, having presented it, he still faced questioning.
Something felt amiss. Yi Yunfei has arrived.
The dozen or so gatekeeper disciples exchanged glances, surprised that he had come so soon after their earlier discussions about him.
Turn back. You cannot enter this mountain gate, one disciple declared. An elder surnamed Su had previously instructed these gatekeepers to prevent Yi Yunfei from entering at all costs. Why not? You must see this as Elder Du's token. He sent me to report. Are you daring to defy Elder Du? Yi Yunfei scoffed. Enough of your nonsense.
You shall not pass through this gate, another disciple retorted with a cold laugh.
And what if I insist on entering?
Yi Yunfei's expression darkened. He realized that these gatekeepers were intentionally making things difficult for him. After 3 days of arduous travel, he had finally arrived, only to be barred entry. Anger surged within him. Foolish child, this is the Tianyuan sect, not a place for you to run rampant. Entering without permission is a grave offense.
The gatekeepers, incensed by Yi Yunfei's attitude, shouted in unison. Ha ha!
Who are you trying to scare?
I bear Elder Du's token,
and thus possess the right to enter this mountain gate. Anyone who dares obstruct me shall not be treated kindly. Yi Yunfei laughed heartily and strode toward the gate.
Impertinent rogue, seize him.
The gatekeepers, enraged, charged at Yi Yunfei, believing that a mere youth who had not even stepped inside the Tianyuan sect could hardly possess any strength. However, with a series of resounding strikes, Yi Yunfei sent each of the gatekeepers flying, leaving them sprawled on the ground, struggling to rise.
Without a backward glance, he stepped into the mountain gate.
The gatekeepers, all of whom were at the body refining stage, were no match for him.
Quick, send up the signal flares. Someone is forcefully breaking into the mountain gate. Inform Elder Su immediately.
They shouted, scrambling to recover and retrieve their signal flares. As the red flares shot into the sky, exploding above, Yi Yunfei boldly walked into the heart of the Tianyuan sect. Along the way, he marveled at the vast array of pavilions and towers scattered throughout the mountains. Majestic palaces rising impressively, lush trees entwined with vines, and cascading waterfalls.
Cobblestone paths wound elegantly into the verdant depths of the mountains, leading to tranquil retreats.
The spiritual energy here was at least tenfold more concentrated than that of the outside world.
Indeed.
The headquarters of the Tianyuan sect proved to be an excellent place for cultivation.
To his astonishment,
he discovered a heavenly Shen 5 elements divine mountain array hidden within the sect, a formation of 5 main peaks strategically positioned and resonating with each other.
Regrettably,
only 2 of these peaks retained their spiritual essence, while the other 3 had lost their vitality and were buried deep.
Otherwise,
the sect's overall strength would have significantly increased due to this array. As Yi Yunfei explored the headquarters, he quickly discerned its layout. Having once traversed the myriad worlds as the Heavenly Emperor, he recognized various terrains and formations at a glance. Beneath the headquarters lay a small geological vein. And the heavenly Shen 5 elements divine mountain array had been meticulously arranged. It was evident that the founding master of the sect possessed considerable strength.
Yet, it was unfortunate that the current Tianyuan sect could not compare to its ancient glory. While Yi Yunfei contemplated this, a large group of disciples, shouting and brimming with aggression, surrounded him.
In an instant, dozens of disciples, some at the body refining stage and others at the earth stage, encircled him.
Brothers and sisters, this is the rogue who injured the gatekeepers and forcefully intruded. One bloodied disciple pointed at Yi Yunfei with fury in his eyes.
He was one of those who had been struck down earlier. I have already stated that I come bearing Elder Du's token. It would be wise not to provoke me, or I shall not hesitate to retaliate, Yi Yunfei warned with a cold smile.
Child, the Tianyuan sect is not a place for you to act recklessly. Kneel and surrender.
And accompany us to the discipline hall for punishment.
Otherwise, do not blame us for being unmerciful.
A tall disciple in white stepped forward, pointing at Yi Yunfei.
Slap.
Before he could finish, Yi Yunfei's hand struck his face like lightning, sending him crashing several meters away.
I warned you not to provoke me,
Yi Yunfei said with a chilling smile.
Ah.
The white-clad disciple, now with a swollen face, cried out in agony. Despite being at the 9th level of body refining, he had been defeated in an instant. The surrounding disciples were momentarily stunned,
unable to believe the formidable strength Yi Yunfei displayed. Brat, do not overestimate yourself. I will deal with you. A man in purple stepped forward, pointing at Yi Yunfei. This purple-clad disciple was at the initial earth stage.
With a swift motion, he unleashed a hand imbued with terrifying power, aiming to strike Yi Yunfei.
Yet, Yi Yunfei's response was instantaneous. Boom!
The purple-clad disciple was sent flying, crashing to the ground, howling in pain.
Another swift defeat.
The faces of the surrounding disciples paled in shock, astonished by Yi Yunfei's overwhelming strength. The old fogies of the Tianyuan sect are lurking in the shadows,
unwilling to reveal themselves.
It appears they wish to witness how I handle this situation.
Very well, I shall fight my way through.
Let us see how long the higher-ups of the Tianyuan sect can endure this.
Yi Yunfei's chilling smile revealed his determination.
He had long sensed the presence of numerous masters observing him from the shadows, undoubtedly high-ranking members of the Tianyuan sect.
Given the gravity of the situation,
they must have received word of the intruder by now. However, even until now, no senior figure has stepped forward to address the situation.
This absence conveys an air of peculiarity. Chapter 65, a satisfying beating. Bold ruffian, do you take our Tianyuan sect for what? Resorting to violence at the slightest disagreement.
Very well, just wait for me. A stout young man, with a fierce expression, pointed at Yi Yunfei and berated him.
This robust youth possessed mid-stage Earth realm strength.
Whoosh! Before he could finish his words, Yi Yunfei appeared before him like a wraith, their faces almost touching.
You!
The stout young man paled in an instant.
Boom!
Yi Yunfei delivered a punch, simple yet imbued with terrifying power, tearing through the air with a thunderous roar that reverberated across the area.
Bang! The stout youth, unable to evade, was struck by Yi Yunfei's fist and sent flying like a cannonball, landing over 100 meters away. I shall be your tormentor, dare you retaliate? Yi Yunfei exhibited a brazen arrogance. Ah!
The stout youth let out a wretched scream akin to a slaughtered pig.
Another swift defeat. The atmosphere became eerily silent,
with the sound of a pin dropping audible. All the surrounding disciples stared at Yi Yunfei, as if witnessing a ghost.
This group of disciples had secretly received orders from an elder to confront Yi Yunfei. However, they never anticipated the terrifying might he possessed.
Regardless of whether they were at the 9th level of body refinement, early Earth realm, or mid-Earth realm, they were all defeated in a single move.
Since I have already made my move, none shall escape. Come here, all of you, let me have my fill of beating.
Yi Yunfei suddenly grinned savagely and charged at the surrounding disciples like a tiger among sheep, utterly unmatched.
This is bad, the lad has gone mad. Everyone, attack together. I refuse to believe he can overcome us all. A disciple shouted.
Yet, before he could finish, Yi Yunfei was already before him.
So arrogant, let us start with you.
Yi Yunfei swept his hand, instantly knocking this disciple to the ground, half his face swollen like a pig's head, blood gushing from his mouth, unable to rise.
This boy is quite peculiar, everyone, rush him.
One must admit, the disciples of a major sect possess a certain arrogance.
As they stubbornly charged towards Yi Yunfei in a frenzy. Yi Yunfei, however, showed no fear, unleashing his physical prowess, each punch and kick unstoppable. Bang!
Yi Yunfei collided with one disciple, sending him sprawling, his right leg breaking upon impact.
Another disciple managed to strike Yi Yunfei's back. However,
the blood fusion body refinement technique not only granted him formidable offensive power but also unparalleled defense.
Having cultivated to the 1st level, Yi Yunfei's body became as hard as black iron.
The disciple's punch felt like mere tickling to him.
Yi Yunfei seized the disciple's arm,
yanking him over and slamming him into the ground.
Bang!
The disciple's ribs were undoubtedly shattered, and he screamed in agony.
Bang, bang, bang.
With each strike,
Yi Yunfei felled another disciple. This boy is a monster, we must flee. The remaining disciples, witnessing Yi Yunfei's godlike might, were already terrified and fled without a fight.
You shall not escape.
Yi Yunfei, swift as lightning, pursued them, grasping one and slamming him into the ground. In this manner, all the surrounding disciples were dispatched by Yi Yunfei. The entire process was swift and decisive, akin to flowing water. I warned you not to provoke me. Yet you chose to ignore it. Yi Yunfei brushed off his garments, seemingly concerned about soiling his attire during the fray. Ah! It hurt so much.
The ground was littered with disciples, groaning in pain.
Yi Yunfei advanced forward. Ha! What is happening over there? It seems someone is fighting. Let us go take a look.
In the distance, another group of disciples approached.
All of you, come here and take a beating first. Yi Yunfei roared,
exuding an imposing aura, charging forward and throwing punches.
Bang, bang. In an instant, Yi Yunfei knocked several disciples down.
Since the high-ranking members of Tianyuan sect continued to observe Yi Yunfei from the shadows, he decided to unleash his full potential and create chaos.
Ah!
Why are you so unreasonable, attacking at first sight? One disciple exclaimed in anger.
Let us strike first and discuss later. Yi Yunfei shouted,
knocking this disciple down with a single punch.
Ah, ah.
In mere moments, this group of disciples was once again laid low, writhing on the ground in agony. This was merely a taste, it was far from satisfying. Very well, let me seek out others and see where they have hidden.
Yi Yunfei strode forward. Hiss.
The disciples sprawled on the ground, upon hearing Yi Yunfei's words, felt their scalps go numb, trembling in fear.
This fellow is exceedingly ruthless. He dares to claim he hasn't had enough. Enough!
You, young man, with your savage demeanor and merciless strikes, surrender and accept your punishment.
Suddenly, a grey-clad elder with a fierce aura glided in from afar, growling softly. Before he even arrived, a powerful energy pressure surged toward Yi Yunfei like a raging wave. Yet, Yi Yunfei's physical strength emanated like an unyielding anchor, completely unaffected. Humph! Luo Fonyang, why are you so fierce? Wasn't this performance arranged by you? Are you satisfied now?
From another direction, Elder Du appeared and swiftly stood before Yi Yunfei to protect him.
Whoosh, whoosh. 3 more elders arrived in succession. Upon their arrival, Their gazes fell upon Yi Yunfei, scrutinizing him closely. These old fellows have finally decided to show themselves. Yi Yunfei could not help but sneer coldly. Elder Du. I am delighted to finally see you. Yi Yunfei spoke to Elder Du nonchalantly. If I had not come to see you, you would have likely demolished the Tianyuan sect's headquarters. Elder Du chuckled ruefully. You jest, Elder Du. Yi Yunfei smiled faintly. Luo Fengyang, now you understand Yi Yunfei's capabilities. Do you not? Do you believe he qualifies to become a core disciple of our Tianyuan sect? Elder Du glared at the Greyclad elder and spoke. Humph. Even if he barely qualifies as a core disciple, this sect has at least several hundred core disciples. Moreover, physical strength is ultimately a minor path, lacking significant prospects for advancement. As for your claim that this lad leaped from the 6th level of body refinement to early Earth realm in the arena, that is utterly nonsensical and impossible. Surely, you fabricated this tale to help him vie for a spot in the Tianying small world. Nevertheless, I shall not be swayed. In the realm of the shadow world, there are but 5 coveted positions. What merit does this young man possess to claim one for himself? I categorically oppose this matter. The Greyclad elder let out a cold snort and departed with a flick of his sleeve. Indeed, the physical prowess of this young man is remarkably formidable. It is likely that even disciples at the late stage of the Earth realm may not stand a chance against him. However, the potential for further development in mere physical strength is rather limited. Such a pity. The other 3 elders, after scrutinizing Yi Yunfei, also shook their heads in lament and subsequently took their leave. Thus, only Yi Yunfei and Elder Du remained in the arena. Chapter 66, Disciple of Golden Peak Senior Elder Du, what is the meaning of this? Did you not say that one of the 5 spots in the Celestial Shadow Small World was reserved for me? Moreover, I hold your token to report to the Tianyuan sect, yet it seems to be of no use. I have yet to enter the mountain gate. And already I am met with hostility from all sides, Yi Yunfei said, furrowing his brow. This matter is complex, Elder Du sighed. Initially, the sect master agreed to grant you one of the spots. However, the 2 old codgers, Luo Fengyang and Su Diqing, vehemently opposed this decision. The core disciples of the sect, upon hearing the news, were incensed and collectively petitioned the sect master against it. Now, even the ordinary disciples are aware of the situation. And the entire Tianyuan sect is in an uproar over your case. I am equally troubled by this. So, I have not yet entered the door. And I have become the common enemy of all disciples in the Tianyuan sect? Yi Yunfei replied, a cold smile gracing his lips. Yi Yunfei had initially agreed to join the Tianyuan sect primarily to explore the Celestial Shadow Small World. Otherwise, he would have no reason to affiliate with such a small sect of a minor empire. To be frank, he held little regard for such a small faction. Given Yi Yunfei's memories and knowledge as the Celestial Emperor, even the prominent sects and clans of the Eastern Domain did not merit his allegiance. Should anger arise within him, he could easily uproot the very foundations of the Tianyuan sect and leave its leaders weeping. Now, the sect master proposed a compromise. In 10 days, the sect's ascending ladder will be opened. At that time, a climbing competition will be held. If you can place within the top 5, you will be entitled to one of the spots in the Celestial Shadow Small World, Elder Du explained. The ascending ladder? Yi Yunfei was taken aback. The ascending ladder is an ancient relic passed down through our Tianyuan sect. It comprises 100 steps, each said to represent a mountain of trials. Generally, a disciple who can reach the 15th step is considered outstanding. Among the current generation, the highest record stands at 25 steps, achieved by Zhang Feng, who ranks first among the core disciples, Elder Du elaborated. I will participate in the climbing competition in 10 days, Yi Yunfei nodded in agreement. Very well. I hope you do not hold this against me, as I am equally constrained by circumstances. I have done my utmost to advocate for you. Now, let me show you to a suitable place to settle, Elder Du said, his spirits lifting when Yi Yunfei accepted. Elder Du led Yi Yunfei to a magnificent and resplendent mountain peak, resembling a vast, inverted sea bowl resting upon the ground. The summit was adorned with pavilions and towers.
They arrived at a quaint pavilion nestled among the woods, surrounded by a bamboo grove swaying gently, sparse old trees, and a babbling brook, creating a picturesque scene. In the Tianyuan sect, occupying such a pavilion was a privilege reserved for core disciples. This pavilion is well equipped with daily necessities, you can feel free to cultivate here. Elder Du informed him. By the way, our Tianyuan sect is divided into 5 peaks: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth.
This is the metal peak. And I am its peak master. Your current status is that of a core disciple of metal peak. Here is your identity token. Elder Du presented Yi Yunfei with a token.
Now that you are a disciple of our Tianyuan sect, you will occasionally receive tasks from the sect to complete. Alternatively, you may visit the task hall to select suitable tasks for yourself. Upon completing a task, the sect will reward you with contribution points based on the task's difficulty. With these points, you can exchange for various items from the sect, such as martial arts manuals, rare materials, and elixirs, Elder Du detailed before taking his leave. Yi Yunfei then settled atop the low mountain. So this was the metal peak, no wonder the mountain was oval-shaped and pale in hue.
Seated in the pavilion, Yi Yunfei released his spiritual energy to sense the mountain's essence.
He had discerned that the headquarters of the Tianyuan sect was entirely arranged according to the heavenly Xian 5 elements divine mountain formation.
Unfortunately,
only the water peak and earth peak retained some spiritual energy, while the metal peak, wood peak, and fire peak had lost all their vitality, their roots buried deep.
Otherwise,
I could harness this unique environment to forge a set of 5 elements spirit swords. With the 5 elements spirit swords, I could cultivate the 5 elements extermination sword array. Yi Yunfei mused, extending his spiritual energy to explore the headquarters of the Tianyuan sect, sighing softly.
Brother Yi Yunfei. Brother Yi Yunfei. Suddenly, a robust and sturdy ordinary disciple with dark skin and an honest expression approached the pavilion, calling out loudly. This disciple's cultivation level was at the 7th stage of qi condensation. What is it? Yi Yunfei stepped out of the pavilion, frowning. You must be Brother Yi Yunfei. My name is Inyo.
Elder Du sent me here.
He mentioned that since you are new, if there is anything you are unclear about or need assistance with,
feel free to ask me, the ordinary disciple said respectfully.
Ah, I see.
Elder Du is quite thoughtful, Yi Yunfei chuckled lightly.
Very well.
I shall not hesitate to trouble you if needed.
By the way, Brother Yi Yunfei, have you claimed your sect benefits yet? Anyo inquired. Oh? What benefits are those? Yi Yunfei was taken aback.
The monthly allocation of spiritual crystals and elixirs provided to disciples by the sect. As a core disciple, you also have unrestricted access to the library to borrow martial arts techniques.
It appears you have not yet claimed your benefits. Come, I will take you to collect them. Anyo replied eagerly. All right then, Yi Yunfei smiled.
Although he had no shortage of spiritual crystals and elixirs, he appreciated Anyo's enthusiasm and decided to take a stroll.
Following Anyo, Yi Yunfei departed from Metal Peak.
In the vast basin surrounded by the 5 main peaks, majestic buildings stood in harmonious arrangement. Anyo guided Yi Yunfei along a wide path, and they encountered numerous disciples along the way.
Look, that's Yi Yunfei.
I heard he has a fearsome reputation and injured several disciples upon entering the sect. Let's keep our distance, if he suddenly loses his temper again.
We might be in trouble, many whispered, pointing at Yi Yunfei.
Who would have thought I would become a celebrity, Yi Yunfei thought, amused, as he clearly heard their hushed conversations.
After a short while, they arrived before an imposing building. Brother Yi Yunfei, this is the Merit Hall.
Let's go in and claim your benefits, Anyo said, leading Yi Yunfei into the bustling hall where many disciples entered and exited, some collecting their monthly benefits, others exchanging contribution points, creating a lively atmosphere. A young man fixated his cold, piercing gaze upon Yi Yunfei. Beside him stood a dozen or so disciples.
Li Shixiang.
This brat has injured many of our Water Peak disciples today, bringing shame upon us, one disciple muttered through clenched teeth.
His eyes directed at Yi Yunfei brimming with animosity and resentment.
Our Water Peak has always been the mightiest among the 5 peaks of Tianyuan sect. It is we who dominate the other peaks, never have their disciples dared to bully ours.
Yet, unexpectedly,
this lad has entered our mountain gate and immediately asserted such dominance over our disciples.
How are we to maintain our standing in the future? Another disciple echoed his frustration.
Li Shixiang, we must teach this boy a lesson to restore our water peak's honor.
Chapter 67, The Task at the Demon Trapping Cliff. However, this young man's strength seems formidable.
After all, he single-handedly injured dozens of our disciples at Water Peak. If we want to teach him a lesson, it may prove challenging. One disciple besides senior brother Li furrowed his brow, expressing concern.
I've gathered information.
This kid's only forte is his physical strength.
Moreover, the strongest disciple he injured today is merely at the mid-stage of the Earth realm.
Thus, he is not as formidable as you imagine.
Zhang Shan,
return to Water Peak immediately and find 4 disciples at the late stage of the Earth realm.
Along with me, that makes 5. This time, I intend to use the 5-dragon water formation against that brat.
Also, fetch my cousin and borrow his illusory water spirit sword. Senior brother Li coldly declared.
This senior brother Li is named Li Yichen.
Within Water Peak, he is a minor tyrant, bolstered by the prestige of his cousin, Li Chaofan,
the foremost disciple of Water Peak.
Li Yichen often relies on his cousin's influence, enjoying a prominent position among the disciples of the Tianyuan sect,
with no one daring to provoke him.
Hiss. The surrounding disciples gasped at Li Yichen's words. Every disciple of Water Peak knows the might of the 5-dragon water formation. Comprising 5 disciples at the late stage of the Earth realm, this formation can challenge experts at the celestial realm. The illusory water spirit sword, a low-grade spiritual weapon,
wields far greater power than ordinary mortal weapons.
However, the lethality of the 5-dragon water formation is so immense that it is typically reserved for external foes. If this killing formation were used in a dispute among disciples, it would undoubtedly draw the ire of the peak master and sect leader, leading to dire consequences.
One disciple appeared somewhat apprehensive.
Are you still unaware? Due to the allocation of quotas in the Tianying small world, that brat has nearly become the common enemy of all disciples in the Tianyuan sect.
Even Elder Su and Elder Luo harbor grievances against him.
Even if we were to eliminate him, there would be no repercussions. Of course, we must avoid drawing attention to ourselves. It is best to act outside the headquarters. Let us head to the task hall and have Deacon Lu assign him a mission to lure him out of the headquarters.
At that point, he will be at our mercy. Li Yichen's gaze lingered on Yi Yunfei's retreating figure, revealing a hint of cunning.
Senior brother Li speaks wisely. The other disciples felt invigorated. Thus, Li Yichen led his group away from the Merit Hall. Meanwhile, under the guidance of Anyo, Yi Yunfei had already received the sect's benefits, 300 spirit crystals and 2 bottles of elixirs. One vial contained 20 first-grade gathering spirit pills, while the other held 5 second-grade true spirit pills. Naturally, these benefits are reserved for core disciples. Ordinary disciples would not receive such generosity.
However, to be frank, Yi Yunfei found little value in these spirit crystals and elixirs.
Given his alchemical prowess, he could easily concoct even 4th and 5th grade elixirs himself.
To him, 1st and 2nd grade elixirs were akin to refuse. After collecting the sect's benefits at the Merit Hall, Anyo fervently urged Yi Yunfei to visit the library. Yet,
Yi Yunfei deemed that within such a minor sect, there could hardly be any superior martial arts or techniques. His mind was already brimming with the world's most exceptional techniques. Thus, disregarding Anyo's counsel, he decided to return to Golden Peak after collecting his benefits.
Yi Yunfei, you truly miss out by not visiting the library.
As a core disciple, you have access to 4th grade martial arts techniques, Anyo lamented along the way.
Yi Yunfei merely smiled in silence. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Wait, are you Yi Yunfei?"
Yi Yunfei paused, noticing a tall, slender disciple hastily approaching him.
"Yes." "What is it?" Yi Yunfei inquired. "I'm a disciple from the task hall. This is a task assigned to you by Deacon Lu. I hope you can complete it promptly."
The disciple handed Yi Yunfei a jade slip.
"Brother, you must be mistaken. Yi Yunfei has only just reported to the sect and is yet unfamiliar with the surroundings. How can he be assigned a task?" Anyo exclaimed, taken aback.
All disciples of the Tianyuan sect must accept tasks assigned by the task hall. No one is exempt from this rule, the disciple replied expressionlessly before turning to leave.
Hey! Brother! Anyo called out. Anyo, let it be, Yi Yunfei said. Brother Yi, you may not know, but among the 5 peaks, Golden Peak is the weakest, often bullied by the disciples of the other 4 peaks. Especially the disciples from Water Peak and Earth Peak never show us a good face. Furthermore, the various halls within the sect look down upon us Golden Peak disciples and frequently present unreasonable challenges. We ordinary disciples of Golden Peak can endure, but Brother Yi, as a core disciple, must not tolerate such treatment. That would be a disgrace to our Golden Peak. Anyo expressed indignantly. Enough, it's just a task. Since I am a disciple of the Tianyuan sect, accepting a few sect tasks is no big deal. As he spoke, Yi Yunfei pressed the jade slip to his forehead. And information flowed into his mind. Go to the demon trapping cliff at the back mountain and collect Tianyao fruits. Yi Yunfei read aloud the information. What? Brother Yi? This task requires you to go to the demon trapping cliff? Absolutely not. That place is filled with dense demonic and sinister energy. Even celestial realm experts dare not approach carelessly. Otherwise, they could easily lose their sanity or even face death. Moreover, there is an ancient legend in our Tianyuan sect proclaiming that a fearsome supreme demon is trapped at the demon trapping cliff. Should it ever emerge? The entire eastern region would be engulfed in carnage and bloodshed. Even the elders of the sect typically avoid approaching the demon trapping cliff. Anyo exclaimed, his face pale with fear. Oh? A supreme demon is trapped there? Yi Yunfei raised an eyebrow, intrigued. As the heavenly emperor, he had faced countless formidable demons and monsters in the past. Though his strength had not yet fully returned, he was unafraid of any supreme demon. After all, the number of great demons and monsters that had perished at his hands was no less than 8,000. Let's go, Brother Yi. We should confront Deacon Liu at the task hall. Assigning such a task is clearly a plot to send you to your demise. Anyo was incensed. Anyo. It's settled. I wish to see the demon trapping cliff, Yi Yunfei insisted. Absolutely not, Brother Yi. It's far too dangerous. Anyo gasped in shock. Anyo, I have made up my mind. You may return first, I will go alone. Yi Yunfei declared. This, very well, Brother Yi, I will accompany you. If Elder Du learns that I allowed you to go alone to the demon trapping cliff, I would be severely reprimanded. Anyo relented after a moment's hesitation. But Brother Yi, you must promise to observe from a distance and not approach. Agreed, let us proceed. Yi Yunfei nodded, grateful for Anyo's guidance, as he was not well acquainted with the path. Before long, the two departed from the headquarters, making their way toward the back mountain. Beyond the headquarters of the Tianyuan sect lies an expanse of towering mountains, majestic and formidable, blanketed by primordial forests, where the sounds of beastly roars and avian cries reverberate endlessly. Within this verdant labyrinth, Yi Yunfei and Anyo navigate their way through the dense undergrowth. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Tianyuan sect's headquarters, a disciple rushes in to report to Senior Brotherly, good news. That brat has left the headquarters and ventured to the back mountain. Haha, this young fool was merely a naive lad. Easily lured out of the headquarters by my subtle ploy, Li Chen rejoices, raising his hand. Excellent. Let us pursue him and eliminate him. With great delight. He sets forth with a dozen disciples from the Water Peak, heading towards the back mountain. Chapter 68, a dense aura of malevolence. This mountainous region is vast and expansive. Yi Yunfei and Aniu traverse the dense thickets, journeying deeper into the mountains. After a considerable time, Aniu suddenly cautioned, Brother Yunfei, be careful. We are nearing the demon trapping cliff. Understood, Yi Yunfei nodded in acknowledgement. Moments later, he sensed a palpable aura of malevolence. Ahead, amidst the ridges, a swirling mass of green demonic energy surged upward like ominous smoke, intermingled with the haunting cries of malevolent spirits. Simultaneously, a thick, black malevolent aura permeated the woods, reeking of a foul stench. This is terrifying. Brother Yunfei, perhaps we should turn back. Aniu's face turned pale, his legs trembling, his speech faltering. Fear not. Trust me. Consume this elixir, it will shield you from the malevolent energy, Yi Yunfei reassured him, producing 2 elixirs, one for himself and the other for Aniu.
Ainio accepted the elixir, his gaze tense and scanning the surroundings, as if a dreadful demon might spring forth at any moment.
The quality of this malevolence is exceptionally high. Could there be a great demon lurking here?
Yi Yunfei pondered, his heart racing at the sight of the billowing malevolent energy ahead.
Meanwhile, behind them, damn it! How can that brat move so swiftly? Everyone, hurry up and intercept him.
Li Yichen, accompanied by a dozen disciples from the water peak,
urged his companions as they chased after Yi Yunfei.
The verdant malevolence ahead filled him with trepidation.
Had I known, I would never have assigned such a task to Lu. Now I am forced to follow that brat into danger. It's all his fault. Once I catch up, I shall make him wish he were dead. Li Yichen cursed darkly. The disciples following him wore expressions of dread. From the moment they entered the Tianyuan sect, every disciple had been repeatedly warned by the higher-ups to never approach the demon trapping cliff, which had become a taboo among the disciples. Ahead, Ainio exclaimed, "Brother Yunfei, look! There it is, the demon trapping cliff."
He pointed towards the horizon. Yi Yunfei strained his eyes and beheld a towering cliff that pierced the clouds, under which lay an unfathomable abyss.
A thick shroud of green demonic energy swirled ominously, obscuring visibility. All right. Brother Yunfei, we cannot proceed any closer to the demon trapping cliff.
It would be exceedingly perilous. I heard that a few years ago, a core disciple of Tianjing's strength approached the cliff and was consumed by the malevolent energy,
losing his essence.
Although the elders rescued him, he was left irreparably damaged, reduced to a fool. Ainio stood firm, his expression filled with horror,
resolutely refusing to advance any further. Indeed, the malevolence ahead is formidable, even for a practitioner of Tianjing. Yi Yunfei nodded, understanding Ainio's reluctance. After all,
Ainio was merely at the 7th level of body refinement, and his willingness to accompany Yi Yunfei this far was commendable. However, for Yi Yunfei, it posed little challenge. Within him lingered a trace of the Celestial Emperor's soul power. Though only a fragment, anything associated with an emperor in this world held immense potency. This remnant of the Celestial Emperor's soul was sufficient for Yi Yunfei to withstand the malevolent energy ahead.
Moreover,
his profound comprehension of the laws of nature and the universe set him apart. Mere demonic energy could not hinder him.
At this moment, Yi Yunfei's curiosity about the demon trapping cliff intensified, compelling him to explore further. All right, Ainio, thank you for your guidance.
Here, take these.
He presented Ainio with 300 spiritual crystal stones and 2 vials of elixirs, rewards for his assistance. Brother Yunfei, what are you doing? Please tell me you don't intend to approach the demon trapping cliff. Let us merely gaze from a distance, Ainio exclaimed in alarm.
Ainio, do not concern yourself with me. Take these in return, Yi Yunfei insisted, pressing the items into Ainio's hands.
Just then, a boisterous laugh echoed from behind. Ah, brat, I have finally caught up with you. Now, let us see where you can run. A group of men emerged from the forest, encircling Yi Yunfei and Ainio. Li Yichen. Ainio's complexion shifted dramatically. You are the one who injured the disciples of Waterpeak, are you not? You are quite bold. Li Yichen glared at Yi Yunfei from a position of superiority. Indeed. That was me.
Merely a swarm of insignificant flies. If they wish to fight, so be it.
Is that considered bold? Yi Yunfei retorted with a cold smile. Yi Yunfei could discern their intentions, clearly not planning to extend any courtesy. Brother Yunfei, be cautious. He is Li Yichen from Waterpeak,
a direct descendant of the Li family from the imperial city, with significant connections. His cousin is the foremost disciple of Waterpeak, Li Chaofan.
Do not provoke him,
lest you find it difficult to survive not only within the Tianyuan sect but throughout the entire Deqin Empire.
Ainio whispered urgently in Yi Yunfei's ear. Brother Li,
it was indeed wrong for Brother Yunfei to injure your disciples. However, he is new here and knows little.
I implore you to show mercy this once.
For the sake of our shared camaraderie. I apologize on his behalf, Ainio interjected, lowering himself to plead for Yi Yunfei.
Ainio, you are quite commendable.
Yi Yunfei felt warmth in his heart, beginning to regard Ainio as a friend.
Yi Yunfei's nature was clear-cut.
He respected those who respected him and retaliated against those who wronged him. Before Ainio could finish speaking, Li Yichen struck him across the face with blinding speed,
leaving a vivid crimson mark on Ainio's cheek. Filth! You dare presume to lecture me? You are beneath me. Associating with the likes of you is a disgrace. Do you think an apology suffices for injuring our disciples? Absurd! Now, both of you shall kneel and bow 1,000 times, then, sever your own hands and feet. Depending on my mood, I may decide whether to spare your miserable lives. Li Yichen barked, pointing menacingly at Ainio and Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei's expression darkened,
a glint of lethal intent flashing in his eyes.
Chapter 69, 5 Dragons Divine Water Formation Swoosh.
In an instant, Yi Yunfei materialized before Li Yichen, his gaze glacial.
Boy! What do you intend to do? Li Yichen felt a prickle of unease. Yi Yunfei's spectral movements were too swift, leaving him no time to react. Smack! Yi Yunfei's response was a resounding slap across Li Yichen's right cheek. The sound echoed crisply. Bang! Li Yichen was sent hurtling backward, crashing down dozens of meters away,
creating a crater upon impact.
Dust billowed. The force of Yi Yunfei's slap was undeniable. Li Yichen, nearly at the late Earth realm, was utterly defenseless against Yi Yunfei.
Ainio and the dozen disciples Li Yichen had brought were dumbfounded.
Li Yichen had been struck.
This was a significant matter.
Throughout the Heavenly Yuan sect, Li Yichen was notorious as a local tyrant.
His cousin, Li Chaofeng, was the foremost figure of the Water Peak, a Heaven Realm expert.
Ah! You dare strike me! You're doomed! I'll tear you to pieces!
Li Yichen howled like a slaughtered pig from within the dense thicket. Several disciples rushed to his aid, helping him to his feet. His right cheek was grotesquely swollen, and a significant portion of his teeth were dislodged, leaving a trail of blood.
His gaze toward Yi Yunfei was venomous, as if he had suffered an unbearable injustice.
Li Yichen, emboldened by his cousin's influence, had always been a domineering presence within the Heavenly Yuan sect, accustomed to bullying others.
Never the other way around. Yet now, he had been slapped. This was an unbearable humiliation. Form the 5 Dragons Divine Water Formation. Li Yichen swallowed a grade 3 healing elixir and barked the command.
Simultaneously, a cerulean longsword materialized in his grasp. The blade shimmered as if crafted from water,
a chilling edge rippling along its surface. A low-grade spirit sword. Whoosh! 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 Whoosh!
Li Yichen and 4 other disciples, all with late Earth Realm cultivation,
moved with practiced coordination, forming a battle array. Each wielded a long sword, their energies intertwined, their sword tips aimed at Yi Yunfei. You dare employ the 5 Dragons Divine Water Formation against fellow disciples. If the sect leader discovers this, you'll face severe repercussions. Ainio exclaimed, recognizing the formation.
The 5 Dragons Divine Water Formation possessed formidable destructive power, and its unauthorized use was strictly prohibited within the Heavenly Yuan sect, especially in conflicts between disciples.
Ha! With the 2 of you silenced, how would the sect leader ever know? Li Yichen sneered, making no attempt to conceal his murderous intent toward Yi Yunfei and Ainio.
Only their demise could quell his rage.
Li Yichen, you dare kill us? Ainio stammered, panic creeping into his voice.
Ainio, waste no words on him.
Rest assured, they cannot kill us, Yi Yunfei declared.
Soon, you'll learn the meaning of regret.
Li Yichen roared.
Swish! The cerulean sword in his hand transformed into a stream of azure water, surging toward Yi Yunfei with incredible speed.
The 4 other disciples, each possessing late Earth Realm cultivation,
moved in unison, occupying different positions and unleashing their swords from various angles, locking onto Yi Yunfei.
Swish! Instantly,
the sound of flowing water filled the air within several meters. 5 ethereal streams of water materialized, crisscrossing and swirling.
The 5 streams converged, encircling Yi Yunfei.
Yi Yunfei discovered that he was surrounded by water, his body trapped from all directions.
Ainio was similarly confined within the water formation, unable to move. Haha, boy. How does it feel? You were so formidable earlier, daring to strike me. Now, do you finally know regret? Li Yichen, seeing Yi Yunfei immobilized,
assumed that the five dragons' divine water formation had taken effect, rendering him helpless. Indeed, the formation was renowned within the heavenly Yuan sect as a formidable and potent array. A formation composed of 5 late Earth realm cultivators could even challenge heaven realm experts. How much more so against a mere early Earth realm cultivator?
I feel no regret. Striking you earlier was quite satisfying, Yi Yunfei retorted with a grin. In Yi Yunfei's eyes, the five dragons' divine water formation was riddled with flaws. A rudimentary and easily defeated construct. During his reign over the world, what formations had he not encountered? Among the 3,000 greater worlds, he had witnessed even the divine arrays left behind from the primordial era. The five dragons' divine water formation employed by these water peak disciples was nothing more than a childish game, clumsy and laughable. Attack, kill him. Li Chen, incensed by Yi Yunfei's words, roared the command. Swish! Swish! Amidst the swirling water, 5 long swords, like rivulets, silently pierced toward Yi Yunfei from different directions. The surging water generated by the five dragons' divine water formation served 2 purposes: first, to immobilize the opponent, hindering their movements; second, to conceal the attack. The 5 swords, hidden within the flowing water, struck at Yi Yunfei's vital points like venomous snakes. Hee, boy, you're finished. Li Chen was jubilant. His illusion water spirit sword had reached within 3 inches of Yi Yunfei, its sharp edge locked onto Yi Yunfei's heart. Being targeted by a low-grade spirit sword at such close range, even a heaven realm expert would struggle to evade. Thus, Li Chen smiled with malice. See? Those who dare provoke me, Li Chen, meet only one end, death. The resentment that had accumulated from Yi Yunfei's slap seemed to dissipate in that instant. However, at that very moment, Yi Yunfei moved. With a slight shift, he evaded Li Chen's illusion water spirit sword. Then, with lightning speed, he extended his right hand, seizing Li Chen's throat and lifting him into the air. Clang! The illusion water spirit sword clattered to the ground. Simultaneously, Yi Yunfei drew his own longsword, unleashing the 1,000 transformations mysterious illusion sword technique. A dazzling display of sword light erupted. Clang! 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 The 4 other late Earth realm disciples were struck in the wrists almost simultaneously, their swords sent flying. The 5 dragons' divine water formation was shattered. The water currents surrounding Yi Yunfei vanished. How is this possible? Everyone except Yi Yunfei was stunned. The 5 dragons' divine water formation, so renowned within the heavenly Yuan sect, had been broken just like that? Gurgle. Li Chen, his throat constricted by Yi Yunfei, struggled desperately in midair like a chicken, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. Now, do you know regret? Yi Yunfei stared at Li Chen with a mocking gaze. Release Senior Brotherly. If anything happens to Senior Brotherly, the consequences will be more than you can bear. Senior Brotherly's cousin is Li Chaofan, the foremost figure of our water peak. Senior Brotherly is from the Li family of the Imperial City. The disciples of Waterpeak, numbering over a dozen, shouted at Yi Yunfei. In their eyes, even if Yi Yunfei were to emerge victorious, he would not dare to confront Li Chen, given the latter's formidable background. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Yi Yunfei's hand grasped firmly, shattering Li Chen's throat in an instant. Then, with a resounding thud, Li Chen's lifeless body fell to the ground. Yi Yunfei had no intentions of sparing those who sought his demise. You have killed Senior Brotherly? The disciples of Waterpeak gazed at Yi Yunfei with incredulity, unable to fathom the reality before them. Indeed, I have slain him, and you shall all meet the same fate, Yi Yunfei affirmed with a nod. No sooner had he spoken than his sword surged forward like lightning, unleashing a dazzling array of sword lights that illuminated the surroundings. Yi Yunfei moved with unparalleled speed, darting left and right, forward and back. With each strike of his blade, another life was extinguished. In the span of a single breath, every last disciple of Waterpeak lay dead. This. Yi Yunfei, you have stirred up a grave disaster. Anyo stared at the sea of corpses, his complexion drained of color. At that moment, without warning, the earth began to tremble violently, as if a cataclysmic earthquake of magnitude 12 were underway. The very ground swayed ominously, akin to a sieve. The mountains echoed with the cries of terrified birds and the panic of beasts, all fleeing as if scalded by boiling water. Then, Yi Yunfei beheld a surge of monstrous energy erupting from the abyss below the cliff ahead, a force of unparalleled intensity. The tremors originated from the demon trapping cliff. Yi Yunfei's gaze narrowed. Simultaneously, within the headquarters of Tianyuan sect, alarm bells rang out. Trouble! The demon trapping cliff is in turmoil. The high-ranking officials of Tianyuan sect turned pale, their hearts racing with trepidation. Chapter 70, Within the Stone Cave Whoosh. At the headquarters of the Tianyuan sect, two figures soared into the sky, standing in midair as they gazed towards the location of the backward sky demon cliff. That ancient demon had remained silent for over a century. Why, then, had it suddenly stirred? Could it be a harbinger of misfortune? Let us investigate, remarked an elder with snow-white hair, furrowing his brow. Seal the mountain gate. All disciples of the Tianyuan sect must remain within the headquarters and are forbidden from leaving. Thundered another figure, a middle-aged man whose voice resonated throughout the entire sect. The white-haired elder was a reclusive elder of the Tianyuan sect, while the middle-aged man was the current sect leader, Shi Zongyang. Together, the elder and the leader glided through the air towards the rear mountain. Meanwhile, at the rear mountain, Brother Yi Yunfei, this is bad. It must be the legendary unparalleled demon about to emerge. We must flee. Anyo's face turned pale with fear, his legs trembling. All right. Anyo, you run ahead, and I will follow closely behind, Yi Yunfei contemplated before responding. Without a moment's hesitation, Anyo bolted, exerting every ounce of strength to run as fast as he could. Yi Yunfei followed closely behind him. After a brief moment, the two gradually distanced themselves from the backward sky demon cliff. Rumbling. The ground continued to shake violently. From the direction of the cliff, a torrent of demonic energy surged forth, coloring the sky a vivid green. This is terrifying. We can never return to the rear mountain, Anyo exclaimed as they ran. Let us pick up the pace, Brother Yi Yunfei. Suddenly, Anyo felt something amiss and turned to look back. Ha! Where is Brother Yi Yunfei? He realized that Yi Yunfei had vanished from sight. Could he have run ahead of me? Anyo pondered, recognizing that Yi Yunfei's strength vastly surpassed his own. However, he was unaware that at that moment, Yi Yunfei had already reached the edge of the backward sky demon cliff. Before him lay an unfathomable abyss, from which waves of green demonic energy erupted like colossal plumes of smoke. Within it, the faint sounds of malevolent laughter echoed, alluring and sinister. The entire cliff trembled violently, clearly indicating that the demonic energy was erupting from this very spot. The relentless tide of demonic energy surged forth, threatening to engulf Yi Yunfei. Yet, his body shimmered with a radiant glow, forming a protective aura that kept the demonic energy at bay. This was a secret technique specifically designed to defend against demonic energy. Coupled with his mastery of the Heavenly Demon Blood Fusion Body Technique, a legacy of the Heavenly Demon Clan, Yi Yunfei's physical vitality was extraordinarily robust, allowing him to withstand the demonic forces without fear. Could it be? Yi Yunfei stood at the edge of the abyss, suddenly sensing a familiar presence rising from below. His soul power reached down into the depths of the chasm. Soon, he discovered a vast platform positioned approximately 1,000 meters below, with a colossal opening atop it. A torrent of demonic energy surged forth from this opening. Very well. I shall descend to investigate. Yi Yunfei leapt into the abyss, aiming for the platform below. As he plummeted, the demonic energy parted around him, and the sound of rushing wind filled his ears. After several breaths, he felt his feet touch solid ground, successfully landing upon the platform. This platform was, in fact, a massive stone protrusion from the cliff face. At the edge of the platform stood an ancient opening, its stone doors firmly shut. As Yi Yunfei approached the entrance, a wave of terrifying energy surged towards him. There is actually an ancient formation here. Yi Yunfei was taken aback and quickly stepped back. He realized that a defensive formation had been set up at the entrance. This formation emanated an aura of age, clearly indicating that it had been in place for a considerable time. Its power remained formidable.
Had Yi Yunfei not been well versed in formations and sensed it in time, he would have been struck by the energy of the formation.
The strength of this ancient formation was immense.
Even a practitioner of the Holy Realm would find it difficult to breach. Yi Yunfei's soul power probed the formation, and after some study, he murmured to himself, "Yet this shall not pose a challenge for me." He meticulously analyzed the ancient formation, having previously devoted much effort to the study of various formations across the world. Although this ancient formation was powerful, it was not insurmountable for Yi Yunfei.
Once more, he approached the entrance.
With a graceful sidestep and a delicate maneuver,
he danced along a unique trajectory.
In no time, Yi Yunfei stood before the stone doors, pushing them open with determination.
With a resounding roar, the doors swung wide.
And without hesitation, Yi Yunfei stepped into the stone cave. Inside the cave, a staircase descended, shrouded in thick, viscous green demonic energy that whirled and roared past him. It appears to be the legendary race. At this moment, Yi Yunfei surmised the identity of the unparalleled demon trapped within the stone cave.
He continued his descent down the stairs.
Just then, whoosh! At the edge of the backward sky demon cliff, two figures descended, indeed. They were the reclusive elder and the sect leader of the Tianyuan sect. The tremors originated from here, confirming that the old demon still lives. Its vitality is truly astonishing.
The elder lamented.
I once heard from my master that this ancient demon has been sealed here for 4 to 5 centuries.
Moreover,
the powerful being who originally suppressed it had set up formidable treasures to gradually drain its life essence.
I hope that one day, it can be eradicated completely. Who would have thought that after hundreds of years, this demon still persists? Truly remarkable. The sect leader echoed, astonished. However, even if this demon remains alive, its remaining life essence must be dwindling.
Over a century ago, it struggled once, causing tremors that span thousands of miles,
fracturing the earth and turning countless beings into mindless husks. This disturbance is evidently much less severe.
This indicates that while the demon is not yet dead, it is growing increasingly feeble. Thus, we need not worry excessively, the elder reassured.
Meanwhile, within the stone cave, Yi Yunfei continued his descent down the staircase. Time passed without his notice until finally, his surroundings opened up dramatically. He found himself in a vast underground plaza. At the center of the plaza, 9 immense stone pillars stood in an orderly fashion, their surfaces weathered and dust-laden, clearly aged by time. Each pillar was so large that it would require the combined effort of 6 or 7 adults to encircle it. Atop each pillar, a red iron chain extended outward.
9 iron chains extend into the air, intertwining together, binding a creature at the center of 9 stone pillars. I was indeed correct in my conjecture. Yi Yunfei's gaze fell upon that being, a hint of astonishment evident in his expression.
Chapter 71, The Ancient Celestial Fox. Before me stands a fox. A fox adorned with wings.
Most striking are the dual wings upon its back and the continuous release of sinister demonic energy emanating from its form.
At this moment, the fox is desperately struggling, its furious roars echoing through the air.
The 9 iron chains binding it rattle violently, creating a cacophony of sound. The colossal stone pillars,
to which the chains are affixed, tremble precariously, causing the entire plaza to quake and reverberate outward.
As Yi Yunfei stepped into the plaza, his gaze fixed upon the fox. It appeared momentarily taken aback, ceasing its struggles. Its emerald green eyes radiated 2 terrifying beams of green light directed at Yi Yunfei.
How intriguing, a seemingly frail human has managed to arrive here. Do you not fear my fangs devouring you whole? After a brief silence, the fox spoke, its voice enchanting, reminiscent of a woman's teasing tone. In my recollection, the ancient celestial fox clan does not consume humans. You cannot intimidate me, Yi Yunfei replied with a faint smile. How is it possible? You actually recognize me? The fox exclaimed in astonishment, its expression one of disbelief. It is essential to note that the ancient celestial fox clan belongs to an ancient lineage, exceedingly rare. Until now, this fox had only been perceived as an ordinary creature, cultivated by human cultivators and suppressed here. Never had anyone discerned its true identity. Unexpectedly, this young human before her had unveiled her essence. It seems there is no race I cannot recognize, Yi Yunfei declared with an air of arrogance. Who would have thought I would encounter an ancient beast here? In truth, Yi Yunfei himself felt a profound astonishment. The number of ancient beasts is alarmingly scarce. Most have perished through the relentless passage of time. Having once been the heavenly emperor, traversing through myriad realms, he had only encountered 2 or 3 ancient beasts throughout his journey. To find one here was indeed unexpected. You are not merely an ordinary human youth, reveal your true identity. The celestial fox demanded, its gaze piercing into Yi Yunfei. As it spoke,
green runes silently enveloped him like a flurry of emerald snowflakes.
Ha! Do not attempt your petty tricks before me, they are futile. Yi Yunfei laughed heartily. The celestial fox, while speaking, had attempted to cast an illusion to ensnare Yi Yunfei's will. Boom! Suddenly,
a realm of corpses and blood surged forth within Yi Yunfei's eyes, a terrifying world of chaotic battle.
In that world, countless formidable beings clashed fiercely, with each passing moment witnessing the fall of yet another powerful entity. Mountains of corpses amassed, rivers of blood flowed, roaring across the earth. At this moment,
the celestial fox sensed it was being inexorably drawn into this world of madness and slaughter. This chaotic realm was, in fact,
a projection conjured by a fragment of the heavenly emperor's soul force, simultaneously reflecting Yi Yunfei's true experiences. Ah!
The celestial fox screamed in terror,
its expression one of sheer fear. It promptly retracted its illusion. You are undoubtedly of great significance. It is impossible that you are merely an ordinary young human. Could it be that you are a powerful being who has undergone a rebirth? The celestial fox regarded Yi Yunfei with a mixture of fear and confusion. How pitiable! A dignified ancient celestial fox, of such noble lineage, trapped here in darkness. Moreover, it appears your time is limited.
These 9 sea-suppressing needles and the binding ropes are relentlessly depleting your demonic essence.
I estimate that in another 500 or 600 years, your time will be up. Such a pity.
Yi Yunfei, with hands clasped behind his back, revealed a teasing smile.
Begone! My affairs are none of your concern. Leave at once, or I shall not hesitate to show you my displeasure.
The celestial fox screeched, utterly losing control of its emotions.
For Yi Yunfei had spoken the truth. However,
I possess a way to rescue you, Yi Yunfei softly uttered.
Though his words were gentle, they struck the celestial fox like thunder. Is what you say true? You can save me? The celestial fox's gaze was locked onto Yi Yunfei, its expression brimming with excitement.
Having been trapped here for centuries,
every moment had been a longing for freedom.
The sea-suppressing needles and binding ropes, while formidable, are not insurmountable for me.
I merely have one condition, Yi Yunfei stated with confidence. What condition? Speak quickly. The celestial fox urged.
Submit to me and acknowledge me as your master, Yi Yunfei replied nonchalantly.
The ancient celestial fox is a terrifying race. Every adult member possesses immense power.
Yi Yunfei discerned that this fox was merely over 600 years old, a mere youth among its kind.
Having been suppressed here for over 500 years, its demonic power had been nearly exhausted, rendering it seemingly feeble. Once freed, this fox would possess boundless potential for growth. Securing its allegiance would provide Yi Yunfei with a formidable ally. Never! How could the ancient celestial fox clan acknowledge a lowly human as master? I would rather die. The celestial fox retorted vehemently.
Before you lie but 2 choices, remain here and await your demise or acknowledge me as your master.
Trust me, one day
I shall lead you to the pinnacle of this world, ensuring your legacy as an ancient celestial fox is not forgotten, Yi Yunfei asserted, gazing at the fox.
Ha! Spare me your grandiose claims. Even if your origins are extraordinary, do you truly believe reaching the pinnacle of this world is so simple? The celestial fox scoffed.
I can indeed achieve it, for I once was the heavenly emperor.
Yi Yunfei declared, his tone unwavering as he articulated each word. As his voice faded,
a sliver of the heavenly emperor's soul force was unleashed.
Instantly, the plaza fell into a profound silence.
The dense demonic energy within the plaza recoiled as if struck by a powerful force, fleeing in terror. Within a radius of several hundred meters around Yi Yunfei,
the air cleared, and the demonic energy dissipated.
In that fleeting moment, the celestial fox felt an overwhelming sense of fear and submission rising from the depths of its soul. Its expression turned pale, eyes wide with terror.
Now, you must choose. Which option will you take? Yi Yunfei asked, having retracted his soul force, appearing once more unremarkable as he regarded the celestial fox. I choose to submit to you. The celestial fox responded, its gaze fixed on Yi Yunfei, no longer daring to show any sign of disrespect. The fragment of the Heavenly Emperor's soul force had thoroughly subdued it. The Heavenly Emperor is indeed the pinnacle of existence in this world. This young human, having once held that title, is undoubtedly worthy to be its master. Excellent. In time,
you shall realize how correct your choice was today. Now, release your soul sea.
Do not resist, Yi Yunfei commanded. The celestial fox complied entirely, releasing its soul sea.
With a mere thought, Yi Yunfei unleashed a surge of soul power, coalescing it into a rune that penetrated the soul sea of the celestial fox,
affixing itself to its spiritual body.
This was an exceptionally sophisticated technique for controlling demons.
Subsequently, Yi Yunfei discovered a wondrous connection had been established between himself and the celestial fox.
He could now command the spirit of the fox at will. Its life or death lay solely in his hands.
Very well, I shall now rescue you,
Yi Yunfei proclaimed as he approached the 9 sea-suppressing needles. Though both the sea-suppressing needles and the binding demon ropes were formidable treasures, Yi Yunfei was well aware of how to unravel their power. After a considerable span of time, he called out, "Collect!"
In response,
the 9 colossal sea-suppressing needles began to shrink, ultimately transforming into 9 delicate embroidery needles that landed in Yi Yunfei's palm.
The binding demon ropes, too,
diminished in size until they resembled mere strands of hair, resting in his other hand. These 2 treasures now belong to me.
Yi Yunfei concealed them with care. I pay my respects, Master, the celestial fox, now liberated, exclaimed in overwhelming excitement as it knelt before Yi Yunfei.
Rise, Yi Yunfei waved his hand dismissively.
However,
having you by my side could indeed prove troublesome, he mused, furrowing his brow as he regarded the celestial fox. Master, you need not worry.
In fact,
I have already attained human form, the celestial fox replied with a gentle smile. With that, it transformed, revealing an enchanting and exquisite maiden before Yi Yunfei's eyes. Chapter 72, The Return of the Strong. The young girl, clad in a delicate pink garment, fitted loosely upon her form, exhibited an alluring silhouette that was both graceful and captivating. Her skin, pale as snow, surpassed even the frost in its whiteness, and her long, elegant feet were adorned with wooden shoes, revealing 10 exquisitely delicate toes that playfully peeked out. With a refined nose and lips reminiscent of blooming orchids, her cheeks, smooth and white as congealed fat, were strikingly beautiful. What rendered her even more enchanting was the intoxicating allure that seemed to emanate from her entire being. Standing there casually, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, she was simply a vision that stirred the imagination.
Master, do I not possess beauty?
She asked with a playful giggle.
Ahem.
You are somewhat pleasing, Yi Yunfei replied, somewhat evasively.
If my master finds favor in me, you may indulge me directly.
Women of the ancient Heavenly Fox clan have long been the object of pursuit by men across all realms, she continued, tossing Yi Yunfei a flirtatious glance.
The girls of the Heavenly Fox clan are innately beguiling, adept in the art of seduction, it is part of their very nature. Enough with your charms.
They are of no use here.
Your attire is too scant, why not thicken it a bit?
Also, adopt a more serious expression.
Sigh.
Having you by my side is becoming quite troublesome. You might as well revert to your fox form, Yi Yunfei said, furrowing his brow in mild frustration.
Master, do not worry. I can retreat into my inner pearl, you can carry it with you, and I shall remain safe, she smiled, and as she spoke,
she expelled a green gem from her lips, which floated before Yi Yunfei.
Excellent! Yi Yunfei exclaimed, elated. This makes things considerably more convenient.
Previously, while I roamed among humans,
I was known as Hu Miao. From now on, you may call me Hu Miao, she declared. Very well. By the way, Hu Miao, how much strength do you have left? Yi Yunfei inquired. Approximately equivalent to a late-stage Xian realm human warrior. However,
I can still put up a fight even against an early-stage Saint Realm warrior, Hu Miao replied.
Truly impressive for an ancient heavenly fox, Yi Yunfei praised.
It was astonishing that after being suppressed for 400 to 500 years, Hu Miao retained such formidable power.
Alright, Hu Miao, enter your pearl now. We must leave this place, Yi Yunfei instructed.
Hu Miao nodded, transforming into a wisp of blue mist that flowed into the gem, vanishing from sight. Yi Yunfei concealed the gem within his spatial ring and turned to exit the plaza. Meanwhile, outside, by the abyss of the demon-trapped cliff, the hidden elder and the sect leader of the Tianyuan sect stood beside the chasm. At that moment, all was silent below. The ancient demon had finally ceased its commotion.
It seems the old demon has fallen silent.
It must have been struggling in its death throes. We need not worry anymore, let us return, the hidden elder announced. With that, they both activated their movement techniques and departed the demon-trapped cliff, heading back to their headquarters.
A moment later, a figure suddenly emerged from the depths of the abyss.
Time to return, Yi Yunfei murmured to himself. He had not anticipated that his visit to the back mountain would yield the capture of an ancient heavenly fox. The rewards were indeed bountiful. Yi Yunfei swiftly made his way back to the Tianyuan sect headquarters, where normalcy had been restored. Quietly, he returned to the Golden Peak and headed towards his small loft.
Brother Yunfei, you have finally returned.
Anyo awaited him eagerly outside the loft, and upon spotting Yi Yunfei, he could not contain his joy. I searched for you for half the day, worried something had happened to you, Anyo said.
What could possibly happen to me?
I merely strolled about, Yi Yunfei replied.
Now, Anyo, you may return, I wish to cultivate.
Very well, Brother Yunfei. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to call for me, Anyo said before departing. Once inside the loft, Yi Yunfei called, Hu Miao, come forth. With a flash, a wisp of blue mist appeared, and Hu Miao stood before him.
Master,
what do you require?
She inquired.
You have been suppressed for centuries, and your demonic energy has been severely depleted. I will concoct some energy-restoring pills for you to help you recover. Unfortunately, I possess few suitable herbs at present.
Otherwise, I could brew more tailored elixirs for you.
In the future, I will procure herbs specifically for your kind and make potions to aid your recovery.
For now, please guard me, I shall begin my alchemy. Yi Yunfei instructed.
Thank you, Master. Hu Miao exclaimed joyfully. With her powers greatly diminished from centuries of suppression, she was indeed in need of restoration. Yi Yunfei then retrieved his alchemical cauldron along with a selection of herbs to commence his work. At that moment, a young man in white, with a long knife slung across his back and arms crossed, strolled slowly up the Golden Peak. The air around him crackled with sharp blades of energy, slicing through the atmosphere with a hissing sound. Though his movements appeared leisurely, he exuded an undeniable aura of dominance.
Look, Brother Ling has returned.
He is the pride of our Golden Peak. Brother Ling had been away for over a year, and during his absence, the disciples had faced much hardship.
Now,
with his return, their spirits were lifted significantly. The young man, known as Ling Tianyu, was the foremost disciple of the Golden Peak,
ranking among the top 10 in the entire Tianyuan sect.
Simultaneously, atop the water peak, a young man in blue ascended gracefully.
Tall and striking,
with a fair complexion and elegant demeanor, he seemed to carry with him an ethereal essence of a blue ocean, with seagulls soaring and sharks competing in the depths. Brother Li Chaofan has returned.
A loud cry resonated throughout the water peak.
Li Chaofan, the foremost disciple of the water peak, had been away for over 2 years. And now, the strong had returned. At the same time, disciples of formidable strength from other peaks were also returning from their journeys. Many powerful disciples of the Tianyuan sect chose to venture out into the world for experience, for it was through real combat that warriors truly grew.
Now,
these returning disciples had received word that the celestial ladder within the sect would soon be opened for a climbing competition, which would determine the participants eligible to enter the Tianying small world.
Chapter 73, The Newcomer's Tribute Atop the Water Peak.
A young man clad in blue stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his visage marred by fury.
Brother Li, you must stand up for us. That wretch broke one of my arms.
At least 5 or 6 of my ribs are fractured.
My foot is shattered too.
Surrounding him were several disciples of Water Peak. their bodies wrapped in white bandages, exuding the pungent scent of medicinal ointments as they lamented their misfortunes. This blue-clad youth was none other than Li Chaofan, the foremost disciple of Waterpeak, renowned for his prowess, ranking among the top 3 in the Tianyuan sect. How outrageous! A mere newcomer dares to bully disciples of Waterpeak. Such audacity! This is intolerable! Li Chaofan bellowed, shattering a nearby table with a single strike of his palm. By the way, where is Yichen? Why have I not seen him all day? Li Chaofan inquired, his brow furrowing. Brother Li Yichen took several of our disciples to confront Yi Yunfei, a disciple replied, his loyalty to Yichen evident in his words. Set aside other matters for now. We must find Yichen at once. All of you, go. Li Chaofan commanded, an inexplicable sense of foreboding gnawing at him. At this moment, atop the Golden Peak, in the loft where Yi Yunfei resided, he had just completed refining pills. Here, Hu Miao, 30 demonic power pills, which should suffice for a while, he declared, handing over the 30 yellow pills. Master, your speed in pill refinement is astonishing. In less than 2 hours, you've produced 30 pills. It seems that for you, refining pills is as effortless as eating or sleeping, Hu Miao exclaimed, her exquisite face reflecting sheer astonishment. She had observed the entire process, which unfolded with an elegance reminiscent of flowing water, offering an artistic delight, all while executed with extraordinary speed. Demonic power pills are merely 4th-tier pills. They are inconsequential to me. I could easily concoct 5th-tier pills, Yi Yunfei replied with a smile. In the future, I shall show you how to refine imperial pills. Imperial pills? Hu Miao gasped, her alluring form trembling in surprise. I eagerly anticipate it. She gazed at Yi Yunfei with admiration, feeling that aligning herself with him was a wise decision. You have been suppressed for centuries, and your source of demonic power has been severely depleted. These pills will be of great assistance. Consume them without delay, Yi Yunfei instructed. Understood. With a graceful motion, Hu Miao transformed into a wisp of demonic energy and returned to the inner core within Yi Yunfei. Just then, a loud voice echoed from outside the loft, calling for Yi Yunfei with a taunting undertone. It seemed trouble had arrived. Yi Yunfei smirked coldly and stepped outside. Before the small loft stood a group of over a dozen individuals. At the forefront was a burly man, around 25 or 26, clad in rugged attire, with a black spear slung across his back and a fierce glint in his eyes. This man was Zhou Tong, a formidable figure within Golden Peak. Behind him stood his loyal followers, while a throng of Golden Peak disciples gathered in the distance, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Zhou Tong had recently returned from over a year of trials outside the sect. But why had he come to confront Yi Yunfei? You may not be aware, but our core disciples of Golden Peak have all returned recently. Upon hearing about Yi Yunfei, they are all indignant. Consider this, Yi Yunfei is merely a newcomer who has just joined our Golden Peak, yet Elder Du intends to grant him a spot in the Tianying small world. Naturally, the other core disciples are discontent and eager to challenge Yi Yunfei. Indeed, Zhou Tong ranks 3rd among the core disciples of Golden Peak. His involvement signals an entertaining confrontation ahead, murmured the onlookers. Are you Yi Yunfei? How dare you aspire to claim a place in the Tianying small world? Zhou Tong scoffed, his disdainful gaze appraising Yi Yunfei from head to toe. This is my place of contemplation. Interlopers are not welcome, begone, Yi Yunfei retorted, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor calm yet assertive. Presumptuous. You are but a newcomer, and you dare to display such arrogance towards brother Zhou Tong. You are courting disaster. One of Zhou Tong's followers exclaimed. Listen well, newcomer. It is customary for new disciples to pay a tribute to the senior disciples, such as spirit crystals or spirit pills. This is known as the newcomer's tribute. Hand over all your valuables at once. If you are wise, you will comply and apologize to brother Zhou Tong. Perhaps he will show mercy this once. The followers of Zhou Tong erupted in anger, pointing fingers at Yi Yunfei and hurling insults. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the crowd. Look! Xiao Xiaoling, the second-ranking disciple of Golden Peak, has arrived. Even brother Ling Tianyu, the top disciple, is here. Gasps of astonishment swept through the onlookers.
The top 3 disciples of Golden Peak had gathered. The surrounding disciples were left in awe, knowing that among the over 2,000 disciples, those ranked in the top 3 were exceptional beings of immense strength. Yet, they had all come to this place for Yi Yunfei. Is this Yi Yunfei? His strength appears somewhat disappointing for a beginner, Xiao Xiaoling remarked, shaking her head. Disappointment etched on her lovely features. Aunt, Ling Tianyu, the foremost disciple, assessed Yi Yunfei before disdainfully uttering 2 words, "Get lost." "I'll say it once more, leave. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences," Yi Yunfei proclaimed, visibly irritated, dismissing Zhou Tong with a wave of his hand, as if swatting away bothersome flies. Remarkable. A newcomer dares to speak to me, Zhou Tong, in such a tone. If this continues, there may be no place for me in Golden Peak, Zhou Tong seethed, incensed by Yi Yunfei's insolence. Chapter 74, A Retaliation Among the Disciples of Jin Feng. Zhou Tong ranked 3rd in combat prowess, which had rendered him exceedingly arrogant. At this moment, he presented 2 choices: first, to humbly offer the newcomeress tribute and kneel in apology, and he might spare him; second, he would take matters into his own hands to demonstrate what true strength entailed. Zhou Tong nonchalantly patted his back, and a black spear sprang forth into his grasp, pointing menacingly at Yi Yunfei, as he coldly uttered his challenge. In that instant, a terrifying wave of spiritual power surged from his being, creating a tempest that swept across the arena, sending dust and debris flying. The scene was utterly fearsome. Zhou Tong was at the initial stage of the celestial realm. The sheer might of Brother Zhou was daunting. Those who stood behind him, a dozen or so followers, were immediately thrown off balance, collapsing in disarray, utterly terrified. It was no wonder Zhou Tong held the 3rd rank, even the mere aura he exuded was unbearable. Yi Yunfei had provoked Zhou Tong to this extent. It was akin to courting death. Onlookers among the Jin Feng disciples gasped in awe, urging Zhou Tong to temper his wrath. At that moment, a Niu squeezed through the crowd, rushing to Yi Yunfei's side. "Brother Yunfei, as a newcomer, you may not grasp our Jin Feng customs. I hope Brother Zhou can consider our shared mountain and forgive this transgression. I shall cover Brother Yunfei's tribute." A Niu spoke softly, attempting to placate Zhou Tong. "Brother Yunfei, Zhou Tong's strength is formidable, do not anger him." As he spoke, a Niu produced some spiritual crystals and elixirs, intending to offer them to Zhou Tong. "Get lost, you filthy creatures." Zhou Tong's expression darkened as he shouted. A Niu, merely a body-refining disciple, was viewed as insignificant by Zhou Tong, a core disciple, and thus dismissed with disdain. With a sharp crack, the black spear struck a Niu's face. He was flung away, crashing to the ground several meters distant, his face swelling and blood streaming from his mouth. The spiritual crystals and elixirs fell from his grasp. "A Niu, you needn't worry. Within Tian Yuan sect, there is no disciple I cannot confront." Yi Yunfei swiftly helped a Niu to his feet and declared. In a flash, Yi Yunfei moved, appearing before Zhou Tong like a wraith, his cold gaze fixed upon him. Yi Yunfei was furious. A Niu, an ordinary disciple, had earned his respect over the past few days, and now that he had been assaulted, Yi Yunfei felt compelled to avenge him. In a heartbeat, Yi Yunfei launched a punch forward. "Ha! I'm off to the flame, utterly foolish," Zhou Tong sneered, thrusting his spear to meet Yi Yunfei's fist. The spiritual fluctuations emanating from the spear created a heavy pressure in the air, as if a mountain were descending upon Yi Yunfei. Unyielding, Yi Yunfei did not retract his fist or alter his course, he pressed forward. Zhou Tong smirked, confident that his spear would obliterate Yi Yunfei's punch. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as their fists collided. To the astonishment of onlookers, Yi Yunfei's fist slowly advanced, causing Zhou Tong's spear to bend under the pressure before ultimately snapping in two. Zhou Tong's self-assured smile vanished, replaced by shock. With an explosive force, Yi Yunfei unleashed a punch, his physical strength equivalent to tens of thousands of pounds, creating a vacuum of pressure in the air. Zhou Tong felt a shiver of Chapter 75, the battle plan get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Yi Yunfei uttered a single word, slowly scanning the surroundings of the small pavilion. At that moment, the disciples of Jin Feng no longer dared to disregard Yi Yunfei's warning. After all,
He was a formidable existence capable of defeating Zhou Tong, someone not to be trifled with by ordinary Jin Feng disciples.
Zhou Tong's numerous lackeys, meeting Yi Yunfei's gaze, were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly. They hurriedly helped Zhou Tong and fled as if their lives depended on it. The other Jin Feng disciples, upon encountering Yi Yunfei's stare, also turned and fled in fright.
Only Ling Tianyu and Xiao Shaoling dismissed Yi Yunfei's warning with contempt.
How intriguing! A strong sense of combat awareness.
From the outset, Zhou Tong lost the initiative, becoming increasingly constrained. It seems Jin Feng has produced a remarkable individual, Xiao Shaoling remarked, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Yunfei. Physical strength is, after all, a minor path, while cultivating physical power can yield rapid gains in the early stages. Such a mindset is opportunistic. This martial art has limited potential.
Moreover, the trials of the heavenly ladder assess a martial artist's talent, aptitude, and willpower. Therefore, in the upcoming climbing competition, he cannot possibly secure a place in the top 5. He is unworthy of a spot in the heavenly shadow small world. Ling Tianyu cast a disdainful glance at Yi Yunfei and shook his head before turning to leave. Brother Ling's critique is incisive and quite reasonable. How could that brat possibly compare with Brother Ling? A large group of disciples followed Ling Tianyu, showering him with flattery.
Xiao Shaoling took one last glance at Yi Yunfei before departing as well.
The area around Yi Yunfei's small pavilion returned to tranquility.
He shook his head and smiled bitterly. He was not the least bit interested in the struggles among sect disciples. Trouble simply had a way of finding him.
Anyo, take this spirit pill. Your face will soon return to normal.
Yi Yunfei took out a spirit pill and handed it to Anyo, whose face had swelled after being struck by Zhou Tong.
Following Yi Yunfei's advice, Anyo consumed the pill, and indeed, the swelling on his face began to dissipate almost immediately. Within a few breaths, his face returned to its normal state.
Brother Yunfei, your spirit pill is truly miraculous.
Anyo exclaimed in awe. Yi Yunfei smiled slightly.
A spirit pill personally crafted by a celestial emperor is bound to be effective.
Just then, Yi Yunfei's expression suddenly changed. He swiftly dodged to the side. Boom! A long,
elegant leg brushed past Yi Yunfei, the force creating a violent shockwave that reverberated through the air, shaking the surrounding space for several dozen meters.
At the same time, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air.
Yi Yunfei focused his gaze and was taken aback to see a stunning beauty before him.
Clad in red,
she appeared to be around 15 or 16, with an oval face, charming dimples, elegantly arched brows, and eyes like autumn waters, exuding innocence and a playful spirit.
Her eyes blinked mischievously, hinting at some mischievous intent. Who are you? Yi Yunfei's expression darkened.
This girl had been lurking nearby, launching a surprise attack when he was off guard. If not for his soul power, allowing him to sense her presence in advance, he might have fallen victim to her ambush.
Brother Yunfei, she is. Anyo's face turned pale at the sight of the girl, trembling as he struggled to complete his sentence.
Humph, to think you could evade my surprise attack, your awareness is commendable.
Let me test you further.
The girl in red declared, ignoring Yi Yunfei's objections, as she launched a punch toward him.
Boom!
Despite the beauty of her punch, the power behind it caused Yi Yunfei's expression to shift.
He retaliated with a punch of his own.
The two fists collided with a deafening crash, unleashing a violent shockwave that sent sand, stones, and twigs spiraling into the air, as if a tornado had been unleashed.
Yi Yunfei's body was sent flying back several dozen meters.
Fortunately, his agility allowed him to perform a flip in midair, landing gracefully without hitting the ground.
Your strength is lacking,
the girl in red exclaimed, stamping her foot on the ground and shooting toward Yi Yunfei like a red arrow.
Boom, boom. Her feet moved like lightning, delivering a flurry of rapid kicks, each one imbued with terrifying force. Even Yi Yunfei dared not take them head-on.
Employing his swift wind steps,
Yi Yunfei evaded every kick with ease. Allow me to demonstrate my swordsmanship.
The girl in red brandished a long sword,
its blade gleaming fiercely as she lunged at Yi Yunfei.
Her swordsmanship was undoubtedly impressive, and while her technique seemed trivial to Yi Yunfei, her understanding of the sword was quite profound, having grasped a third of the sword intent. With each thrust, a small area around them filled with sharp, invisible sword aura. slicing through the air with terrifying might.
However, Yi Yunfei's swift wind steps were a highly advanced form of movement.
After a prolonged exchange, the girl had yet to touch even the hem of his sleeve.
Hey, why are you just dodging? Isn't it time to fight back?
The girl in red voiced her dissatisfaction. I bear no grudges against you and have no desire to harm you, Yi Yunfei replied calmly. He could tell that this girl merely wanted to test her strength. Several times, she had unleashed fierce attacks but abruptly held back, clearly reluctant to injure him.
Recognizing this,
Yi Yunfei felt a bit more favorable toward her and chose not to pursue the matter further.
What arrogance! Do you really think you could hurt me? All you do is dodge. How boring.
However, I must admit, evading over 100 of my strikes is quite an achievement. I suppose you barely qualify for a spot in the Heavenly Shadow Small World.
Well then, I won't trouble you any further.
With that, the girl turned on her heel. Her demeanor brisk and fiery.
The battle clan truly is born for combat, Yi Yunfei remarked with a faint smile.
At this, the girl paused mid-step, her body stiffening. Slowly, she turned her head, shock evident on her oval face.
How did you know I am from the battle clan? She asked incredulously.
Blood of the battle clan flows through your veins, it is only natural that you belong to them, Yi Yunfei replied nonchalantly. Chapter 76, I will not let you go. I do not care how you came to know this matter, it is sufficient that you alone are aware of it. You must never divulge it to anyone else.
Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind.
The woman in the red attire cast a glare at Yi Yunfei before turning to leave. Brother Yunfei, she is Long Yingying, the foremost disciple of our Tianyuan sect.
Moreover,
she is the granddaughter of a legendary reclusive elder of our sect.
After the red-clad woman had walked away, Anyo finally revealed her background in a trembling voice. Oh? Then to which peak does she belong?
Yi Yunfei asked in surprise, not expecting that the red-clad woman held such significant status within the Tianyuan sect.
Brother Yunfei,
you may not be aware, but Long Yingying does not belong to any peak. She is personally guided by the sect leader in her cultivation.
Long Yingying is particularly combative.
She will strike at the slightest provocation. Even Li Chaofan from Water Peak once suffered a swollen nose and bruised face after being pursued by her. Throughout the entirety of Tianyuan sect, all disciples fear her like a tiger and avoid her at all costs, Anyo explained.
Ah, I see. Yi Yunfei smiled slightly.
It would indeed be unusual for a member of the war clan not to be combative. He estimated that Long Yingying's strength was comparable to that of a high-level celestial realm practitioner.
Moreover, once she activated the bloodline of the war clan within her, her combat prowess would soar. Alright, Anyo, you may return now.
Take this bottle of spirit pills. With these, you should be able to break through swiftly.
Yi Yunfei produced 3 bottles of spirit pills and handed them to Anyo. These are second-tier true spirit pills.
Brother Yunfei, this is far too precious, I cannot accept. Anyo exclaimed, startled to find 30 true spirit pills contained within the 3 bottles. Do not worry, take them. Yi Yunfei waved his hand and turned to enter the small loft. For Yi Yunfei, second-tier spirit pills were as abundant as he desired, inconsequential in value.
Thank you for your generosity, Brother Yunfei.
Anyo bowed deeply in gratitude, clutching the spirit pills as he departed. He understood that with these 30 true spirit pills, even with his mediocre aptitude, he would surely be able to make a breakthrough. Yi Yunfei returned to the small loft. For the next few days, he remained within, in quiet repose, awaiting the upcoming climbing competition. On Water Peak, a large group of disciples stood before Li Chaofan, reporting their findings. Brother Li, we have searched everywhere, but we have not found any trace of Brother Li Yichen. We have scoured every location on the back mountain except for the demon trapping cliff. The more Li Chaofan listened, the more grim his expression became. Over the past few days, he had mobilized a large number of Water Peak disciples to search for Li Yichen, yet they had received no news. Brother Li, we found more than a dozen weapons on the back mountain, they appear to belong to Wu Jianxin and his group. Suddenly, 2 Water Peak disciples hurried back, throwing the weapons at Li Chaofan's feet. Wu Jianxin was one of Li Yichen's loyal followers. At that time, Li Yichen had led a group of Water Peak disciples to the back mountain to pursue Yi Yunfei.
Wu Jianxin was among them. Brother Li.
It seems that something has happened to Wu Jianxin and the others, one disciple cautiously suggested, fearing to mention Li Yichen's potential misfortune.
Brother Li.
I heard from a disciple of Gold Peak that Yi Yunfei has indeed returned to Gold Peak and has publicly defeated Zhou Tong, who ranks third in Gold Peak. Another disciple reported to Li Chaofan. It seemed increasingly likely that Li Yichen had encountered some trouble.
Li Chaofan took a deep breath. Brother Li. I inquired with Elder Lu from the task hall.
He mentioned that the mission assigned to Yi Yunfei was to gather Tianyao fruits at the demon trapping cliff.
Apparently.
He went there, and subsequently, Li Yichen led a group of disciples to discreetly follow him to the back mountain.
By the way,
I heard that a disciple named Anil from Water Peak also accompanied Yi Yunfei to the back mountain, another disciple reported.
Immediately go and capture that Gold Peak disciple named Anil.
Subject him to rigorous interrogation.
We must ascertain Li Yichen's whereabouts. Li Chaofan commanded. However, remember to keep this matter confidential. Do you understand?
Rest assured, Brother Li, we understand. The Water Peak disciples nodded in agreement.
Yi Yunfei, if something has truly befallen Yichen,
I will demand blood for blood. Those of the Li family from the Imperial City are not so easily slain.
Not only you, but even your entire clan will face repercussions.
Li Chaofan ground his teeth in fury. Both Li Chaofan and Li Yichen hailed from the esteemed Li family of the Imperial City, a powerful clan of significant influence.
Li Yichen was the grandson of a high-ranking elder within the family, holding a prestigious position.
This elder had entrusted Li Chaofan with the responsibility of caring for Li Yichen within the Tianyuan sect.
Now, with Li Yichen in peril,
Li Chaofan felt a headache coming on. He had no idea how to explain this to the elder upon returning home.
Yi Yunfei, I will never let you go. Li Chaofan's eyes burned with unquenchable rage. Meanwhile, deep within the headquarters of the Tianyuan sect, on a picturesque small peak,
an elderly man with white hair sat cross-legged in meditation.
Ying, where have you gone to fight again?
Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes, gazing toward the fence gate of the courtyard. A woman in red entered, none other than the one who had recently sparred with Yi Yunfei.
Long Ying,
the foremost disciple of Tianyuan sect.
Grandfather, don't say that.
I don't go around fighting every day, Long Ying pouted.
True, not every day. But it is almost every other day.
Which of the more prominent disciples of our Tianyuan sect has not faced your wrath? The old man shook his head with a wry smile. Don't say that, all these disciples of Tianyuan sect are worthless, none are satisfactory to me.
Grandfather,
I say we should just shut down this sect. All we produce are useless individuals, Long Ying declared.
Ying, how can you speak so? Our Tianyuan sect is one of the 4 major sects within the Great Qin Empire. Do you not know how many young people aspire to join?
The old man exclaimed. Ying, you need to stop being so reckless. If you continue like this, how will you ever find a husband?
The old man sighed, realizing he had completely lost control over his granddaughter. Who says I want to get married?
Besides, anyone who wishes to marry me should first be able to defeat me.
Long Ying retorted.
By the way, grandfather, that new disciple Yi Yunfei of our Tianyuan sect is rather peculiar. I exchanged blows with him,
and he didn't even sustain a scratch.
Moreover, I struck at him over 100 times without even brushing against his clothing.
Is he truly just a newly admitted disciple? He even recognized that I am from the War Clan. I feel he is not simple.
It would be best to investigate him thoroughly, Long Ying huffed in frustration.
What? You mean to say he recognized you as a member of the War Clan? Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes sparkled with a brilliant light.
Chapter 77, and Nyo is captured indeed. He immediately discerned my origins.
Long Ying nodded in agreement. How is this possible? Your warrior clan is an exceedingly rare race.
Not to mention the people of the Great Qin Empire. Even the ancient relics among the prominent sects of the eastern region might not easily perceive your background.
That Yi Yunfei, as Elder Du mentioned,
is merely the young master of a minor family in Crescent Moon City, yet he managed to see through your lineage at a glance. It is indeed quite strange. The old man furrowed his brow.
It seems I must keep a close eye on this young lad.
I also wish to enter that heavenly shadow small world,
Long Ying declared. In a few days, the heavenly ladder will be opened.
If you wish to obtain a place in the heavenly shadow small world, you must participate in the ladder climbing competition, the old man replied. Rest assured, Grandpa, I will undoubtedly secure first place in the competition. No disciple in the entire Tianyuan sect can surpass my talent, Long Ying proclaimed confidently.
You speak truthfully. The blood of the warrior clan flows within you. In ancient times, your clan was a dominant force in the world.
It is said that one of your ancestors even became a great emperor, the old man chuckled,
gazing at Long Ying with admiration.
Of course, Long Ying said, lifting her delicate face with pride.
At this moment, within the ordinary disciples' dormitory area atop Golden Peak,
most disciples resided in single rooms, while only core disciples were afforded small lofts. In front of a row of single rooms stood a dozen young men with arrogant expressions.
Which one is Nyo? Come out at once.
One of the young men shouted, his voice echoing.
Why are these disciples from Waterpeak looking for someone in our Golden Peak? Did Nyo offend them?
That is impossible, and Nyo has always been timid and submissive. How could he dare to provoke the disciples of Waterpeak?
Regardless, these disciples from Waterpeak are exceedingly arrogant,
brazenly coming to our Golden Peak dormitory area to seek someone, showing utter disrespect for us.
Shoo! Keep your voice down, do you want to get killed? In our Tianyuan sect, who doesn't know that the disciples of Waterpeak are powerful and have always been arrogant? If they hear you, it will be troublesome.
In the distance, many disciples from Golden Peak gathered, whispering among themselves. After all, the commotion caused by these Waterpeak disciples was quite loud,
startling many in the densely packed dormitory area.
Soon, a simple dormitory door creaked open, and Nyo emerged.
I am Nyo. May I ask what you gentlemen need from me?
Nyo looked at the group of Waterpeak disciples, confusion etched on his face. It is known that Nyo was weak and of low status, having been in the Tianyuan sect for several years without making many friends.
Within the sect,
he was virtually ignored, not even worthy of being bullied.
Who would seek him out? Stop the nonsense and come with us. The Waterpeak disciples showed no interest in conversing with Nyo.
One of the young men stepped forward, grabbing Nyo as if he were a mere chick and dragging him away.
What are you doing? Let go of me. And Nyo cried out in desperation. Shut your mouth, you trash.
The young man struck Nyo's face repeatedly, landing over 10 slaps. Instantly, Nyo's cheeks swelled painfully. This young man was at the mid-stage of the Earth realm in truth. There is nothing to fear from the disciples of Waterpeak. I shall go to Waterpeak to retrieve someone.
Who among you dares to join me? Yi Yunfei declared.
Upon hearing his words, the surrounding disciples of Golden Peak exchanged glances with one another.
Fear not, for with my presence, there is nothing to dread. Are not the disciples of Waterpeak rather arrogant? Let us confront them directly, compelling them to submit.
This way, they shall no longer underestimate the disciples of Golden Peak.
Yi Yunfei continued.
Since the disciples of Waterpeak brazenly came to Golden Peak and abducted Nyo, Yi Yunfei resolved to escalate the matter, leading a group of Golden Peak disciples to Waterpeak to rescue Nyo.
Anyone who joins me will be rewarded with a second-grade True Spirit Pill upon our return. Yi Yunfei added.
True Spirit Pill. The eyes of the Golden Peak disciples gleamed at the mention. For these ordinary disciples,
a single second-grade True Spirit Pill is indeed a treasure. Brother Yunfei, do you truly possess so many True Spirit Pills? One disciple asked cautiously. Whatever quantity you desire. I have in abundance.
Yi Yunfei promptly retrieved dozens of bottles of True Spirit Pills from his spatial ring, placing them upon a stone table nearby. Each bottle containing 10 pills. Hiss! The Golden Peak disciples could not help but gasp in astonishment. This must amount to several hundred True Spirit Pills.
Very well, Brother Yunfei. We shall accompany you. Those from Waterpeak are exceedingly arrogant.
It is time they understand that the disciples of Golden Peak are not to be trifled with. Thus, the Golden Peak disciples gritted their teeth and nodded in unison.
What are we waiting for? Let us go. To Waterpeak. Yi Yunfei collected the bottles of True Spirit Pills, waved his hand, and led the Golden Peak disciples toward Water Peak.
Chapter 78. A resounding roar upon the summit of Golden Peak. Yi Yunfei, accompanied by a throng of disciples, commenced their descent. Along the way, they encountered numerous other disciples,
all brimming with curiosity and eager to inquire about the unfolding events. "The scoundrels from Water Peak have gone too far," one disciple exclaimed.
"They brazenly invaded our dormitory area, not only brutalizing our brethren but also abducting some of them. Now, Brother Yunfei is leading us to demand justice from Water Peak.
Fellow disciples, if you possess any sense of honor, join us.
This time, we, Golden Peak, shall seek reparation from Water Peak.
Moreover,
Brother Yunfei has promised a true spirit pill to each of us who joins the cause." The disciples trailing behind Yi Yunfei shouted in fervent agreement.
"Absolutely. Count me in.
Just last month, I was assaulted by those Water Peak ruffians over a trivial matter.
It infuriates me to recall it. Even without the true spirit pill, I shall accompany Brother Yunfei. I have endured their tyranny for far too long. Let us go, together. Onward. We demand justice from Water Peak." In a surge of fervor,
the vast majority of Golden Peak disciples who encountered them joined the procession, fervently echoing their sentiments, their excitement palpable.
Gradually, the assembly following Yi Yunfei grew ever larger. Firstly, the disciples were emboldened by Yi Yunfei's recent victory over Zhou Tong, instilling confidence in his prowess.
Secondly, the promise of a true spirit pill further motivated them.
Most significantly,
the disciples had long suffered the indignities inflicted by their Water Peak counterparts, and the time had come to reclaim their dignity.
"Those with courage shall follow Brother Yunfei. Let us demand justice from Water Peak.
This time, they shall understand that we, from Golden Peak, are not to be trifled with.
Those with spirit, come forth.
If you lack the courage, return home to drink your mother's milk." In an instant, one after another, disciples from Golden Peak, regardless of gender, erupted with enthusiasm. Their faces flushed with fervor, trembling with excitement. They lined up behind Yi Yunfei, a formidable tide rushing toward Water Peak, their momentum strikingly impressive.
At this moment,
the number of individuals trailing Yi Yunfei had swelled to over 1,000.
Shortly thereafter, the sizable contingent arrived before Water Peak.
A majestic mountain shrouded in verdant forests and swirling mists, exuding an air of authority.
Numerous structures, including houses, towers, and palaces, adorned the mountainside. Judging solely by its grandeur,
it was evident that the overall strength of Water Peak surpassed that of Golden Peak significantly. Yi Yunfei understood that this disparity stemmed from Golden Peak's loss of spiritual essence,
buried deep in the mountain's roots.
Furthermore, Water Peak retained remnants of spiritual energy, allowing for swifter cultivation compared to Golden Peak. This was why the disciples of Water Peak boasted greater overall strength. Moreover, among the 5 peaks of Tianyuan sect, the number of Water Peak disciples was the highest, approaching 4,000, while Golden Peak's disciples numbered less than 2,000, a nearly 50% difference.
At this moment, at the foot of Water Peak,
a dozen or so disciples stood guard, weapons in hand, patrolling the area.
"What is happening?" they exclaimed,
startled by the sight of over 1,000 approaching disciples from Golden Peak.
However, their initial shock quickly transformed into scorn as they recognized the intruders. "Stop! You are on sacred ground. How dare you, the rabble from Golden Peak, tread here? With such a multitude, do you intend to rebel? Return whence you came."
The dozen or so Water Peak disciples pointed accusatory fingers at their Golden Peak counterparts, their disdain evident. Upon reaching Water Peak, the disciples following Yi Yunfei began to waver,
questioning whether they truly intended to confront their foes. Suddenly, Yi Yunfei stepped forward. With a deep inhalation, Yi Yunfei drew in the air around him,
the sound resonating like the mighty gulping of the Yangtze River, as if he were siphoning all the surrounding air into his being.
Then,
the spiritual energy and physical strength within him surged, igniting a tumult of vitality. Every part of his body capable of producing sound quivered in unison, his throat, abdomen, lungs,
and organs, all swelling with power. Yi Yunfei's form began to swell as he prepared to unleash his energy. With a thunderous roar, he proclaimed, "Release Nyo immediately. Otherwise, we shall storm your territory until you do."
His voice thundered forth, a terrifying sound wave cascading over Water Peak, echoing ominously. The reverberation was so powerful that it seemed to shake the very mountains, as if a tempest had been unleashed.
Until you release him. Yi Yunfei's command resonated through the peaks, carrying for miles, unmistakably heard. The roar of the Mad Lion indeed possessed remarkable potency.
It was said that some masters within the Mad Lion clan could unleash a roar strong enough to shatter a star.
As the echoes faded,
Yi Yunfei reflected on the technique he had acquired from a master of the Mad Lion clan, now wielded for the first time since his rebirth. Still lacking in finesse but powerful in presence. The Water Peak disciples at the forefront were immediately struck by the force of Yi Yunfei's roar, their garments torn asunder. Hair standing on end, their faces contorted in terror, as if confronted by a specter. They attempted to raise their hands to shield their ears, yet found themselves utterly powerless.
Unable to move even a finger.
The sound reverberated in their ears like thunder.
Let us ascend, Yi Yunfei declared, striding forward with determination. Let us follow Brother Yunfei.
The Golden Peak disciples, invigorated by his demonstration of might, rallied behind him, their spirits reignited. In the wake of Yi Yunfei's resounding roar, Water Peak fell momentarily silent.
A stillness settling over the mountaintop. Who is that? Who dares to disturb our peace with such audacity? In the next instant, the entire Water Peak erupted into chaos.
Disciples emerged, shouting and cursing, while many who had been in solitary meditation were startled by Yi Yunfei's mighty proclamation, nearly losing their composure.
Water Peak descended into utter disarray.
Chapter 79, Utter Arrogance. At this moment, atop Water Peak, within one of the grand and opulent edifices, a hall stood.
Insolent cur, will you speak, or will you not? Is Yi Chen alive or dead? Li Chaofan's furious roar reverberated.
Within the hall were dozens of Water Peak disciples. Bound to a pillar was a figure drenched in blood, almost unrecognizable Ainyo. He had endured relentless interrogation within that hall for the better part of the day.
Yet, Ainyo's spirit remained unbroken.
Despite the torment that had left him battered and bruised, he stubbornly refused to utter a single word.
Nearby,
2 Water Peak disciples brandished spiked whips, their expressions menacing.
Continue the beating. Flog him until he speaks. If he remains silent, beat him to death and let him accompany Yi Chen in the afterlife.
Li Chaofan spat out, his voice dripping with murderous intent.
Senior Brotherly, a dire situation.
Over 1,000 Gold Peak disciples are advancing upon Water Peak, demanding Ainyo's release. The vanguard appears to be Yi Yunfei, a disciple reported, bursting into the hall.
Oh! Yi Yunfei! Excellent!
The disappearance of Yi Chen bears the unmistakable mark of this Yi Yunfei.
I was about to seek him out.
Yet he delivers himself to my doorstep.
Humph, what fear have we of the rabble from Gold Peak, no matter their number? Spread my decree, I, Li Chaofan,
shall personally lead the disciples of Water Peak to meet them in battle. Li Chaofan declared, rising to his feet, his eyes blazing with lethal intent.
The Li family is not one to be trifled with. Let us move.
With a sweeping gesture, Li Chaofan led the disciples from the hall.
Senior brother. What of this wretch? A disciple inquired, gesturing to Ainyo. Bring him along.
I shall slay this cur before the very eyes of Yi Yunfei.
Li Chaofan sneered.
At that moment, a resounding proclamation echoed across Water Peak, by order of Senior Brother Li Chaofan. All disciples of Water Peak are to mobilize and confront the forces of Gold Peak. Any who dare shirk their duty are unworthy of Water Peak and shall be banished. Thus, the disciples of Water Peak swiftly assembled, forming a formidable force that marched down the mountain.
Simultaneously, Yi Yunfei led over 1,000 Gold Peak disciples in a thunderous ascent toward Water Peak.
Finally, at the mountain's midway point, upon a vast plaza, the two factions converged.
The plaza, Water Peak's martial arena, was immense.
It now teemed with humanity, the Gold Peak disciples arrayed on one side, the Water Peak disciples on the other.
Locked in a tense standoff.
The Water Peak contingent significantly outnumbered their Gold Peak counterparts, nearly doubling their ranks. Humph, these incompetent fools from Gold Peak, daring to provoke us. This time, we shall teach them a brutal lesson, etching the memory of their inferiority upon their very souls. The Water Peak disciples jeered. Their voices laced with mockery and contempt. Spare your idle words. Release our Gold Peak disciple, Anyo, at once. Or I shall personally vanquish every disciple of Water Peak until you yield.
Yi Yunfei declared, stepping forward, his voice ringing with authority.
Just as Water Peak disciples had brazenly abducted Anyo from Gold Peak, Yi Yunfei intended to retrieve him with equal fanfare. He held Anyo in high regard and felt responsible for his plight.
He would not abandon him. Yi Yunfei's words were met with stunned silence. To vanquish every Water Peak disciple until they yielded? Such audacity, such arrogance, such domineering insolence. It was a blatant disregard for the entirety of Water Peak.
Had a formidable master uttered such words, it might have been expected.
Yet, Yi Yunfei's spiritual energy barely registered as early-stage Earth realm.
Such strength was commonplace among Water Peak disciples. For such an insignificant figure to utter such bold pronouncements was an affront to Water Peak's very honor. The Water Peak disciples were initially stunned, then erupted in a cacophony of fury and outrage.
Countless eyes, brimming with murderous intent, bore into Yi Yunfei. Had looks been lethal, he would have been reduced to ashes.
Consumed by rage, the Water Peak disciples struggled to contain themselves, their savage nature surfacing.
They clamored to attack Yi Yunfei. Rumbling waves of spiritual energy surged forth, shaking the plaza to its foundations. What? Do you doubt me? If so, step forward.
I shall face all the disciples of Water Peak alone. Yi Yunfei challenged, his voice sharp.
Insolent whelp, are you delusional? You, alone, dare to challenge all the disciples of Water Peak? I, Lu Feng, shall be your executioner.
A slender youth emerged from the Water Peak ranks. His garments stirring despite the absence of wind, exuding an air of extraordinary grace. Senior brother Lu Feng ranks 20th among Water Peak disciples. Possessing the strength of the late-stage Earth realm, he is more than capable of dealing with this early-stage Earth realm trash.
A Water Peak disciple exclaimed. Insolent fool! Prepare to meet your end.
Lu Feng moved with astonishing speed, his movements like a gentle breeze. A long sword appeared in his hand as he lunged toward Yi Yunfei. He was clearly a master of agility.
However, Yi Yunfei's soul force effortlessly tracked his movements, as if watching in slow motion.
With a subtle sidestep,
Yi Yunfei evaded Lu Feng's thrust.
Then, he unleashed a devastating slap.
The resounding crack of the blow echoed through the air.
Lu Feng's body soared through the air like a projectile, crashing to the ground beyond the plaza.
Is this the extent of Water Peak's strength? Send forth someone worthy. Yi Yunfei said.
Today, to avenge Anyo, Yi Yunfei was prepared to wreak havoc upon Water Peak.
Too arrogant.
A thunderous roar shook the air as a hulking figure emerged from the Water Peak ranks, his body a mass of bulging muscles.
He charged toward Yi Yunfei, each step shaking the ground. Its senior brother Ouyang, 13th in rank among Water Peak's masters.
His mastery of external martial arts is unparalleled,
rendering him impervious to blades and spears. A Water Peak disciple cried. Insolent whelp, I shall crush you.
The behemoth thundered, his presence like a great shark of the deep.
Lunging toward Yi Yunfei. Behind him, the faint image of surging waves flickered. Chapter 80, Crushing the Water Peak. Boom, boom, boom.
As the robust man strode forward, the air reverberated with thunderous blasts, a cacophony of sound that sent debris flying.
Ha, you think you can match my strength? Yi Yunfei sneered coldly.
It was evident that this muscular figure excelled in sheer power.
Come on.
With a mighty roar, Yi Yunfei unleashed his physical might,
channeling it into his fist and hurling it forward.
The ferocious force of his body caused the air ahead to crackle with sound, shaking the very earth beneath him. Before his fist could land, the man found himself gasping for breath, his body weakening under an invisible pressure, rendered utterly immobile.
Bang!
The man was swept away by the force of Yi Yunfei's punch, flying through the air like a paper kite, blood spilling from his mouth.
Another foe defeated.
In the square, the disciples of the Water Peak were enveloped in stunned silence.
Senior brother Yi Yunfei is invincible.
The scoundrels of Water Peak now understand their folly. On the side of the Golden Peak, the disciples, who had long suffered under the bullying of the Water Peak's disciples, felt a surge of vindication. It was as if they had quenched their thirst on a blazing summer day after drinking snowmelt, and one by one, they began to cheer for Yi Yunfei.
Humph! Such arrogance from a petty villain.
A chilling voice echoed, gradually rising in intensity. A youth clad in green, hands clasped behind his back, approached with an air of haughty confidence. Brother Xiao Fei has arrived. He ranks 6th among the disciples of Water Peak. With Brother Xiao Fei's intervention, that arrogant brat is doomed. Brother Xiao, swiftly teach this insolent boy a lesson and restore our honor. As soon as the youth in green appeared, the Water Peak disciples erupted in cheers. Rank 6th? Hardly impressive, Yi Yunfei remarked impatiently. Come forth and receive your beating. You truly are insufferably arrogant. Xiao Fei, initially composed and disdainful, turned crimson with rage upon hearing Yi Yunfei's words. Rumbling. Suddenly, a vast oceanic illusion materialized behind him, a tempest of wind and rain. As countless sea beasts leapt and roared in fury. The disciples of Water Peak typically practiced water-based techniques. Today, I shall render you powerless. Xiao Fei bellowed. The waves behind him surging violently, his momentum escalating dramatically. He was indeed at the early stage of the celestial realm. Boom, boom, boom. A palpable wave of spiritual energy surged forth, visible as rippling waves, sweeping toward Yi Yunfei. Oceanic Divine Fist. In an instant, Xiao Fei unleashed his punch. The spiritual force coalescing like a stormy sea, gathering upon his fist. Boom! His fist surged forward, and from the crashing waves emerged phantoms of colossal whales, vicious sharks, and massive octopuses, all charging toward Yi Yunfei. Such trivial skills dare to flaunt themselves? Yi Yunfei smiled faintly. Then, he took a step forward. Delivering a simple yet powerful punch, infused with at least 60,000 pounds of raw strength. Simultaneously, he unleashed the Divine Devourer Needle, which pierced into Xiao Fei's soul sea, wreaking havoc within. Ah! Xiao Fei screamed in agony, his head throbbing painfully. Then, rumble. The two fists collided with immense force. A resounding crash echoing throughout Water Peak. Bang! Xiao Fei was sent reeling backward, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground, dust swirling around him. Ultimately, he crashed onto his back, hitting the ground with a thud. Another opponent defeated. With the combination of physical strength and the Divine Devourer Needle, Yi Yunfei could effortlessly dispatch an early-stage celestial realm warrior. At that moment, the square fell into a profound silence. The disciples of Water Peak wore expressions of shock. Even the disciples of Golden Peak were left dumbfounded. Yi Yunfei's display of power was overwhelming, even a celestial realm expert fell in a single strike. Are all the disciples of Water Peak so inept? Can anyone step up and give me a worthy challenge? Yi Yunfei remarked coolly, surveying the crowd with a disdainful gaze. Initially, he had no desire to be so ostentatious, but the matter regarding Anyo had ignited his fury. Thus, he resolved to turn Water Peak upside down today. With Xiao Fei, ranked 6th and at the early stage of the celestial realm, defeated in a single blow, no other disciples from Water Peak dared to confront Yi Yunfei. Ah! Brotherly has arrived. Brotherly Wu, you rank 4th among our Water Peak disciples. Quickly, step forward and teach that arrogant brat a lesson. Some sharp-eyed disciples spotted Brotherly Wu in the crowd and shouted eagerly. This boy is merely at the early stage of the Earth realm. Even if I defeat him, it would hardly be a fair victory. A white-robed man in the crowd hesitated, taking an imperceptible step back. Ridiculous. Although his combat strength surpasses Xiao Fei's, he lacks the ability to defeat him in a single blow. He understood that if he stepped forward, he would surely embarrass himself. Su, you have also arrived. You rank 3rd among our Water Peak disciples, why not personally deal with this insolent fellow? Suddenly, Li Wu pointed to a short man with piercing eyes in the crowd, shouting out. Immediately, the gazes of the Water Peak disciples converged on the man named Su. Brother Su has also arrived. Please, step forward and punish this arrogant brat. The disciples of Water Peak shouted in unison. This Su, ranked 3rd among Water Peak, possessed mid-stage celestial realm strength. Very well, I shall teach this arrogant fellow a lesson. The man named Su, under the scrutiny of the crowd, felt compelled to accept. Moreover, he believed that with his mid-stage celestial realm strength, he should be able to defeat Yi Yunfei. Thus, he stepped forward. Clang! A single saber sprang from his back into his grasp. With the weapon in hand, his aura surged dramatically, exuding a domineering and proud demeanor. Fierce saber energy erupted from the blade, slicing through the air in all directions. Boom! The ferocious blade light slashed toward Yi Yunfei. Twofold saber intent. Brother Su is incredible. The disciples of Waterpeak cheered loudly. However, Yi Yunfei merely smiled faintly. Twofold saber intent is utterly trivial in my eyes. It is worth noting that Yi Yunfei had once been an emperor, proficient not only in swordsmanship but also in blade techniques. Moreover, the concept of intent is primarily dependent on comprehension. While there is some correlation with strength, it is minimal. At present, Yi Yunfei's saber intent was at least tenfold. Very well, I shall defeat you using saber intent. Facing Brother Su's assault, Yi Yunfei smiled faintly. Then, swish! Yi Yunfei transformed his palm into a blade, slicing forward. Boom! A blade of light cleaved through the air as though slicing through tofu, surging ahead. Puff, puff, puff. As the blade light passed, the air erupted in explosions. Clang! The blade light that Yi Yunfei unleashed collided with the single saber in Brother Su's hand, resulting in a crisp sound. Brother Su's saber shattered into fragments, scattering throughout the air. His face was a canvas of horror, gripping the hilt of a knife, paralyzed with fear. A profound silence enveloped the arena once more. In the next moment, the voice of Brother Yi Yunfei echoed, "Brother Yi Yunfei." The disciples of Jin Feng erupted into a cacophony of cheers. Their spirits ignited with fervor. "Ha, Yi Yunfei, the surprise you have bestowed upon me is truly immense." From a distance, concealed behind a towering tree in the dense forest, Elder Du was both astonished and elated. Humph! How could this young man's combat prowess be so formidable? In another thicket, two elders wore expressions of icy disdain. Farther away, atop a majestic tree, an elderly man with white hair, a woman in a crimson robe, and a middle-aged man observed the unfolding conflict. These three were none other than the reclusive elders of the Tian Yuan sect, Long Yingying, and the sect leader. Indeed, this Yi Yunfei possesses commendable strength. Elder Du made a wise decision in bringing him back, the leader remarked with a nod. At that moment, a significant number of high-ranking officials from the Tian Yuan sect arrived near the square, lurking in the shadows. With such commotion emanating from the water peak, how could the upper echelons of the Tian Yuan sect remain oblivious? They had long since gathered in secret to witness this spectacle. Meanwhile, in the square, Yi Yunfei's voice resonated, "Is this all that the water peak has to offer? Humph, such audacity. Truly, a petty individual who, upon gaining a moment of triumph, becomes utterly nonsensical. Now that you have arrived, there is no need for you to depart." As soon as Yi Yunfei's words fell, a group rushed in. Led by a young man clad in blue, tall and poised, with fair skin and striking features, his face etched with fury. An entourage of disciples surrounded him, advancing with great momentum. Brotherly has arrived. The disciples of Waterpeak erupted in cheers. The blue-clad youth was none other than Li Chaofan, the foremost disciple of Waterpeak. "You are Yi Yunfei?" Upon arrival, Li Chaofan's piercing gaze locked onto Yi Yunfei like a dagger. "Indeed, I am Yi Yunfei." Yi Yunfei replied, his gaze unwavering as it met Li Chaofan's. He understood that the reason for Enyo's abrupt capture was undoubtedly orchestrated by this very Li Chaofan. Chapter 81, Save Enyo, Release Enyo at Once. Yi Yunfei's cold gaze fixated on Li Chaofan. In Yi Yunfei's eyes, the title of first among the disciples of Waterpeak held no significance whatsoever. If he were to regard a disciple from such a minor sect as Tian Yuan as worthy of his attention, then his millennia of cultivation would have been in vain. What a joke! Who do you think you are? Just because you demand it, do you think I will comply? Speak! Where is Ichen? What have you done to him? Li Chaofan's eyes narrowed, his voice laced with icy fury. He is dead. A killer must be killed. Yi Yunfei stated calmly, revealing that he had indeed slain Li Ichen and a dozen Waterpeak disciples, disposing of their remains in a nearby wolf den. Those bodies had likely been devoured long ago. Yet, Yi Yunfei knew that if anyone investigated, they would uncover the truth of his involvement, thus, he felt no need for concealment. You dare to kill someone from the Li family of the Imperial City? From this moment forth, not only shall you die,
but your entire clan will be implicated, every last one of them. Li Chaofan spat, his gaze directed at Yi Yunfei, seething with rage. Enough of your nonsense. Where is Ainyo? Release him immediately. Yi Yunfei inquired.
Very well, let that worthless creature die alongside you, Li Chaofan commanded, waving his hand.
At that moment, 2 disciples from Waterpeak dragged a bloodied Ainyo into view.
His body bore ghastly lash marks, his skin torn and battered, with hardly a patch unmarred.
Furthermore, Ainyo's consciousness appeared clouded, his breath faint. This is Ainyo.
They have beaten him to this state. The disciples from Jean Peak, who had come to rescue Ainyo, were incensed at the sight of his condition.
How brazen!
To intrude upon Jean Peak and treat our people this way.
Is Waterpeak above the law?
Today, let the 2 of you die together, accompanying each in death. Li Chaofan, dismissive of the Jean Peak disciples, focused solely on Yi Yunfei, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. However, before he could utter another word, Yi Yunfei moved. With a swift application of his Lingfeng divine steps, he dashed towards Ainyo, resembling a specter,
seeking death. Li Chaofan also sprang into action, fully aware of Yi Yunfei's intent to rescue Ainyo.
Just as he prepared to intercept Yi Yunfei, a dark dagger suddenly materialized before him, exuding a chilling aura aimed at his throat. This dagger was none other than the void blade that Yi Yunfei had forged in the beast forest.
Get lost!
Li Chaofan roared in fury, producing a blue longsword to deflect the black dagger. The force of the impact sent the dagger flying.
Seizing this opportunity, Yi Yunfei maneuvered around Li Chaofan and reached Ainyo.
Stop him!
Li Chaofan bellowed.
Instantly, his subordinates drew their weapons and charged at Yi Yunfei.
With a flourish of his longsword, Yi Yunfei unleashed a dazzling wave of swordlight. Ah!
The charging disciples fell, all struck in their dantians. This meant they were rendered incapable of ever wielding martial arts again.
Yi Yunfei hastily propped up Ainyo and administered a 4th-grade healing elixir to him. Gasps echoed throughout the square.
Such brutality! In a mere moment, he had crippled a dozen Waterpeak disciples. Witnessing this, the crowd felt a chill run down their spines.
Die! Li Chaofan roared, surging toward Yi Yunfei with murder in his eyes.
Yi Yunfei, with a mere thought, activated the God-Eater needle, sending it spiraling into Li Chaofan's mind,
wreaking havoc. Simultaneously, the void blade reappeared, aiming for Li Chaofan's chest. Soul attack. How is this possible?
Li Chaofan was both furious and astonished. As pain coursed through his head, his movements slowed. Gritting his teeth, he managed to fend off the void blade once more.
At this moment, Yi Yunfei had returned to the Jean Peak disciples' side, handing Ainyo over to them for support.
After consuming the healing elixir, Ainyo's spirit began to revive, his breath steadying, and his injuries showing signs of improvement.
Now, prepare to meet your end.
Yi Yunfei slowly turned to face Li Chaofan.
Yi Yunfei, do you think you can kill me?
Li Chaofan shouted, brandishing his blue long sword, his killing intent palpable.
Yet, he now comprehended that Yi Yunfei's strength far exceeded his expectations, thus,
he began to take the situation seriously.
All eyes in the square were fixed anxiously on Yi Yunfei and Li Chaofan, aware that a fierce battle was imminent. However,
just then, a thunderous voice rang out, akin to a clap of thunder, causing the crowd to tremble.
Stop! 2 figures emerged in the square, an elder clad in gray and another in yellow. The gray-clad elder was none other than Luo Fengyang, the leader of Waterpeak, while the elder in yellow was Su Diqing, the leader of Earth Peak. These 2 elders had vehemently opposed Yi Yunfei's claim to a spot in the Tianying small world. Yi Yunfei, how dare you invade Waterpeak, committing heinous acts against your fellow disciples? Seize him and deliver him to the punishment hall for judgment, Luo Fengyang commanded sternly.
At once, several disciples from Waterpeak advanced towards Yi Yunfei.
Foolishness! Do you believe you can contend with these 2 old fools? Yi Yunfei communicated secretly with Hu Miao.
Master, these 2 are merely at the initial stage of the profound realm, dealing with them will be as easy as turning my palm, Hu Miao responded confidently.
Very well. Yi Yunfei nodded.
Though his current strength was relatively modest, he felt reassured with Hu Miao's presence.
However, Master,
There are 3 others at the initial stage of the profound realm, 1 at the mid-stage, and 1 at the late stage nearby. Exercise caution, Hu Miao warned.
Indeed. I have noticed. It seems all the higher-ups from Tianyuan sect have arrived, Yi Yunfei acknowledged.
His spiritual perception had already detected several profound realm experts lurking in the shadows surrounding the square.
The Water Peak disciples closed in on Yi Yunfei. "Get lost!" he shouted, eyes blazing.
The disciples recoiled in shock, momentarily hesitating to approach.
"Presumptuous! How dare you act so arrogantly in my presence? Do you seek rebellion?" Luo Fengyang thundered, unleashing a terrifying pressure of spiritual energy that surged toward Yi Yunfei like a torrential river. Yi Yunfei's expression shifted slightly as he felt the overwhelming weight of the pressure,
his face reddening as he struggled to move.
Chapter 82 Departure from Water Peak. Ro Fengyang, you possess quite the authority. Suddenly, Elder Du appeared.
Approaching from afar like a great bird, landing gracefully before Yi Yunfei and releasing a formidable spiritual pressure to confront Ro Fengyang.
Instantly, Yi Yunfei felt an inexplicable lightness enveloping him.
Du Changqing, Yi Yunfei has publicly injured individuals, incapacitating more than a dozen of my Water Peak disciples with his ruthless methods.
Do you intend to shield him? Ro Fengyang bellowed in fury.
Old man Ro, your Water Peak disciples have arbitrarily established a tribunal, beating fellow disciples to such a state.
What punishment should they face?
Yi Yunfei stepped forward, pointing at the bloodied Inyo, and questioned loudly.
Humph. That was provoked.
Li Yicheng was a disciple of Water Peak and died suddenly. Naturally, we must investigate until the truth is revealed.
This Inyo is intricately linked to Li Yicheng's demise.
And thus, we must interrogate him. Therefore, our Water Peak disciples have committed no wrongdoing, Ro Fengyang retorted coldly.
As the leader of Water Peak,
his words undeniably favored his disciples.
Ha! What a convenient excuse.
If Inyo is related to Li Yicheng's death, it is the duty of the disciplinary hall to conduct an investigation. What authority do your Water Peak disciples have to establish a tribunal and resort to torture?
Is the disciplinary hall of Tianyuan sect merely for show? Yi Yunfei scoffed. Impudent! You dare to argue before me.
Yi Yunfei, confess honestly.
Did you kill my Water Peak disciple, Li Yicheng? Ro Fengyang's anger surged as he saw Yi Yunfei audaciously defy him. Indeed, I killed him. I also eliminated his henchmen.
Yi Yunfei replied with a cold smile, nodding.
Good. Very good. Du Changqing, did you hear that?
Yi Yunfei has slaughtered over a dozen of our Water Peak disciples in just a few days. This man is vicious and bloodthirsty, if this continues. Who knows how many more disciples of our Tianyuan sect will perish at his hands?
Will you still protect him, Du Changqing? Ro Fengyang roared.
Elder Du was momentarily at a loss for words, for Yi Yunfei had indeed taken the lives of numerous Water Peak disciples.
Old man. If someone were scheming to kill you, what would you do?
Li Yicheng conspired with Elder Lu from the task hall,
assigning me to collect Tianyao fruits at the demon trapping cliff.
Then, he brought a dozen disciples to ambush me and Inyo.
Should I have stood idle, allowing him to slay me? Yi Yunfei coldly retorted. What?
Yi Yunfei, the task assigned to you is to go to the demon trapping cliff. This is preposterous. Our Tianyuan sect has long prohibited any disciples from approaching the demon trapping cliff. How dare Elder Lu assign such a task to you?
This is sheer audacity.
Elder Du thundered with rage. The task hall's jade tablet was present, and Elder Du recognized it immediately.
Yi Yunfei produced a jade tablet and handed it to Elder Du. Elder Lu, come here at once.
Elder Du grasped the task jade tablet, sensed its contents, and roared in fury. The events at Water Peak had already spread throughout the Tianyuan sect, drawing countless onlookers.
At that moment, Elder Lu was among the crowd.
And upon hearing Elder Du's furious shout, his face turned pale. He realized the gravity of the situation.
Previously,
Li Yicheng had assured him that Yi Yunfei was merely a new disciple, of low status, and that the sect would not intervene even if something occurred.
Moreover,
Li Yicheng had bribed many, which led Elder Lu to disregard the sect's prohibitions and assign such a dangerous task to Yi Yunfei.
However, He never anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent.
Elder Lu was filled with regret, yet in the face of so many witnesses, escape was impossible.
He could only approach Elder Du tremblingly. Elder Lu, how do you explain this?
The sect has made it abundantly clear that no disciple is to approach the demon-trapping cliff, otherwise, they will be expelled.
Yet you deceived a new disciple into going there. This is a grave offense.
Elder Du shouted, hurling the task jade tablet at Elder Lu's forehead, causing blood to stream down. Elder Du, please calm your anger, I was momentarily foolish. I beseech you to spare me this time, I shall never dare again.
Elder Lu's face was ashen as he knelt before Elder Du, realizing he could not escape responsibility.
The task hall's jade tablet is still here.
Depart. Elder Du kicked Elder Lu aside.
Elder Ro, save me. It was Li Yicheng who instructed me to do this. Elder Lu rushed to Ro Fengyang, pleading for help.
Begone. Ro Fengyang's expression darkened as he kicked Elder Lu away.
It must be noted that Elder Lu was one of the instigators of today's chaos. His actions had brought disgrace to Water Peak, and Ro Fengyang wished nothing more than to strike him down, so there was no way he would assist him.
Old man. Do you now comprehend the situation?
Li Yicheng, a disciple of Water Peak, conspired with Elder Lu from the task hall, setting a trap to murder Enyo and me. As the leader of Water Peak, you cannot escape your involvement. Now, I demand an explanation.
Yi Yunfei stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Ro Fengyang, and asked sternly. For a moment, the entire square fell into silence. Astonished gazes were fixed upon Yi Yunfei. A disciple audaciously confronting the elders of the sect and demanding an explanation from Ro Fengyang. Such arrogance was unprecedented within Tianyuan sect. Ha! Very well. If this continues, I may find myself without a place to stand as an elder in Tianyuan sect.
Ro Fengyang laughed bitterly, his eyes burning with rage,
filled with murderous intent directed at Yi Yunfei.
With a thunderous roar, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted from his being, crashing toward Yi Yunfei with overwhelming force.
Ro Fengyang, what do you intend to do?
Elder Du stepped forward, releasing a vast wave of spiritual pressure to counter him.
The confrontation between the two elders shook the entire square,
causing the ground to tremble violently.
Enough! With so many disciples watching, do you not feel ashamed, you two elders?
Suddenly, a voice echoed. The sect leader descended from the sky, followed by a white-haired elder and a woman in red, landing gracefully in the square.
Today's matter ends here, the sect leader proclaimed,
his voice resonating with authority. Elder Lu from the task hall is hereby stripped of his position, to be detained by the disciplinary hall and imprisoned, awaiting judgment.
The sect leader's gaze swept over Elder Lu, his tone indifferent. Spare me, master.
Elder Lu's face turned ashen as he collapsed to the ground, understanding his fate was sealed. Elder Ro Fengyang, I have something to say, Ro Fengyang attempted to interject.
No need to speak. The entire situation is clear. Yi Yunfei's actions, while ruthless,
were forced upon him.
Let this matter conclude here. No one shall pursue blame further. The hidden elder gestured dismissively, signaling the end of the discourse.
Luo Fengyang had no choice but to remain silent. This reclusive elder, possessing the greatest strength within the Tianyuan sect, held a position even above that of the sect leader.
Despite his inner dissatisfaction, Luo Fengyang dared not offend him. Everyone, return and prepare yourselves. The ladder competition begins in 2 days, the elder declared,
his gaze sweeping across the disciples in the square. All disciples are eligible to participate. Those ordinary disciples who excel will be directly promoted to core disciples. Core disciples who perform exceptionally well will receive substantial rewards from the sect. Instantly, excitement surged among the disciples in the square,
each secretly rallying their spirits to perform admirably in the upcoming competition.
With both the sect leader and the reclusive elder present to quell any unrest, it was clear that the spectacle had reached its conclusion.
However, everyone understood that from this day forward, Yi Yunfei's name would likely reverberate throughout the entire Tianyuan sect.
As the crowd in the square began to disperse, the sect leader and the reclusive elder also took their leave, casting a meaningful glance at Yi Yunfei before departing. Your strength is commendable, yet alas, it does not compare to mine. Just wait and see, I shall crush you in the ladder competition, Long Yingying remarked to Yi Yunfei, her excitement palpable. Yi Yunfei merely shook his head with a smile, reflecting on the combative nature of the warriors from the clan. Humph. Luo Fengyang shot a fierce glare at Yi Yunfei, his eyes brimming with seething rage before he swept away in indignation. Li Chaofan fixed his gaze on Yi Yunfei. And in response to Yi Yunfei's look, he lightly traced his throat with his left hand, signaling his intent for retribution. Yi Yunfei offered a nonchalant smile, dismissing him entirely. Yi Yunfei, let us return to Jinfeng, Elder Du stated, leading the group of disciples back to Jinfeng in a grand procession. Chapter 83, the climbing ladder competition begins inside Yi Yunfei's quaint attic. Elder Du furrowed his brows and said, Yi Yunfei, you have slain Li Yichen.
Li Chaofan will undoubtedly seek vengeance.
You must remain vigilant.
Li Chaofan is but a trivial matter, Yi Yunfei replied with a faint smile. Yet,
it is wise to exercise caution.
Furthermore, Li Yichen is a direct descendant of the Li family in the imperial city.
This incident may provoke the Li family to trouble you. Although they may refrain from confronting you openly due to their wariness of our Tianyuan sect. Should they uncover your origins, they may very well send people to Crescent Moon City to cause trouble for your family. Therefore, Yi Yunfei, it would be prudent to write a letter back to Crescent Moon City to alert your father, Elder Du advised.
Thank you for the reminder, Elder Du. Yi Yunfei's heart tightened at the elder's words.
He knew he had no reason to fear the Li family in the imperial city, especially with Hu Miao by his side. However, the Yi family in Crescent Moon City was still too weak to withstand the Li family's wrath. It seemed necessary to send a letter to his father.
I find you quite inscrutable, Yi Yunfei.
I hope you exercise caution, Elder Du noted, visibly shaken by Yi Yunfei's demeanor. The Li family in the imperial city was a formidable clan with a reputation throughout the Great Qin Empire. Their extinction was not a matter to be taken lightly.
Very well, I shall be mindful. Thank you, Elder Du, Yi Yunfei nodded in acknowledgement. Elder Du, your cultivation seems to have progressed well during this time. Congratulations. Yi Yunfei suddenly remarked. Indeed.
The last time you suggested I take the 100 spirit pill, the results were remarkable. Now, I consume one each time I train. And my progress has been smooth, Elder Du laughed heartily.
Well then, in 2 days, the climbing ladder competition will commence. Yi Yunfei, prepare well.
I have high hopes for you, Elder Du urged before departing from Yi Yunfei's attic. Ainyo, you should focus on recuperating here for the next couple of days. Yi Yunfei instructed, standing beside Ainyo, who lay on the bed, his body wrapped in white bandages.
Thank you, senior brother Yi, for rescuing me from Water Peak. Ainyo expressed gratefully.
Yi Yunfei had led over 1,000 disciples from Jin Peak to storm Water Peak and bring Ainyo back.
An event that still stirred Ainyo's blood with excitement.
His injuries had significantly improved, thanks to the efficacy of the 4th-grade healing elixir.
There is no need for thanks.
You were injured because of me. Rest assured, with me around, no one will dare to harm you, Yi Yunfei reassured him. Yi Yunfei then retreated to his own room to meditate and cultivate. Meanwhile, at Water Peak, Li Chaofan erupted in fury within a lavish building.
This is outrageous. It infuriates me.
Almost all the furniture in the hall was destroyed in his rage. A group of followers stood nearby, trembling in fear in silence.
Humph. Our Li family members are not so easily dispatched. Immediately send word back to the imperial city to investigate Yi Yunfei's origins. We shall eradicate his entire lineage.
I want Yi Yunfei to regret his actions.
After a moment, Li Chaofan's anger began to subside as he instructed his subordinates.
Understood, brotherly, they replied promptly. Now leave me, I need some peace, Li Chaofan waved them away. The disciples from Water Peak hastened to exit, wary of provoking him further.
Time flew by.
And in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The day of the climbing ladder competition had finally arrived.
Dawn dawn. Early in the morning.
The resonant chimes echoed throughout the Tianyuan sect headquarters, signaling to all disciples to hasten to the competition. Surrounding the 5 main peaks of the Tianyuan sect was a vast plaza, centrally located for hosting grand events.
The climbing ladder competition was set to take place there.
Upon hearing the bells, the disciples from the 5 peaks were invigorated, promptly departing from their respective mountains to converge upon the plaza.
Countless eager disciples,
yearning to showcase their talents in the competition, were already prepared, eager to commence. The hidden elders had proclaimed that outstanding performances could lead ordinary disciples to be directly promoted to core disciples, ensuring their future cultivation would be prioritized. Core disciples, too, would receive substantial rewards for exceptional performance. Thus, the competition garnered immense attention. In Yi Yunfei's attic atop Jin Peak, he asked, "Ainyo, are your injuries healed?" "Senior brother Yi. Rest assured, my injuries are nearly gone. In fact, during these past 2 days, I've advanced to the 8th level of body refinement. My health is better than ever." Ainyo beamed, standing before Yi Yunfei, radiating vitality. Yi Yunfei had ensured that Ainyo consumed at least 3 4th-grade healing elixirs, which not only healed his wounds but also enhanced his physique, allowing for a smooth breakthrough. "That's splendid. Ainyo, take this elixir, the cleansing marrow pill. It will enhance your martial talent. Do well in today's climbing ladder competition, you may have the chance to become a core disciple," Yi Yunfei said, presenting a pale white elixir to Ainyo. "Senior brother Yi, are you saying this elixir can enhance my martial talent? It's too precious." Ainyo gasped in astonishment. Although he lacked extensive knowledge, he understood the rarity of an elixir capable of enhancing a warrior's potential. Such treasures were unattainable even with wealth in the Great Qin Empire. "Do not hesitate, Ainyo. Consume it without further ado," Yi Yunfei urged. "Very well, thank you, senior brother Yi." Ainyo accepted the elixir and swallowed it. A cool energy erupted within him, swiftly coursing throughout his body. Ainyo felt every aspect of his being, muscles, bones, and cells, improving in quality. Even his mental acuity and willpower began to flourish. "Senior brother Yi, this elixir is extraordinary. My martial talent is indeed improving," Ainyo exclaimed, a mix of surprise and elation. "Now, let us proceed to the competition," Yi Yunfei said with a gentle smile. It would indeed be a marvel if an elixir personally concocted by a master alchemist did not yield remarkable effects. Chapter 84, The Expert Enters. "Greetings, senior brother Yi Yunfei." As Yi Yunfei and Ainyo emerged from the small attic, they were met by a throng of disciples from Jin Feng, numbering at least 500 or 600. The moment they caught sight of Yi Yunfei, they erupted in unison. These were the very disciples who had accompanied him in the tumultuous events at Shueifeng just 2 days prior. And it was evident that Yi Yunfei had earned their complete admiration. The memories of their exhilarating escapade atop Shueifeng still ignited their fervor. Hence, they had gathered early that morning before Yi Yunfei's small abode, eagerly awaiting his appearance. "What brings you here?" Yi Yunfei inquired, puzzled. "Brother Yi, we wish to join you for the ladder climbing competition. With you leading us, we feel far more confident," the disciples exclaimed, their eyes glimmering with adoration. "Very well. Let us go together," Yi Yunfei replied with a smile. Thus, a multitude of Jin Feng disciples surrounded Yi Yunfei as they descended the mountain. Humph! Such arrogance from a petty individual now basking in glory. His prowess lies merely in physical strength, a temporary advantage in combat has inflated his ego beyond measure. His talent for martial arts is likely nothing remarkable, came a disdainful voice from afar. Ling Tianyu, the foremost disciple of Jin Feng, glared at Yi Yunfei with a mix of irritation and envy. Yi Yunfei had recently captured the spotlight, particularly after leading over 1,000 Jin Feng disciples to confront Shueifeng, decisively overpowering many of their experts. This feat had significantly bolstered Yi Yunfei's popularity among the disciples of Jin Feng, leaving Ling Tianyu feeling overshadowed and resentful. "Fear not, brother Ling. In today's ladder climbing competition, you shall undoubtedly shine and crush Yi Yunfei. The disciples of Jin Feng will soon recognize who the true powerhouse is." His loyal followers chimed in, eager to curry favor with Ling Tianyu. In stark contrast to the hundreds of disciples rallying behind Yi Yunfei, Ling Tianyu's small entourage appeared rather pitiful and isolated. "Yi Yunfei? Just you wait. Today, I shall trample you underfoot and reclaim my esteemed position within Jin Feng." Ling Tianyu seethed inwardly, his gaze fixed on the approaching throng with bitter determination. "It seems I underestimated him. Within just a few days of joining Jin Feng, he has amassed such renown. I am quite curious to see how he performs in today's competition," mused Xiao Shaoling, the second-ranking disciple of Jin Feng, as she appeared with a group of female disciples, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Elsewhere, Zhou Tong also arrived with a few followers.
Yi Yunfei, just you wait. I shall exact revenge for the humiliation you have caused me. He vowed with a venomous glare at Yi Yunfei's retreating figure. In the central square of the headquarters, a sea of people had gathered. To the east, a high platform had been erected, where the senior figures of Tian Yuan sect sat, the reclusive elders, the sect leader, the masters of the 5 main peaks, along with various other elders and stewards. At the heart of the square stood an ancient arena, its weathered surface bearing witness to countless battles over the years. Surrounding the arena was a throng of Tian Yuan disciples, densely packed and buzzing with excitement. A closer inspection revealed that the disciples had unconsciously formed 5 distinct factions, each maintaining a clear distance from one another. Look, brother Li Chaofan has arrived. A wave of cheers erupted from the Shui Feng disciples as Li Chaofan, the most talented martial artist among them, strode into the square clad in blue, wielding a sword that shimmered with a chilling blue light. He was flanked by a throng of adoring disciples, earning him the title of the foremost disciple of Shui Feng. In fact, among all disciples of Tian Yuan sect, he ranked second, with only Long Yingying surpassing him. However, Long Yingying did not belong to any specific peak, often training under the reclusive elders. Thus, it was not an exaggeration to regard Li Chaofan as the pinnacle of the 5 peaks. As Li Chaofan entered, his formidable presence swept over the crowd, inducing a wave of self-doubt among many disciples. He Hofeng has arrived. Another cheer erupted from the Earth Peak disciples as a burly figure, He Hofeng, made his entrance. He ranked second among the 5 peaks, just behind Li Chaofan. Wu Yan has arrived. The Fire Peak disciples joined in the cheer as a slender youth wielding a crimson spear stepped into the square, claiming the title of the foremost disciple of Fire Peak. Shaolin has arrived. The Wood Peak disciples too erupted in applause as a tall young man in a green robe, with a sword at his side, entered the square as their leading disciple. The masters of each peak continued to make their entrances, drawing attention from the gathered crowd. Then came Ling Tianyu, who, accompanied by his loyal followers, was met with applause from the Jin Feng disciples. After all, a strong individual always commanded attention and admiration. However, the cheers from Jin Feng disciples suddenly escalated into an even louder, more fervent ovation. Look! Brother Yi Yunfei is here. He is my idol now. Many Jin Feng disciples shouted, their faces flushed with excitement. Yi Yunfei, flanked by 500 or 600 Jin Feng disciples, entered the square in a grand procession, drawing the spotlight entirely away from Ling Tianyu. Damn it! Ling Tianyu's face contorted with rage, such recognition had always belonged to him. Is this Yi Yunfei? I heard he caused quite a stir upon entering the sect, injuring dozens of Shui Feng disciples. Just 2 days ago, he led over 1,000 of our disciples to Shui Feng to rescue someone named Anyo. We must never bully the disciples of Jin Feng again. If he were to come after us with such a force, who could withstand it? Yi Yunfei's appearance not only incited cheers from Jin Feng disciples but also drew the attention of disciples from other peaks. The gaze of the majority in the square turned toward him, murmurs spreading like wildfire. The disciples of Shui Feng, however, glared at Yi Yunfei with fury and malice, wishing they could devour him whole. The events from 2 days prior, wherein Yi Yunfei had led a raucous charge against Shui Feng, had left them feeling utterly humiliated. Yi Yunfei, you villain! In today's climbing competition, you will be utterly crushed beneath senior brotherly. Yi Yunfei, you slaughtered my Water Peak disciples, a sin of immense proportions. Ultimately, you will pay a bloody price. Suddenly, several Water Peak disciples beside Li Chaofan glared fiercely, pointing at Yi Yunfei, and began to hurl insults. Whose lackeys are these, not properly watched, barking and howling here? Get lost! Abruptly, Yi Yunfei turned his gaze, his eyes erupting with sharp light, and released several soul-devouring needles. Ah! Immediately, those Water Peak disciples who had been cursing Yi Yunfei clutched their heads and screamed miserably, blood flowing from their mouths and ears, all collapsing to the ground in agony. Hiss! How terrifying! What sorcery is this? A single glance, and people are injured and fall to the ground. The entire plaza fell silent instantly, everyone finding the scene before them exceedingly bizarre. How is this possible? Could it be that Yi Yunfei is using the legendary soul skill? That's too heaven-defying. Even the higher-ups of the Tian Yuan sect were dumbfounded, unable to believe it. One must know that even profound realm experts are unable to cultivate soul skills. After a moment, everyone had finally arrived. On the high platform to the east of the plaza, the sect leader of the Tianyuan sect stood up. "Please, everyone, be quiet. Now, the reclusive elders and I will activate the stairway to heaven together. Then, the climbing competition will officially begin," the sect leader said in a clear voice. As soon as his voice fell, the sect leader and the reclusive elders rose into the air simultaneously, stepping into the void, and finally landed on the ancient arena in the center of the great plaza. In the plaza, the many disciples of the Tianyuan sect, watching the sect leader and the reclusive elders stepping into the void, could not help but exclaim in admiration. Martial artists with profound realm strength can already initially leave the ground and fly in midair. The sect leader and the reclusive elders landed on the arena and began to form hand seals, chanting obscure incantations. Rumble. In the center of the plaza, that ancient arena began to shake, rumbling deafeningly. Everyone's spirits were lifted. The stairway to heaven was about to be activated. Chapter 85, The Ascending Ladder. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. In the center of the arena, a stone staircase, approximately 10 meters wide, gradually materialized. It exuded an ancient and profound aura. This stone staircase, originating from the arena, extended skyward, reaching up to the clouds. Each step of the staircase bore the marks of time, ascending one after another into the heavens, evoking a profound sense of temporal weight. At its pinnacle, white clouds swirled, illuminated by radiant colors. Even faintly, the ethereal silhouettes of the four divine beasts, azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, seemed to manifest, adding to its mystique. Thus, it was revealed. The five main peaks of the Tianyuan sect were arranged according to the celestial five elements divine mountain formation. The ascending ladder was the key to unlocking this divine mountain array. It seemed that within the Tianyuan sect, there was not a single individual who understood how to control this ascending ladder anymore. Consequently, the celestial five elements divine mountain formation had remained dormant for a considerable time, leading to the decline of the five peaks and a loss of spiritual essence. To revive the divine mountain array, one must master the ascending ladder. Mastering this ladder equated to wielding control over the entire Tianyuan sect, rendering one an invincible entity within the sect. Gazing upon the towering stone ladder in the arena, Yi Yunfei suddenly comprehended everything. As an emperor, he had encountered formidable arrays and intricate terrains in the world. At this moment, upon seeing the ascending ladder, he grasped its significance. Atop the arena, the sect leader proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, the ascending ladder, as legend has it, was personally crafted by our founding ancestor and has been passed down to the present day. The ascending ladder symbolizes our sect's prosperity and holds profound significance. It is now officially activated." With a quavering voice, the sect leader addressed the crowd. All present gazed in awe and reverence at the towering stone staircase in the center of the arena. Behold! On either side of the ascending ladder, there are 50 crystal mirrors, corresponding to the 51st step up to the 100th step. The steps below the 50th can be clearly seen with the naked eye. Thus, crystal mirrors are unnecessary. Now, I declare the climbing competition officially commenced. The sect leader's gaze swept across the audience as he spoke loudly. Following his declaration, both the sect leader and the hidden elder gracefully lifted off the ground, returning to their seats on the elevated platform on the eastern side of the square. As soon as the sect leader's voice faded, a moment of silence enveloped the vast square. Then, whoosh, 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 figures surged towards the arena, beginning to ascend the ladder. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that the first batch of disciples rushing forward did not possess formidable power. Most were at the body refinement stage. These lower-ranked disciples, in their eagerness, exhibited a fervor to prove themselves, driven by their lowly status within the Tianyuan sect. In contrast, the more skilled individuals appeared notably composed. Typically, the adept ones tended to enter the fray later. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of disciples had rushed onto the arena, initiating their ascent. Soon, an awkward scene ensued. Some disciples, upon merely touching the first step of the staircase, were met with an overwhelming surge of energy emanating from the ladder, violently repelling them. Thud, thud, thud. Dozens of disciples were promptly thrown back, crashing to the ground and groaning in pain, failing to even ascend the first step. Nevertheless,
many disciples successfully reached the first step. Yet, their expressions shifted drastically, their legs trembling as they felt immense pressure. Some disciples found their waists bending under the weight, as though burdened by a colossal stone, unable to take another step. A number of disciples managed to ascend to the second step, witnessing this spectacle. Those still waiting to climb wore expressions of unease. Clearly, the challenge of ascending this ladder exceeded their expectations. Of course, several disciples persevered, gritting their teeth, reaching beyond the 10th step. Those who achieved this feat were notably exceptional. Indeed, a few disciples ascended to the 15th step, eliciting applause from the crowd. Gradually, an increasing number of disciples surged onto the arena to partake in the climb. Overall, those with the least talent within the sect could ascend only 4 or 5 steps before halting. Some with slightly better martial skills reached the 10th or even 15th step. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Indeed, a youth clad in green reached the 20th step, beaming with pride as he looked down. It was Lu Jintian from the Earth Peak. Ranked 10th in the Earth Peak, his prowess was indeed as expected. Cheers erupted throughout the square. Amidst the applause, Lu Jintian, gritting his teeth, ascended to the 22nd step before he could climb no further. As time elapsed, more and more disciples were eliminated, while increasingly exceptional disciples took their turns to climb. "Brother Yi Yunfei, I shall ascend now," Anio said to Yi Yunfei. "Go ahead. While climbing, be mindful not to rush. It's best to take time to comprehend as you ascend. This will yield better results," Yi Yunfei advised. "Understood, Brother Yi Yunfei's words are noted," Anio replied, now fully attentive to Yi Yunfei's guidance. Anio's entrance drew considerable attention, especially from the Water Peak disciples. Just 2 days prior, Yi Yunfei had caused quite the stir at the Water Peak, thanks to Anio. Thus, the Water Peak disciples were left with a lasting impression of him. As Anio stepped forward, a chorus of jeers erupted from the Water Peak disciples. "Scram back, and from Golden Peak. Rubbish, at 17. Only at the 8th level of body refinement? If you reach the 5th step, I shall bow to you." The Water Peak disciples derided Anio mercilessly. Anio's face flushed red as he glared at the Water Peak disciples. "Anio, ignore them. Maintain your composure, and strive to let your achievements silence them." Yi Yunfei's voice resonated in Anio's ear. This was a technique of sound transmission, effortlessly executed by Yi Yunfei with his current spiritual power. "Rest assured, Brother Yi Yunfei. I shall not disappoint you." Anio took a deep breath, disregarding the jeers, and began his ascent, steadily reaching the first step of the ladder. Recalling Yi Yunfei's advice, Anio resisted the urge for speed, closing his eyes to meditate for a moment with each step ascended. Naturally, Anio found no profound insights. Yet this practice inexplicably calmed his mind and alleviated some of the pressure he felt. Seeing Anio's slow pace, the Water Peak disciples mocked him even more fiercely, demanding he descend immediately. However, before long, Anio reached the 5th step, then the 6th, 7th, and continued his ascent until he reached the 15th step. At that moment, silence enveloped the Water Peak disciples' ranks. No one dared to mock Anio any longer. Chapter 86, The Emergence of Yi Yunfei Just Now. "One of you from Shui Feng claimed that if I could ascend to the 5th step, you would bow down to me. Now, I have reached the 15th step. You may kneel and pay your respects." Anio turned around, his gaze fixed on the disciples of Shui Feng, suppressing the excitement within, and shouted. The disciples of Shui Feng fell into a deathly silence, their faces pale. Naturally, none were willing to come forth and bow. "These rascals from Shui Feng are all talk and no action, how tedious!" Anio exclaimed, then continued his climb. Eventually, gritting his teeth, he persevered and ascended to the 22nd step. The entire venue trembled. It is worth noting that many core disciples among the 5 peaks have yet to achieve such a feat. On the elevated platform to the east of the square, Elder Du's eyes sparkled with excitement. How peculiar, this Anio once displayed rather unremarkable martial talent. How has he suddenly become so formidable? Could it be due to Yi Yunfei? In his exhilaration, Elder Du was also filled with confusion as he cast a glance at Yi Yunfei. "Senior brother Yi Yunfei, I have not brought you shame, have I?" Anio exclaimed, returning to Yi Yunfei's side, his face flushed with excitement. Quite the contrary, Yi Yunfei replied with a smile, nodding in approval.
Aniu.
Your achievement certainly qualifies you to become a core disciple of Jin Feng. Core disciple. A thrill coursed through Aniu's body, his eyes gleaming. Being a core disciple not only signifies an elevation in status, but also ensures focused cultivation and access to greater resources.
Senior brother Yi Yunfei. All of Aniu's successes are thanks to you. From this moment forth, my life belongs to you. Aniu declared. What use is your life to me? Do not speak such nonsense, Yi Yunfei shook his head. Ania chuckled, yet in his heart, he had resolved to forever remain Yi Yunfei's loyal subordinate. Senior brother Yi Yunfei. When do you plan to ascend the steps? Aniu inquired.
Now, Yi Yunfei replied, stepping forward onto the platform.
Look, Yi Yunfei has begun to climb. As soon as Yi Yunfei appeared on the platform, shouts erupted.
Instantly, all eyes in the square were riveted upon him. It is said that Yi Yunfei possesses formidable combat prowess, having defeated the third-ranked expert of Shui Feng with a single move.
Surely, he will also perform admirably in this climbing contest. What does it matter if he is strong?
I have heard that Yi Yunfei excels in physical strength. In the early stages, cultivating physical strength indeed allows one to surpass opponents of the same rank easily. Yet, great physical strength does not necessarily indicate exceptional martial talent.
I remain unconvinced. Indeed, that is a valid point. With his abilities, he dares to aspire for a place among the top 5? I see no chance.
Voices of speculation filled the square, some supporting Yi Yunfei while others expressed skepticism.
On the high platform to the east of the square,
Elder Du felt a twinge of anxiety.
After all,
he had endured much opposition when he insisted that Yi Yunfei deserved a spot in the Tianying small world after recruiting him from Yuanyu City. This matter had led to countless disputes among the higher-ups of Tianyuan sect, creating quite a stir.
Even after the news spread,
a substantial group of core disciples petitioned the sect leader in protest. Thus, this climbing contest was organized, in a sense, specifically for Yi Yunfei.
Now that the main character had taken the stage, he was naturally the focus of attention. Elder Du. I am eager to see what kind of results your recruit can achieve. If Yi Yunfei fails to break into the top 5, I wonder where you will hide your old face.
Roared Luo Fengyang, the leader of Shui Feng, with a cold smile.
Yi Yunfei, standing alone, could almost trample the disciples of Shui Feng. Does that not speak volumes of his strength?
Elder Du retorted sharply.
Elder Du, I must make it clear beforehand.
If Yi Yunfei cannot secure a spot among the top 5, I will absolutely oppose granting him a place in the Tianying small world.
Spoke Su Diching, the leader of Tu Feng.
Elder Du scoffed coldly. Yet, doubt lingered in his heart.
Although Yi Yunfei's combat strength was indeed formidable,
much of what had been displayed so far was based on physical prowess.
This individual is not to be underestimated. Only the hidden elders of Tianyuan sect regarded Yi Yunfei with admiration, nodding in approval.
On the platform, Yi Yunfei stood before the celestial staircase.
Indeed.
This stone staircase embodies 5 distinct attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each energy corresponds to a particular peak. Mastering this staircase allows the energies contained within to be transmitted to their respective peaks, thereby awakening the spiritual essence of the 5 mountains.
Once activated, the Tianqian 5 Elements Divine Mountain Array will elevate the overall strength of Tianyuan sect dramatically within 5 years,
making it the mightiest among the 4 great sects of the Deqin Empire. Releasing his soul force, Yi Yunfei carefully sensed the stone staircase before him.
Very well.
Since I have encountered it, I shall seize control of this celestial staircase.
In doing so,
I can utilize the Tianqian 5 Elements Divine Mountain Array to forge a set of 5 Elements Spirit Swords. With the 5 Elements Spirit Swords, I shall cultivate the 5 Elements Extermination Sword Array. Yi Yunfei thought to himself, resolutely deciding to master the celestial staircase.
What is Yi Yunfei doing? He stands motionless before the celestial staircase. Why does he not ascend? Whispers of confusion arose in the square. Everyone watched Yi Yunfei, bewildered by his stillness. Is it possible that Yi Yunfei lacks the courage to ascend? Otherwise, what is he hesitating about? I had thought he was quite impressive. Could it be that his martial talent is so lacking? It seems that great physical strength does not necessarily equate to anything substantial. After all this time, it turns out that Yi Yunfei's aptitude is so poor. Bah! Soon, derisive, contemptuous laughter began to echo. Many gazes toward Yi Yunfei shifted. No longer filled with awe or fear, but instead with disdain and scorn. Ha ha! Yi Yunfei, your true colors are finally revealed. Were you not so impressive and arrogant? Climb the steps and demonstrate your prowess. Where is your might, your arrogance now? Zhou Tong rushed onto the platform, approaching Yi Yunfei, and shouted with fervor. Yi Yunfei, today I will show you that, despite having defeated me, you are merely an ant in my presence. An ant that I shall crush underfoot. Zhou Tong's voice dripped with venom. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yi Yunfei after being publicly humiliated by receiving 100 slaps from him. At this moment, he felt that the opportunity for vengeance had finally arrived. He resolved to humiliate Yi Yunfei thoroughly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, Zhou Tong strode forward, ascending the 5 stone steps with remarkable agility, displaying no signs of strain. Turning back, he cast a triumphant glare at Yi Yunfei, then exerted himself once more, ascending another 5 steps in one breath, positioning himself atop the 10th step. Remarkably swift. Indeed, the prowess of a celestial realm expert is formidable. Cheers erupted from the crowd in the square. Thus far, Zhou Tong was the first celestial realm expert to ascend the steps. Yi Yunfei, you worthless fool. Do you see this? Now, you are beneath my feet, and I am the one you must look up to. Zhou Tong turned to Yi Yunfei and bellowed. His face contorted in a twisted, morbid delight. He savored the exhilarating rush of revenge.